As external foes besiege, the tide of stellar beasts surges forth, and the Blue Star Alliance stands resolute with towering truth-class mechs. A young man leads the charge, sweeping away all opposition. In Huaxia, amidst the clouds, within a secluded apartment, a strikingly handsome youth stands in the empty living room, trembling as he gazes at the letter in his hand. It is evident that he is profoundly enraged. The reason is, of course, the appalling contents of the missive. Dear son, your parents have departed. Please refrain from seeking us unless absolutely necessary. You have been a burden on our marital life for 18 whole years. Do you have any idea how I, your father, have endured these years? Surely, you can understand our abrupt departure? If you cannot comprehend, it matters not, for you will be unable to locate us. The day we discovered your lack of mech aptitude filled me with joy, as it meant you would remain on Blue Star and not intrude upon our world of two. We have established a mech repair shop for you, which we bequeath, so you may learn to be self-sufficient. By the way, I am not entirely heartless. Your account holds 1 million star coins, sufficient for you to live comfortably if you choose to relax. With love, your dear parents. As Subai gazes at the familiar handwriting, he is rendered speechless. I knew it. Why did that old man give me 10,000 star coins yesterday, if he was merely waiting for me here? How ridiculous. Even in 3033, someone still writes letters to announce their departure? Does paper cost nothing? Couldn't they just send a message? Suddenly, Subai's eyes flicker with realization. He hastily retrieves his interstellar phone and opens the messaging app, fervently composing a scathing rebuke for his father. The content is heartfelt, fiercely condemning their actions, especially the claim of being a burden. After pouring out 5,000 words, feeling it still insufficient, he quickly copies it to share with his mother. Perfect. After reviewing his composition and finding no typographical errors, Subai presses send. The recipient is not your friend message failed to send. Gazing at the glaring red exclamation mark and the words indicating the recipient is not a friend, Subai's lips twitch. Fine, you've got some nerve. Thankfully, I made a copy. He promptly finds his mother's contact and pastes the message before sending it. The recipient is not your friend message failed to send. The alto-familiar scene replays before him. His mother. His mother has also been led astray by that old man. No, this cannot be true. In that moment, Subai finally begins to believe that his parents' jest about him being a bonus from a phone recharge might not have been a mere joke. Standing in place for a long while, Subai accepts the grim reality, his eyes dimming as he collapses onto the sofa in a state of despair. Rubbing his striking starry brows, he feels an overwhelming headache. Ultimately, he sighs in resignation. Perhaps they have their reasons, I should understand them. They might be unparalleled powerhouses with countless enemies. Fearing my lack of mech aptitude could endanger me. Yes, that must be it. Subai, who typically has no hobbies beyond reading especially novels, finds this plot all too familiar. After a bout of self-affirmation, color returns to his eyes. Humming a little tune, he tucks the transparent card into his pocket, preparing to visit the repair shop his father mentioned. In this grand interstellar era, a mech repair shop naturally focuses on the maintenance of mechs. Although Subai lacks mech aptitude, his passion for them makes him quite knowledgeable. He even obtained a junior mech repairman license a year ago. Running a junior mech repair shop should not pose a problem, and even if business is modest, it would suffice for survival. As for the 1 million star coins his father left him, Subai intends to reserve that for now. One should not underestimate the ambitions of youth. Subai has aspirations. Meanwhile, as Subai heads towards his repair shop at the Blue Star Interstellar Airport, a stylish and strikingly attractive middle-aged couple has just passed through the boarding gate, ready to embark on their interstellar journey. Subai's mother, Zhou Miyun, glances at her phone with a hint of hesitation and speaks. Old Su, is it truly appropriate for us to treat Xiaobai this way? Beside her, Su Nantian smirks charmingly. What's inappropriate about it? That little rascal has likely been awaiting this day for years, and we're not disappearing forever. After exploring the stars for a few years, we can return and check on him. As for now, let's forget about that little rascal. He has disrupted our marital life for far too long. Now, you belong solely to me, he chuckles, blushing slightly at her husband's antics. Zhou Mian playfully pinches his waist. You're incorrigible. At your age, you should act more mature. Besides, Xiaobai has indeed been somewhat despondent these years, and without mech aptitude, our presence might only hinder him further. By the way, where's our first stop? Suppressing a wince from the pinch, Su Nantian glances at the interstellar ticket in his hand. Smiling, we're heading to Centaurus Star first. Let's enjoy our journey once we're rejuvenated, while strive to produce a little one. Ignoring her husband's flirtations, Zhoumayan rolls her eyes and steps into the spacecraft. Su Nantian quickly follows, glancing back towards the direction of the clouds. Son, farewell. Achu as Su Bai journeys to the repair shop. He suddenly sneezes, looking up at the blazing sun with confusion. This shouldn't be how could I catch a cold in the middle of summer? Rubbing his itchy nose and dismissing the thought. He soon arrives at the mech repair shop his father mentioned. As he surveys the scene before him, Su Bai's lips twitch incessantly. His right fist clenched, then relaxed, then clenched again. Fine, I will endure. Before him stands a dilapidated warehouse. Its area meets the standards for a mech repair shop. Approximately 1,000 square meters, capable of servicing about 10 mechs at once. However, it is far too run down. Though the warehouse is not far from the city center, the gaping holes in the roof, the indistinct wall colors, and the ancient roll-up door all scream neglect. It resembles a forsaken building. Indeed, I was too naive. Now, Su Bai stands speechless, realizing why his father left him that 1 million star coins, clearly intended for renovations. Just as despair begins to overwhelm him, an ethereal voice suddenly resonates in his ears. Detecting the host's ownership of a repair shop, the interstellar mech system is officially activated. Chapter 2. A new look, customers at the door system? The ethereal voice resonated in Su Bai's ears like a celestial melody. As a seasoned enthusiast of novels, he understood the significance of a system all too well. It seemed that Su Bai was indeed the chosen one, awakening a system without traversing worlds or reincarnating. His heart swelled with joy as he immediately perused the system's introduction. Interstellar Mecha System. Use interstellar points to purchase items from the shop or enhance target mechas with interstellar upgrades. The description was somewhat simplistic, but Su Bai paid it no mind. After all, it was a system, and the interstellar upgrades promised to be extraordinary. Yet, he was left pondering how to acquire these interstellar points, which was his greatest perplexity at the moment. Interstellar points can be exchanged for star coins at a rate of 10,000 star coins for 1 interstellar point. Exchange for star coins. A ratio of 10,000 to 1? That seems a tad exorbitant. Upon seeing this exchange rate, Su Bai winced. He had just caught a glimpse of the most coveted items in the shop, and they were indeed remarkable. Truth Level Mecha. Exchange price 100 billion interstellar points. Heavenly Breath Technique. Exchange price 50 billion interstellar points. Truth Level Exclusive Material, Star Engine. Exchange price 10 billion interstellar points. The prices were astronomical, and if converted, they would require trillions in star coins. It was worth noting that the richest individual in Huaxia currently possessed only 500 billion star coins. The purchasing power of star coins was formidable, which explained why Su Nantian had mentioned in his letter that 1 million star coins would suffice to ensure Su Bai's comfortable living for the rest of his life, allowing him to become a mere salted fish. Never mind those shop items for now. He decided to focus on renovating his repair shop and gradually saving money. After a moment of contemplation, Su Bai felt invigorated, even if he couldn't afford those items now. With hard work, surely there would come a day when he could. With renewed determination, he gazed at his somewhat shabby repair shop and found it increasingly appealing. Ding! The host's repair shop does not meet the standards for interstellar enhancement and requires 90 interstellar points for renovation. Would you like to proceed with the renovation? Upon seeing the system prompt, Su Bai hesitated not one bit and resolutely chose to renovate. 1 must spend to gain. Although this would require 900,000 star coins, he believed it was worth it. With a click of his finger, the balance was deducted by 900,000. Su Bai, he vowed that this was undoubtedly the largest expenditure of his life. He hoped the system would not let him down. Almost instantaneously, as the balance was deducted, a beam of starlight enveloped the warehouse before him. 1 minute later, the starlight dissipated. The once dilapidated warehouse vanished, replaced by a gleaming metal structure. The colorful graffiti on the walls was gone, replaced entirely by a lustrous alloy material. The old roll-up door was removed, transformed into a sensor-activated light door, softly shimmering with starlight. The gaping holes in the roof disappeared, replaced with the sturdiest vibranium. Gazing at the newly transformed repair shop, Su Bai's mouth fell agape. This was no mere repair shop, but could easily be mistaken for the most advanced interstellar refuge. Indeed, that 900,000 was well spent. As a novice mechatechnician, Su Bai was acutely aware of the materials required to renovate a warehouse spanning 1,000 square meters. The value of these materials alone far exceeded 900,000 000 star coins, not to mention the cost of the renovation. This was truly a bargain. Excitedly, he stepped inside the repair shop. He discovered that the shop now boasted 10 mecha repair bays, with materials indistinguishable from those outside. Additionally, at the reception area, several light screens displayed the data status of each repair bay in clear detail. Entering one of the repair bays, Su-bai's eyes sparkled with delight. All the equipment was state-of-the-art. Gravitational lifting machines, beam thermal cutters, nano spray devices. Previously, Su-bai had harbored doubts about whether he could earn enough money to exchange for items. Now, however, he felt an unwavering confidence. With these tools for repairs, he could easily set his fees at double that of standard equipment. Moreover, with his ability for interstellar enhancement, he was certain he would amass a fortune. Although he had not examined the shop in detail, he believed there must be ways within the shop to help him awaken his mecha talent. Successfully constructing his own mecha had always been Su-bai's dream, as mechas were the epitome of a man's romance. Just then, the ethereal voice resonated again. The host possesses a repair shop that meets the standards for interstellar enhancement. A novice task has been issued. Successfully conduct one interstellar enhancement within 24 hours. Task reward. The host receives an opportunity to awaken mecha talent. What the heck? Upon hearing the task reward, Su-bai could not contain his astonishment and exclaimed, "Is this a stroke of luck?" Though the time frame is a bit tight, no matter, for the sake of his talent, he would give it his all. Su-bai promptly uploaded information about his shop, naming it the Interstellar Repair Shop. He took a few basic photos of the equipment and swiftly published the information on the Star Network. This was the fastest way he could think of to attract customers. Fortunately, his father had already completed all the necessary procedures for the repair shop, so the upload to publication was quick. With the backing of the Star Network, he believed customers would surely come. 2 hours later. Is this the place? It truly has walls and a ceiling made of vibranium. A young girl clad in a pink t-shirt and denim shorts, her long, fair legs strikingly prominent, stepped down from her red hovercar and scrutinized the interstellar repair shop before her. Sunhani, upon seeing the repair shop matching the image on her phone, could not help but feel a sense of shock. This owner must be quite wealthy. For a repair shop like this, the technician inside must at least be a star-level repair master, right? I wonder, can he fix my little red? Sunhani's gaze dimmed slightly. As a prodigy from Yuhai Academy, she had acquired her first mecha quite early. The DB-256 class, a swift-type mecha, known as the Red Moon, standing at 12 meters tall and weighing 25 tons. With an engine output of 720,000 kilowatts and a thrust of 60 million kg, this mecha was ideally suited for a one-star mecha technician with speed talent. It was designed to enhance agility by reducing weight and increasing power. Characterized by guerrilla tactics, however, its drawback was its relatively weak defense. Last week, during a test at school, she had showcased the Red Moon's prowess, but just as victory was within reach, she suffered a crushing defeat. The Red Moon was severely damaged by her opponent in the final battle. Numerous mecha repair shops she had visited declared the Red Moon nearly scrapped, advising her to replace it. Yet, being her first mecha, Sunhani still hoped to restore it. Coincidentally, she came across the information about Su-bai's interstellar repair shop online. The equipment in the photos appeared, to others, as exaggerated and fictitious images, but for Sunhani, it seemed like her last glimmer of hope. She wanted to give it a try. Chapter 3. The nearly scrapped mecha, Sunhani's last hope. Upon entering the repair shop, Sunhani's conviction only strengthened. The shop's equipment was astonishingly advanced. Not only was the exterior splendid, but the interior held even more surprises. She found it hard to believe that such a repair shop could exist in this location. To her knowledge, establishments of this scale were typically found only in the most prosperous space stations of the Blue Star Alliance, and even then, they were quite rare. Who would have thought that Yuhai would have one? At once, Sunhani felt she had made the right bet. "Welcome, welcome," a youthful voice rang out, and Sunhani was taken aback as she looked toward the young man before her. In her mind, anyone working in such a repair shop must be an experienced technician, typically older. Yet, the youth before her appeared only slightly older than herself. "Are you the attendant of this shop?" Sunhani instinctively inquired. "No, I am the owner and technician," Su-bai replied, shaking his head in exasperation. He was not surprised by Sunhani's question, as she was indeed his first customer, and he maintained a smile. "May I ask what you need?" "Dear customer," after uploading the images to the Star Network, Subai's anticipated bustling business had not materialized. Instead, the comment section was lively. Hee, using such internet images to deceive. I've been there before. It's just an abandoned factory. It could never transform into such an impressive repair shop. I truly wonder what the market researchers are doing. How could such internet images pass the review? Brothers, let us work together to unveil the true nature of this shop and prevent anyone from being deceived. Upon seeing these comments, Subai immediately chose to delete, block, and silence them. However, he soon realized that he had clearly stated his location, and it was evident that someone had known about the existence of the abandoned factory. Furthermore, the images he uploaded might indeed seem extravagant to Yuhai, and it was only natural for them to be met with skepticism. In such circumstances, a customer finally arrived. And what a pleasing customer she was. Even though the girl seemed somewhat oblivious, Subai did not feel anger. At this moment, Sun Hani, realizing her blunder, felt a bit embarrassed and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. However, I truly didn't expect the owner to be so young. Simultaneously, a hint of doubt flickered in Sun Hani's eyes. Given the owner's youth and the apparent absence of others in the repair shop, did it imply that he was the sole technician? Could he really fix her little red? May I ask what you need? Subai discerned Sun Hani's thoughts and inquired with a gentle smile, why Mech's exoskeleton has been damaged. Could you possibly repair it? Sun Hani's tone was tinged with anxiety. This was nearly her last hope. If even this place could not restore Xiaohong, it would surely spell the end. The issues with the exoskeleton had not yet affected the core, but if too much time passed, and the structure completely collapsed, leading to the core's self-destruction, then no one could avert the disaster. Please bring your mech out for me to examine, Subai said, not immediately acquiescing, as he needed to ascertain the condition of Sun Hani's mech. After all, with the exoskeleton damaged, even the most skilled junior mechanics would be powerless, unless a star-class mechanic were to intervene, which presented a slim possibility of success. Sun Hani nodded at his words and followed Subai to the first maintenance room. Upon seeing the equipment within, she felt a modicum of relief. At the very least, the presence of such apparatus indicated that Subai was undoubtedly an advanced mechanic, possibly even a star-class one. Despite his youthful appearance, hope flickered within her. Bring it out, Subai instructed, his gaze steady. Realizing her lapse, Sun Hani hurriedly tapped the star ring on her wrist. With a whoosh, a brilliant white light flooded the maintenance room. Moments later, a humanoid mech, towering at 12 meters and adorned in a crimson armor, emerged, exuding an impressive aesthetic. The quality of the paint and the metallic sheen suggested that Sun Hani meticulously maintained Hongyue. However, this magnificent creation now bore a gaping void at its waist, a breach extending through the exoskeleton. The charcoal-colored bones within were etched with intricate patterns, remnants of dried blue radioactive substance still clinging to them. Seeing the state of Hongyue, Subai furrowed his brow. This is C-nuclear ray penetration wound. The handiwork of the cold light star people? The C-nuclear ray, a form of radiative attack initiated by energy collapse driven through nuclear fission, was a technique still employed by the cold light star, located approximately 0.32 light-years from Blue Star. The cold light star people, unable to awaken, piloted their mechs purely through scientific means. However, such methods demanded exceptional physical prowess from the mech pilots and often resulted in severe side effects, with nearly every pilot's lifespan reduced to merely 2 years due to internal radiation. This approach had long been discarded by Blue Star and the entire Star Alliance, along with the weapons from Cold Light Star. Nowadays, mechs primarily required star power for propulsion, relying on the resonance between the pilot and the mech. Modern weaponry largely followed this trend, with the use of highly radioactive materials nearly obsolete. Yet the cold light star people should not have ventured to Blue Star. This matter was more complex than it seemed. Sun Hani's eyes lit up at Subai's quick identification of the cause of Hongyue's injuries. In her excitement, she stepped closer to Subai. Grasping his hands tightly, her voice laced with desperation, "Do you have a way to repair it?" Noticing the fervor in her gaze, Subai had no time to appreciate the softness of her hands or the warmth radiating from her presence. "First, you must answer my question." Realizing her inappropriate behavior, Sun Hani quickly released his hands, her face flushed with embarrassment. "I apologize, I was too excited. Yes, this is indeed a C-nuclear ray, but the assailant was not from Cold Light Star. He is also from Blue Star. I am uncertain of the methods he employed, but he somehow endowed the innate mech with the ability to utilize nuclear rays. Ida was careless and allowed Xiaohong to suffer such damage. As she spoke, her expression dimmed, her eyes reflecting an overwhelming sense of guilt. Subai nodded, acknowledging the unexpected nature of the situation but confident that others would investigate. Leaving him unconcerned, he approached Hongyue, extending his hand to touch its leg armor. Detected damaged mech, meets interstellar enhancement criteria. Due to the mech's low grade, only a level 1 enhancement is required. Enhancement requires 10 interstellar points. Would you like to proceed with the enhancement? Not bad, it can be repaired, and it's not too costly. However, Subai remained curious about the effectiveness of the interstellar enhancement. He silently pondered. What are the effects of a level 1 enhancement? Level 1 interstellar enhancement can elevate the target mech's material grade by 1 level, the core by 1 level, and awaken a low-tier innate skill. Chapter 4. Innate Skill? What a joke. Subai was taken aback upon seeing the effects of the level 1 interstellar enhancement. While the elevation of materials and core by 1 level was manageable, the awakening of an innate skill was a crucial point. Even with the lowest tier as a prefix, it was enough to leave Subai flabbergasted. Hongyue was fundamentally a basic Earth Tier 3 mech, ranking lowest among the 9 mech qualities. Earth, Sky, Star Treader, Starbreaker, Starfall, Eternal Sky, Vastness, Universe, and Truth. Within the 1 to 9 star tier grades, it had only reached the pinnacle of the initial stage. Such a mech theoretically could not possess an innate skill. It was rare even among higher-tier sky mechs to find one with an innate skill, each capable of fetching a price tenfold or more. Innate skills, determined by the mech's inherent attributes and the user's awakening abilities, differed from techniques acquired through prolonged practice. Innate skills began with maximum proficiency and were perfectly tailored to the mech. Effectively doubling its power, an Earth-tier mech possessing an innate skill would dominate others in its class, even holding its ground against sky mechs. And this enhancement only required 10 interstellar points, equivalent to 100,000 star coins. That was exceedingly inexpensive. Suppressing his astonishment, Subai now faced the headache of determining a price. If it were merely the elevation of materials and core by 1 level, it would be straightforward. Given the relevant benchmarks, the price for a 4-star Earth mech hovers around 200,000 star coins, so enhancing Sun Hani's mech to that level would naturally warrant a similar figure. Yet, with the addition of the innate skill, a different pricing structure would apply. After a moment's contemplation, Subai once more met Sun Hani's imploring gaze. It was evident that she held genuine affection for Hongyue. Otherwise, she would not display such emotion over the repair of an ordinary Earth Tier 3 mech. Subai stated his price plainly, 1.5 million star coins. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the repair? Sun Hani was momentarily stunned. She had considered that repairing Hongyue might cost nearly the same as acquiring a new one, perhaps even a bit more. However, she could never have anticipated a price tenfold higher. The average price for an Earth Tier 3 mech was around 150,000 star coins, and even for exceptionally crafted and rare models, it rarely exceeded 180,000 star coins. After all, there was a cap. Beginning as an Earth Tier 3 mech, the potential barely reached Sky Tier 3. Once upgraded to Sky Tier 3, it would almost certainly be rendered obsolete. A typical price of 500,000 star coins was sufficient to purchase a Sky Mech, which held the potential to evolve into a Star Treader Mech. Even with her deep affection for Hongyue, upon hearing the price, Sun Hani couldn't help but suspect Subai was a swindler. Was Subai truly a swindler? Certainly not. He was exceedingly fair. After all, Earth Mech with an innate skill could command a price tenfold higher. And the comprehensive enhancement was essentially a bonus from Subai. However, to suddenly declare a repair fee of 1.5 million star coins would cause anyone to walk away without hesitation. The expression of struggle on Sun Hani's face made Subai realize his decision was correct. This was not merely a repair fee. It also included the awakening of Hongyue's innate skill. Subai spoke slowly. We can formalize this with a contract. Sun Hani raised an eyebrow at his words. For the efficacy of contracts on Blue Star was well known. Once signed, the other party was bound to fulfill their promise or face severe penalties. With Subai willing to sign a contract, Sun Hani's thoughts began to stir. Could it be that what he said was true? If Hongyue could genuinely awaken an innate skill, then 1.5 million would indeed be a bargain, perhaps even a steal. Whatever the case, since a contract would be in place, she had no fear of him absconding. After a brief internal struggle, Sun Hani nodded. All right, 1.5 million it is. As long as you can repair Hongyue, we can negotiate about the innate skill later. She was not overly rigid. As long as Subai could restore Hongyue, she would not demand compensation if the innate skill did not awaken, and would merely seek a refund on the excess repair fee. Understood, please hold on for a moment. As he spoke, Subai promptly drafted a contract, affixed with the official seal of the Interstellar Repair Shop, and handed it to Sun Hani. Take a look, and if everything is in order, please sign and proceed with the payment. Sun Hani accepted the contract, scrutinized its contents, and upon confirming its accuracy, swiftly inscribed her name and transferred the funds to Subai. The sum of 1.5 million star coins was successfully credited to the account. Subai then instructed Sun Hani to step outside and wait. He subsequently turned to Hongyue, a slight smile gracing his lips. This money is indeed easy to earn. Indeed, Subai had only utilized a mere 10 interstellar points to amass 5 million star coins, equating to 150 interstellar points, a staggering 15-fold profit. This was still considering Sun Hani's deep affection for Hongyue. Otherwise, based solely on her ability to awaken a talent skill, even if he had proposed a price of 2 million star coins, he was confident she would have agreed. However, he had not anticipated that the girl was a small genius. Reflecting on Sun Hani's earlier revelation that her awakened talent was the A-grade thunder, Subai felt a twinge of emotion. From F to SSS, there were 9 levels in total, and A-grade talent ranked above average. Yet this did not imply that A-grade talents were common, quite the contrary. Though not on par with the exceedingly rare S-grade and above talents, those with A-grade awakenings were indeed exceptional. Throughout the entirety of Yunhai, it was estimated that there were scarcely a dozen individuals possessing A-grade talents in this cohort. Furthermore, Sun Hani had awakened a particularly formidable A-grade talent, Thunder, which likely held the potential for her to gain admission to a prestigious interstellar institution. Soon, Subai approached Hongyue, extending his right hand over the crimson light armor. Activating the first-tier enhancement, a beam of white light enveloped Hongyue, filling the entire repair bay. Boom. A sound reminiscent of thunder erupted. As if the 9 heavens had unleashed their fury, a flicker of purple emerged, causing the entire repair shop to tremble. In the hall, as Sun Hani felt the vibrations, her heart sank. He wouldn't dismantle Hongyue, would he? Chapter 5 Boss Su, could we exchange contact information? At this moment, her heart was fraught with anxiety. Sun Hani had initially dismissed Subai's claim of being able to awaken a talent skill as a mere jest. Her greatest hope was simply that he could repair Hongyue. Now, with this unexpected development, her expectations had diminished considerably, and a surge of anger welled within her. If he truly dismantled Hongyue, she would ensure he paid the price. Sun Hani's gaze turned icy, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. The ability to present 1.5 million star coins for the repair of a Tier 3 Earth mecha was a testament to her genuine affection for Hongyue, underscoring her remarkable status. After all, in this age, only a handful of families throughout Yunhai could afford such a sum as pocket money. Sun Hani was indeed one of those, her father serving as the current head of the Sun family, whose enterprises spanned the entirety of Yunhai and whose power had reached the pinnacle of Starbreaker Tier 5, making him a Starbreaker Mecha Master. Moreover, her father bore another title, Captain of the Yunhai Fleet. While this may not place him at the apex of the Xia Kingdom, he was undoubtedly a figure atop the pyramid within Yunhai. The path of a Mecha Master was fraught with challenges, relying solely on the absorption of stellar energy from the cosmos for training. The speed of cultivation varied vastly according to one's talent. Attaining Starbreaker Tier 5 indicated at least a B-grade talent. With formidable financial resources coupled with her father's strength and status, no one in Yunhai would dare to challenge Sun Hani without facing dire consequences. As Sun Hani fumed, Subai's voice suddenly cut through the repair bay. Come in? Upon hearing this, Sun Hani's suspicions were further solidified. This guy had indeed ruined Hongyue. Did he truly believe that good looks would grant him carte blanche? Suppressing her emotions, which were on the verge of eruption, Sun Hani stepped into the repair bay. The moment she crossed the threshold, her previous resentment evaporated. Her mouth agape, she beheld the revitalized Hongyue before her, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. At this moment, the light armor on Hongyue had undergone a transformation. It retained its crimson hue, yet this red was now more profound, exuding an air of sophistication. The previously mundane chassis was now adorned with intricate purple lightning patterns, rendering Hongyue even more imposing. The glaring void that had once marred its appearance was now non-existent, revealing a glistening obsidian metallic sheen through the gaps in the armor. Familiar with Hongyue as she was, Sun Hani immediately noticed that the mecha had increased in height by 2 meters, soaring from 12 meters to 14 meters. Were it not for her unique markings in the cockpit, she might have doubted whether Su Bai had simply replaced her mecha altogether. Boss? Is this Hongyue? Although she already harbored an answer in her heart, Sun Hani instinctively sought confirmation from Su Bai. He simply smiled lightly. Of course, you can give it a try. Sun Hani's eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaped to the cockpit, longing to pilot her beloved Hongyue once more. As she entered the cockpit, her hands instinctively found the central control, a circular crystal orb. The moment her hands made contact, the cockpit lid sealed shut. Subsequently, fine tendrils connected from within the cockpit to her back. Almost instantaneously, her consciousness melded with the mecha. Hongyue's eyes ignited with a brilliant red glow. Has the growth potential been elevated to star tier? Sun Hani's voice resonated through the mecha, her astonishment palpable, even after mechanical processing. You can now attempt your talent skill, however. Do not actually unleash ITSU by observed Sun Hani, who was as animated as a child with a new toy, eagerly testing Hongyue's limbs, and offered a gentle reminder. This statement momentarily caught Sun Hani off guard, leaving her uncertain. Is there truly a talent skill? Upon learning that Hongyue had been repaired and its potential enhanced, she had resolved not to demand a reimbursement for the repair costs. The 1.5 million spent was indeed worth it. Now, hearing that Hongyue might genuinely awaken a talent skill, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Of course, honesty is the best policy. Business is built on trust, Su Bai assured her with unwavering conviction. Then, a deep, rhythmic breathing echoed from within Hongyue. Sun Hani took a moment to compose herself, closing her eyes to attune her senses. Sensing something, she suddenly opened her eyes wide and placed her hands in front of her. Crackle! Subtle arcs of electricity entwined around Hongyue's palms, swirling and intertwining in the air, coalescing into a sphere of lightning. Purple arcs flickered, the crackling sound akin to 1,000 birds chirping. Gazing at the lightning sphere in her hands through Hongyue's eyes, Sun Hani's voice trembled with disbelief. It truly is a talent skill, my goodness. Hongyue has awakened a talent skill. How is this possible? In the wake of her astonishment, her admiration for Su Bai swelled immensely. The notion of an earth mecha possessing a talent skill was virtually unheard of. Yet here stood Su Bai, who had not only restored her Hongyue from a state of near ruin, but had also unlocked its potential and granted it a talent skill. His methods were nothing short of miraculous. Even a star-level mechanic could hardly achieve such feats. No, it would be fairer to say that even a star-level mechanic might struggle to accomplish this. Who exactly was Su Bai? Sun Hani found herself filled with curiosity, eager to uncover the true identity of this seemingly youthful and charming man before her. All right, you can put it away now. If you damage my equipment, I will require compensation. Su Bai's voice snapped Sun Hani from her reverie. Hastily, she retracted the lightning sphere and stepped away from Hongyue, approaching Su Bai. She bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Thank you, Boss Su, for repairing Hongyue, and I apologize for any previous offense. I hope you can forgive me. Sun Hani's graceful demeanor, coupled with her exquisite physique, rendered her bowing motion quite captivating, leaving a lasting impression. Su Bai glanced sideways. Ahem, it's nothing. This is merely a fair transaction. Please, rise. After a brief glance, he resumed his composed demeanor. He, Su Bai, was a paragon of virtue. Hearing Su Bai's words, Sun Hani sighed in relief. She had been somewhat concerned that her earlier demeanor might have been too brusque. Offending a talented mechanic with such extraordinary skills was a consequence she could ill afford. Upon stealing a glance at Su Bai's expression, she discerned that he had genuinely taken no offense. Sun Hani mustered her courage. If you don't mind, Boss Su, could we exchange contact information? Chapter 6 in the Ebb and Flow of Star Power. All things converge. Su Bai blinked in surprise at Sun Hani's request, momentarily perplexed by her intent. Noting his expression, Sun Hani hurried to clarify. I am concerned that Hongyue might encounter issues in the future, and having your contact information would allow me to confirm your presence in the shop. Her flushed cheeks rendered her explanation somewhat feeble. Su Bai, however, thought little of it, and after a moment's contemplation, agreed. Once she received Su Bai's contact information, Sunhani quickly stored Hongyue back into her wristband and waved goodbye to Su-bai. Goodbye. Boss Su, I am truly grateful to you. Watching her enchanting silhouette depart, Su-bai smiled faintly and closed the shop's door. With a hint of excitement, he pondered, let me see what talent has been awakened. As he was performing the first level enhancement on the Crimson Moon, his task was already complete. All that remained was to collect the mission reward. Congratulations, host, on successfully executing an interstellar enhancement. Duration, 2 hours and 40 minutes. Mission evaluation, SSS. Now releasing mission rewards. May I ask if you would like to claim them? Yes, no? Was there any need for deliberation? Without the slightest hesitation, Su-bai promptly selected yes. As the option took effect, a surge of power instantaneously flooded into Su-bai's body. At that moment, a sharp pain pierced his brain. Suddenly, everything before his eyes seemed to dissolve into nothingness, as he found himself standing on a desolate expanse. Confronted with this unforeseen change, Su-bai clenched his fist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Abruptly, chunks of metal began racing towards him, enveloping his form while simultaneously commencing a process of devouring and merging. Congratulations, host, on successfully awakening the SS level talent. All things merge. Upon hearing the system's notification, Su-bai's pupils constricted, a flicker of brilliance igniting within them. SS level talent. All things merge. From his prior experiences, he understood the implications of all things merge. The ability to manipulate and fuse surrounding metallic substances to enhance his own mech. This meant that as long as he was in the presence of metallic elements, he could strengthen himself infinitely. The natural order, the merging of all things, the unity of the universe, the cycle of life. Endlessly recurring, boundless and infinite. Suddenly, the extraordinary vision before Su-bai vanished, and he found himself back in his mech repair shop. At this moment, countless luminous points had begun to gather beside him, which he had previously been unable to perceive. Stellar energy? In an instant, Su-bai deduced the nature of these luminous points. They were indeed the source of a mech artisan's power. Stellar energy, however, the stellar energy before him was sparse, seemingly rather thin. Moreover, it was unruly, continuously surging towards Su-bai. Ding! Talent awakening detected. Promotional event in the store activated. Would you like to spend 100 interstellar points to exchange for the truth level breathing technique, star whale breathing technique level 1? Su-bai. Upon seeing this system notification, unwelcome memories surged in his mind. It bore a striking resemblance to the common tactics employed by games to entice initial purchases. Were they trying to trick him into spending money? Infuriating. Su-bai, shall not fall for such schemes. Ding. Exchange successful. Star whale breathing technique level 1 has been issued. There was no alternative. This was indeed the truth level breathing technique. What mech artisan could withstand such a trial? Watching his hard-earned 1.5 million star coins dwindle to a mere 500,000, Su-bai shed tears of regret. I hope you do not disappoint me. This money truly does not last. After soothing his somewhat aching heart, the prickling sensation returned to Su-bai's mind. Here it comes again. Boom. With a thunderous sound, the scenery before Su-bai shifted once more. He found himself within a cosmic realm, surrounded by a dazzling expanse of starry rivers. When suddenly, an enormous figure akin to a galaxy came into view. Its entire body shimmered with starlight, an immense head atop a slender form, swaying behind it a tail that resembled the stars. As it opened its colossal mouth, a powerful suction emerged, and in an instant, a star was drawn into its belly. The star whale devoured the starry river, viewing the star merely as an appetizer. With a flick of its tail, it sent celestial bodies spiraling. Su-bai was transported back to the mech repair shop, but now a new breathing technique resided in his mind. Star whale breathing technique level 1. Hastily, Su-bai sat cross-legged on the floor, beginning to channel his internal energy according to the breathing technique in his mind, absorbing the surrounding stellar energy. Boom! As the star whale breathing technique activated, the previously scattered luminous points began to swell rapidly, forming a tidal wave of stellar energy. Su-bai stood at the very center of this tidal wave. The stellar energy surged, augmenting his being. Under the nurturing of the stellar energy tide, Su-bai's realm began to ascend at an astonishing pace. Earth 1 star, Earth 2 stars, Sky 1 star. Having absorbed all the surrounding stellar energy, Su-bai transcended the Earth mech artisan stage, becoming a sky mech artisan. At merely over 18 years of age, freshly graduated, his ascension would undoubtedly cause a sensation. In the recently concluded Mech examination, the strongest in Blue Star had only reached Earth 9 stars. Even if they pursued further studies at a Mech university, their current realm would not surpass Subai's by much. Moreover, the opponent had spent years in arduous training to achieve such a level. Subai had accomplished it all in mere minutes. Brushing off the dust from his trousers, Subai felt a sense of satisfaction with his newfound strength. Who would have thought? I have also become a sky mech artisan. But without a mech, what now? Though he had attained the status of a sky mech artisan, another dilemma arose for Subai. He possessed no mech, with only 500,000 star coins on his card. That amount was insufficient to purchase a starry mech. Furthermore, it was exceedingly difficult to find a mech that matched his talent of merging all things. I must earn money. Feeling the weight of his newfound poverty, Subai's determination to accumulate wealth surged stronger than ever. As for the subsequent exchange costs for the star whale breathing technique, he chose not to look, as it was sufficient for the time being. Checking would only add to his troubles after all. He couldn't afford it. Just as Subai was breaking through, in the heart of Yunhai City, within a tall building, a middle-aged man with a square face suddenly furrowed his brow. Casting his gaze towards the location of the interstellar mech repair shop, his eyes filled with suspicion. What is happening? A surge of stellar energy? The arrival of a star beast? Impossible. The Star Guardians have not issued any alerts. The stellar energy surge has dissipated. It should be due to a brief shift in the stellar energy tide. After a brief analysis, the man returned his attention to the document before him, his right index finger rhythmically tapping the desk. Nuclear ray. What does the Xie family intend to do? Chapter 7. Talent Skill. Thunder Serpent's Fong Bang. Suddenly, the door to the man's study swung open, and Sun Han entered with an expression of excitement. Dad, I have wonderful news to share. Seeing his precious daughter arrive, Sun Yu immediately suppressed his previous cold demeanor, replacing it with a warm smile. Han-e? Has the Crimson Moon been repaired? He had observed his daughter's deep affection for the Crimson Moon and had contemplated sending it out for repairs. However, with their heavy academic workloads, they needed to devote their time to training for the upcoming Mech examination, which would inevitably hinder progress. He had also suggested that Sun Han swap for a different Mech, as time was running short for the Crimson Moon. Seeing his daughter's previously dim eyes, Sun Yu felt distressed. And now, seeing Sun Han's beaming smile, he didn't need to guess. The Crimson Moon had indeed been repaired. While he felt delighted for his daughter, he couldn't help but wonder who the master was that had come to Yunhai. The Crimson Moon had been pierced through its skeletal structure by a nuclear ray, and under the influence of radiation and skeletal damage, numerous mech artisans had been powerless to assist. Only an elite star-level mech artisan would possess the ability to restore the Crimson Moon. It would be quite the stroke of luck for his daughter to encounter such a skilled artisan. It's not just repaired. It's a whole new ballgame. Sun Han grinned proudly, revealing that her Crimson Moon had undergone a complete transformation, and she had even renamed it to Wanjun Hongyu. Not only had its foundation been elevated by 1 star, but it had also acquired a talent skill, rendering her Crimson Moon unique in the world. Most importantly, the talent skill of the Crimson Moon harmonized beautifully with her own talent, leading Sun Han to suspect that Subai had done this intentionally. Oh? Could it be that its potential has been enhanced? Observing his daughter's triumphant demeanor, Sun Yu voiced his speculation. As a break star artisan, a top-tier existence in Yunhai, he was well aware that some immensely powerful mech artisans possessed the ability to enhance a mech's potential. However, employing such techniques on an Earth mech would inevitably be somewhat wasteful. Sun Yu lifted his cup of tea, took a sip, and shook his head regretfully. The repair costs must be quite steep. I presume? Not expensive, just 1.5 million. Sun Han's excited voice echoed. Pfft. Sun Yu spat out the tea he had just sipped, his expression one of disbelief. How much did you say? Sun Yu wiped the tea from the corner of his mouth, incredulously staring at his daughter, seeking confirmation that he hadn't misheard. 150,000 star coins. Sun Han stood with her hands on her hips, her head held high, exuding a princess-like demeanor. Sun Yu. Han-e? Have you been swindled? Even if a star-level mech artisan repaired the Crimson Moon, they wouldn't charge 1.5 million star coins. Come, let me take you to find him. How dare he deceive Sun Yu's daughter? Even a star-level mech artisan must provide an explanation. Sun Yu's anger surged. A mere Earth 3-star mech, worth only 150,000 star coins, was being charged 1.5 million in repair fees. Wasn't this blatant extortion? Even though star-level mech artisans held a prestigious position as a break-star artisan, he was not to be trifled with. However, as Sun Yu was about to speak, a startled exclamation came from outside the door. What? 150,000 star coins? What are you two hiding from me? A woman, resembling Sun Han with 7 points of similarity and retaining her charm, rushed into the study, her expression one of urgency as she scanned the room. Scrutinizing the father and daughter, Sun Han, ex-winky face. Sun Yu, ex-winky face. Upon seeing Zhongyi enter, the father and daughter duo instinctively fell silent. They both understood their wife's, mother's, temperament all too well. Regardless of the reason, when it involved such a substantial expenditure, she would certainly go into a frenzy. Silence was indeed the best response. After a brief pause, Sun Yu chuckled lightly and, with a knowing glance, signaled to Sun Hani, No, we were merely discussing how that little girl, Lu Ran, spent 1.5 million to secure her early admission qualification to Feishing Academy. Indeed, that's correct. Sun Hani immediately comprehended Sun Yu's intention and nodded vigorously. Upon hearing this, Zhongyi, although still somewhat puzzled, felt her emotions settle considerably and shot the two of them a sidelong glance. All right, let us refrain from discussing others' affairs indiscriminately. Dinner is nearly ready. Let us eat. With that, she exited the study. As soon as Zhongyi left, the father and daughter breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Yu lowered his voice. After dinner, take me to find that fraud. Sun Hani shook her head. Boss Su is not a fraud. He even awakened my Wan Jun Hong Yu's innate ability. Sun Yu was taken aback, shaking his head helplessly. Alas, it seems you've been quite deceived. You're starting to speak nonsense. The awakening of innate abilities in Earth mechas? Preposterous. Dad, you mustn't doubt it. After dinner, let us go to the training ground, and I'll show you. Sun Hani's lips curled slightly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Observing his daughter's enthusiasm, Sun Yu affectionately ruffled her hair. Ha ha ha, all right, I shall await your display. Now, let us hurry to dinner, or your mother will get angry. It's the mention of Ms. Zhongyi. Sun Hani obediently followed Sun Yu to the living room. Once they finished their meal, the father and daughter made their way to their training ground. Although it was termed a training ground, it bore little difference from an ordinary playground. The only distinction was that a ring of electromagnetic barriers surrounded it, preventing the aftermath of mecha battles from causing damage to the surroundings. As a Starbreaker Mecha Master, Sun Yu would naturally refrain from using his own mecha in combat. He selected a training mech from the warehouse. This mass-produced training mech differed significantly from a true mecha in both material and equipment. However, as a Starbreaker Mecha Master, Sun Yu had no trouble engaging with an Earth Mecha Master using it. Seeing her father climbing into the training mech, Sun Hani expressed her discontent. Dad, do you look down on me? Why are you using a training mech? Sun Yu noticed her displeasure and smiled lightly. It's all right. We just want to see how much your Hongyu has improved, right? It's not a real battle. The maintenance costs of my Tsonglang are quite high. Sun Hani's irritation subsided slightly upon hearing this. Indeed, the maintenance costs of a Starbreaker mecha were exorbitant, and if it were a training mech, then you must be careful. Sun Yu did not catch the underlying meaning in his daughter's tone and waved from the training mech. Come on. Sun Hani lightly tapped her wristband, and a white light flickered to eye in an instant. Wan Jun Hongyu materialized in the training ground. She then leaped into the cockpit of Wan Jun Hongyu. Its crimson and purple glow shimmering, and the mecha's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Witnessing the transformation of Hongyu, Sun Yu raised an eyebrow in surprise. It seems that mechanic truly possesses some skill. The potential tier of Hongyu has at least risen to the star step level. The enhancement in potential alone is worth 500,000 star coins. However, 1.5 million still seems a bit steep. Just then, Sun Yu's words were abruptly cut off as he stared in astonishment through the training mech at the hands of Wan Jun Hongyu. His arcane electricity entwined, moving like a dragon. A ball of thunder coalesced, emitting the sound of 1,000 birds chirping, boom. With a thrust of its hands, Wan Jun Hongyu sent the thunderball floating out, instantly forming a beam of lightning that slithered through the air like a thunder serpent. With the force of a thunderstorm, it struck the training mech piloted by Sun Yu, boom. Lightning crashed down, enveloping the training mech, as waves of electricity surged over Sun Yu's entire body. Even he, a Starbreaker Mecha Master, felt a tingle. The might of this thunder was far beyond that of an electromagnetic gun, perhaps comparable to a large-caliber electromagnetic cannon. This was the innate ability awakened in Wanjun Hongyu, Thunder Serpent's Fong. Chapter 8. Starbreaker Mecha? The competitive spirit of a middle-aged man. As the lightning dissipated, the training mech was left charred and blackened. Thin wisps of smoke curled up from the body, resembling a piece of burnt charcoal. The mech panels fell away, revealing Sunyu, enveloped in star energy, within. The Starbreaker Mecha Master was momentarily dumbfounded, gazing at the crimson and purple Wanjun Hongyu before him, his mind swirling with mixed emotions. Finally, he managed an awkward chuckle. Ha ha ha. Hani, you truly are my proudest daughter, so, how about it? I wasn't deceiving you. This is the innate ability Boss Su helped awaken in Wanjun Hongyu. What do you think of its power? A teasing voice emanated from the mechanical interface, and Sun Hani's face lit up with joy. See, you looked down on me. Now you know how formidable it is, right? Sun Yu had long held a sense of awe towards the Boss Su his daughter spoke of. He could hardly fathom the caliber of genius capable of awakening an innate ability in an Earth mecha. Could it be that this person was a descendant of those exalted mechanics dwelling in the depths of the starry skies? To think Hani could know such a remarkable figure. It was truly her fortune. Despite the turmoil in his heart, Sun Yu couldn't help but smile sheepishly at his daughter's words. Indeed, but a training mech is still just a training mech. It cannot truly reflect the might of your innate ability. How about this? I'll switch to my own mecha, and we can have another go. It will give us a better assessment of the power of your innate ability. Upon hearing this, Sun Hani's expression darkened. Oh, is this the competitive spirit of a middle-aged man? He was reluctant to use his own mecha before, yet now he was eager to change his mind. Nevertheless, Sun Hani would not refuse. After all, it was not often she could see her father's mecha, let alone spar with him. This was an opportunity for her. She nodded in agreement. All right then, phew. Sun Yu exhaled in relief. For if word got out that he, a distinguished Starbreaker Mecha Master, was defeated by an Earth Mecha Master, even if that Earth Mecha Master was his own daughter, he would undoubtedly lose face. He was also genuinely curious about the true power of Thunder Serpent's Fong. With a gentle stroke of his wrist guard, a dark glow flickered with ominous thunder boom. In an instant, a cobalt blue mecha, adorned with flame patterns and glimmering with a faint blue metallic sheen at its joints and bones, emerged, constructed from rare materials, dense steel. Its head, resembling a wolf but not quite, stood about 50 meters tall. UCD-24, the only power-type Starbreaker mecha, Songlang, standing at 50 meters, weighing 1,600 tons, with an engine power of 44 million kilowatts and a thrust of 3.6 billion kg. Innate ability, Songyan, the flame of the heavens. Incinerating the world, burning yet never extinguished in the presence of Songlang. Even the 14-meter-tall Wanjun Hongyu appeared as a mere infant, not even reaching its waist, despite having mentally prepared herself. Upon witnessing the Starbreaker mecha, Sun Hani could not help but feel a surge of longing in her eyes. This was the essence of a mecha, a true machine capable of traversing the cosmos. Observing Wanjun Hongyu gazing upward, Sun Yu could not help but smile, speaking cheerfully, "Fear not, Hani, you possess an A-grade innate ability. As long as you are willing to put in the effort, you will undoubtedly become a Starbreaker Mecha Master in the future, perhaps even reaching greater heights. I understand." The mechanical voice from Wanjun Hongyu resonated with determination. After witnessing the Starbreaker mecha, Sun Hani's ambitions crystallized. She was resolute in her goal to become a Starbreaker Mecha Master, and even aspire to become a Celestial Mecha Master of the Starfall and beyond. One day, she would pilot her mecha across the galaxies, vanquishing star beasts and surpassing all rivals. Come, unleash your innate ability, and let me witness its true power. Sun Yu's voice echoed from within Songlang, tinged with anticipation. The previous training mech had been of inferior material, and its destruction did not reveal the full extent of Thunder Serpent's Fong's might. All right. Wanjun Hongyu swiftly retreated, raising her arms above her head. Ziz! The lightning crackled, arcs of electricity flashing, as a thunderball, twice the size of the previous one, formed atop Wanjun Hongyu. With powerful swings of her arms, sparks flew as the light armor scraped against itself. Thunder erupted, lightning flickered, swirling upward like a thunder serpent. its gaping maw revealing two razor-sharp lightning fangs, aimed directly at Song Lang's neck armor. Boom! The thunder roared, instantly enveloping Song Lang, as arcs of electricity surged beneath its armor. Bang! Feeling the tingling sensation from the currents, Song Lang gently swung its arms. The shock wave surged, easily deflecting the electricity away. The force was so great that the ground trembled, even causing Wanjun Hongyu to sway slightly. This was the power of a Starbreaker mecha. Just a casual strike could effortlessly neutralize the innate ability of an Earth mecha and send it reeling. This was also why Sun Yu had refrained from targeting Wanjun Hongyu. A wave of frustration washed over Sun Hani inside Wanjun Hongyu as she quietly lowered her head. I lost. Within Song Lang, Sun Yu was not entirely at ease either. The power of Thunder Serpent's Fang exceeded his expectations. Although Wanjun Hongyu was merely an Earth 3-star mecha, that strike possessed the strength of an Earth 6-star mecha. This indicated that Thunder Serpent's Fang was exceptionally compatible with Sun Hani's innate thunder ability. While both employed thunder-based attacks, not all could achieve such compatibility with her. Was it mere coincidence, or, suddenly, a bold conjecture arose in Sun Yu's mind, causing him to feel a jolt of shock? He suspected that Thunder Serpent's Fang was specifically tailored for Sun Hani by Boss Su after learning of her innate ability. Not only could it awaken innate abilities in Earth mechas, but it could also ensure a perfect synergy between the innate ability and the Mecha Master. What is the true level of the Mechanician known as Boss Su? Sun Yu has been unable to fathom it. Lowering his head, he consoled the somewhat dejected Sun Hani. Your strike was remarkably powerful, at least achieving the strength of a 6-star Earth. This prowess is something I did not possess when I was merely a 3-star Earth. You must seize this power diligently. Once your stellar energy levels rise, you will surely carve out a name for yourself. Perhaps you could even contend with the true prodigies of the Blue Star Alliance. Upon hearing this, Sun Hani, who had already departed from the Wanjun Red Moon, felt a jolt in her spirit. She was well aware of her father's character. Although he dotes on her, he would not jest about such matters. Thus, it implies that her Thunder Serpent's Fang truly possesses the might of a 6-star Earth. The previous gloom dissipated entirely, and her heart brimmed with renewed hope. Indeed, with Boss Su around, I can surely succeed. When it comes time for Wanjun Red Moon to ascend, I will certainly seek his assistance. As she contemplated this, a hint of panic flickered in Sun Hani's eyes. But, Boss Su must be quite expensive, right? Alas, I need to earn some extra income. Sun Yu, oblivious to Sun Hani's thoughts, found himself intensely intrigued by Su Bai. However, he refrained from asking Sun Hani to introduce him to I. In his view, a Mechanician possessing such extraordinary abilities must be an exceptional individual. If he were to leverage Yi's connections to approach this person, it might inadvertently provoke the latter's resentment towards Yi. He could not allow his own selfish desires to jeopardize his daughter's future. Chapter 9. The Inheritance of Star-Level Mechanicians. Setting a small goal achu within the interstellar repair shop, Su Bai, reclining with his legs crossed while engaged with the primordial magic, suddenly sneezed. Following Sun Hani's transaction, the shop appeared particularly desolate today. Out of boredom, he opened his phone to play a game. After all, he had no mecha. Otherwise, he would have loved to practice his mecha piloting skills. After becoming a Sky Mecha Master, Su Bai swiftly browsed through the detailed parameters and prices of various interstellar mechas. Yet, he found no mecha that suited his innate talent of blending all things. Su Bai's requirements were not overly demanding. It simply needed to be visually appealing, with balanced performance, preferably a 6-pointed Star Warrior, and most importantly, strong compatibility, as only then could the true power of blending all things be unleashed. As for whether it possessed innate skills, that was of little consequence, as they could always be enhanced. However, even so, amidst the tens of thousands of sky mechas, he still could not find one that captured his fancy. Could it be that he truly had to build one himself? After completing his daily tasks, Su Bai put away his phone and began to ponder. He was well aware of his own capabilities. Although he possessed a system that could awaken innate skills in Earth mechas, constructing a mecha was far beyond the capabilities of a novice Mechanician. Moreover, to create a sky mecha, that would require at least a 3-star or higher Mechanician. Detecting the host's desire, a random task is now issued. Personally forge a mecha for your own use. Time limit, 1 week. Task reward, absolute control of the interstellar repair shop, a celestial-level defensive barrier. Task assistance, open the inheritance skills of below 3-star mechanicians for the host to learn. Do you accept? Yes, no. What the? The moment the system notification appeared, Subai sprang up in astonishment. A task had arrived. The reward was absolute control of the interstellar repair shop. Upon seeing this, Subai felt indifferent. Although he could not currently use some of the equipment, he still had most permissions in the repair shop. This absolute control felt somewhat redundant. However, the celestial-level defensive barrier was indeed a valuable asset. In the Blue Star Alliance, the strongest entities were likely the celestial mecha masters, and such beings could be counted on one hand. If he could possess a defensive barrier of that caliber within his interstellar repair shop, anyone would think twice before engaging him. The truth cannot be hidden. Even if there are currently few customers, Subai was confident that once news spread that he could awaken innate skills in mechas and elevate their potential, the interstellar repair shop would soon be bustling with patrons. This would undoubtedly attract the attention of some individuals with ulterior motives, and it was inevitable that some desperate souls would set their sights on him. With such a barrier, he could operate without fear within the interstellar repair shop. If need be, he could simply move there. After all, he was currently all alone, and his parents were nowhere to be found. Living their leisurely lives in some distant star system, upon noticing the last line of task assistance, Subai's eyes ignited with fervor. This was a repair shop. Even with the formidable enhancement of interstellar technology, there would inevitably be clients needing routine maintenance. Such maintenance required a solid foundation of mechanician knowledge. Moreover, knowledge from star-level mechanicians? In the outside world, any of this would fetch astronomical prices. Now, he could learn it for free. This was an incredible benefit. Without hesitation, Subai chose to accept the task. The moment he accepted the task, a new option appeared on the system panel. Task Assistance. Inheritance skills of below 3-star mechanicians. Placing his finger on the inheritance skills, a dazzling array of techniques emerged before Subai. 1-star mechanician inheritance skill. Mecha exoskeleton switching. 2-star mechanician inheritance skill. Armor reflection membrane. 3-star mechanician inheritance skill. Core power explosion. As he gazed at the various skills before him, tears welled at the corners of Subai's eyes. Ultimately, he selected the foundational skill at the bottom. Mechanician's Guide from Novice to Advanced. There was no other choice. He was merely a novice mechanician, and he could not comprehend overly advanced techniques. He could only lament and start from the most basic material. The instant he made his selection, a thick tome appeared in his hands. It bore no distinction from the advanced mechanician compendium sold outside for 100,000 star coins. Subai. All right, the name is the same. I don't know what I was fantasizing about. Looking at it from another angle, this also saved him 100,000 star coins. Silently flipping through the book, he skipped over the knowledge he had already mastered and began rapidly reading from the intermediate level. Whether it was due to awakening the SSS level talent or becoming a Sky Mecha Master, the knowledge that had previously eluded Subai now seemed to flow effortlessly. In just 2 hours, he had completely mastered the techniques of an intermediate mechanician, becoming a competent one. Glancing at the sky outside, Subai closed the book and left the interstellar repair shop. Upon returning home and surveying the somewhat empty living room, Subai shook his head helplessly. Alas, why leave it so bare? Perhaps this is the trouble of growing up? With that thought, he immediately turned on the interstellar computer in the living room. He opened several live streams and cranked the volume to the maximum. Subai's home was situated in a top-tier residential complex in the heart of Yunhai City, where each floor housed a single household, and the soundproofing was exceptional, ensuring no disturbance to the neighbors. In the past, when his parents were at home, Subai would never dare to make such noise, but now, he was free. The sky was high, and the birds could soar. The sea was vast, and the fish could leap. After a day of hard work, it was time to relax. On an interstellar spaceship flying away from the Blue Star Alliance, Su Nantian, who was meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly felt a chill creeping up his spine. It made him wonder, what was happening? Why did he feel an ominous premonition? Zhou Mayun, disturbed by his movement, grabbed the soft flesh at his waist and executed a 180-degree spin. Were you sleeping? What a shock! Suppressing a laugh, Su Nantian replied, just getting accustomed to the bed. Let's continue sleeping. The following morning, Subai, sporting dark circles under his eyes, made his way to the interstellar repair shop. Yawning on the way, he realized that after enjoying his newfound freedom last night, he had overindulged. Even though he was now a Sky Mecha Master, he still felt a bit fatigued. He had let himself go. It wouldn't do. He needed to practice self-discipline. Today's goal: to become an advanced mechanician. Upon arriving at the shop, Subai entered a sage-like mode. Feeling immense regret for his previous actions, he resolved to amend his ways and set a small goal for himself to definitely become a star-level mechanician today. Chapter 10. A new customer? Could it be her? Upon entering the shop, Subai laid the book, Mechanician's Guide from Novice to Advanced, on his desk, preparing to commence today's studies. Ding! Your shop has received a 5-star review. Please check it. Just as he settled down, his phone chimed with a notification. Opening it, he discovered an additional 5-star review on the store's rating that he had uploaded to the Star Network. The Queen of Thunder. The boss is kind, handsome, and exceptionally skilled. This was my most delightful experience. I hope everyone gives it a T or Y. It was evident that this review was penned by Sun Hani. Last night, she had sent Subai a message expressing her gratitude and mentioned that the power of the Thunder Serpent's Fong could elevate Wan Jun Red Moon by 3 stars. Unfortunately, Subai had been in a carefree and liberated mood at that time and had not responded to her. Now, seeing this 5-star review, he smiled faintly. With this good review, business should gradually improve. Right? Subai had considered directly using the ability to awaken innate skills in mechas as a promotional tactic. However, would anyone believe it? He had only uploaded a few images of the interstellar repair shop and had already been labeled a scammer. Claiming he could awaken innate skills in their mechas might lead to accusations of false advertising. He could only rely on gradually building a good reputation. Nevertheless, having received the first positive review, perhaps the critics would quiet down now? With such thoughts in mind, Subai continued to gaze at the comments section. To his surprise, beneath Sun Hani's comment, a staggering 100 replies had stacked up. Hee, is the poster a shill? Exactly. How can such a blatantly fake mechanic shop receive good reviews? Come on, how much for a single repair? I'm willing to pay. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. What kind of person is so handsome and so skillful? Are you referring to the level of their repairs? Smirk.jpg. I really don't want to be the one who gets it instantly. Subai. Truly, nothing can stop these keyboard warriors. Deciding against further perusal of the comments, lest he inflict suffering upon himself, he resolved to elevate his repair skills, as there were still many star-rated mechanics techniques awaiting his mastery. Ding dong! Just as Subai settled into his seat, the doorbell rang, and upon the automatic doors parting, a girl of modest height but considerable wealth appeared at the entrance of the repair shop. She wore a beret pulled low over her brow and a pink mask, seemingly intent on concealing her identity. The moment she spotted Subai, Xiao Mingyan softly inquired, "Excuse me, are you the esteemed Mr. Su?" Subai nodded, offering a radiant smile in response. "Indeed, that is me. How may I assist you?" It seemed Sun Hani was indeed correct. The most handsome person in the shop was the owner. Xiao Mingyan then removed her beret, revealing a dazzling smile, her black hair cascading down her shoulders in a silky manner. Subai felt an inexplicable familiarity with the girl before him, though he could not quite place where he had seen her. "Hello, Mr. Su. I am Xiao Mingyan. I came here after hearing about you from Sun Hani. You are truly remarkable for managing to repair the Red Moon." A hint of admiration glimmered in Xiao Mingyan's eyes. But soon she noticed the book on the table titled From Novice to Advanced, a Mechanic's Guide. Xiao Mingyan exclaimed, "Q? Wasn't it said that Su possesses extraordinary skills and is likely a powerful interstellar mechanic? Why are you perusing such beginner-level literature? Did Sun Hani deceive me?" But no, she wouldn't joke about the Red Moon. Suddenly, Subai clapped his hands, startling Xiao Mingyan, causing her to flinch. "I've remembered. You are that famous internet celebrity." Subai had indeed found Xiao Mingyan familiar. He had watched her live stream just the day before. Such a charming and formidable young woman was hard to overlook. "Oh, you know me, boss?" Xiao Mingyan, her heart racing from the sudden revelation, exuded surprise, momentarily disregarding her earlier apprehensions. After all, if she was indeed his fan, she could not be a fraud. "I'm here to seek an upgrade from you, Mr. Su. May I?" Xiao Mingyan's tone bore a hint of uncertainty. She had heard tales of Subai's unparalleled craftsmanship. Although his fees were steep, such pricing was reasonable for a star-rated mechanic. Her concern lay in the fact that star-rated mechanics often possess their own quirks. And if he were unwilling, she would have no recourse. Money, however, was not an issue. Subai hesitated, uncertain how many interstellar points were required for an upgrade. Please bring out your mech for me to examine. With that, he walked toward the first repair bay, and Xiao Mingyan hurriedly followed, taking his movement as an affirmative response, her anticipation growing. Indeed, one must never cease learning. Without even inquiring about her specific needs, Mr.Su was already preparing to assist with her upgrade. Xiao Mingyan was indeed a notable internet celebrity, but she also held another title, the top student in her first year at Star Sea University. Located in the capital of Nanjiang Province, Yundu, Star Sea University ranked among the top 100 institutions in the entire Stellar Alliance. With countless mech universities across the Stellar Alliance, conservatively estimated at over 10,000. Being in the top 100 spoke volumes of its prestige. Of the 8 prestigious universities in the Blue Star Alliance, 4 belonged to Huaxia. Xiao Mingyan's outstanding performance at Star Sea University was largely attributed to her S-grade talent. Golden Flame Conflagration. The Golden Flame, superior even to the Azure Flame, harnessed the power of the sun and moon, amalgamating the essence of heaven and earth, making it one of the mightiest forces in existence. The Golden Flame bore a hint of solar fire's essence, possessing an absolute high temperature that rendered anything it touched to naught. Upon entering the repair bay, Xiao Mingyan wasted no time and activated her wristband. A brilliant golden light emanating from it, a mech clad in golden armor, resembling a valkyrie with mechanical wings that had sharp tips, emerged within the bay, its details strikingly defined. The BR-23 series, a limited edition Earth mech. Golden Valkyrie, standing at 16 meters tall and weighing 32 tons, it boasted a horsepower of 880,000 kilowatts and a thrust of 90 million kg. Though classified as an Earth mech, its unique core material afforded it the potential to transcend into a sky mech. Becoming a Starwalker mech gazing at the Golden Valkyrie before him, Subai couldn't help but marvel at how lucrative being an internet celebrity could be. Despite being an Earth mech, this Golden Valkyrie was at least double the price of the Red Moon. However, it was still an Earth mech. The required interstellar points should not be exorbitant, one would hope. Slowly approaching the Golden Valkyrie, Subai extended his right arm to touch its golden armor. Detected Earth 9-star mech. Meeting interstellar enhancement criteria.as, the mech's level satisfies upgrade requirements. A Tier 2 enhancement is required. The enhancement will require 100 interstellar points. Do you wish to proceed? Tier 2 enhancement will elevate the target mech's level while simultaneously upgrading its equipment rank by 1 tier, enhancing its core by 1 tier, and awakening a mid-tier talent skill, with a chance to randomly awaken a specialized attribute. Chapter 11. Just the two of us in the repair shop? Does he intend to? Specialized attributes? Is this the distinction between Tier 2 and Tier 1? The talent skills transition from low tier to high tier? Subai pondered, his brow furrowing. According to Sunhani, the so-called low-tier talent skills provided by the system seemed to differ from those in the outside world, offering compatibility and power that far exceeded those labeled as low-tier, likely reaching mid-tier levels. Wouldn't that mean mid-tier talent skills could rival high-tier ones? High-tier talent skills were exclusive to mechs above the stellar grade. After a thorough examination, Subai directed his gaze toward Xiao Mingyan. Sensing his scrutiny, Xiao Mingyan stiffened, feeling as though Subai's gaze was akin to that of a hunter eyeing its prey, sending shivers down her spine. What does he intend to do in a repair shop with just the two of us? Could he possibly, in a way? A man so handsome should be a gentleman, but still. If he really intends to do something, what should I do? As an internet celebrity, Xiao Mingyan occasionally glanced at the comments and messages from viewers, encountering countless vulgarities and inappropriate remarks. This left her feeling somewhat uncertain. While she would not fear anyone outside with her current prowess as an aspiring sky mech engineer, at this moment, she had no mech, and the seemingly formidable Mr.Su was indeed intimidating. She felt a lack of confidence. The upgrade is possible, but the price might be a tad exorbitant. Subai's magnetic voice pulled Xiao Mingyan from her spiraling thoughts. Seeing his expression return to normal, she realized she had overreacted, her face flushing crimson. When he mentioned the steep price, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. It's all right. I can afford it. Without delving into her family background, she noted that her earnings from streaming over the past year had already exceeded 10 million. She was quite the little tycoon. As long as she could upgrade, money was but a trivial matter. That's good. The cost for the upgrade will be approximately 20 million star coins. Subai, observing Xiao Mingyan's confident demeanor, stated the price directly. This figure was quite reasonable, considering the potential to awaken a talent skill comparable to a high-tier one. as well as the possibility of awakening a specialized attribute. Charging 20 million for a service that would typically cost 1 million is only fair, right? If this were to leak out, it would likely cause a frenzy. No problem, isn't it just 20. How much? Xiao Mingyan, poised to blurt out the amount, suddenly found herself bewildered. She had heard that erupts charged around 10 times the market rate for repairing the Red Moon. How did the cost for merely upgrading skyrocket to 40 times? Was this not taking advantage of a naive person? It seems I might not have that much money. Could you perhaps lower the price a bit? Xiao Mingyan resorted to a cute appeal, attempting to leverage her status as his fan to sway him. Then there's no other choice. However, upon hearing her plea, Su Bai's eyes narrowed, his demeanor shifting dramatically. My mother always said that beautiful women's words are not to be trusted. Just moments ago, she had confidently claimed to be affluent, and now she was asking for a discount. Disappointment washed over him. Xiao Mingyan. Wasn't it agreed that she was his fan? Why was he so unyielding? Wait, what was with that look in his eyes? Was he looking down on her? Su Bai's gaze pierced through Xiao Mingyan's heart, and she could hardly fathom being scorned in such a manner. Throughout her life, Xiao Mingyan had always been the center of attention, cherished by her family. Even after becoming an internet celebrity out of passion, most of her followers referred to her as princess, a title she relished. But today, she was scorned by a male of her own age who claimed to be her fan. A straight man. No wonder he had no girlfriend. Fine, if it's 20 million, then it's 20 million. My only condition is that I must awaken a talent skill and elevate the Golden Valkyrie's potential to the Starwalker tier. If you can achieve that, I will transfer the payment to you right now. Xiao Mingyan, now incensed, stated her demands directly. If Su Bai could truly achieve this, why not allow her to take on this foolish endeavor just once? Although the live broadcast only garnered an income of 10 million star coins, she is still the legitimate daughter of the Xiao family in Nanjing. Moreover, she is the most outstanding talent of her generation. The pocket money her family provided her adds up to nearly 10 million star coins, so she might as well go all in. The young girl's fighting spirit was thoroughly ignited. Since Xiao Mingyan had said as much, Su Bai naturally agreed. All right, let us sign the contract. Perhaps I can even surprise you a little. As she spoke, she drafted a contract and handed it to Xiao Mingyan. There was no choice. She needed to secure payment through the contract first, as her star points were insufficient for an upgrade. Xiao Mingyan's requirement for a second-tier enhancement was entirely within reach, but regarding the specialty traits, since it was said to be probabilistic, she refrained from including it in the contract. Xiao Mingyan carefully reviewed the contract. Being someone who was employed, she was far more meticulous than Sun Han in this regard. After confirming that there were no issues, she signed her name and promptly transferred the funds to Su Bai. The star coins arrived, 20 million star coins. Gazing at the single-digit balance remaining in her account, Xiao Mingyan was speechless. Was this truly the result of her years' worth of hard work, now gone just like that? Indeed, spending money was far easier than earning it. In stark contrast, Su Bai was experiencing her first encounter with such a large sum of money in her life. Her heart was filled with joy as a radiant smile adorned her face. All right, just a moment. Xiao Mingyan was left in a state of shock, taken aback by the drastic transformation of Su Bai. How could this person change their demeanor so abruptly? Ugh, what a scoundrel! Unbeknownst to Su Bai, Xiao Mingyan's thoughts were far from kind. She gleefully strode into the maintenance room with the freshly acquired star coins. Gazing at the golden armored Valkyrie before her, she felt a sense of fondness. It was this precious entity that had granted her 20 million star coins, and she was determined to awaken a remarkable talent skill from it. Could it be the S-class talent, Golden Flame Incineration? Su Bai extended her left hand to stroke her chin while her right hand rested upon the golden armor of the Valkyrie. A white light erupted. Recharge successful, commencing second-tier enhancement. As the system prompt echoed, the temperature within the room began to rise, waves of heat washing over her. Following that, a golden radiance flickered, emitting a blazing warmth that was nearly blinding. This shift in temperature caused Xiao Mingyan, who was outside the maintenance room, to pause in astonishment. She hurriedly turned her gaze toward the maintenance area, murmuring to herself, "Is this a fire attribute talent skill? Has it truly awakened a talent skill?" It seemed the expenditure was not in vain. Although she had spent 20 million star coins, the cost for upgrading a special Earth mech like the Golden Armored Valkyrie to a Sky mech was inherently double that of a standard upgrade. Typically, it would cost around 1 million star coins, and with the possession of a talent skill, the price would multiply several times over, making the 20 million star coins a reasonable expense. While the small sum of money had vanished, the enhancement of her strength elevated Xiao Mingyin's mood significantly as she eagerly awaited the opening of the maintenance room's door. Chapter 12. Humph! Scoundrel! Creak! The mechanical door opened, and a more intense wave of heat surged forward. Even Xiao Mingyin, who possessed the golden flame talent, felt a twinge of discomfort under this scorching aura. Fortunately, she quickly acclimated, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Boss Su?" she tentatively inquired, stepping slowly into the maintenance room. The scene that greeted her caused her eyes to widen in disbelief, her breath quickening. The golden-armored Valkyrie, or rather, it should now be referred to as the Platinum Valkyrie, had undergone a complete transformation. The once golden battle armor had been rejuvenated, now clad in a more understated platinum hue, with golden flame patterns vividly alive, seemingly flickering as though ablaze. The mech's height had surged from 16 meters to an impressive 22 meters, surpassing even the typical two-star sky mechs. Most importantly, the core had changed significantly. The core of an Earth mech typically utilized helium stone, while the golden-armored Valkyrie's core was unique, employing a variant of helium stone infused with approximately 30% light stone. Now, its core had entirely transitioned to Mengzhong. This was an energy source beyond light stone, generally utilized by star mechs, possessing the potential to evolve into a star-breaking mech. In other words, the current Platinum Valkyrie, upon entering the Sky Mech category, also harbored the possibility of becoming a star-breaking mech. With this single transformation, Xiao Mingyin felt that her investment of 20 million star coins was exceedingly worthwhile. The market price for a star-breaking mech typically exceeded 100 million. Moreover, the earlier aura had already proven that her Platinum Valkyrie had awakened an exceptionally powerful talent skill. This was an absolute windfall. At this moment, Xiao Mingyin's gaze towards Su Bai was no longer filled with resentment, but rather immense respect, her already beautiful eyes now shimmering with a hint of allure. "Thank you, Boss Su, may I try it out?" Her impatience to personally experience the changes in the Platinum Valkyrie was almost palpable. Su Bai, observing her eagerness, decided to tease her a bit. "Go ahead and experience it. I mentioned a little surprise earlier." Xiao Mingyin was utterly astonished. This isn't the surprise Boss Su was referring to, is it? She had assumed that elevating the core and materials of the Platinum Valkyrie to such an extent was the surprise Su Bai had mentioned. Little did she know, there was more in store for her. This was simply a treasure trove of a man. Xiao Mingyin's gaze towards Su Bai had entirely transformed. It was as if it held a peculiar fascination. This caused Su Bai to stiffen, his smile momentarily faltering. Miss Xiao, wipe your mouth." He kindly gestured to indicate that she should clean the drool at the corner of her lips. He hadn't anticipated that such a prominent internet celebrity would display such infatuation. Was she really that enamored with mechs? Xiao Mingyin felt so embarrassed that she could have dug a hole to hide in. Unsure of how to explain herself, in a fit of urgency, she leapt into the Platinum Valkyrie to conceal herself. Whoosh! As Xiao Mingyin entered, the Platinum Valkyrie's eyes lit up, and the mechanical wings unfurled behind her like an angel taking flight. After a brief adjustment of its body, Xiao Mingyin's brow arched in excitement. Whoosh! The once stationary Platinum Valkyrie had instantly positioned itself behind Su Bai, the gust of wind stirring surrounding equipment, producing a symphony of clinks and clatters. Xiao Mingyin's voice trembled with exhilaration. "Is this a specialty trait? Instant step?" Despite having regarded Su Bai as a divine being, she had never imagined that the little surprise he mentioned would turn out to be a specialty trait. And not just any trait, but an instant step, an almost divine skill. Is this what Boss Su referred to as a little surprise? Who on earth considers a specialty trait a little surprise? While talent skills are indeed powerful, they pale in comparison to specialty traits. The utilization of talent skills is directly linked to the mech engineer's capabilities. Only a sufficiently skilled engineer can unleash a plethora of talent skills. Specialty traits, however, are unique to the mech itself, requiring minimal star energy to activate. Literature has calculated that the star energy required to utilize specialty traits is merely 1/3 that of talent skills. This means that under equivalent star energy conditions, one can employ specialty traits over 3 times more than talent skills. The instant step she possessed, as the name implies, enabled the mech to achieve instantaneous acceleration. Nearing teleportation effects. This could easily serve as a trump card. Now, Subai had transcended from merely being a divine figure in Xiao Mingyin's eyes. He was now a deity. Be careful. If you damage the equipment, you'll have to compensate. Subai's cold voice cut through Xiao Mingyin's fervent excitement like a bucket of cold water. Xiao Mingyin. Compensation, compensation, compensation. So stingy. Scoundrel. Sometimes, when girls are upset, they can be utterly unreasonable. However, she prudently chose not to voice her grievances. Having witnessed Subai's mechanical prowess, it was impossible for her to seek another mechanic. If she angered Subai and he refused to service her in the future, what would she do? She was determined to cling to this invaluable ally. You may assess whether the talent skill suits you, Subai reminded her as the Platinum Valkyrie remained motionless. However, he quickly reconsidered. Perhaps it would be better to test it outside. It seems rather cramped in here. The Platinum Valkyrie nodded, its voice tinged with mechanical resonance. All right, I will try it out once I return. There doesn't seem to be a training ground nearby. With the specialty trait now in her possession, she found her anticipation for the talent skill diminished and promptly exited the Platinum Valkyrie, storing it within her wristband. Boss Su, shall we exchange contact information? She eagerly retrieved her phone, opening the QR code, hoping to swap details with Su Bai did not decline. After all, she was a significant client who had just spent 20 million star coins. And there was a possibility of future ventures. See you next time. Boss Su, with the contact information exchanged and Xiao Mingyin donning her beret and mask once more, she waved goodbye to Subai before leaving the repair shop. Once her figure had completely disappeared from sight, Subai returned to his seat. First, he glanced at the book beside him, From Beginner to Advanced in Mechanical Engineering. He quickly slapped his forehead. Oh no? I forgot the main task. Today is the day I enter the ranks of advanced mech engineers. Time to hit the books. Once he mastered the techniques of the star-level mech engineers, he could begin searching for materials. Gazing at the 19.5 million star coins in his account, Subai felt an overwhelming sense of joy. While delving into the intricacies of mechanical repair knowledge, he pondered how to construct his own mech. Chapter 13. Come, face me in battle. It was revealed that the variations in bearings and joints were quite intricate. The advanced content had already touched upon the design of popular mechs. The 5 fundamental elements, skeleton, joints, armor, core power, and weight type, constituted the essence of mechs available on the market. Among these, the linkage between the mech's core and its joints served as a critical component, making it the most vital part aside from the core itself. Joints were essential for enabling mechs to perform complex, lifelike movements. If the joints were not sufficiently stable, the mech risked falling apart. As for armor and weight type, they primarily reflected the design's intent, with theoretical implications being more significant. The weight types included speed, power, armament, and balance. However, Subai had previously enhanced his mech twice, both times opting for the speed type, characterized by light armor and enhanced maneuverability. In contrast, power and armament types featured heavy armor, with the latter focusing more on the quantity of weapons, akin to a heavy artillery operator. Balance, meanwhile, was the most expensive option, combining both light and heavy armor while incorporating numerous equipment. Few could master it, yet it was Subai's target type. It was a challenging endeavor, as he felt something was still amiss. As his understanding of mechs deepened, Subai increasingly sensed that these mechs did not align well with his innate talents. The ability to merge with all things, assimilating the energy of surrounding metallic substances, rendered both power and speed types unsuitable for him. The power type would severely exceed weight limits upon acquiring these metallic materials, while the speed type could not bear such weight at all. Even balance seemed uncertain to him. At that moment, Subai spotted a line of small text in the corner of a page. Theoretically, the most perfect balance type mech was the close combat mech. However, the limitations of close combat mechs were substantial, as the disparity in size inevitably resulted in insufficient power. Upon reading this, Subai's eyes lit up. He quickly clapped his hands. Yes, the close combat mech. This is perfectly suited for me. At that moment, he finally found his direction. The close combat mech, also known as mech armament, faced the limitation of size disparity, meaning that even with the same core power, it could not possess the strength of a standard mech. Yet, in Subai's eyes, this limitation was non-existent. With his talent for merging with all things, he could seamlessly manipulate the surrounding metallic elements to create new weapons and armor. matching the power of a standard mech. He could even use the mech armament as a core, merging it with the new mech externally. With this thought, his gaze became fervent, his eyes swirling with excitement. However, I still need to find suitable materials first. The quality need not be exceptionally high, as he possessed the capability for interstellar enhancement, allowing for gradual improvement. The decision was made. With a clear goal, Subai's reading speed doubled, and he was just a step away from fulfilling his earlier boast of entering the ranks of advanced mechanical repair experts in Nanjing Province, Yundu. At Shanghai University, Xiao Mingyan had just left Subai and returned directly to school. She had attempted to find Sun Hani, but it seemed the latter had additional classes, so she had to abandon that idea. Upon reaching the school gate, countless gazes converged upon her. After all, Xiao Mingyan was not only the top student of Shanghai University but also its belle. Wherever she went, admiring glances were plentiful. Feeling the weight of these gazes, Xiao Mingyan reclaimed the confidence she had momentarily lost with Subai. It seems my charm hasn't diminished. It truly was Su's issue. Shorty, come and battle me. A cheerful female voice suddenly rang in Xiao Mingyan's ears as she mentally criticized Subai's misdeeds. Turning to look, she saw a girl with long ice-blue hair flowing in the sunset's glow. Her skin is smooth as jade, her features exquisite, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall with a poised figure, pointing a delicate finger at Xiao Mingyan. The smile on her lips was quite pleasant. If there were any flaw to speak of, it would be that this girl was somewhat flat, forming a stark contrast to Xiao Mingyan's voluptuous figure. Xiao Mingyan could only feel exasperated. The airport? You again? Just a defeated foe. Zhao Mingyue, upon hearing this, did not falter in her smile and instead appeared somewhat disdainful. Humph. We've battled 108 times, with me winning 25, tying 58, and losing 2-5 is that what you call a defeated foe. Moreover, I am now a Sky Mech Master. So if you admit defeat, I will let you off lightly. At this point, Zhao Mingyue's smile widened further. She and Xiao Mingyan were childhood friends, often compared since they were young, and she had indeed proven herself. Even with only the A-class talent of Frosty Ice Soul, she could hold her own against Xiao Mingyan. Xiao Mingyan respected her for that, but she was irked by Zhao Mingyue's habit of calling her Shorty. Is that so? Then I shall see how you plan to teach me a lesson upon learning that Zhao Mingyue had also become a Sky Mech Master. A mischievous smile crept onto Xiao Mingyan's lips. Regardless of how advanced her opponent's mech had become, it could never compare to her Platinum Valkyrie. Besides, there was still a talent skill that had yet to be tested. Since she was delivering herself right to her doorstep, she would not hold back. Their exchange drew the attention of fellow students, for these two were the top 2 students of Shanghai University, both ranked among the campus beauties. One exuded elegance and vigor, while the other radiated cuteness. Each had their own fan base, and they had never seen these two engage in a formal battle, only hearing that they had previously tied. Xiao Mingyan's rank was primarily due to her S-class talent, Inferno Flame, whereas Zhao Mingyue's Frosty Ice Soul was also remarkable, being hailed as the closest A-class talent to S-class. Were the two goddesses about to clash? Wow, how thrilling. Hurry, hurry, let us head to the arena. If we're late, there might not be any seats left. Ha ha ha. This isn't merely a contest for the top spot, but also a battle of campus beauties. What does the beauty contest have to do with this? Aren't they battling in mechs? Where are we? This is Shanghai University. How can the campus beauties have looks without strength? But you might have a point. The news of their impending mech battle ignited the entire Shanghai University. The vast arena, spanning about 10,000 square meters, was instantly filled to capacity. Students and teachers from surrounding schools flocked to witness the duel between the two young women in the audience. A brilliantly adorned woman turned to Wang Bingyu, who sat nearby, and asked with a tone laced with provocation, "Bingyu, isn't Zhao Mingyue your student? Why is she clashing with mine?" The elegantly cool Wang Bingyu merely cast a fleeting glance at her. Li Minggran. This is a matter between students. We shall simply observe. Boring. Li Minggran felt somewhat disappointed by Wang Bingyu's lack of engagement with her provocation and redirected her gaze to the arena below. The protagonists of this duel, Xiao Mingyan and Zhao Mingyue, stood at opposite ends of the arena. Chapter 14. A spectacle to behold. The battle for the top spot at Shanghai University. The mech arena at Shanghai University, covering an area of approximately 10,000 square meters, is renowned as the largest mech arena in Nanjing Province. Capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of spectators, It was now filled to the brim with students and teachers from Shanghai University and surrounding institutions, all eager to witness the battle between the two young women. As both sides entered, a round, creature-like figure appeared on the central display screen, complete with eyes and a mouth, resembling some form of life. It was Pierre, the AI referee, capable of assessing the damage sustained by the mechs through the arena's star force sensors. When one side suffered a fatal blow or accumulated damage reached 70%, it would declare victory for the other side. This was cutting-edge technology designed to maximize safety for the students while allowing them to fight with fervor. Welcome to the Shanghai University Arena. I am the referee for this mech duel, Pierre, Shanghai. Now, please, both contestants, board your mechs. A somewhat adorable synthetic voice resonated throughout the arena. Xiao Mingyan and Zhao Mingyue simultaneously activated the star rings on their wrists. Soft blue and platinum lights illuminated the entire space. The Platinum Valkyrie and another mech clad in ice blue heavy armor, sporting mechanical bone spines on its lower half and wielding an ice blue great blade, adorned with snowflake patterns, emerged. The heavy armor on its shoulders resembled two icy blades, topped with a warrior's helmet, exuding an imposing presence. IC-235, a power-type sky mech, Ice Blade Master, standing 20 meters tall, weighing 120 tons. With an engine power of 8 million kilowatts and a thrust of 120 million kilograms. Among standard sky mechs, the Ice Blade Master boasted exceptional thrust, enabling it to propel its heavily armored body. Is this really the Ice Blade Master? I heard Zhao Mingyue spent a fortune to acquire it. Yes, I think it was around 1 million star coins. How enviable, that price could buy 2 sky mechs. Is this the world of the wealthy? It's a bit unfortunate that the Ice Blade Master lacks a talent skill. Otherwise, its price could rise tenfold. So handsome. Wait, what's that mech Xiao Mingyan has? With a gasp, the audience finally took notice of Xiao Mingyan's Platinum Valkyrie. Unlike the flamboyant Golden Valkyrie of yore, the Platinum Valkyrie embodies a sense of understated luxury, her entire form radiating a subtle sheen of platinum that conveys an air of quiet sophistication. More significantly, when compared to the opulence of the Ice Sword Master, the Platinum Valkyrie stands her ground with equal prowess. Her flowing platinum skirt and the golden flame patterns adorning her body, coupled with a height surpassing that of the Ice Sword Master by 2 meters, render her a formidable presence that defies her classification as a speed-oriented mech. At this moment, the mechanical wings unfurling majestically from the back of the Platinum Valkyrie evoke an angelic grace. Has Xiao Mingyan's Golden Valkyrie ascended? What moniker shall we bestow upon this magnificent creation? It appears even more striking than its predecessor. Good heavens, could those wings behind her be real? How could they fit so seamlessly? Within 5 minutes, I demand to know all there is about this mech. The crowd, once extolling the virtues of the Ice Sword Master, swiftly redirected their praises towards the Platinum Valkyrie. It was evident that in terms of visual appeal, the Platinum Valkyrie reigned supreme. Perhaps in response to the collective awe, Pierre broke the brief silence with an announcement. Unclassified series, Platinum Valkyrie, standing at 22 meters tall, weighing 150 tons, with an engine output of 100,000 kW and a thrust capacity of 2 million kg. As these specifications were unveiled, the previously raucous audience fell into a stunned silence. After a prolonged pause, someone finally reacted. Wait, what? Is this for real? A speed mech possesses such weight, power, and thrust? Surely, this cannot be true. It is absolutely impossible. Could there be an error in the parameters? And what does unclassified even mean? Is this possibly a mech yet to be unveiled? What unfolded before them was beyond their comprehension, not only for these ordinary students and onlookers, but even for the faculty of Star Sea University, who were equally bewildered. Eli Mingran gazed at her disciple's mech, her mind filled with enormous question marks. What is this? What kind of advancement could elevate a mech to such heights? While laymen were caught up in the spectacle, those with expertise discerned the profound disparity between the Platinum Valkyrie and the previous Golden Valkyrie. Wang Bingyu, observing beside her, recognized the mech's extraordinary nature, her pupils narrowing as emotion flickered across her otherwise stoic visage. She turned to Li Mingran and inquired, "Did you engage a star-level mechanic for her?" In her view, only a star-level mechanic could have orchestrated such a dramatic transformation in the Golden Valkyrie, and likely one of high caliber. No, I have no idea how she managed this, but this girl has indeed surprised me. It seems your little one is destined to lose now. Li Minggran swiftly dismissed Wang Bingyu's speculation, her spirits buoyed by the certainty of victory, even if the means of Xiao Mengyan's advancement remained a mystery. Wang Bingyu refrained from arguing, her demeanor grave as she fixated on the scene below. Zhao Mingyue, piloting the Ice Sword Master, found herself momentarily dazed upon witnessing the Platinum Valkyrie. She had anticipated that her ascension to Sky Mech Master would guarantee her victory over Xiao Mengyan. Yet, to her astonishment, her opponent had conjured such a delightful surprise. If anyone could truly appreciate the extraordinary nature of the Platinum Valkyrie, it would undoubtedly be her. Gazing at the angelic mech, wings fully unfurled, an instinctual sense of crisis welled within her. Unexpectedly, you possess such an ability. Truly, you are remarkable, little one. Zhao Mingyue's voice seethed with frustration from within the Ice Sword Master. Ha ha ha, what a spectacle! Let us not speak ill of one another. I simply ask if this match was your idea? Now you wish to blame me. Prepare to be thoroughly defeated. Xiao Mengyan's tone was laced with satisfaction as she silently expressed gratitude towards Subai. The match is about to commence. At that moment, Pierre officially declared the duel to begin. As his words resonated, the Ice Sword Master sprang into action, activating its leg particle accelerators. A soft blue beam erupted, leaving a fleeting afterimage in the air, as she raised her great sword overhead, poised to strike at a 45-degree angle. In the midst of her attack, she executed a rapid sidestep, channeling power through her shoulders while adjusting her wrist joint at the critical moment of her downward slash. The intermediate technique of a mech pilot, the sweeping slash. The particle beams flickered atop the great sword, resembling two segments of a light saber converging. The pressure exerted by the Platinum Valkyrie was overwhelming. To secure victory, she had to seize the initiative. Should this blow land, even the most resilient of armors would surely sustain considerable damage. The sword descended like a mountain, the razor-sharp light blade aimed squarely at the Platinum Valkyrie. Chapter 15. The sun plummets. In an instant, a deafening boom reverberated through the air, followed by a cloud of dust as the impact fractured the arena's flooring into a spiderweb of cracks. The fierce gusts of wind swiftly enveloped the arena in a golden haze, prompting the audience to exclaim in anxiety, "No, don't block the view. We can't see anything. Did that strike even connect? Please don't keep us in suspense. We are anxious, given the immense force of the Ice Sword Master's strike. If it truly made contact, the Platinum Valkyrie would undoubtedly suffer a significant loss of mobility." Curiosity about the outcome was palpable among the spectators. Soon, the smoke began to dissipate. Regrettably, the only figure remaining in the arena was the Ice Sword Master, frozen in her striking pose, while the Platinum Valkyrie was nowhere to be seen. Huh! Where is the Platinum Valkyrie? She couldn't have been eliminated in one blow, could she? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wait! Look up! At that moment, the audience glanced skyward, only to find the Platinum Valkyrie hovering majestically at a height of 100 meters. Surveying the scene below, the mechanical wings on her back emitted soft particle beams, her arms crossed in a pose of serenity, exuding an air of otherworldliness. Suddenly, she extended her right hand. Boom! Flames ignited. A golden blaze materialized within her grasp, clearly discernible even against the sun's glare. The searing heat radiated outward, causing those beyond the protective barrier to feel a wave of warmth, leaving many parched and desperate for water in no time. The golden flames coalesced into a gilded spear. That moment, the Platinum Valkyrie truly embodied the essence of a warrior. With the spear's tip aimed downward and propelled by the particle accelerators at her back, she descended with breathtaking speed. Bang! As she plummeted, the sound of rushing air accompanied the intense heat that swept downward, resembling a golden meteor. The flames enveloping the golden spear ignited upon high-velocity friction, instantly engulfing the Platinum Valkyrie's form. Armed with the spear and clad in her platinum armor, she was cloaked in a conflagration of divine fury. Her innate skill. The sun plummets. As the Platinum Valkyrie drew nearer, Zhao Mingyue, within the Ice Sword Master, was already drenched in sweat, her gaze fixated in shock upon the figure that surged toward her like the blazing sun. She wanted to evade, yet in her astonishment, she momentarily forgot to discard the great sword embedded in the ground. As a result, she failed to dodge in time. Hiss! At this moment, The arena's flooring beneath her began to melt gradually, ensnaring the ice swordmaster's feet and leaving her with no chance of escape. She never anticipated that her longtime rival would so effortlessly cast her aside. She found herself devoid of any energy to retaliate. In all their previous encounters, such an occurrence had never transpired. Who could she possibly credit for this advancement? This was the final question lingering in Zhao Mingyue's mind. Boom. The sun plummeted to the earth. Flames ablaze, instantly transforming the arena into a sea of fire. Torrential waves of heat battered against the arena's barrier, sending shivers down the spines of the front-row audience. The duel concluded, with the victor being the Platinum Valkyrie. As countless jets of water extinguished the flames engulfing the arena, Pierre announced the match's outcome. As the golden flames dissipated, only the Platinum Valkyrie's silhouette remained steadfast amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, the Ice Swordmaster lay charred and blackened. A stark contrast to its previous valiant appearance. Zhao Mingyue emerged from the Ice Swordmaster, her heart aching at the sight of her beloved Mech in such disarray. Fortunately, it was Pierre's intervention that had forcibly removed her from the arena before the sun plummets could strike her directly. A fatal blow. I never imagined I would be unable to withstand even a single hit from the little one. Zhao Mingyue chuckled bitterly, her once proud demeanor now dimmed, her ice-blue hair clinging to her back due to perspiration, evoking a sense of melancholy. She looked up at the towering figure of the Platinum Valkyrie, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. From the moment the sun plummets was unleashed to Pierre's declaration of the match's conclusion. Only a few fleeting seconds had passed. The audience erupted into a cacophony of excitement following a brief silence. Holy cow! We are champions! The Divine Xiao is truly the pride of our Star Sea University. Her reputation is well-deserved. I hereby declare Xiao Mingyin the official campus belle of Star Sea University, and any dissent is forbidden. Goddess, I adore you. However, let us be honest, that earlier feat, could it possibly be an innate skill? Don't say it. Really don't say it. The Platinum Valkyrie's innate skill has awakened? Zhao Mingyue's defeat is hardly surprising. I once thought the Ice Swordmaster was the pinnacle of sky mechs. Who would have guessed that Xiao Mingyin possessed an innate skill? But wait, I distinctly remember that the previous Golden Valkyrie did not have an innate skill, right? How could this advancement have manifested one? Holy cow! Just where did Xiao Mingyin achieve this advancement? Could it be she sought out a six-star mechanic? Wake up! What manner of individual is a six-star mechanic? Such a figure is indeed comparable to the esteemed celestial mecha masters. Do we have such individuals within the Blue Star Alliance? While the Blue Star Alliance may lack .it does not imply that the Starry Sky Alliance is similarly bereft. Do you truly believe that such a prominent figure would dedicate their efforts solely to elevating someone from the earth to the heavens? Pray, elucidate this matter. I myself am at a loss. Originally, the victory belonged to Xiao Mingyin, yet at this moment, the focus of the crowd is entirely upon the mechanic who facilitated her ascension. Xiao Mingyin, however, remains unfazed. She departs from the Platinum Valkyrie and approaches the stands, smiling brightly at Zhao Mingyue. Now I have achieved 26 victories. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingyue clenches her fair hands, exerting effort to steady her breathing. You little shrimp, I shall reclaim my victory. I await your return, by the way. If you require repairs for your Ice Blade Master, I recommend visiting the Interstellar Mechanic Shop on Songhai Road in Yunhai City with that. Xiao Mingyin turns and departs. In truth, she harbors deep affection for her childhood friend, and she genuinely admires her. After all, to have stood alongside her for so many years, despite the disparity in their talents, is a testament to the hardships Zhao Mingyue has endured. Hardships that are difficult for the average person to fathom. Just as with her previous strike, Xiao Mingyin admits to herself that she could not have accomplished such a feat. This victory primarily stems from Boss Su's powerful elevation, which granted her an advantage. Yet this was not the victory she desired. As an S-class talent awakener, Xiao Mingyin aspires to triumph with dignity. Thus, she resolves to recommend Su Bai's mechanic shop to Zhao Mingyue, hoping that it may yield her some benefit. Observing Xiao Mingyin's retreating figure, Zhao Mingyue's expression becomes somewhat complex, ultimately settling into a faint smile. The Interstellar Mechanic Shop, is it? Thank you, little shrimp. The audience remains oblivious to their exchange. As the protagonists depart, the crowd gradually disperses. Wang Bingyu and Li Minggran are the first to locate their respective students. Chapter 16. What a fellow! Impervious to reason. Wang Bingyu approaches Zhao Mingyue, intending to speak. yet ultimately merely gives her shoulder a gentle pat. The Ice Blade Master's injuries are quite severe. Allow me to introduce you to a high-level mechanic for repairs. You still have a chance. Once you elevate to a star-piercing Mecha Master, the Ice Blade Master's potential will be fully realized, and then you can simply exchange it for a mecha equipped with an innate technique and reclaim your glory. She refrains from suggesting that Zhao Mingyue should seek to reclaim the field during the Celestial Mecha Master stage, as it is unrealistic. Even though Zhao Mingyue possesses exceptional talent in piloting mechas, having mastered techniques such as the cleaving strike during her first year, this merely allows her to bridge the gap in innate ability. To defeat Xiao Mingyan, she must possess an innate technique, which is evidently unfeasible during the Celestial Mecha Master stage. Zhao Mingyue gazes at her teacher, who forces a smile to comfort her, warming her heart. Her teacher, outwardly cold yet warm within, struggles to control her expression, which, from a medical standpoint, might be described as somewhat expressionless. The ability to muster even a semblance of a smile is no small feat. She must not let her teacher down. Encouraged, Zhao Mingyue lifts her gaze to Wang Bingyu. Teacher? No need. I wish to try my luck in Yunhai. Yunhai. Wang Bingyu is taken aback by Zhao Mingyue's sudden decision to seek repairs in Yunhai. She is aware that Yunhai is merely a small locale in Nanjing, puzzled as to why her student would venture there for mecha repairs. Perhaps she has a familiar mechanic? Though somewhat perplexed, Wang Bingyu is not the type to impose her will upon her students. She respects Zhao Mingyue's decision, confident that her student would not toy with the matter of mechas. This is merely an intra-school competition, and the most that can happen is injury. However, in the interstellar battlefield, that is an entirely different scenario, where space pirates and wandering star beasts would show no mercy, nor would anyone halt the conflict. For a mechanic, their most reliable companion in the field is their mecha. Very well, but should the repairs prove unsatisfactory, remember to seek me out, do not delay. After offering her advice, Wang Bingyu turns and departs. Zhao Mingyue does not linger and promptly leaves Star Sea University. This scene ignites the imagination of many onlookers. A generation of prodigies has met their fall, departing in sorrow. Do not be disheartened, goddess. We shall always support you. Do you think, if I offer the goddess a warm embrace, she might fall for me? Did I believe she might slay you? Did I wonder where our goddess is headed? Perhaps she seeks solitude, having suffered a crushing defeat to her longtime rival. Sigh, every prodigy's ascent is often marked by the downfall of countless contemporaries. Are we destined to be mere stepping stones for Xiao Mingyan? What are you? A mere tale of a 6-star Earth mechanic, know of stepping stones. I could easily step on you. 30 years on the east bank of the river. 30 years on the west bank. All right, enough of that. Any further discussion would be excessive. Ignoring the crowd's chatter, Zhao Mingyue feels a swell of anticipation. Since Xiao Mingyan specifically directed her to the mechanic shop, it is evident that her Platinum Valkyrie underwent a transformation there. She is determined to become stronger during this visit. At the very least, she must not be inferior to the Platinum Valkyrie. Stepping out of the school gates, Zhao Mingyue resumes her striking demeanor. She is Zhao Mingyue, ever undaunted, and a peer of S-class talents. Meanwhile, Li Mingran finds Xiao Mingyan and envelopes her in an embrace, their actions epitomizing a pinnacle reunion. Ruffling Xiao Mingyan's hair, Li Mingran beams. Ha ha ha, good disciple, you truly excelled. I wondered why you ventured so far to advance. It turns out you had a divine presence assisting you. Excellent, excellent. Now Wang Bingyu can no longer boast about her disciple's piloting skills. At least at the Celestial Mecha Master stage, with your innate technique, you can easily outshine her. In Li Mingran's embrace, Xiao Mingyan feels a sense of helplessness, her chest tightening. After considerable effort, she pushes her mentor away, exasperated. Teacher, how many times must I say it? Do not keep ruffling my hair. I am no longer a child. I am an internet sensation. Do you understand? Xiao Mingyan puffs her cheeks, resembling a dumpling, significantly enhancing her cuteness. Li Mingran feigns another attack, prompting Xiao Mingyan to flee. As for her teacher's comment about being able to easily surpass Zhao Mingyue with her innate technique during the Celestial Mecha Master stage, she dismisses it. Her recommendation of the interstellar mechanic shop to Zhao Mingyue serves a dual purpose, to see if Zhao Mingyue can awaken her innate technique and to help Su Bai attract some business. Despite being such a skilled mechanic, the shop seems to struggle with patronage. This is understandable, the prices are indeed steep. Many must leave upon hearing the cost. She must promote him well. Perhaps I can secure a discount next time? My advertising fee is quite hefty. With this thought, Xiao Mingyan feels elated, skipping back to her residence. She promptly turns on her camera and records a video, which she then posts to her social media. Upon completing these tasks, Xiao Mingyan nods in satisfaction and sends Subai a message. Boss Su, I've done you a great favor. Next time for repairs, please don't charge so much, however. This message, once sent, seemingly vanished into the void, receiving no reply. Xiao Mingyan. He must be busy. After all, a star-level mechanic has much to learn, especially at such a young age. It must be so. After rationalizing her feelings, Xiao Mingyan suppresses her frustration and begins to reflect on today's battle. To be honest, had it not been for the unique ability of the blink technique, the outcome of the battle could have been uncertain. Even Xiao Mingyan must concede that Zhao Mingyue's piloting talent indeed surpasses her own. If one were to disregard all factors pertaining to mechas and innate talents, she would undoubtedly struggle against her opponent. Yet, what of it? Her S-class talent is her advantage, just as Zhao Mingyue's piloting talent is hers. Their duel is a fair one. She merely does not wish to win through the advantages of her mecha. While she continues to analyze and reflect, Xiao Mingyan occasionally checks her phone. After a prolonged wait, she finally receives a reply from Subai. Our shop is honest, with fair pricing. There are no discounts to be had. Xiao Mingyan. What a fellow. Impervious to reason. Are we? Bah, scoundrel, fuming. She shuts off her phone and tosses it aside, commencing her meditation to enhance her star energy. Chapter 17. The terrifying background of Zhao Mingyue. Within the interstellar mechanic shop, Subai has just accomplished his daily goal, successfully advancing to a high-level mechanic. The book Mechanics from Beginner to Advanced can now be considered a completed endeavor. Upon retrieving his phone, he notices a message from Xiao Mingyan, leaving him utterly perplexed. Without a second thought, he responds with the previous statement. Discounts? Not a chance. After sending the message, Subai stretches contentedly. He now possesses the blueprint for his mecha. And his direction is clear. He has even determined the initial materials, newly developed nanometal. Though its strength may be somewhat lacking, it can be rapidly assembled. As for the strength issue, he can entirely rely on interstellar reinforcement to enhance its durability. The current dilemma lies in the quest for nanometals. Previously, Subai had perused the system's marketplace, only to discover that materials of such a lower grade, like nanometals, were conspicuously absent. This predicament left him somewhat perplexed. It appears that a trip to the market is inevitable. Subai, stroking his chin with his left hand, deduced that acquiring nanometals would likely necessitate a visit to the metals market. Ding dong, just as he pondered, the doorbell of the repair shop chimed unexpectedly. Subai was taken aback, having anticipated that the presence of Xiao Mingyan would be the pinnacle of visitors for the day. Now, another guest had arrived? Upon turning his gaze, he beheld Zhao Mingyue standing at the entrance of the repair shop, her demeanor fervent, leaving Subai somewhat overwhelmed. Excuse me, are you the owner? I require mechanical armor repairs. Zhao Mingyue stated bluntly, articulating her request with clarity. Upon entering the interstellar repair shop and observing the walls constructed of vibrating gold, she swiftly concluded that the proprietor must be the one who had awakened Xiao Mingyan's latent abilities. However, she felt a twinge of uncertainty, considering that Xiao Mingyan had achieved her powers through an advanced awakening, while she was merely seeking repairs. Please come in. Without further ado, Subai made his way towards the repair area, gesturing for Zhao Mingyue to follow. With a heart filled with trepidation, Zhao Mingyue trailed after Subai into the repair chamber, where she promptly presented the charred Ice Sword Master. Upon witnessing the damage inflicted upon the Ice Sword Master and recalling Xiao Mingyan's previous tremors, Subai instantly comprehended. This was the handiwork of Xiao Mingyan, was it not? Yes, indeed. So, can you fix it, boss? Zhao Mingyue inquired tentatively. Subai chuckled lightly and replied, I believe your inquiry extends beyond mere repairs. Does it not? You seek the awakening of a latent ability, am I correct? Faced with her intentions being laid bare, Zhao Mingyue felt a slight embarrassment. Yet, true to her straightforward nature, she did not beat around the bush and candidly confessed. Indeed, I came here for the latent ability. Is that possible? Subai raised an eyebrow at her frankness, pleasantly surprised by Zhao Mingyue's forthrightness. He preferred conducting business with those who were direct. Extending 2 fingers, he stated, 20 million star coins will fulfill your request. Upon hearing Subai's price, Zhao Mingyue gasped in disbelief. While she had anticipated that his fees would be substantial, she had not anticipated them to be this exorbitant. Typically, the market price for a sky mech possessing a latent ability was around 10 million, though auction prices varied widely, with such mechs being exceedingly rare. The 20 million star coin price tag was difficult for her to accept, yet relinquishing the opportunity felt equally unsatisfactory. Please hold on. I will procure the funds. Zhao Mingyue wrestled with her decision for a moment before resolutely deciding to proceed. Spending 20 million on a sky mech might be considerable, but it pertained to her confrontation with Xiao Mingyin, and she did not wish to wait until her ascension to the star stage to reclaim her honor. Moreover, who knew when she would reach that stage? The path of a mech technician was fraught with challenges, and no problem Su-Bai discerned Zhao Mingyue's internal struggle but was unwilling to lower his price. While he appreciated her intentions, he had his own financial needs to consider. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Mingyue made her way to the hall, her voice intermittently breaking through. It's real. It truly is a latent ability. I am not deceiving you. I don't care. I simply must buy it. Just tell me if the funds can be transferred. Listening to this exchange, Su-Bai could infer that Zhao Mingyue had likely informed her family of the situation, only to be met with skepticism. After all, the notion of a mech suddenly awakening a latent ability was virtually unheard of. All right. Yet, you must return home at some point. Your grandfather is not in the best of health and wishes to see you. The middle-aged man on the other end of the line ultimately relented to his daughter's insistence. For him, 20 million was not a staggering sum, and if his daughter wished to acquire something, so be it. His only concern was that she was somewhat naive and straightforward, making her susceptible to deception. Fine, I'll send it to you, but remember to come home. I understand. After receiving the funds, Zhao Mingyue's tone turned somewhat somber. It appeared she was quite resistant to the idea of returning home, and after uttering her final words, she abruptly hung up. Beep, beep, beep upon hearing the dial tone. The middle-aged man could not help but sigh. Alas, this girl. After Zhao Mingyue ended the call, the man quickly dialed another number, his voice laced with a cold intensity. Investigate who the owner of the interstellar repair shop in Yunhai City is. What assets do they possess? I intend to discover who dares to deceive the daughter of Zhao Tianming. The person on the other end promptly acknowledged the request, curiosity piquing about who would dare provoke this formidable figure. After all, Zhao Tianming's name resonated throughout the entire Blue Star and the Star Alliance. He was a peak mech master, merely a step away from ascending to the ranks of a celestial mech master. It was rare to find anyone, even in the imperial capital, who could challenge him. Su-Bai remained oblivious to the fact that he had drawn the attention of someone significant, the father of the young lady before him. Of course, even if he were aware, it would matter little. He was no charlatan. Su-Bai conducted his business with utmost integrity. Not only could he awaken latent abilities and enhance mech potential, but there was also a chance of gaining specialized traits. Under such conditions, 20 million was hardly excessive. Zhao Mingyue approached Su-Bai, who handed her the contract, as he adhered to his business principles of signing the contract before receiving payment. Zhao Mingyue glanced at the document and promptly signed it, subsequently transferring the funds to Su-Bai. Ding! 20 million star coins credited to your account. Please wait outside for a moment. After receiving the transfer, Su-Bai escorted Zhao Mingyue out of the repair chamber. Turning his attention to the somewhat charred ice sword master, he noted that, aside from the singed armor, the great sword and legs had also sustained significant damage. Touching the legs of the ice sword master, he murmured, "Frigid ice soul, the weapon is a great sword. This latent ability is quite suitable for her." Second stage enhancement initiated. Chapter 18. Where the sword points, frost shall cover. Once again expending 100 interstellar points. The second stage enhancement commenced. A soft blue glow flickered as a white mist enveloped the area, accompanied by waves of chilling cold. Everywhere it passed, a layer of white frost spread, as if cloaked in silver armor. The frigid air seeped through the crevices of the repair chamber into the outer hall. Sitting in the hall, Zhao Mingyue felt a sudden chill and instantly stood, her gaze fixated toward the repair chamber. Having awakened the frigid ice soul, she was particularly sensitive to the cold. Even as the frost settled on her jeans, she felt no fear of the chill. Her heart was ablaze with excitement. A latent ability. It truly awakened. This proprietor, Su-Bai, possesses extraordinary skills. Given Zhao Mingyue's stature, she had encountered several star-rated mech technicians, yet in her previous state of excitement, she had failed to reflect thoroughly. Now, as she regained her composure, she realized how impulsive she had been. The reason latent abilities were deemed as such was because they awakened at the moment of the mech's construction. While methods for later awakening do exist, they are exclusive to high-star technicians, requiring at least a 6-star rating to achieve SU by. Could he truly be a high-star technician? How is that possible, considering his youth? The more she learned, the more she grasped the depth of Su Bai's prowess. If it could be said that Sun Hani and Su Mingyan viewed Su Bai with admiration, Zhao Mingyue now harbored a sense of reverence. A high-star technician was someone her father could not even provoke. I hope my earlier demeanor was not inappropriate. Zhao Mingyue began to reflect on whether she had inadvertently offended Su Bai. After all, since entering the interstellar repair shop, she had acted rather brusquely, having engaged in minimal conversation with him. After a thorough recollection, she felt relieved. Fortunately, I did not offend him. Subsequently, an exhilarating surge coursed through her, compelling her to rush into the repair chamber. At that very moment, the door to the repair chamber swung open. A blast of cold air surged forth, instantly enveloping the entire hall in a snowy embrace, rendering it as if clad in a silvery shroud. A silver hue adorned Zhao Mingyue's ice-blue hair, imbuing her with an air of heroism. At this juncture, she paid no heed to the cold and boldly dashed into the repair chamber. Like long-lost lovers reuniting, she flung herself before her ice sword master. The charred remnants on the ice sword master had entirely vanished, replaced by pristine white armor, while the ice-blue chassis glimmered even more brilliantly, adorned with delicate snowflakes. The bone spikes on its lower body had also transformed. What was once bone-like had now fully crystallized into ice. Most captivating to Zhao Mingyue was the great sword wielded by the ice sword master. The previously damaged broadsword had now returned to its former glory, yet the light beam channels on either side of the blade had been completely replaced by ice crystals. The blade itself had transformed into an entire array of light beams. It appeared to be of far superior quality than before. May I give it a try? Zhao Mingyue stammered with excitement, quickly seeking Su Bai's approval. Su Bai smiled lightly upon hearing her request. Of course. This is your mech. Almost instantaneously after Su Bai's words fell, Zhao Mingyue leaped into the ice sword master like a gust of wind. The eyes of the ice sword master ignited with brilliance. With her hands gripping the sword, she executed a series of moves, horizontal slashes, vertical cuts. She even twirled the broad sword in a dazzling display. The light beams at the center of the sword shifted in length under her control, while the ice crystals on either side exuded a chilling aura. Incredible, absolutely incredible. I feel as though the ice sword master has transcended to the break star level. Is this what a latent ability feels like? Zhao Mingyue's tone was remarkably cheerful as she raised the broad sword high above her head. With a swift motion, the sword's radiant blade pierced the ceiling of the maintenance room, instantly igniting a shower of sparks and resonating with a metallic screech. I apologize, Boss Su. Zhao Mingyue hastily expressed her regrets, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Su Bai, with a resigned wave of his hand, replied, "It's all right. Just control your strength." He was equally curious about the awakened talent of the ice swordsman and pondered the extent of its power. With a breath that mingled with mechanical sounds, Zhao Mingyue lowered the sword behind her. The blue light in the eyes of the ice swordsman surged dramatically. In an instant, the broadsword was elegantly swung. Boom! Frost erupted. A sword aura, as slender as a finger, sliced down from the sword's edge. Wherever the sword aura passed, the ground was encased in frost. The trailing white mist even condensed the moisture in the air into icy shards, which slowly fell. This was the talent technique, winter swordsmanship. This ability was meticulously crafted by Su Bai based on Zhao Mingyue's talent, allowing her to unleash the winter sword aura with minimal effort. The sword energy soared through the air, rapidly advancing towards Su Bai. However, just as it reached him, it abruptly halted, as if colliding with an invisible wall. This was a specialty trait. Energy manipulation? Zhao Mingyue, with her left arm extended like a claw, exclaimed in surprise. Just as the winter sword aura was about to reach Su Bai, she anxiously attempted to retract it. To her astonishment, she succeeded. With a flick of her left hand, the winter sword aura changed direction at her command. This was not merely a specialty trait. What was energy manipulation? Energy manipulation allowed one to control the energy materials produced by their own mech. For someone as highly skilled as Zhao Mingyue, this was nothing short of miraculous. With both energy manipulation and winter swordsmanship, her tactical repertoire expanded dramatically. The greatest drawback of a strength-type mech, its lack of long-range attack capability, was completely overcome. With a thud, Zhao Mingyue descended from the ice swordsman, standing tall before Su Bai, and promptly bowed her head, exclaiming, "Thank you, Boss Su, for your life-changing enhancement." Indeed, Su Bai's enhancement of the ice swordsman was nothing short of transformative. He had entirely changed the output environment of the ice swordsman. With this mech, she believed she could triumph over Xiao Mingyan. The reason she used could was due to her uncertainty regarding Xiao Mingyan's specialty trait. Also crafted by Su Bai, she could not assume that Xiao Mingyan lacked a specialty trait. As if struck by a thought, Zhao Mingyue spoke directly, "Please, Boss Su, bestow a name upon the ice swordsman." In her eyes, the ice swordsman, now modified by Su Bai, was no longer deserving of its original title. Its name should be given by Su Bai himself. Surprised, Su Bai raised an eyebrow. It was the first time someone had requested him to name something. Who was this subordinate, so bold? After a moment of contemplation, Su Bai replied, "How about Winter Swordsman?" Given that the talent technique was Winter Swordsmanship, calling it the Winter Swordsman seemed entirely fitting. Zhao Mingyue was thoroughly pleased with the name Su Bai had chosen and immediately nodded in agreement. "Absolutely, thank you, Boss Su. If you ever need assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask." Upon hearing this, Su Bai's gaze sharpened. "Really?" Zhao Mingyue, taken aback, responded with a puzzled expression. Though her offer was genuine, wasn't the customary response to decline such requests? Or at least to defer the request until a later time? Why was it effective immediately? However, after a brief moment of hesitation, she promptly said, "Please, Boss Su, share your request." Although somewhat straightforward, she was far from foolish. Having someone as esteemed as Su Bai willing to grant her a favor was an extraordinary opportunity. In the future, she might need to seek his help for upgrades or maintenance. Without hesitation, Su Bai asked, "Do you know where I can procure some nanometal?" The fact that the other party could summon 20 million star coins with a single phone call indicated a formidable background. Rather than searching through the vast metal markets, it would be simpler to enlist Zhao Mingyue as assistance. Zhao Mingyue fell silent once more, contemplating how to inform her father. The request seemed trivial, just a simple inquiry about the availability of nanometal. If her memory served correctly, while the quantity of nanometal wasn't extensive, it wasn't particularly rare either, was it? "Excuse me, how much nanometal do you require?" Zhao Mingyue tentatively probed, worried that if Su Bai needed hundreds of tons, she would be unable to fulfill such a request. "About 10 tons, Su Bai mused, providing a specific figure. In truth, he estimated that his mech's armament would only require about 5 tons of nanometal. The request for 10 tons was primarily to allow for a margin of error. After all, with his innate talent for integration, he could store it all within the star ring and replenish any damage as needed. Zhao Mingyue fell silent for the third time. 10 tons. She hadn't anticipated that Su Bai would only require this modest amount of nanometal. She could easily acquire it from Star Sea University without needing to tap into her family's resources. Was it too much? She could certainly obtain less if needed. "How much can you manage?" Seeing Zhao Mingyue's reaction, Su Bai initially thought he might have overstepped. "No, not too much. 10 tons, right? I'll have it ready for you tomorrow." "Boss Su." Zhao Mingyue quickly waved her hands. This was the first task Su Bai had entrusted to her, and 10 tons was easily attainable. "Should I deliver it here?" "Yes, my working hours begin after 10 a.m. So any time after that is fine." With Zhao Mingyue's agreement, Su Bai felt considerably lighter. "By the way, let me know the cost when the time comes. There's no need for payment. 10 tons of nanometal isn't expensive." Zhao Mingyue hastily refused when she heard Su Bai mention money. However, Su Bai remained adamant. "A fair trade is my principle. One hand gives, the other receives, if someone is willing to help you. It is a courtesy. Asking for something for nothing would be excessive." That was Su Bai's principle. Seeing his determination, Zhao Mingyue could only comply. "All right, I'll come back tomorrow. By the way, what's your contact information?" Before she finished speaking, Su Bai had already brought up his Douyin QR code. After having been asked for his Douyin twice, he was well prepared, especially since Zhao Mingyue was helping him find nanometal. There could be no ambiguity. As if recalling something, Su Bai added, "Oh, if you happen to find any kryptonite, I could use about 5 pieces." "Kryptonite?" Zhao Mingyue queried, puzzled. Kryptonite was the lightest core material, typically used in hover vehicles. She was unclear about Su Bai's intentions for needing kryptonite. Nevertheless, She refrained from asking further and simply agreed, no problem. After concluding their conversation, she departed from the interstellar maintenance shop. Watching her leave, Subai couldn't help but smile. Today is indeed a splendid day. He glanced at his starry treasure balance. After deducting the 2 million star coins spent, he still had 38.5 million star coins left. This sum could afford an ordinary person a life of luxury. Of course, that was assuming they were an ordinary person. For a mech engineer, however, it might be insufficient. After all, a standard Starwalker mech could easily fetch around 10 million star coins on the market. When coupled with the costs of regular maintenance, it became exorbitant. Indeed, mech engineers were quite affluent. IT was fortunate that there were no entities above the level of the celestial mech engineer in Huaxia. Otherwise, sustainability would be a challenge. As Subai delved deeper into the world of mech engineering, he increasingly agreed with the moniker of the mech as a gold-devouring beast. He recalled his previous spending habits, often lavishly tipping a few thousand star coins to a waitress. Now, in comparison to mech engineers, that seemed trivial. He resolved to continue striving forward. Soon, he would venture beyond Blue Star. With the mech acquisition imminent, he would no longer be merely a sky mech engineer with star power but no mech. Piloting a mech had always been Subai's dream, and now he stood just a step away from realizing it. After swiftly removing the frost from the interstellar maintenance shop, he returned home, his spirits lifted and his stride buoyant. After Subai's departure, a figure clad in black lingered outside the interstellar maintenance shop for quite some time, circling the establishment twice. His gaze held a hint of astonishment. Walls made of vibranium? How extravagant! He had heard that the young lady from the Sun family had her mech repaired here. This damned mechanic dares to thwart our plans. He must be eliminated. With walls crafted from vibranium, he likely possessed considerable wealth. A greedy glint flickered in his eyes, and upon closer inspection, one would notice that his pupils were different from those of Blue Star inhabitants. They were slitted. Time to prepare, he muttered before vanishing from sight. Almost immediately after his disappearance, a throng of young people surged towards the interstellar maintenance shop, their eyes wide with awe at the vibranium walls. No way. It's real. It's not just an internet hoax. We actually have a repair shop of this caliber in Yunhai. Of course. Didn't you see that Xiao Mingyan recommended this place? It can't be fake. But, enough. Let's hurry inside and take a look. I have never set foot in such a high-end repair shop before. Goodness, it's actually closed. Which kind-hearted repair shop shuts its doors at 5 in the afternoon? Does this owner even know how to conduct business? Never mind, I shall return tomorrow. I must ensure that my mecha receives maintenance, as the next major examination is fast approaching. Among these individuals, a video is currently playing, featuring a sweetly smiling Xiao Mingyan, enthusiastically extolling the virtues of the interstellar mecha shop. However, the expenses at the interstellar mecha shop are quite steep. I hope everyone acts within their means. Nonetheless, it is undoubtedly worth every penny. Chapter 20. The Mecha Blueprint. A childhood bet. Upon returning home, Subai remains blissfully unaware of the events that transpired after he left the interstellar repair shop. At this moment, he is solely focused on sketching the prototype of his mecha's armament. Although he has previously perused similar design blueprints, he found them lacking, particularly one design that appeared rather bald and incomplete. Adding hair seems impractical. Perhaps a transparent design for the entire head? No, that seems excessively hazardous. Ah, the helm of the Winter Swordmaster looks quite appealing. I shall create something akin to that. This section needs refinement. If the core utilizes kryptonite, then the gaps in the isolation layer and the neural connection components should be spaced further apart. Approximately 40 centimeters should suffice. Soon enough, Subai's pen dances across the paper, releasing the full extent of his imagination. Ultimately, a mecha clad in armor, topped with a martial artist's helm, reminiscent of the renowned Chinese General L. Fengxian, is meticulously designed. Displeased with the excessively long red tassels at the back of the helm, Subai decides to remove them. That should be about right. The specifics will have to wait until the materials arrive tomorrow. Having completed this endeavor, darkness blankets the sky. After a day filled with learning about mecha knowledge following yesterday's chaotic escapades, Subai refrains from immediately delving into the inherited techniques of the star-level repair masters, understanding the wisdom of not overextending oneself. After all, time is still on his side. For now, he will rest and tackle it all tomorrow. With a swift kick of his legs, he hops into bed, covers himself with a blanket, and quickly drifts into slumber in the outskirts of Yunhai. At the Xie family mansion, the previously mentioned man in black has returned to the Xie residence, kneeling before a figure adorned with a half-human, half-demon mask, draped in a flowing black robe. Beside this man stands a middle-aged individual with graying hair, his gaze rather vacant, reminiscent of a marionette. Why, Lord, we have located the repair shop that poses a threat to our plans. What course of action shall we take? Duan Han inquires, bowing his head to the man in black, seeking his guidance. The mecha of that young girl from the Sun family has been restored, and our puppet has been exposed. Our hopes of entering the interstellar university through the major examination are now dim. Since he enjoys meddling so much, let him understand that all actions bear consequences. However, let us not act hastily. We must first ascertain his strength, as there are formidable repair masters among them. The man in black replies after a moment of silence. Upon hearing this, Duan Han's pupils narrow slightly. But should we delay? Unforeseen changes may occur. If the Blue Star Alliance catches wind of this, it could be troublesome. The man in black's eyes flash with a cold glint beneath his mask. Did you not comprehend my words? Duan Han, sensing the urgency, hastily shakes his head, his anxiety palpable. This subordinate dares not? Very well, you may leave. The man in black retracts his imposing aura and slowly turns away. The Blue Star Alliance is likely preoccupied with their own troubles. Duan Han's expression shifts, and without further inquiries, he departs, casting a scornful glance at the middle-aged man, who resembles a puppet. The Yunhai Xie family shall meet such a fate for defying us. Indeed, that gray-haired, vacant-eyed middle-aged man is Xie Zhihao, a member of the Yunhai Xie family, possessing the strength of a 9-star mecha master, just a step away from entering the ranks of a star-breaking mecha master. Such a formidable individual would typically rank among the top 10 in Yunhai. Yet now, he has become a mere puppet, illustrating the terrifying power of the man in black. After Duan Han's departure, the man in black's expression shifts to one of struggle. The Blue Star Alliance. You shall pay dearly for the decisions you made 6 months from now. His eyes blaze with the fire of vengeance, seemingly harboring deep-seated grievances against the Blue Star Alliance. After a while, he regains his composure and lightly gestures. Go check on the status of Unit 1. Understood. The nearby Xie Zhihao, with a dazed expression, nods in acquiescence and exits the hall. In the central mansion of Yundu, Jiangnan Province, Zhao Tianming examines the documents in his hands, his expression complex, as he repeatedly taps his index finger on the table. I never anticipated it would be his son. I had wondered where that old rascal had disappeared to. Turns out he has been hiding in Yunhai. He sighs. Well, since he is the son of an old acquaintance, if a bit of money is lost, so be it. This young lad, not learning from the right examples, is just like his father. No, I must warn you yet to stay away from that boy. Initially, upon discovering Su Bai's age, a mere 19, comparable to that of his daughter, Zhao Tianming felt a surge of anger, nearly dispatching his mecha combat team to obliterate the interstellar repair shop. However, upon perusing Su Bai's parental information, he found, Father, Su Nantian, 48, confidential, Mother, Zhou Mayun, 45, confidential. The revelation of these 2 entries instantly quelled Zhao Tianming's fury, replacing it with surprise, not due to the confidentiality, but because the name Su Nantian was one he knew all too well. Once, they shared a bond akin to brothers, even contemplating a childhood bet, which Su Nantian ultimately declined. Zhao Tianming vividly remembers broaching the topic, only to be met with Su Nantian's defiant response. Ha! My son, Su Nantian, would never hang himself from the same tree. Admittedly, Su Nantian's confidence was striking at that moment. Yet, when Zhou Mayun discovered the truth, the ensuing chaos was quite the spectacle. Thus, the childhood bet was abandoned. Fortunately, they did not proceed with the bet. This boy clearly does not seem like a virtuous character. Now, Zhao Tianming is immensely grateful for the past decision. Had Su Nantian not held himself in such high regard, he would be in a predicament. Su Nantian, who would have thought that while you roamed freely all these years, your son would make such a bold entrance? The thought of Su Nantian's reaction upon discovering that Su Bai had unveiled his whereabouts brings Zhao Tianming a sense of satisfaction. Just then, a sudden knock interrupts his musings. Zhao Tianming quickly adjusts his expression, concealing Su Bai's documents within the desk. Enter. Commander, urgent news. We have detected the presence of voracious beasts near Starry Sky 1. With estimates reaching into the thousands, a member of the mobile team, adorned in a uniform bearing the insignia of the Blue Star Alliance, reports urgently to Zhao Tianming. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianming's expression darkens. His tone grave. I understand. Continue to observe. If they approach Starry Sky 1, engage them directly. Understood. The team member replies before hastily departing. Once the individual has left, a wry smile graces Zhao Tianming's face as he glances at an old photograph on the desk. You seem to be living the carefree life. While I bear all the burdens alone, thousands of voracious beasts. How many years has it been since the Blue Star Alliance faced such a large-scale beast tide? It seems the days ahead are destined to be anything but tranquil. Chapter 21. Is this it? As dawn breaks, Su Bai is jolted awake by the vibrations of his phone. Ding. You have received a new comment. Ding. You have received a new comment. Ding. You have received a new comment. The incessant notifications pull him from the realm of dreams. Sitting up at the edge of his bed, still caught in a haze of sleep, he grabs his phone to behold the overwhelming 99 notifications. Utterly bewildered. What is going on? I thought I had blocked the negative review alerts. Surely not. It's been 3 days, and these trolls are still at it? Do they think Su Bai is an easy target? Even a clay figurine has its limits, let alone me, especially in the morning when the potential for grumpiness is well-known. Su Bai rolls up his sleeves, preparing for a battle with these trolls. However, upon opening his phone, he finds himself momentarily stunned. Not by the anticipated barrage of negative reviews, but rather by an influx of positive feedback and a plethora of curious comments. Brothers, huge news that Interstellar Repair Shop is indeed legitimate. Absolutely. Under the guidance of the goddess Ming Yin, I visited the Interstellar Repair Shop yesterday, and it was truly eye-opening. I bear witness. Yunhai has never exhibited such confidence. We actually have such a high-end repair shop. Is this for real? Yesterday, I was too busy playing the original game at home to check it out. Without a doubt, at least dozens of us went together. It's not possible that we are all being deceived. Right. Moreover, a scammer would have no reason to invite Xiaoming in. She wouldn't endorse him, would she? Fair point. I'm going to check it out today. Haha, can you actually afford the repair fees at such a high-end shop? Who said I was going to spend money? I just want to take a look. Well, color me impressed. Reading these comments, Su Bai finds himself in a state of bemusement. Initially, he believed that Xiaoming Yin's help simply meant that Zhao Mingyao would come to his shop for repairs. Little did he expect, she would actually advertise for him. While her endorsement is appreciated, discounts are still out of the question. Su Bai pondered for a moment and ultimately abandoned the idea of offering a discount. At most, he would slightly lower his price. However, once he opened the floodgates to discounts, how would he respond when old customers approached him? If he were to grant discounts to each of them, would he still be able to make a profit? Certainly, it was possible, but such a course of action would inevitably hinder his progress. One must admit, the star whale breathing technique is truly a paragon among breathing methods. Aside from the explosive growth he experienced on the first day, he had also attained further advancement yesterday. He had now become a 3-star mech engineer, and although he lacked a mech, that would change today. The speed of his advancement was so extraordinary that it would be met with disbelief if he were to share it. Conversely, he found himself in need of more resources. The first tier of the star whale breathing technique could only elevate him to 9-star status. At this rate, he would reach his limit in just a few days. As for the price of the second tier, he had already perused it. Not a penny more, not a penny less, precisely 5,000 interstellar points. When converted to star coins, that amounted to a staggering 50 million star coins, which was far beyond the limits of even his entire fortune. Not to mention, he still needed to upgrade his mech, which would require 10 times the price for each tier of enhancement. Never mind, just thinking about it made him feel like a pauper. Alas, being a mech engineer is exceedingly costly, he thought with a resigned shake of his head. Perhaps this is merely the price one must pay to realize their dreams. At that moment, his messaging app suddenly lit up. It seemed to be from a goddess. How is it, Boss Su? I've done you a great favor, haven't I? Upon seeing the sender, he realized it was from Xiaoming Yin. Who would have thought that the sweet and charming Xiaoming Yin could be so self-absorbed in private? Su Bai contemplated for a moment and replied, "Thank you, but I still want to offer a discount." Meanwhile, at her home in Yundu, Xiao Mingyin sat with her delicate, fair legs raised and slightly swaying, her hands cradling her phone, eagerly awaiting Su Bai's response. The result was this single message. Xiao Mingyin. She was furious. She flung her phone aside and collapsed onto her bed, repeatedly pounding her fists against the mattress. Bang, bang, bang. Ugh, what a scoundrel. Initially intending to catch up on some sleep, she found herself wide awake. All she could do was rise and meditate, transforming her anger into motivation. After a day of researching the technique of slashing cuts, she realized that this particular skill did not suit her. Combining instant step and solar drop, she found that her strengths lay more in marksmanship. That was the direction she should pursue. Last night, the airport had issued a challenge to her, indicating that she had made significant gains. She could not accept her challenge before mastering intermediate techniques. After all, the entire school now knew that she was the true victor. Thinking of Zhao Mingyue brought a smile to Xiao Mingyin's face, and after regaining her composure, she began her meditation for the day. After replying to Xiao Mingyin, Su Bai did not check his phone again. It was now 9 o'clock, and he had informed Zhao Mingyue that he would open at TN.IT would not do to be late. After a quick breakfast, he headed to the interstellar repair shop. He had imagined that being a boss would allow him to take it easy, but he was still required to adhere to a schedule. As Su Bai traveled along the road, he couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Fortunately, thinking of his mech helped him adjust his mood. Whistling a cheerful tune, he arrived outside the interstellar repair shop. However, when he was approximately 500 meters away, he was taken aback. Before him stood a throng of people. They had even formed a queue. A rough estimate revealed no fewer than 500 individuals. Su Bai, what is going on? On the third day of opening, having received only 3 orders, he had never encountered such a scene. Not to mention, if these people were truly here for repairs, he would need 10 hands to manage them. Gulping down a mouthful of saliva, he forced himself to calm down and quietly approached the front of the line. However, halfway there, he was stopped by someone. Hey brother, no offense, but can't you see everyone is queuing? If you want to go in, you need to line up at the back. Exactly, no cutting in line. I have no respect for people who cut in. We have hundreds of eyes watching you. So behave. Go to the back, or I'll have to teach you a lesson. Su Bai. Today has truly been an eye-opener. The buyers are driving the seller away. If I don't go, who will open the door for you? Su Bai spread his hands, looking utterly helpless. You think that excuse is original? It's been used by 108 people before you. Su Bai, that's so you think you're something special, huh? Ultimately, he chose to ignore their obstruction and continued forward. Seeing Su Bai disregard their attempts to stop him, the crowd glared at him in anger. A burly youth stepped forward, glaring at Su Bai. Go, queue up. Su Bai merely cast a faint glance at him, unleashing his star power, which erupted forth like a torrent, instantly stunning those surrounding him. Although 3-star status may not sound particularly formidable, it was important to note that even Zhao Mingyue and Xiao Mingyin, leaders among the first-year students of one of the interstellar academies, were merely 1 star. Given that Su Bai was of the same age as them, such power could be deemed exceptional. Indeed, after he unleashed his star power, the burly youth scratched his head, gazing into the distance. What a lovely day it is. He took a step back, rejoining the queue. What a joke. Most were merely here to watch the spectacle. Even if there were mech engineers, the highest rank among them would only be Earth mech engineers. Who would dare to stop a sky mech engineer? The influence of star power extends beyond merely controlling mechs. It also significantly enhances the engineer's physical prowess and strength. After the crowd dispersed, Su Bai shook his head in resignation and continued toward the interstellar repair shop, feeling quite exasperated. What on earth is happening? Chapter 22. Rounded up, am I not also a star-level mech engineer? Finally, through his relentless efforts, Su Bai stood at the door of the interstellar repair shop. He vowed that this was the most exhausting day of his life as a shop owner. Oh, no, he had only been in business for 3 days. Standing at the entrance of the interstellar mech shop, Su Bai faced the retinal recognition lock. Click. The mechanical door swung open. The onlookers who had previously doubted Su Bai were left speechless. He is actually the boss? What the heck? The owner of such a magnificent establishment is so young. This young man is so handsome and wealthy. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. One girl in the crowd gazed at Su Bai, her heart fluttering. This instantly sparked a competition among the surrounding girls. Puffed. Shameless. What are you thinking? Exactly. What if he has a girlfriend? He married. Sister, will you have my sympathy for this brother? The crowd. You certainly know your T-arts. As the door opened, those at the front of the line surged forward, instantly crowding the interstellar repair shop. Upon witnessing that the interior matched the images, they erupted into exclamations. What the heck? This place is even more impressive than outside. These must be the latest equipment, right? Holographic projection, thermal tracking, beam thermal knives, complete support structures. What if they even used vibranium for the tabletops? Are they treating vibranium like scrap metal? This is a material worth its weight in gold. It's at least used for mechs of star-passing quality, and here they are, using it for tabletops. What a waste. Who exactly is this boss? Is he some sort of wealthy heir? Surely, only they would have money to burn. What a pity, the manager is so young. His repair skills probably won't be very high. Goddess Mingyan has ultimately been blinded by wealth. Alas, these remarks caused Su Bai's lips to twitch involuntarily. To make matters worse, amidst the chaos, several individuals even dared to touch him. Su Bai could bear it no longer. Enough. Maintain order. Those in need of repair services, please come in. Those unrelated, step outside. At the same time, he released his star power, forcing back those who had encroached upon his space. Inside the repair shop, it finally quieted down a bit. Most of the onlookers had left, retreating outside. However, there were still quite a few mech engineers remaining, over 30 of them. Boss, what's the cost for a maintenance session on Earth mechs? The first young man with glasses stepped forward to inquire. He primarily wished to experience the effects of such cutting-edge technology in maintenance. Su Bai cast a casual glance at him. 100,000 star coins. This time, he did not quote an arbitrary price, but instead adhered to the standards for star-level engineers. Naturally, he wouldn't need interstellar enhancements for their maintenance. What? You say Su Bai isn't yet a star-level engineer? He will be soon. After all, he possesses a wealth of knowledge from first to third-tier star-level engineering techniques. Upon hearing Su Bai's quote, there was indeed an uproar. What? Maintenance costs that much? I recall that high-level engineers charge around 10,000 star coins for Earth mech maintenance. You've raised the price tenfold? Is it because of advanced equipment that you can charge exorbitantly? Exactly. We might have to report you. You better not claim to be a star-level engineer. Pfft. Scammer. Let us go. We need to report him. Su Bai remained unfazed by their words, even finding them amusing. Those who spoke such things typically weren't genuinely interested in maintenance. Otherwise, why would they lash out without even inquiring about the specifics? Thus, another wave of people departed. The shop was left with about 10 individuals. Su Bai raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised that more people stayed than he anticipated, and the bespectacled youth who had initially asked did not leave either. He adjusted his glasses and, after a moment of contemplation, inquired, "May I ask, what does maintenance here include?" "Oh, a discerning customer." Upon hearing the inquiries of the bespectacled youth, Su Bai's interest was piqued instantaneously. He proceeded to select 2 maintenance techniques from the 1-star inheritance skills available in front of him. Mecha skeletal unclogging and outer armor coating. Since the other party had asked earnestly, it was only natural for him to provide some substantive insights. Indeed, upon hearing Su Bai's maintenance offerings, the eyes of the remaining 10 individuals, including the bespectacled youth, gleamed with fervor. Zhou Yunzheng, the bespectacled youth, without a moment's hesitation, pulled out his phone and scanned the nearby QR code. Ding! Starry treasure received. 100,000 star coins. Could you please provide me with a maintenance service, store manager? After hearing Su Bai's introduction of the techniques, Zhou Yunzheng realized that the person before him was indeed a star-ranked mecha technician. Moreover, given the youth's age, his future was boundlessly promising. Such a talent must be closely embraced. Following Zhou Yunzheng, the others came forward in succession, scanning the QR code as well. In a mere moment, Su Bai received another 1 million star coins. They, too, harbored no doubts regarding Su Bai's words. Merely judging by the establishment's decor, it was impossible for him to be a fraud. Otherwise, such extravagance would be inconceivable. With this certainty, their thoughts aligned with Zhou Yunzheng's. The opportunity must not be missed. After receiving payment, Su Bai ushered Zhou Yunzheng into the first maintenance chamber, instructing the others to wait in the other maintenance rooms. Conveniently, the interstellar mecha repair shop boasted 10 maintenance chambers, all of which he could manage simultaneously. Upon hearing Su Bai's instructions, the group brought their mechas into the maintenance chambers. Aside from Zhou Yunzhang, the mechas of the others were rather ordinary. Point 3 were universal types. The CC-104 power-type Earth mecha, known as Xiaogu, standing at a height of 10 meters, weighing 15 tons, with an engine power of 360,000 kW and a thrust of 35 million kg. Point 2 were universal types. The BA-101 speed-type Earth mecha, known as Turbine, standing at 11 meters, weighing 10 tons, with an engine power of 370,000 kilowatts and a thrust of 37 million kilograms. 4 were universal types. The DH-102 arm-type Earth mecha, known as Green Shield, standing at 10 meters, weighing 15 tons, with an engine power of 370,000 kilowatts and a thrust of 36 million kilograms. Finally, there was Zhou Yunjing's Mecha.in, the first maintenance chamber, a mecha that was a harmonious blend of purple and green, with a shrimp-like torso arching upward and numerous scales adorning the lower body. Was displayed prominently, the FE-255 balance-type Earth mecha, known as King Cobra, stood at a height of 12 meters, weighed 26 tons, with an engine power of 730,000 kilowatts and a thrust of 62 million kilograms. Furthermore, this King Cobra was a 3-star mecha, on par with Sun Hani's Red Moon. This was the first time Su Bai had encountered a balance-type mecha. Unexpectedly, the seemingly unremarkable bespectacled youth turned out to be a prodigy. The youth's talent manifested before him at that moment. A-grade talent, Toxic Heart. Chapter 23. It is time to showcase true skill. A toxic-type talent, you say? No wonder he chose the King Cobra, a balance-class mecha. Toxic talents are ill-suited for power or speed types, as their abilities primarily rely on diffusion attacks, making armed and balanced types the most appropriate choices. Yet, the number of weapons capable of utilizing toxin attacks in armed types is limited. Employing other weapons would indeed be counterproductive. Of course, the term toxin here does not refer to poisons targeting mecha technicians, but rather electronic viruses aimed at mechas, penetrating the skeletal joints of the mecha. These viruses disrupt internal circuits, causing mechanical chaos. The toxins that genuinely threaten living beings are rather feeble. Mecha technicians like Zhou Yunjing typically employ their skills in mecha battles or interstellar warfare against star beasts. But they fall short in this aspect. Aside from him, the others all possessed physical enhancement talents, which also accounted for their choices of universal-type mechas. In fact, those with physical enhancement talents are the most common, while those with special abilities are a minority. After briefly confirming their information, Su Bai approached the central control panel. Maintenance did not require him to attend to each mecha individually. With the equipment of the interstellar repair shop, he could effortlessly operate multiple threads. The others harbored no objections, for in their minds, Su Bai was a star-rank technician, and his methods undoubtedly had their rationale. However, when Su Bai truly began multi-threaded operations using the central control, they were left in awe by his adept techniques. First, in the maintenance chamber housing the King Cobra, Su Bai utilized the inherited techniques gained in his mind to deftly control the mechanical arms, swiftly removing the entire outer armor of the King Cobra. Unlike the universal types, or even the speed or power types, the hallmark of balance-type mechas is precision. Almost every piece of light or heavy armor requires exquisite dismantling. Otherwise, removal is impossible. Remarkably, Su Bai accomplished this solely with the mechanical arms, leaving the onlookers murmuring among themselves. Is this the prowess of a star-ranked technician? He effortlessly removed the armor of the King Cobra with mechanical arms. Would he not similarly dismantle our mechas in battle? That is indeed a possibility. However, ordinary technicians lack mecha talents, so there is no need for excessive concern. True, after all, they are the ones most familiar with the weaknesses of mechas. If they all possessed mecha talents, it would be a devastating arsenal. While the others speculated, Zhou Yunzhang remained fixated on Su Bai's actions. He understood the uniqueness of the King Cobra, even among balance-type mechas. It is exceptionally distinctive. The reason lies in the King Cobra's unique structural design. Its upper body arches like a shrimp, primarily to enhance flexibility. The King Cobra is one of the few mechas capable of executing a half-body rotation. This was also why he had chosen it. A sudden half-body rotation can make his toxin attacks all the more unpredictable. Likewise, due to this, the structure of the King Cobra is more intricate and precise. It would be manageable if Subai were to use only one mechanical arm to operate the armor removal. The key point is that he was currently controlling 10 simultaneously. What level of technician is he? Indeed, while removing the armor of the King Cobra, Subai had also stripped the outer casings of Xiaogu, Turbine, and Green Shield. All of this was accomplished in mere seconds, prompting exclamations of awe from the crowd. Wow! This is truly miraculous. The 100,000 was not spent in vain. Ha ha ha. Those who left early must be regretting their decision. To witness such a performance in a lifetime is worth it. This Subai must be at least a 2-star technician. Otherwise, such operational skill would be unattainable. In this regard, they were mistaken. Although Subai had swiftly learned 2 inherited techniques through assistance, he was, at most, a 1-star technician, still lacking in refinement. His ability to operate multiple threads stemmed mainly from the concept of the unity of all things, and the insights gained from using the star whale breathing method to create tidal forces of star energy. The unity of all things enabled him to manipulate the mechanical arms with complete ease, even with 10 at once. The act of removing the armor was facilitated by his sensitivity to the star energy linked to the mechas, allowing him to maneuver precisely without errors. These details, of course, he would not disclose. Let them maintain their misconceptions. After all, he would soon ascend to a 3-star technician. At this moment, Subai was wholly engrossed in the 10 mechas displayed on the holographic screen. The time had come to test true technical prowess. He maneuvered the 10 mechanical arms to gently hover above the 10 mechas, gradually pushing, pulling, kneading, and prodding from top to bottom. The 10 cumbersome mechanical arms moved with the dexterity of an experienced masseur's hands. Within minutes, he had kneaded every inch of the mechas from top to bottom. This was no mere massage. As the mechanical arms pushed and pulled, they reinforced the neural components of the mecha's skeleton with electronic pulses, enhancing their sensitivity and compactness. The kneading and prodding process extracted dust and inadvertently dropped metal fragments from within the mecha's skeleton. This entire procedure would elevate the agility and lifespan of these mechas. The metallic debris scattered on the floor was the best testament to this. After clearing the mecha skeletons, the mechanical arms moved onto the removed armor. With a snap, the fingers of the mechanical arm instantly retracted. Transforming into spray nozzles, a cascade of vibrant sprays burst forth, resembling a rainbow cascading down. Upon contact with the outer armor, these sprays immediately morphed into their original hues. The dazzling colors transitioned into a transparent coating. The outer armor coating, crafted from dustproof, waterproof, and heat-resistant PI materials, formed an adjustable camouflage. Not only did this enhance the mecha's durability in extreme environments, but it also allowed for adaptive concealment as needed. Having completed all these tasks, Subai finally reattached the outer armor in place. Task accomplished. At that moment, all eyes, including Zhou Yunjing's, were entirely transformed as they regarded Subai. Initially, they had presumed that simultaneously dismantling 10 mecha's outer armor was Subai's limit. To their astonishment, he had presented them with such a spectacular display. Indeed, it was a performance. This was no longer mere mecha maintenance. It had transcended into an art form. Could it be true that we paid 100,000 for this? One man was left agape. His jaw dropped in disbelief. I don't know. But this 100,000 was definitely worth it. Oh no. How unfortunate. I failed to record this entire spectacle on video. I did record it. At this moment, the youth who had captured the video asked Subai with some trepidation, Manager Su, may we upload these videos? Chapter 24. Anticipation peaks, materials finally arrive. At this moment, several youths felt a twinge of anxiety. For individuals like Subai, a star-level mechanic, were known to possess their own temperaments and rules. They hesitated to upload the maintenance videos, fully aware of the potential repercussions of provoking such a prominent figure. To their surprise, Subai seemed unfazed by their apprehension. In his eyes, what he had done was merely a trivial maintenance task, hardly worthy of significance. The core techniques involved remained elusive to them, hidden within the intricacies of every detail. Furthermore, the content visible through the holographic screen was not exhaustive. The more microscopic operations eluded capture. Should this video be published, experts would discern nothing of substance, while laypeople could merely enjoy the spectacle, generating a bit of buzz and filtering out genuine clientele. With no further requests, Subai dismissed them, having just received a message from Zhao Mingyue indicating her imminent arrival. Nothing was more important than his own mech. The youths, intimidated by Su Bai's command, complied without protest, even as Zhou Yunjin pondered, voicing a final thought, ultimately refraining. Thank you, Boss Su. I shall return next time. After expressing their gratitude, they departed from the interstellar repair shop. The day had proven quite beneficial for them. Their expenditure of 100,000 star coins felt worthwhile. While it may not have resulted in a qualitative transformation akin to interstellar fortification, the maintenance imparted by 2-star-level mechanics had elevated their mechs attributes by at least 30%. Though it might not sound substantial, the difference became apparent in practical application, at the very least. It would grant them an advantage in the forthcoming major examination. Once the youth departed, tranquility returned to the interstellar repair shop. Su Bai sat quietly at his desk, awaiting Zhao Mingyue's arrival, his legs occasionally shaking in a display of his excitement. Ding dong! Shortly thereafter, the doorbell chimed, and Su Bai rose to greet her. Zhao Mingyue was taken aback to find Su Bai himself coming to welcome her. Boss Su, you need not be so courteous. Quickly, give me the items. Su Bai, indeed, did not engage in pleasantries and got straight to the point. Zhao Mingyue responded, well, perhaps I was overthinking it. I just had a feeling you would come to meet me. She shook her head in resignation. Is there enough space for them here? Oh, right. Let us proceed to the maintenance room. Eager to possess her own mech, Su Bai had momentarily forgotten they were still in the lobby. Even though he sought high-density, high-quality nanometal, he risked damaging the floor tiles. The lobby's floor was not reinforced with vibration gold, making it the weakest point in the entire interstellar repair shop. Under Su Bai's guidance, the two quickly entered the maintenance room. Zhao Mingyue reached for the star ring on her hand. Boom, boom. With two resounding crashes, two towering, semi-transparent metallic masses manifested within the maintenance room. Unlike traditional nanoprocessing, the density of nanometal had led to alterations in its internal structure, transforming what was once nearly imperceptible to the naked eye into a form that could be directly observed. Yet, its essence remained largely unchanged, particularly in terms of strength, which was not inferior to its previous state. This represented the current limits of technology. Bang, 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 bang. With another 5 deafening sounds, 5 chunks of stone radiating a dark green glow were placed on the table by Zhao Mingyue. Is this everything? After retrieving all the items Su Bai required, Zhao Mingyue beamed with pride, seemingly awaiting his praise. She had expended considerable effort and connections to procure these materials, especially the nanometal, which she had not anticipated would be insufficient in the inventory of Star Sea University. It was through familial connections that she had managed to gather this 10-ton quantity for Su Bai. Su Bai understood that, given ample time, acquiring these items would not pose a challenge. However, the fact that she had amassed them overnight indicated a significant investment of effort. Thank you, Su Bai sincerely expressed his gratitude. Zhao Mingyue, taken aback, responded, This reaction left her momentarily stunned. After their 2 exchanges, she had assumed Su Bai to be a typical stoic man, only to discover his genuine expression of thanks, which made her feel slightly embarrassed as she touched her ear. There's no need to be so polite. How much do these items cost? After expressing his thanks, Su Bai directly inquired about the price. Zhao Mingyue replied, Boss Su's shifts in demeanor are always so perplexing. The total is 250,000 star coins. Each piece of kryptonite costs 10,000 star coins, while the nanometal is 20,000 star coins per ton. She did not hesitate in her quotation, for Su Bai had been quite clear about his principles of fair trade. These were all market prices, and she had no need to inflate them. Su Bai nodded upon hearing this. All right, I will transfer the amount to you. Soon, Zhao Mingyue's phone chimed with a notification. 30,000 star coins deposited into your account. Boss Su? Zhao Mingyue was slightly puzzled by Su Bai's intentions. Su Bai merely smiled faintly. You mentioned earlier that those were market prices, but gathering them all in such a short time certainly incurs a premium. I stated that fair trade is my principle. Unbeknownst to her, he had noticed the premium. Indeed, while she quoted the market prices, she had chosen to absorb the extra costs, having promised Su Bai that she would assist him with any needs. Now that he had uncovered her intentions, she could only helplessly stick out her tongue, playfully. This scene would undoubtedly astonish anyone familiar with Zhao Mingyue. To them, she had always been an assertive girl. Direct and straightforward in her demeanor, she approached tasks with a boyish tenacity. It was surprising to see her display such a girlish side. Boss Su, are you planning to use these materials to manufacture equipment? Zhao Mingyue inquired, unable to restrain her curiosity as she observed Su Bai inspecting the nanometal. Something along those lines, Su Bai replied, not intending to conceal anything. I plan to use these to construct a mech. A mech? Zhao Mingyue's eyes lit up as if she had struck upon a revelation. Are you preparing to build mech armaments? Having been raised in an environment steeped in knowledge of mechs, Zhao Mingyue possessed a greater understanding than the average mechanic. Materials like nanometal were unsuitable for conventional mechs, and kryptonite, as a core power source, lacked the capability to support the demands of a large-scale mech. Therefore, it was evident that Su Bai intended to construct mech armaments. May I observe the process? Zhao Mingyue asked, a hint of trepidation in her voice. She had never witnessed mech armaments before. Few on Blue Star had. As the craftsmanship did not meet standards, rendering most mech armaments merely conceptual. What few could be produced were typically auxiliary mechs designed for routine tasks. Zhao Mingyue had witnessed Su Bai's mechanical prowess, and she could not fathom him producing something trivial. She did not wish to miss the opportunity to witness the birth of mech armaments firsthand. Chapter 25. 5 cores ignited. Extreme forging. Very well. After Zhao Mingyue expressed her desire to watch, Su Bai pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. However, it may take some time, and you won't be able to enter the maintenance room. You'll have to stay in the lobby. After all, she had assisted him, and fulfilling her modest request to see the mech armaments was something Su Bai was willing to accommodate. He had no intention of hiding the armaments from her. They would eventually be revealed, as long as she did not witness the crafting and enhancement processes. There was no issue. Excellent. I promised to remain obediently in the lobby. Almost as soon as Su Bai finished speaking, Zhao Mingyue enthusiastically nodded in agreement. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was worth waiting in the lobby for, even outside the door if necessary. Meanwhile, she secretly rejoiced. Hee little shorty. You have no idea what you're missing. At that moment, the meditating Xiao Mingyin suddenly sneezed, somewhat perplexed. What was that? Am I catching a cold? That shouldn't be. Although she felt a flicker of confusion, Xiao Mingyin did not dwell on it and continued her meditative work. Inside the interstellar repair shop, at Su Bai's gesture, Zhao Mingyue closed the shop's main door. Now, the vast repair shop was left with only the two of them, one in the lobby and the other in the maintenance room. Su Bai's reason for closing the door was straightforward. He had no idea how long it would take to build the mech. Should a customer arrive midway, it would be unpleasant for them to wait in vain. Thus, he decided to simply close the door. Indeed, it was a rather carefree decision. With a click, the door to the maintenance room shut. Su Bai first approached the two masses of nanometal, stroking his chin thoughtfully, his gaze shifting. Let us try this batch first. I'll pull a skeletal structure directly from the center using the bionic skeletal manufacturing method. This was a technique he had selected from the legacy skills of star-level mechanics. Although Su Bai's current proficiency in executing this technique was somewhat lacking, the task assistance feature came into play at this moment. The true advantage of task assistance was now evident. As long as the techniques were part of the task support, Su Bai could master them swiftly, achieving a proficiency level akin to that of the original practitioner. With a wave of his right hand, one mass of nanometal gravitated towards him. Under the influence of universal integration, the nanometal began to morph and meld in response to his movements. The once solid metal now resembled pliable putty, easily shaped by Su Bai's hands. While controlling the nanometal with his right hand, Su Bai's left hand was equally occupied, wielding a thermal beam knife to intricately carve the surface of the nanometal. With a crackle, after an hour and a half, numerous shavings of nanometal lay strewn across the ground. Before Su Bai stood a 2-meter-tall, semi-transparent metallic frame, a marvel of engineering. Its limbs, torso, neck, and cranium were perfectly crafted, almost lifelike. As he extended his hand to rotate the right arm of the metallic skeleton, it moved with a fluidity that was utterly seamless. Observing this, Su Bai nodded in satisfaction. Truly, the legacy of a 3-star mechanic was evident. This mech skeleton rivaled the human body in every aspect, ensuring an impeccable fit. The mech was linked to the mechanic's body through neuronal components, creating a unique connection via the flow of stellar energy. However, humans and mechs were fundamentally different, due to the dissimilarity in skeletal structures. Even the most intricately designed large mechs face challenges in executing certain unique movements. Thus, the complexity of mech operation techniques varied. Yet, Su Bai's mech armament posed no such issues. as the nearly identical structure allowed him to maneuver with remarkable ease. Next came the joints and the outer armor. Su Bai was thoroughly pleased with his masterpiece. But this was merely the first step. With a flourish of his right hand, the nanometal shavings instantly soared into the air, coalescing back into a singular form. The ability to harmonize all things was indeed an SSS-grade talent. This remarkable waste reuse process incurred no loss whatsoever, a truly divine skill. And this was but one of his abilities. As for the outer armor, he would employ the golden ratio of light and heavy armor. In selecting the outer armor, Su Bai utilized the two-star mechanics inherited technique, the golden ratio of light and heavy armor. With his own skill, he expertly controlled the proportions of the two types of armor on the mech, optimizing their performance. The essence of this technique lay in its precision. A slight deviation could lead to catastrophic failure. Even Su Bai had to approach this task with utmost seriousness. With his right hand guiding the nanometal into a rough shape, his left wielded a thermal beam knife to carve intricate patterns and details. As sparks flew, beads of sweat began to form on Su Bai's forehead. 3.5 hours later, he gazed upon the mech, now covered in armor and with its joints connected, a faint smile gracing his lips. Excellent. It was nearly indistinguishable from the blueprint. The mech armament had taken on a nascent form, and Su Bai ultimately chose to paint it in a striking red and black scheme, reminiscent of ancient war generals. The perfect balance of light and heavy armor, coupled with a helmet design he particularly favored, rendered the 2-meter mech visually imposing, rivaling even larger models in terms of intimidation. Next, he turned his attention to the core power source. Su Bai glanced at the nearby kryptonite, excitement bubbling within him. This time, he would employ the 3-star mechanics technique of quintuple core combustion. This was the reason he required 5 pieces of kryptonite. From the moment he first observed the task assistance, he had recognized the potential of this technique. However, an overly powerful energy source could lead to explosive energy discharge, even causing detonation, and Su Bai lacked the confidence to control such power. Not even higher-tier mechanics could achieve this feat. They were compelled to opt for relatively weaker energy sources. Thus, despite possessing extraordinary abilities, this technique was rated only as a 3-star mechanic skill, lacking practicality. Yet Su Bai possessed interstellar enhancement. Under its influence, he could potentially elevate the originally low-tier energy source, allowing him to achieve quintuple core combustion with a high-energy output. This would result in the most powerful power mech. Exhaling a breath of stale air and wiping the sweat from his brow, he approached the 5 pieces of dark green kryptonite, arms wide open. The 5 pieces levitated into the air, forming a pentagonal formation at different positions. Gradually, he drew them closer together. As the 5 pieces neared, an energy net suddenly materialized between them. This energy net connected the cores of the 5 kryptonite pieces, aggregating their energy, pulsating with green radiance. At that moment, the energy coursing through the net exceeded the combined energy of the kryptonite itself, even tripling it, comparable to the total energy of 2 helium stones. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, Su Bai's eyes narrowed, and he forcefully thrust his hands forward, instantly embedding it within the mech armament. As the power source entered the mech, all connections were activated. A terrifying shockwave erupted, shaking the entire interstellar mechanic shop. Chapter 26. The prototype complete, commencing enhancement. This tremor startled Zhao Mingyue, who was meditating cross-legged in the hall, prompting her to spring up and glance around. What was that commotion? Zhao Mingyue had remained to witness the birth of a combat mech armament firsthand. However, she distinctly remembered that the materials she provided to Su Bai were merely kryptonite. Even 5 pieces of kryptonite should not have caused such a ruckus. What on earth was Su Bai doing? Now, her heart fluttered with curiosity, akin to a cat's gentle scratching, yearning to uncover the mysteries unfolding within the maintenance room. It had been 5 hours since Su Bai entered, and with her arrival at noon, dusk was now approaching. Zhao Mingyue was not impatient, as she was honored to witness history. Even if it meant waiting a few days, she would gladly endure. The crucial point was that she was acutely aware of the extraordinary mech armament being birthed not far from her. Such temptation was irresistible to any mech enthusiast. Should she sneak a peek? A fleeting thought of doing so crossed her mind, yet she quickly shook her head. No. If I get caught, Su Boss would surely be displeased. Time, please pass more swiftly. Struggling to suppress her restless spirit, Zhao Mingyue found it increasingly difficult to meditate and resorted to practicing mech techniques in the hall. Of course, this was not piloting a mech, but rather an offline practice. While this method lacked the efficacy of hands-on training, it still contributed to enhancing her skill proficiency. Drawing a lightsaber from the star ring, its pale blue glow shimmering, Zhao Mingyue raised the blade high before her. With her eyes tightly shut, she stepped forward with her left foot while keeping her right foot stationary, then swiftly transitioned into a spinning motion, the sword dancing in tandem with her movements. An intermediate mech technique, the circular slash, executed flawlessly while Zhao Mingyue was anxiously awaiting. The outside of the interstellar mechanic shop was also rife with tension. In the distance, Duan Han observed the bustling activity outside the shop. His mood quite somber. He had not anticipated the shop's business to be so thriving. Any rash action would undoubtedly attract the attention of the enforcement team. Yet, what on earth was that kid doing? Only operating for an hour a day before closing. This question was not only on Duan Han's mind. The customers who had come to seek out Subai after watching his maintenance videos were equally perplexed. What the heck? Is this for real? Closing already? Is this the place from the video? Is there really a star mechanic here? It must be correct. After all, there are hardly any mechanic shops of this scale in all of Huaxia. Let alone Yunhai. We just arrived too late, damn. Is this the pride of a star mechanic? Who closes their shop at 11 in the morning? What can we do? He is a star mechanic. A super genius capable of 10-thread operations. The key point is that the prices are reasonable too, true. While 100,000 star coins is merely the standard price for maintenance from a star mechanic, here it's a direct 2-for-1 deal. So affordable. In any case, I'm not leaving today. I'll wait right here until the shop owner opens tomorrow. Is this how competitive it is? Then I won't leave either. Well said, if you're not leaving. Then neither am I. At this moment, Zhou Yunjun and others had already uploaded videos of Su by simultaneously maintaining 10 mechs online. Thanks to the earlier hype created by Xiao Mingyin, discussions surrounding the interstellar mechanic shop were buzzing. The moment the video was released, it garnered hundreds of thousands of views. Just as Subai had anticipated, those in the know saw through the intricacies, while laypeople found it utterly captivating. Almost immediately after its release, there were 1,000 comments. Is this for real? There's a star mechanic in Yunhai? Wow, this operation. I bet even most star mechanics can't pull it off. Regardless, this performance alone is worth the price of admission. Let us go. It seems Yunhai is a must-visit. To be honest, I'm already here, but alas the boss has closed up shop. Is this a hunger marketing strategy? Right? Damn it. Which good person closes their shop at noon? I miss the days of yore when chrysanthemum was still just a flower, and Wulong Fengchu was a compliment. People were so simple back then, without all these deep tricks. I truly admire this old six. Good thing I didn't go. Now they're in for a shock. They don't realize that a star mechanic isn't someone you can just meet whenever you want. He just finished 10 orders. Doesn't he need to rest? Wow, you make a great point. Among them, the most regretful were those mechanics who had lined up only to leave due to Subai's high fees. Just a moment's hesitation cost them a golden opportunity. There's no need to dwell on it. Tomorrow, the price for 2 maintenance services will undoubtedly exceed 100,000 star coins. Why didn't I hold out just a little longer? This was almost a collective sentiment among them. Subai, of course, remained oblivious to the happenings online, unaware that his interstellar mechanic shop had once again become the talk of the town. His focus was entirely captivated by the mech armament before him. The original red and black color scheme, now infused with dark green, added an air of the enigmatic. It was as if a ruler of the night had emerged. A sovereign of the shadows. Not bad, though the quality is slightly lacking. Now comes the main event. Subai rested his chin on one hand, surveying his masterpiece. He then lowered his right hand and slowly approached the mech armor. Extending his right arm, he made direct contact with the mech armor. Ding! Target mech detected. Current mech tier is too low. 1 SD, tier interstellar enhancement available. He initiated the enhancement. Almost instantaneously upon receiving the prompt, Subai chose to proceed. A brilliant radiance erupted, only to dissipate moments later. The mech armor before Subai underwent a transformation following its initial interstellar enhancement. Its overall color remained a striking red and black. Yet the previously rigid nanometal now appeared rejuvenated. Even without touching it, Subai could sense an increase in both its resilience and hardness. Indeed, as he had anticipated, Interstellar enhancement could fortify the very materials of any mech. However, the change in the nanometal did not overly excite Subai. He remained composed. What needed confirmation next was of utmost importance. His right hand gently grazed the mech armor. With a click, the chest panel opened, revealing a flickering blue glow within. It resembled a swirling nebula. In that moment, Subai couldn't help but clench his fist and swing it with vigor. It truly works, indeed. The core structure, originally composed of dark green kryptonite, had been entirely replaced by helium stones, coupled with the unique 5-core co-combustion feature. Although it was still classified as a terrestrial mech, Subai's mech armor now possessed a power source comparable to that of an aerial mech. Chapter 27. Terrifying Impact, Rising Bloodlust. No, it's still insufficient. Gazing at the mech armor before him, Subai stroked his chin. Despite the significant upgrade, it was still merely a terrestrial mech, unable to keep pace with his stellar force realm. Typically, a first-tier enhancement would awaken a unique talent ability. He wondered what the awakened talent might be. Contemplating this, Subai hesitated slightly, reasoning that a first-tier enhancement should awaken a terrestrial talent ability. He pondered whether to test it out first. Ultimately, however, he rejected this idea. It would be wiser to wait until after the second-tier enhancement to assess the situation. If this first-tier talent was particularly powerful but subsequently lost, that would indeed be quite disheartening. Generally speaking, a mech can possess only one talent ability. Subai believed that even with interstellar enhancement, this limitation should remain intact. If he were to acquire a commendable talent ability now, only to have it washed away during the second-tier enhancement, it would be utterly disappointing. It was better to wait until all enhancements were complete before taking a look. Continuing the enhancement, his right hand pressed against the mech armor, and 100 interstellar points were successfully deducted. Second-tier enhancement initiated. Accompanied by the system prompt, a golden light erupted from the mech armor. This force far surpassed that of the previous first-tier enhancement, even creating a pulling force at the location of the mechanical armor, akin to a miniature black hole attempting to devour all surrounding metallic matter. Upon witnessing this, Subai frowned and quickly used his ability of universal integration to counterbalance it. Such a phenomenon had never occurred before. Previously awakened talent abilities were chosen from among many options by Subai, yet now, as it came to his mech armor, no options appeared. He wondered if this was due to his own talent being too unique, or if this type of combat mech was making its debut, thus exhibiting certain peculiarities. Soon, Subai's universal integration and the pulling force generated by the mech armor's talent ability reached a delicate equilibrium before both dissipated. Boom. Almost instantly, as the pulling force vanished, a shock wave erupted, radiating outward from Subai and engulfing the entire cloud sea. The first to be affected was Zhao Mingyue in the hall. Fortunately, having previously experienced an awakened talent ability, she prepared herself as soon as she felt the tremor. She invoked her frigid ice spirit to reinforce the light shield in her hands, creating a buffer barrier. Even so, under this impact, the ice layer on the buffer barrier continued to crumble, scattering across the ground in mere moments. The barrier itself teetered precariously, prompting Zhao Mingyue to hastily increase her stellar force to maintain her defense. Her expression was one of panic, her heart racing. What talent ability has Boss Su awakened? Just a flicker of residual energy possesses such formidable power. Is this truly the might of mech armor? What tier of mech armor is this? Star Treader or Star Breaker? Boom boom. The shockwave persisted, expanding outward and instantly toppling all the guests waiting outside. Fortunately, the presence of vibranium provided some cushioning. Otherwise, with just this strike, many among them would have sustained serious injuries. Most of these individuals were merely high school students who had awakened their talents for less than a year. Even Zhao Mingyue found the power formidable, and they could hardly contend with it. After being thrown into disarray, they slowly rose to their feet, their small minds filled with immense queries. After a considerable time, someone finally regained their composure. What just happened? I don't know, I just felt my head go blank. Such overwhelming force, it actually flipped us over even through the vibranium. What on earth is happening inside? Is this the power of a star-level mech technician? Just a casual act creates such a commotion? I don't care. I'm reserving a spot at this interstellar repair shop. I'm staying here tonight. I mean it. You think you're the only one who can. I'm staying too, that I can't miss this opportunity. If I let this boss leave, I'll regret it forever. I must wait until he opens for business. In their awe, they yearned even more for the interstellar repair shop. At this point, Subai had transcended the status of an ordinary star-level mech technician in their minds. He was likely of a caliber that could help them stand out. This was an unprecedented opportunity for them. They were not the only ones left stunned. Not far from the interstellar repair shop, Duan Han felt the shockwave and narrowed his vertically slit pupils, his voice tinged with suspicion. The power of a star treader? Did the little girl who entered the repair shop just now advance to a star treader mech technician? That girl doesn't seem very old. Has she crossed into the star treader realm at such a young age? No, this must be eradicated. Even if exposed, I must ensure these two remain here. This power, Duan Han made an accurate assessment. It was likely the strength of a star treader, sufficient to threaten him. Recalling the earlier entrance of Zhao Mingyue into the repair shop, he instinctively believed it was the commotion caused by her Mech-S advancement, Su by S stellar force level, which he had sensed before, was merely that of a sky level 3 star. It was impossible for him to break into the star treader realm in the blink of an eye. The only explanation would be Zhao Mingyue. Now, Duan Han's expression grew somewhat exhilarated. I never expected I could personally slay such a prodigy. This would also contribute to the glory of the Cold Light civilization. Moreover, with a mysterious and formidable talent mech technician, even if the higher-ups were to chastise me, they would surely protect me. Let us do this. Duan Han's vertically slit pupils flickered incessantly as he clenched his fists. Clearly entering a state of readiness, boom, the shock dissipated. Only then did Subai lower his right arm, which had shielded his eyes. The shockwave had even caused cracks to appear in his goggles. For safety's sake, he raised his hand to shield his eyes. As his right arm fell, the scene before him made Subai's lips curve into a wide grin. Before him stood the red-black mech armor. Compared to before, the armor now appeared more intricate. Even a gentle touch would elicit a rebound. This was the epitome of resilience, the armor's tension maximized. Moreover, the appearance of the mech armor had transformed. What was previously approximately 2 meters in height now reached 3 meters. While this would be unremarkable among mechs, this was mech armor. With the internal space remaining unchanged, the increase in height indicated a significant augmentation of the metallic materials within. Indeed, this was the case. The mech armor, which originally weighed only 10 tons, now registered a weight of a staggering 100 tons on the repair bay's instruments. This weight was comparable to that of an average aerial mech. Most satisfying for Subai, however, was the core power source of the mech armor. 5 azure orbs floated at the core, forming a network of energy flows among them. This energy web continued to contract and expand, pulsating like a heartbeat. Crucially, their material was not the light stone Subai had speculated, but a higher-tier material known as Mangzhong. 5 Mangzhong orbs formed the 5-core co-combustion. Chapter 28, named Chaos. Dual talent ability. Has it truly advanced to the Mangzhong stage? Subai was somewhat taken aback. It was not guaranteed that a second-tier enhancement would elevate the core power source to the Mangzhong stage. For instance, Zhao Mingyue's Winterblade Master still had a power source at a half Mangzhong, half light stone stage. Moreover, her Winterblade Master possessed only a single core power source, whereas he utilized 5. The disparity between them was not merely a matter of quantity. Perhaps it was due to the previous peculiar state. The resonance between talent ability and inherent talent triggered a mutation in the enhancement, resulting in an overcore power source. After pondering, Subai arrived at his hypothesis. This was the sole explanation for why, despite both undergoing second-tier enhancements, his results vastly surpassed those of Zhao Mingyue and Xiao Mingyan. To claim that it was due to his system would be implausible since there had been no distinction during the first-tier enhancement. Well, let us set that aside for now. It's time to name it. The ability to absorb everything, combined with the talent of universal integration. Let us call it Chaos, a mech of infinite possibilities. Subai swiftly bestowed upon his mech the name Chaos. It seemed that at the moment of its naming, the gaze from the mech's head flickered momentarily, a detail that Subai, engrossed in examining Chaos, failed to notice. He chuckled to himself. Let us give this a try. Finally possessing his own mech, Subai rubbed his hands together. Having restrained himself for quite some time from engaging immediately upon completion. Now that both rounds of enhancements were complete, and Chaos had reached the level of a Tier 3 Sky Mech, He certainly had no reason to hold back. With a single stride, he stepped forward, merging seamlessly with chaos as he was enveloped without any hindrance. In an instant, countless neural connectors extended from within chaos, making contact with Su Bai's body. The initial contact brought a slight sting, yet for Su Bai, it was a trifling matter. Bang! Connection complete. DNA sequence confirmed. Welcome, Sky Mech Master, Su Bai. The neural connection was successful, and a mechanical voice resonated in Su Bai's mind. He understood that this was Chaos's autonomous AI. Almost every mech possessed its own autonomous AI, though the assistance provided was typically minimal, often limited to severing the pain neural link between the mech master and the mech before it suffered catastrophic damage. This was to prevent the master from experiencing the agonizing sensation of being bisected or losing a limb. Just like Sun Han's Red Moon, which was penetrated by a C-core ray. Had her neurons remained connected, the impact could have very well led to her fainting and long-term repercussions. Such pain was immensely difficult to endure. However, this didn't seem to concern Su Bai. His chaos was a combat mech. A close-quarters mech. If he were truly bisected or lost an arm, his own survival would be in jeopardy. How careless it was only then that Su Bai realized he had initially focused solely on the application of his own abilities, neglecting the aspect of safety. Nonetheless, it was of little consequence. In the dire scenario where a mech was destroyed on the battlefield, the survival rate was less than 1%. As for routine battles, why would he engage in combat? He was a mechanic, after all. Indeed. Even after acquiring a mech, Su Bai remained acutely aware of his identity. He was a mechanic. He relished piloting mechs, not for the thrill of combat, but to fulfill a dream. Simultaneously, it was also to possess the means of self-defense. But asking him to roam about in a mech seeking duels, that would be absurd. Earning money to enhance his strength was far more appealing. Money is power. My friend, this principle was particularly evident in Su Bai. With ample funds, he could not only elevate himself to the legendary truth level, but could even forge a fleet of truth-level mechs. He was clear on what was paramount. Oh, what is this? Su Bai's exclamation echoed from within chaos. Immediately, the mech's eyes shifted from azure to a fiery crimson. Boom! A dark radiance erupted from its form. The black light rampaged within the repair bay, enveloping all metallic objects in its path. Soon, the dark light came into contact with another mass of nanometals on the ground, swiftly seizing it as a hunter would its prey. Moments later, the dark light dissipated, revealing a semi-transparent beam cannon 5 meters long with a diameter of 50 centimeters in Chaos's grasp. Buzz! The cannon's muzzle continuously absorbed the ambient heat, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. While through its translucent body, one could observe a mass of black material accumulating at its core. Even a small amount possessed the power to effortlessly obliterate a starship. Talent skill. Dark energy beam cannon. Hiss. After personally confirming his talent skill, Su Bai dismissed the beam cannon from his hands. He dared not wield such power recklessly in this space. To his surprise, it was indeed a dark energy beam cannon. A force completely contrary to gravity that harmonized with everything. At this moment, Su Bai became intrigued by the talent of universal integration. It seemed this talent's true power was far greater than he had initially imagined. Dark energy could generate a repulsive force opposite to gravity, often regarded as a reason for cosmic expansion. The fact that such energy could be controlled by a mech was astonishing, even if what he possessed was merely pseudo-dark energy or just a fragment of it. It was still terrifying, moreover. After the beam cannon vanished from his hand, a crimson longsword materialized at his side with a flick of his right hand. If the dark energy beam cannon possessed a terrifying repulsive force that repelled all, then this crimson longsword wielded an entirely contrary gravitational force. Talent skill, sword of attraction. It possessed the formidable ability to draw in all metallic substances within its vicinity. This meant that anything within the sword's range, mechs, starships, materials containing metallic elements, or even living beings, would be irresistibly drawn to its blade. To put it simply, one could stand still and still decimate opponents. Unbelievably, he had truly awakened dual talent skills. Did this imply that, upon confirming his chaos had awakened dual talent skills, Su Bai conjured an audacious thought? Perhaps, with each enhancement, new talent skills could emerge, not only for himself, But perhaps this could apply to other mechs as well? The moment this notion took root, it proliferated in Su-bai's mind like a swarm of locusts. He desperately wished to test whether it could be true. Unfortunately, it seemed he could not do so at present. There were two methods to conduct such tests. One was to enhance a previously enhanced mech, but the three mechs he had previously enhanced were far from ready for another enhancement. The other was to find a mech that possessed a talent skill to experiment on. Chapter 29. All permissions unlocked. Interstellar logistics? He silently noted this in his mind as Su-bai flexed the wrist of chaos, confirming that it was perfectly synchronized with his own, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. However, this characteristic specialty seemed somewhat lackluster. The special trait of chaos appeared rather insignificant when compared to Xiao Mingyan's instant step or Zhao Mingyue's energy manipulation. Special trait. Heavenly Eye. Upon activation, it grants exceptionally keen dynamic vision for a limited duration and the ability to discern the opponent's vulnerabilities. For an ordinary mech master, this could be considered a miraculous skill. Yet for a mechanic, they were already the most knowledgeable about mechs, capable of roughly identifying weaknesses merely by observing an opponent's mech. At best, it would be somewhat effective against star beasts, haha. Perhaps I was being a bit greedy, Su-bai chuckled to himself, realizing that having already acquired two formidable talent skills, along with a power source and armor surpassing the typical Starstrider mechs, it was indeed a bit excessive to desire an even stronger special trait. Overall, he was exceedingly satisfied with the gains from this endeavor. More importantly, as chaos took shape, the system notifications arrived as expected. Ding. The host has successfully created a mech of their own. Task completion time. 2 days. Now rewarding. Complete control of the interstellar mechanic shop. 1x eternal sky-level defense barrier. The instant the mechanical voice fell silent, the lights within the repair bay suddenly illuminated. Simultaneously, a lively female voice emanated from the control panel. Congratulations, shop owner Su-bai. You have obtained complete control of the store. Activating virtual construction chamber. Store expansion rights. A detection revealed that the inventory of this store was severely insufficient. Now opening the interstellar logistics purchasing channel. Please check. Shop owner. A series of notifications left Su-bai momentarily bewildered. Pondering, what is a virtual construction chamber? The time within the virtual construction chamber differs from the outside world, with the time flow determined by the level. Based on the current level of the host store, a level 1 virtual construction chamber can be utilized, with a time flow rate of 1 to 3. As Su-bai posed his question, the control panel promptly provided an answer. The host can engage in mech repair practice within the virtual construction chamber and even forge unclaimed mechs. The intelligence of the system astonished Su-bai, yet what thrilled him even more was the virtual construction chamber, a dedicated space for him to hone his mech repair skills, and with a time flow rate 1/3 that of the outside world. This meant that if he spent 3 days in the virtual construction chamber, only 1 day would have passed outside. Consequently, he could truly become a master of time management, now that he possessed the foundational skills to construct mechs. Using the virtual construction chamber to create mechs for his exclusive interstellar mechanic shop to sell, seemed he could earn even more. Realizing this, Su-bai's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to put it into practice immediately. However, he ultimately restrained himself. The expansion rights were straightforward to comprehend. But did that mean I lacked the qualifications to expand the mechanic shop before? Expansion rights are quite literally as they sound. It grants him the ability to enlarge the area of the interstellar mechanic shop. But this should be permissible without special permissions, right? Indeed, the previous shop owner who had not obtained complete control of the interstellar mechanic shop was merely an employee, unable to decide whether the shop could expand. Even blind expansions would receive no support. Upon hearing the control panel's explanation, Su-bai began to understand. He could indeed expand, but not in a manner that would grant him access to advanced equipment and cutting-edge defenses, which would be categorized as a legal construction, of course. There was no rush to expand, right? He glanced around at the 10 repair bays he currently possessed. Pondering for a moment, he ultimately decided against expansion for now. Given his current capabilities, managing 10 simultaneous operations was feasible, but anything beyond that would become burdensome and could compromise precision and quality. He would wait until his strength improved before considering it. Soon, Su-bai shifted his focus to the matter that intrigued him most aside from the virtual construction chamber. The Interstellar Logistics Purchasing Channel. What is the Interstellar Logistics Purchasing Channel? Su-bai was eager to discover if this purchasing channel was as he envisioned. The Interstellar Logistics dedicated channel is exclusively designed for interstellar repair shops, enabling the procurement of essential metallic materials, core components, and more through the interstellar network. No matter the distance, delivery is guaranteed within a day. And the prices are set at a mere 80% of the market rate. Indeed, upon receiving a positive confirmation, Subai couldn't help but fist his hand and swing it with vigor, his joy unmistakably evident on his face. For the construction of the chaos, he had indeed owed Zhao Mingyue a favor. The reason being, despite being a repair shop owner, he had no personal shopping channel. Now, with the full privileges of the interstellar repair shop being unlocked, this issue has finally been resolved. From now on, he can directly purchase any materials he requires on the interstellar network. Most importantly, the central control stated that all metallic and core materials are included. Regardless of distance, they can arrive within a day, which means, as long as he possesses sufficient star coins, he can acquire countless rare materials. Although interstellar enhancement can elevate the quality of mechas, there are inevitably instances where special maintenance requires specific materials. It would be unreasonable to apply interstellar enhancement for even minor wear and tear. Right? Such an approach would be unacceptable for both him and the customers. Previously, Subai had little interest in the full privileges of the interstellar repair shop. However, it now seemed he had been rather short-sighted. The rewards from this task were even comparable to the talents he had acquired, having reached an apex at the repair shop level. Subai was thoroughly pleased with this. Simultaneously, a golden radiance erupted from beneath his feet, spreading like a web throughout the entire interstellar repair shop. Boom! A violent tremor swept through the entire establishment, startling Zhao Mingyue, who was in the hall. What is happening? It's just the construction of a mecha. Must it be so frightening? After a series of tremors, Zhao Mingyue felt somewhat numb. She was genuinely astonished, eye in her eyes. Everything Subai was doing had completely surpassed her understanding. Whether it was the combat mecha armaments or the successive loud disturbances. Even now, the golden patterns on the ground made her feel more terrified than when confronting her own father. What a joke! Her father is Zhao Tianming, a pinnacle mecha master. Above him is the Hung Tian level? Does this golden pattern possess the power of Hung Tian? Zhao Mingyue. Winky face. No way. My scalp feels itchy, as if I'm about to grow a brain. Whoosh, as Zhao Mingyue racked her brain. The golden patterns had already covered the entire interstellar repair shop. Soon, a terrifying aura erupted, rendering her nearly immobile. Fortunately, it dissipated in an instant, as if everything that had transpired was merely a dream. Only her pale, slightly painful hand remained, reminding Zhao Mingyue that this was no dream. Just moments ago, she truly felt the power of Hung Tian. Chapter 30. Can I take a look? Such extraordinary events unfolded within the interstellar repair shop. Strangely, the outside world remained peaceful. Unlike the commotion caused by Subai earlier, this time, the construction of the Hung Tian level defense barrier did not stir a single ripple outside. Those customers waiting for Subai to open were now casually taking out their phones in pairs. Some teamed up to enter the Mecha Canyon, while others began live streaming. Even Duan Han, who had been closely observing the interstellar repair shop, noticed nothing amiss, remaining focused on the shop's condition. This kid is truly absurd. Does it really take this long? Doesn't he fear people losing patience? It has been 6 or 7 hours since Zhao Mingyue entered the interstellar repair shop. A solitary man and woman alone for such an extended period. Something feels off. Truly a beast. Killing this pair of dog lovers would count as a service to the public. A single dog. Duan Han never expected that merely tailing them would fill him with a mouthful of dog food. He wouldn't dare admit he envied Subai's endurance. Yet, with each passing second, his murderous intent grew stronger. Within the repair shop, Subai approached the wall of the maintenance room and reached out to touch it. The sensation was no different from before. Is this the defense barrier? It doesn't feel any different. Subai found it somewhat puzzling. Had it not been for the terrifying power that had just dissipated, he might have doubted the authenticity of the system. If sensing Subai's confusion, the central control issued another prompt. The interstellar repair shop has deployed the Hung Tian level defense barrier. Please rest assured, store owner Subai. He had the right to express skepticism regarding the central control's statement. Bang! At that moment, a faint golden glow burst forth from his palm, emanating the same aura as before, prompting Subai to hurriedly retract his right hand. Surely now, the store owner should be convinced. Whether it was an illusion or not, Subai felt as if there was a hint of petulance in the central control's tone. He could only offer an awkward smile. Ha ha ha, just joking. I trust your capabilities, central control. Alright, let me see what is happening with the interstellar network. Just as he was interrupted by the defense barrier. Subai had yet to check the interstellar network. He promptly instructed the central control to open it. Whoosh. As soon as Subai's words fell, a luminous screen rose before him, displaying a dazzling array of various metallic and core materials. He was utterly captivated. Crystal, helium stone, mongzhong, even star meon stone. Upon seeing the first row of core power source materials containing a pitch-black, irregularly shaped stone, Subai was taken aback. Star meon stone, a high-energy material used primarily as the core power source for Star-Fallen level mechas, is as rare as the Star-Fallen mecha masters themselves. To purchase a piece of Star Meon stone in the Blue Star Alliance, one must first prove they possess the qualifications of a 4-star repair master or higher, and also provide a commission letter from a Star-Fallen mecha master for constructing or upgrading a mecha. This is to prevent malicious procurement of Star Meon stones for profit. Star-Fallen mecha masters are absolute powerhouses within the Blue Star Alliance. They are also the backbone within the Interstellar Alliance. Above them is Hung Tian. Hung Tian represents the pinnacle of the Blue Star Alliance, while those existing above Hung Tian have long ventured into deep space, becoming legendary figures. Such levels of materials can only be obtained in deep space. It's truly unexpected that interstellar logistics are this efficient, offering Star Meon stone at an 80% discount. Upon seeing the price of Star Meon stone, Subai couldn't help but feel tempted. He was seriously considering purchasing Star Meon stone through interstellar logistics and then selling it for profit. Even with just a 2-layer profit, it would be enough to make him exceedingly wealthy. That would be equivalent to conducting 100 interstellar enhancements for others, a profit of 2 billion star coins. How could they test their personnel with such a thing? Subai's eyes began to redden, and he took deep breaths to calm himself. He had no choice. He needed to remain composed. If he truly went through with this, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Interstellar Alliance. How would he explain where the Star Meon stone came from? Unable to clarify? Great. A cell for tears. Clarified? Great. To the Research Institute. No matter how he approached it, the outcome would be the loss of freedom, at least not now. He was still too weak. After regaining his composure, Subai shifted his gaze to the metallic materials below. Indeed, there were plenty of nanometals available for purchase. What a pity, vibranium, illusion gold, magic gold. How splendid. With this, he could consider occasionally constructing mechas for auction. After browsing the interstellar network, Subai's grin nearly reached his ears. He realized that on the current interstellar network, he could almost purchase all materials below the Hung Tian level. This meant that as long as his skills as a repair master improved, he could directly construct Star-Fallen mechas for auction without relying on interstellar enhancement. Truly, today is a splendid day. Subai felt immensely pleased. Glancing at the time, he exited the maintenance room. Creak in the hall. Upon hearing the maintenance room door open, Zhao Mengyue hurriedly approached Subai. This sudden action almost made Subai slap her. Fortunately, upon recognizing her as Zhao Mengyue, he quickly retracted his outstretched hand. Zhao Mengyue, winky face. Subai, stepping back 2 paces cautiously, Zhao Mengyue felt a twinge of fear. Boss Su. Did you just intend to hit me? Subai chuckled. No. You're overthinking it. He had been too engrossed and overwhelmed with joy, forgetting that Zhao Mengyue was still waiting for him in the hall. Thankfully, he reacted swiftly. Otherwise, if he had slapped her, that lovely face would surely be in jeopardy. Fortunately, Zhao Mengyue was not the type to hold grudges, and it was indeed her abruptness. Could I take a look? What? Staring at Zhao Mengyue's eager gaze, Subai was momentarily taken aback. You mean that? Zhao Mengyue, too excited, hadn't he articulated clearly, merely pointing at Subai's right hand resting beside his leg. Subai? Following Zhao Mengyue's gaze, Subai looked down at his leg. Isn't that inappropriate? Subai assessed Zhao Mengyue. She was indeed beautiful, and her personality was pleasant. However, this is too fast, not in line with his character. Zhao Mengyue, didn't you promise to show me the mecha armaments? Are you planning to go back on your word? Zhao Mengyue was entirely focused on the mecha armaments, failing to catch the undercurrents in Subai's words. Subai, oh, so that's what you meant? Sure. Chapter 31. You could never imagine what you've missed in a moment of utter embarrassment. Su Bai hastily shifted the topic. Wasn't he merely curious to witness the chaos? After all, he had promised himself, and so he reached directly for the star ring. Whoosh! Unlike the typical mecha, the instant Su Bai made contact with the star ring, a brilliant white light enveloped him, causing his body to lean back slightly before he seamlessly melded into the chaos. This was a design he had specifically crafted to minimize the time needed to board the mecha. In his view, this would allow him to respond more adeptly to unforeseen circumstances. Ordinary mechas lack this capability, requiring a certain boarding time. With the presence of the Hengtian-level protective barrier, even if the weight of the chaos was substantial, there was no concern about damaging the hull as the white light dissipated. Clad in a striking black and red mecha, the blue light filtered through the formidable head armor as the chaos lowered its head slightly to gaze at Zhao Mengyue. Upon witnessing the towering figure of chaos, standing at 3 meters tall, Zhao Mengyue felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. To her, the chaos was nothing short of a masterpiece, second only to her own Winter Swordmaster. After all, in her heart, her child would always be the most beautiful. Even though the chaos was a paragon of natural beauty and craftsmanship, it could not surpass her Winter Swordmaster. However, aside from her Winter Swordmaster, she was willing to regard it as the strongest. With proportions nearly identical to a human, the chaos appeared less rigid than typical mechas, yet the power emanating from it made Zhao Mengyue realize that this seemingly diminutive form contained strength rivaling that of ordinary mechas. At the very least, in terms of sheer power, her Winter Swordmaster paled in comparison. To her astonishment, Su Bai, you are indeed a mecha craftsman. After failing to spot Zhou Yunjin, Zhao Mengyue deduced that it was indeed Su Bai piloting the chaos. So this is what mecha armament entails? No boarding time required, it can be donned instantly? Truly remarkable, Su Bai. What is the name of this mecha? Zhao Mengyue bombarded him with questions like a rapid-fire barrage. Chaos, Su Bai's magnetic voice resonated from within the mecha, leaving Zhao Mengyue momentarily stunned. Wait, this is your original voice, Su Bai. How is it possible to maintain your own voice while inside the mecha? Zhao Mengyue was utterly baffled. Typically, communication within a mecha was fraught with mechanical distortion, a common grievance among female mecha pilots. Even if their voices were angelic, they often emerged from the mecha sounding less than ideal. Especially for someone like Xiao Mingyin, who held great confidence in her vocal timbre, this was a thorn in her side. If Xiao Mingyin were to discover that Su Bai could project his natural voice through the mecha, that girl would undoubtedly go insane. Though not as frenzied as Xiao Mingyin, Zhao Mengyue was equally concerned, her eyes fixated on the chaos, hoping Su Bai would provide an explanation. Well, it should be due to the size and structural compatibility of the mecha. Su Bai pondered briefly before offering this explanation. The chaos utilized a bionic skeletal structure, and the speaker was positioned close to the oral cavity, allowing for perfect vocal fidelity while amplifying sound. An ordinary mecha simply could not achieve this. After all, the proportions of the microphone and speaker within a mecha are not substantial, and interference from electrical currents inevitably alters the sound. Upon hearing Su Bai's explanation, Zhao Mengyue felt enlightened yet slightly disappointed. While she understood the reasoning, she had assumed that Su Bai must have performed some unique modification on the chaos to preserve its original voice. To discover it was merely a matter of proximity was rather anticlimactic. If that were the case, then it was indeed beyond the capacity of ordinary mechas to replicate such capabilities. What a pity. Setting aside her concerns about vocal fidelity, Zhao Mengyue circled the chaos a few more times, thoroughly examining it before expressing her satisfaction. Thank you, Su Bai. I can now consider myself the second person in the world to witness combat mecha armament. It is an honor. She refrained from inquiring whether Su Bai could construct additional mecha armaments. She already possessed her Winter Swordmaster. Furthermore, even with the chaos before her, she did not believe Su Bai could replicate a mecha armament tailored to her specifications. Each individual's talents are distinct. Indeed, the chaos was formidable, but its size did impose certain limitations. Merely by comparison, Zhao Mengyue could ascertain that even with identical materials, the chaos's power was inferior to that of an ordinary mid-tier sky mecha. Sacrificing strength for aesthetics was contrary to the principles upheld by mecha artisans. As for why Su Bai opted for mecha armament, Zhao Mengyue speculated that he was an immensely talented and promising mecha craftsman, for whom the mecha was merely an embellishment, rendering combat prowess less of a concern. Her deduction was nearly accurate, save for one detail. The reason Su Bai selected mecha armament was because of his inherent talent. To others, the chaos seemed to lack power. That was because they were oblivious to the enhancement provided by the integration of all things. With the integration of all things, Su Bai could unleash a power far surpassing that of ordinary mechas in an instant. At such moments, the chaos's high mobility would afford him countless tactical variations. It could be said that only Su Bai in this era possessed the qualification to wield mecha armament. Others simply could not. Thank you, Su Bai, for fulfilling my modest wish. I shall return again if there is anything you require. Do not hesitate to command me. After waiting several hours merely to catch a glimpse of mecha armament, Zhao Mingyue felt her wish fulfilled, and as the sky grew dim, it was inappropriate to linger any longer. Su Bai smiled in response. The successful construction of the chaos owes much to your assistance. Zhao Mingyue shook her head. What I provided was merely ordinary nanometal and kryptonite. It is your extraordinary skill, Su Bai, that has birthed such a powerful mecha. Her words were heartfelt. She could hardly find the words to describe Su Bai's terrifying prowess. Was it transforming waste into treasure or turning stone into gold? His skills were simply miraculous. Though traces of nanometal were still faintly discernible in the chaos, its strength was incomparable. It was at least several times more robust. As for the core, it went without saying. Although she was unaware of the true nature of the chaos's core power source, Zhao Mingyue could ascertain it was certainly beyond the capabilities of kryptonite. The more she witnessed Su Bai's mecha repair techniques, the more resolute she became in her determination to continue advancing and maintaining under his tutelage. Even if other star-level mecha craftsmen were available for her selection, she would unhesitatingly choose Su Bai. Even if his repair fees appeared exorbitant, the experience revealed that it was indeed exceedingly fair. Just as Zhao Mingyue was about to depart the mecha shop, her messaging app suddenly chimed. She received a message from her friend. Airport, where are you? I've been looking for you at school all day and couldn't find you. To her surprise, it was Xiao Mingyan who had sent it. Upon reading that familiar address, Zhao Mingyue's eyes narrowed mischievously as she deftly typed a response. Of course, I'm here with Su Bai. You little shorty, you could never imagine what you've missed. Chapter 32. The Moment of Action. 36 Electronic Cannon. Having sent that message, Zhao Mingyue turned off her phone without waiting for Xiao Mingyan's reply. At that moment, Xiao Mingyan, who had just concluded her meditation and training, stared at her phone in disbelief, her mouth agape, her eyes filled with incredulity. This airport actually ran away. What did I miss? Could it be that Su Bai has launched a new event? That shouldn't be. He posted anything on his social media. Just because of Zhao Mingyue's casual remark, Xiao Mingyan's good mood for the day was completely shattered. All she wanted was to storm over to the interstellar mecha repair shop to uncover the truth. However, glancing at the sky, Xiao Mingyan ultimately abandoned this thought, persistently sending messages to Zhao Mingyue. She messaged, "What is going on? Explain it to me clearly. Hey. Reply to me. Are you dead? Damn airport. You really need to wash up. Do you know how disgusting it is to leave a conversation half-finished?" Yet, no matter how many messages she sent, Zhao Mingyue remained unresponsive. This left Xiao Mingyan grinding her teeth in frustration. If you want to tell me. I'll just ask Su Bai myself. In a moment of inspiration, Xiao Mingyan decided to directly inquire Su Bai. She messaged, "Su Bai, are you there? I heard Zhao Mingyue came to find you today. Did she have something to discuss?" Su Bai glanced at Zhao Mingyue before looking at the message from Xiao Mingyan, somewhat perplexed. He simply replied, "Nothing much, she just helped me out a great deal." Xiao Mingyan. Upon reading Su Bai's reply, she felt as though she had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in place for a while before letting out a mournful wail. "What airport? I shall not rest until I see your downfall." In an instant, Xiao Mingyan recalled that yesterday, Zhao Mingyue had been frantically purchasing nanometal. Initially, she merely found it odd, but now she fully comprehended Zhao Mingyue's intentions for acquiring those materials. Who would have thought that the seemingly straightforward airport could be so cunning? Ultimately, it was her own negligence. She had missed an opportunity to enhance her rapport. Xiao Mingyan now felt a pang of regret, realizing she should not have merely mentioned Su Bai's extraordinary mecha repair shop to Zhao Mingyue but should have accompanied her in person. That way, the chance to strengthen their bond could have been hers. "No way. Airport, just wait until I master this technique. I will make you regret it." Xiao Mingyan clenched her fair fists, gritting her teeth in frustration. Wishing she could swallow Zhao Mingyue whole, She did not specifically inquire about Su Bai's intentions for the nanometal, for in her view, given Su Bai's skills, it was most likely for repairs or some similar purpose. Within the interstellar repair shop, Zhao Mingyue revealed a satisfied smile, as she had always been vexed by Xiao Mingyin. That cunning little imp finally had a day of reckoning. This joy was akin to witnessing a mecha armament firsthand. Today truly was a splendid day with a cheerful tone. Zhao Mingyue waved her hand in preparation to bid farewell to Su Bai. Boss Su, farewell however, just as her right foot crossed the threshold of the interstellar repair shop. A man clad in a black robe obstructed her path. This provoked extreme dissatisfaction among the queue behind her. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Can't you see we're waiting? How long have we been here? It's rather inappropriate for you to cut in line, don't you think? Exactly. Get to the back of the line, or we won't be so polite. Hearing this, Duan Han revealed a cold smirk. His voice chillingly icy, noisy, boom. At that moment, he unleashed his star power. The might of a Star Walker Mecha Master was fully displayed at this instant. The terrifying star power enveloped the crowd behind, rendering them instantly immobilized. The brunt of the force bore down on those closest, crushing them under the overwhelming star energy. The strongest among them was merely a ground 3-star Mecha Master. Utterly unable to withstand the might of a Star Walker, thud. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed repeatedly. Zhao Mingyue's expression changed in an instant, entering a state of combat readiness, her right hand lightly touching her star ring, poised to summon the Winter Sword Master for a battle. This scene, however, did not faze Duan Han. You can give it a try, but will you unleash your mecha faster than my -36 electromagnetic cannon? At that moment, a pitch-black cannon, approximately 20 centimeters at the barrel's mouth, with a blue glow flickering within and emitting a crackling sound, was already aimed at Zhao Mingyue. The -36 electromagnetic cannon? Are you from the Cold Light Star? Born into a unique family, Zhao Mingyue remained composed even with the cannon pointed at her. She quickly deduced the man's identity. Such weaponry from the bygone era was now only wielded by those from the Cold Light Star. The cannon's power was not overly formidable, but at such close range, even a Star Walker Mecha Master would find themselves in peril. So what? Soon, you and that mechanic inside will be heading to hell. As he spoke, his visage twisted into a sinister grimace, and with a finger adorned with sharp nails, he pulled the trigger of the electromagnetic cannon. Zhao Mingyue realized she was doomed. There was no time for any escape measures. Moreover, her life-saving items may not withstand the assault from this ancient weapon. Alas, I never expected. Just before her demise, she glanced back. Suddenly, her pupils constricted. Whoosh! At that moment, Su Bai had arrived behind her and swiftly pulled her into the interstellar repair shop. Bang! Simultaneously, the electromagnetic cannon fired. A crimson arc of electricity surged towards Zhao Mingyue, the crackling sound akin to a death knell. Duan Han's lips curled into a triumphant smirk. Today, he could personally terminate the most formidable prodigy of the Blue Star generation. A young genius who had already achieved the rank of Star Walker Mecha Master. He began to envision the rewards he would receive upon his return. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated as the electromagnetic cannon struck the interior of the repair shop. However, upon seeing the scene before him, Duan Han's smile froze instantly. The anticipated demise of Zhao Mingyue did not come to pass. At this moment, the dazed Zhao Mingyue was staring at Su Bai, who raised an eyebrow slightly. Boss Su, this soon? She regained her senses. This was the golden pattern she had seen earlier, the Hongtian-level defensive barrier. Indeed, she had not misjudged. The interstellar repair shop truly possessed the power of Hongtian-level defenses. This Boss Su was truly unfathomable. It was known that within the entire Blue Star Alliance, and even the Interstellar Alliance, places with Hongtian-level defensive capabilities were few and far between. They were either guarded by Hongtian Mecha Masters in interstellar fortresses or were experimental bases with powerful mechanics. Yet now, this seemingly unremarkable, no, it could not be deemed unremarkable, this mysterious repair shop possessed such defensive prowess. Chapter 33. The strange Duan Han, the fleet's exclusive mecha? If Zhao Mingyue felt astonished, then Duan Han, whose robe had been blown away, was utterly horrified. He was the most direct witness to the terrifying power of the defensive barrier, and beads of sweat as large as mung beans dripped from his pale, distorted face. His chest heaved as he struggled to escape from the prior wave of terror. Upon seeing his expression, Zhao Mingyue instantly reacted and hastily informed Su Bai. This cold light star person is not right. He must be a cyborg. Cold light stars cannot wield star power. Indeed, previously, although she felt a slight sense of incongruity in facing a life-and-death crisis, she had not delved deeper. Now that she truly saw the man's form, combined with the -36 electromagnetic cannon he wielded, she immediately detected the anomaly. This was a cold light star individual capable of using star power. More accurately, he was a cyborg integrated with a star power core. Such dehumanizing practices were strictly prohibited throughout the entire interstellar alliance. Had the cold light stars gone mad? Zhao Mingyue quickly recognized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly opened her phone to find the emergency communication option. At this moment, Duan Han recovered from the residual effects of the Hongtian-level defensive barrier. He gazed at Su Bai, his expression twisted with rage. Who exactly are you? He simply could not comprehend how such a small entity as Yunhai could harbor such formidable power. The identity of this young man before him was surely not simple. His mind waged a relentless battle. He believed that utilizing Hongtian-level power required immense energy, and in a short span, Su Bai could not possibly activate it a second time. If he now rushed into the interstellar repair shop, he could undoubtedly slay him. However, he hesitated. He had already lost the element of surprise. And even if he could eliminate Su Bai, he would inevitably face the law from the arriving enforcement team. Regardless, for the sake of my master's grand ambition, he must die today. Ultimately, Duan Han made his decision. He extended his pale, withered right arm and lightly touched the star ring adorned with skull patterns. A dark purple light erupted instantaneously. Subsequently, a gigantic mecha, stooped and almost touching the ground, clad in bone armor, with a visage reminiscent of a decaying monster emanating faint purple mist, stood imposingly at the entrance of the interstellar repair shop. What is this? Upon seeing this mecha, the patrons who had been crouching on the ground were all taken aback. They had not discerned the reason behind Duan Han's previous attack being thwarted. Now, as he entered the mecha, the star power that enveloped them was receded, allowing them to lift their heads and behold the scene before them. But this only intensified their fear. I have never seen such an eerie mecha. The purple aura emanating from this mecha makes me feel extremely uncomfortable. No, can this even be classified as a mecha? The mecha before them exceeded their comprehension. Upon closer inspection, they found it lacked the metallic texture typical of mechas, instead appearing skeletal. Moreover, its hunched form did not conform to mainstream mecha skeletal designs, and even armed mechas rarely possessed such peculiarities. Even the previous Belly King snake maintained an arched upper body but remained upright overall. Yet this one was nearly flat against the ground. Not only could they not recognize it, but even Zhao Mingyue began to doubt. What on earth happened in the cold light star? This cannot be considered a mecha. As she spoke, she turned to Su Bai, the formidable mechanic, hoping he might discern the true nature of this mecha. Unfortunately, at this moment, Su Bai also appeared somewhat taken aback. He did not recognize the mecha before him, but he could see a semblance of another mecha within it. The XR-584 Universal Type Starwalker mecha. The Field Tiger? The Field Tiger? Boss Su, are you saying this is the Field Tiger? The problem is, it doesn't look like one at all. Zhao Mingyue seemed somewhat astonished upon hearing the name Field Tiger. Moreover, the Field Tiger is typically equipped with interstellar fleets and is not accessible to the average person. Her astonishment stemmed from this. If the mecha before them truly was the Field Tiger, the implications were grave. This indicated the presence of a traitor within the Blue Star Alliance. The individual even possessed the capability to acquire a fleet-exclusive mecha like the Field Tiger. Zhao Mingyue's heart turned cold at this realization. This was no longer merely an issue of a cold light star cyborg. It likely concealed a far greater conspiracy. As she pondered, Duan Han had already piloted the Field Tiger toward the interstellar repair shop. With his titanium blade swung directly, the eerie purple aura surged towards the wall of the repair shop, attempting to corrode it. His hunched form twisted grotesquely, and the titanium blade in his hand swept horizontally toward the shop's entrance. As it was about to make contact with the wall, the joints twisted at an inhuman 90-degree angle, thrusting directly towards Zhao Mingyue and Su Bai inside the interstellar repair shop. Bang! A flash of golden light. The Field Tiger piloted by Duan Han was sent flying. The terrifying backlash left the mecha's menacing right arm empty, and the entire mecha was propelled backward. The patrons on the ground, witnessing the colossal object about to crash down, hurriedly fled in panic. Boom! The field tiger landed, its several hundred-ton body instantly leaving a massive crater in the ground. At this moment, Duan Han, encased in his mech, was utterly bewildered. The immense force he had just experienced had thrown him into disarray, and his internal organs were severely shaken. After coughing up a mouthful of green blood, he cast a despairing gaze towards the interstellar repair shop. Impossible, impossible. How could energy of such magnitude be sustained continuously? Ha ha ha! How could this be? His eyes were bloodshot, veins pulsating, as he forcibly compelled the field tiger to rise. A frenzied voice erupted from within him. So you refuse to come out? Then today, I shall raze this vicinity to the ground. As soon as the words left his lips, a surge of purple energy erupted from him, sweeping outward. The moment this purple energy touched the ground, it corroded the earth, creating gaping craters as if ravaged by termites. He was prepared to take everyone down with him. Zhao Mingyue, witnessing the frenzied state of Duan Han, clenched her fists so tightly that bruises began to form. Gritting her silver teeth, she finally stepped forward. Stop? To her, Duan Han was targeting her, and she could not bear to watch him harm the innocent, especially when most of them were candidates for this year's exams, the hope of the Blue Star Alliance. The future of Huaxia, however, just as she was preparing to bravely face her demise, a hand rested on her shoulder. Su Bai's magnetic voice resonated. Let me handle this. Chapter 34. The Sword of Summoning. A sword slicing through the void. Su bossed you. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Zhao Mingyue was about to intervene. Alas, Su Bai had already stepped forward, his eyes glinting with a cold light. He was genuinely enraged. Duan Han's actions had crossed Su Bai's bottom line. Initially, Duan Han had come for the interstellar repair shop, and Su Bai had no intention of letting him leave. Moreover, he was now intent on attacking his customers and turning the entrance of his repair shop into a scene of chaos. If word of this got out, who would dare come to him for advancement and repairs in the future? Cutting off someone's livelihood is akin to killing their parents. Furthermore, the shop's revenue was the source of Su Bai's strength. Duan Han was undoubtedly doomed. Seeing Su Bai's expression, Zhao Mingyue instinctively recoiled, no longer daring to persuade him. Yet, she felt a warmth in her heart. She never expected Su Boss was such a valiant figure, willing to risk his life for the future of Huaxia. In her eyes, Su Bai now shimmered with an almost ethereal glow, stirring within her an inexplicable affection. Even a woman of her caliber could not help but fantasize about the heroic rescue trope. Her beloved piloted an unparalleled mech, treading the vast starry skies. Saving her from peril and rescuing the masses, Su Bai, of course, remained oblivious to the drama Zhao Mingyue had cast him in. To be honest, he was not that noble. He acted because he was confident. If he were to truly encounter an insurmountable foe, what choice he would make remained to be seen. The moment Su Bai stepped out of the repair shop, a glint of red flashed in Duan Han's eyes, and the one-armed field tiger charged straight at Su Bai, purple energy swirling ominously behind it. A cold smile crept across Duan Han's lips. How Navi, the lives of these ants are nothing compared to your worth. At this moment, he felt elated. Should he perish along with those customers, it would be a poor bargain. His primary goal was to use these people to draw Su Bai out, though he was not entirely certain. Thankfully, Su Bai had indeed emerged. In that instant, he unleashed his full strength. With a forceful grip, he summoned a bone sickle into his left hand, and the moment it materialized, the purple energy enveloped it. The corrosive energy that could erode metal and earth did not harm the sickle. Instead, it merged with it, transforming into a fierce tiger's phantom. Innate skill, purple death tiger sickle, roar. The tiger's shadow howled, embodying overwhelming power as it charged towards Su Bai with the force of a thunderstorm. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed as smoke enveloped the area, halting Duan Han's advance as he laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, this time it was worth it. He understood that creating such a commotion left him no chance of escape. Yet, before his demise, if he could slay Su Bai, he would have made a significant contribution. Oh? What was worth it? A magnetic voice interrupted his laughter. Duan Han struggled to turn Field Tiger around, only to find a mech armed in deep red and black, radiating an aura of profound majesty. standing before him, a mech armed? As he realized the chaos before him, Duan Han was first taken aback, then disdainful. I thought it was something impressive, merely relying on the agility of its mech to evade an attack. But what can you, a mere trinket, do against me? In Duan Han's view, this mech, barely 3 meters tall and less than the size of his own head, posed no threat whatsoever. At most, it was fast and a bit of a hassle to deal with. As long as he aimed carefully, he could send it to its demise with a single strike. Is that so? However, what greeted him was Su Bai's icy voice. Soon, Duan Han noticed the flickering blue light in the chaotic depths. A terrifying wave of energy causing him to shudder. At that moment, Field Tiger's information flooded Su Bai's vision. Variant skeletal mech, corrupt tiger, length, 31 meters, weight, 500 tons, engine power, 15 million kW, thrust, 500 million kilograms. The original mech, Field Tiger, had undergone a special energy transformation that distorted its skeletal structure and enhanced its corrosive power. Its weakness lay in the junction of its limbs and spine. This variant mech, rarely seen by anyone, was laid bare under the effects of the specialized ability, Heavenly Eye. Unlike retrieving mech information from the database, Heavenly Eye functioned more like a colossal search engine connecting to the entire starry expanse. Any mech manufactured, even if not in the Star Alliance's database, could be identified by Heavenly Eye as long as there was a trace. Previously, Su Bai had thought Heavenly Eye to be somewhat superfluous. He never anticipated he would use it so soon. Corrupt tiger? Su Bai murmured. Yet, this statement struck Duan Han like thunder. His intended attack halted as he gazed incredulously at Su Bai. How do you know the name Corrupt Tiger? This is a mech created by our master. Even the Blue Star Alliance could not possibly obtain any information about it. Who on earth are you? Could it be you are also one of our organization? Duan Han's mind raced with suspicion regarding Su Bai's identity, contemplating whether he might be one of their own. After all, the name Corrupt Tiger was something only those within their organization could possibly know. Was this not akin to flooding the Dragon King's temple? If he were to kill a prodigious mech repairman secretly nurtured by the organization, the outcome was all too clear. Just as Duan Han stood frozen in shock, Su Bai's emotionless voice rang out, "The one who will kill you." Simultaneously, a massive black sword emanating a faint metallic sheen materialized in his hand. The moment this colossal sword appeared, all metallic substances in the vicinity seemed to lose control. Rushing towards the giant sword at breakneck speed, the customer's phones, the severed right arm of Corrupt Tiger, and the shattered titanium sword dust swirled together. As the metallic materials converged, the originally 10-meter-long black sword began to expand continuously. Above the heavens, clouds swirled like an inverted tornado, while fragments danced on the ground as if weightless. 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters. When it reached 40 meters, Duan Han's horror escalated as he realized that his Corrupt Tiger was spiraling out of control. It charged recklessly toward the sword's edge. Innate skill, sword of summoning, no impossible. You cannot do this. At this moment, Duan Han was utterly terrified by Su Bai's prowess. Whether it was the previous Hong Tian-class defense formation or the mech arm that evaded his lethal strike, the ability to easily identify the Corrupt Tiger he piloted, and now this 40-meter-long sword slicing through the void, its blade pointing toward an open heaven. Endless regret flooded Duan Han's mind. He pondered why he had been blinded by greed. Why he had not heeded his master's commands. Why provoke such a calamity? Yet, it was too late. Ryup, the sword of summoning, sliced through the Corrupt Tiger as if it were mere tofu, cleaving it in two. Naturally, Duan Han within it was also torn asunder. Boom! In an instant, an explosion erupted, flames scattering, a spectacle of a mech's detonation illuminating the skies above the interstellar repair shop. Chapter 35. Fleet Arrivals. The strongest of Nanjiang. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With Duan Han's fall, Su Bai emerged from the chaos. Observing the figure before him, clad in white and unblemished, the onlookers, who had retreated a considerable distance, could not suppress their astonishment. What was that technique just now? An innate skill. How could such a formidable innate skill exist? No, this Su boss is merely a mech repairman. How could he possess such astounding combat prowess? That was a star-peddling mech master. Yet he was slain by a mere repairman. His Su boss appears no older than us. How on earth did he elevate both his repair and mech skills to such heights? No, it seems he was utilizing a mech armament? Combat-class mech armaments have truly come into existence? How could a mech armament wield such terrifying power? I cannot comprehend. And indeed, that was the point. Before coming here, I understood nothing, and now I understand even less. You are adept at literary nonsense. Surely I am merely here to fill the numbers. Surviving a great calamity, the crowd now felt a sense of relief wash over them. The earlier feelings of oppression and terror have now transformed into an overwhelming sense of relief. As they gaze upon Subai ahead of them, their hearts filled with immense gratitude. Although the threat posed by Duan Han was directed at Subai, they were merely collateral damage. Had Subai not intervened, they undoubtedly would have fallen victim to Duan Han's hand. This act was, without a doubt, a life-saving grace. Zhao Mingyue watched as Subai approached her, her heart racing slightly under the enchantment of the moment. Feeling a twinge of shame for having underestimated his prowess, she had never anticipated that the mecha armament could possess such formidable power. It had effortlessly severed a treading star mecha, transcending an entire tier. Even though Duan Han had been severely weakened by the defensive array, he was still not a match for the sky mecha. Was this the innate talent of Boss Su? It seemed to possess the ability to attract all nearby metallic substances. In the interstellar battlefield, this technique could indeed become a devastating weapon. Zhao Mingyue, who had been fascinated by various fleet formations and mecha techniques since childhood, instantly recognized the terrifying aspects of the Sword of Attraction. Perhaps not the most potent in a one-on-one duel, its true horror lay in chaotic battles. Whether disrupting enemy formations or inflicting widespread damage, it was truly unparalleled. Currently, Subai was merely a sky mecha master. What if he were to evolve into a Starfall or even a Celestial Master? He would be a strategic powerhouse, capable of equating to at least 30 personnel of an interstellar fleet. Boss Su. Upon seeing Subai so close, Zhao Mingyue found herself at a loss for words. 1,000 sentiments coalesced into a simple expression of gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, Boss Su. But it seems there are quite a few witnesses today. It would be difficult to avoid inquiries later. In Zhao Mingyue's eyes, Subai's talent was at least SS class or higher, and the fact that he had not enrolled in a mecha university implied he had his own intentions. However, today's events would likely not remain concealed. It was uncertain what Subai planned to do about it. Subai, unfazed by her concerns, replied nonchalantly, "No matter, I shall simply speak the truth when the time comes." Given that the other party could acquire a tiger mecha, it was nearly impossible for him to conceal what transpired today. Rather than attempting such a feat, it would be wiser to leverage the power of the enforcers and the fleet, ensuring that those ill-intentioned would not dare to overstep their bounds. In fact, Subai had already resolved to reside within the interstellar repair shop, as long as he was within the shop. He had no fear of anyone. He now possessed the authority to expand, making it a simple matter to create a room. He understood the wisdom of not standing beneath a precarious wall. Just then, a series of piercing sounds filled the air. Boom, boom. 3 treading star mechas appeared almost simultaneously above the interstellar repair shop. Upon seeing these 3 mechas, Subai raised an eyebrow. Leading the trio was a mecha covered in light blue armor. Its legs featuring circular vortex-like thrusters, a stark contrast to the typical particle thrusters found on ordinary mechas, and similar devices adorned its arms. DS-584, a speed-type treading star mecha, Vortex, standing at 32 meters tall. It weighed 540 tons, with an engine power of 22 million kilowatts and a thrust of 620 million kg. Following closely behind was a mecha clad in red and yellow, wielding a red titanium long sword in its left arm and a yellow energy saber in its right. Its entire body encased in heavy armor, topped with a headscarf. Fu 574, a power-type treading star mecha, Twin Nin. Standing at 30 meters tall, it weighed 600 tons, with an engine power of 21 million kilowatts and a thrust of 650 million kilograms. Next to the Twin Nin stood a slender, snow-white mecha adorned with various energy cannons, plasma guns, and precision electronic pulse cannons. BC 623, an armed treading star mecha, Snow Cannon. Standing at 30 meters tall, it weighed 480 tons. With an external armor weight of 120 tons, an engine power of 24 million kW, and a thrust of 650 million kg. These 3 mechas hovered above the interstellar repair shop. The customers who had been chattering suddenly fell silent. Their discussions abruptly halted. Upon recognizing the visitors, Zhao Mingyue's gaze shifted. The Yunlong team? Vortex, Twin, Snow Cannon. These three mechas were unmistakable. They belonged to the Yunlong team, renowned as the strongest treading star squad in Nanjing. Yet, she had not anticipated their appearance in Yunhai. Shouldn't they be stationed in the Starry Defense? Upon hearing Zhao Mingyue utter the name of the Yunlong team, Subai was equally surprised. That strongest squad from Nanjing? Indeed, they should not be here. Zhao Mingyue briefly considered whether this was a mission from Zhao Tianming, but quickly dismissed the notion. She had clearly stated that the arrival was merely due to an injured treading star first-tier Han Guangxing modifier. There was no need for the Yunlong team to intervene personally. As she pondered this, the mechas descended from the sky. Three figures emerged. At the forefront was a stern-faced young man, followed by a curious young man with slightly yellow hair, who was looking around. Behind him was a striking young woman with silver hair and an exquisite figure, her gaze flitting between Subai and Zhao Mingyue. Did you do this? The captain of the Yunlong team, Xing Yunlong, approached Subai and directly inquired, ignoring Zhao Mingyue standing nearby, his gaze fixed intently on Subai. Come on, Xing, don't be so serious. You might scare the kid. The yellow-haired youth, Huang Lin, patted Xing Yunlong's shoulder and smiled at Subai and Zhao Mingyue. I'm Huang Lin. Don't mind Xing. He has this temperament. All right, enough of your antics. We are here on a mission. The last member, and Shui, rolled her eyes at the two and turned her smiling gaze towards Subai and Zhao Mingyue. First, could you please explain what exactly happened? Chapter 36. Could you please repeat that? Upon hearing Shui's inquiry, Zhao Mingyue exchanged a glance with Subai. After receiving a slight nod from him, she proceeded to recount the events that had transpired. Naturally, she omitted mentioning the existence of the celestial-level defensive barrier within the interstellar repair shop, only detailing the circumstances surrounding Duan Han and Subai's decisive action against him. When Zhao Mingyue mentioned that Duan Han was a modifier from Han Guangxing, she could clearly see that the expressions of Xing Yunlong and his companions darkened. And when she revealed that the mecha he utilized was a tiger mecha, an explosion of star power erupted from Xing Yunlong, creating a wave of energy that swept through the air, evidently furious. As expected, a traitor has infiltrated the fleet. Has the infiltration by that modification cult become this deep? Hey, Xing. Huang Lin interjected hastily upon hearing the mention of the modification cult, evidently aware that such a name was inappropriate to discuss in front of outsiders. Xing Yunlong paid him no mind. And Shui then cautioned Zhao Mingyue and Subai. You too. Whatever you heard just now must not be leaked, otherwise you might end up in the interstellar court. Subai seemed unfazed by this, while Zhao Mingyue's heart skipped a beat. Is it a cult? Oh, you actually know about cults? Who are you? Upon hearing Zhao Mingyue refer to the cult, and Shui and her companions were taken aback. This term was generally unknown to ordinary Mecha University students. Zhao Mingyue, a freshman from Xinghai University. Zhao Mingyue decided to introduce herself. After learning she was from Xinghai University, their expressions relaxed slightly. So you're a student from Xinghai. It's not surprising you know about cults. Indeed, this modification cult is an organization that has been quite active lately. Our presence here is also due to them. And Shui stated flatly. At this point, Zhao Mingyue finally understood why the strongest squad from Nanjing, the Yunlong team, had come here. They were indeed tracking the modification cult. It seemed they had been monitoring this cult for quite some time. Well, we have a general understanding of the situation. May I ask how this young brother is addressed? After grasping the series of events, Xing Yunlong turned his gaze towards Subai, who had remained silent throughout. According to Zhao Mingyue, it was he who had slain Duan Han. While the strength of a Han Guangxing modifier was not particularly formidable, they were still treading star mecha masters, the youth before them. Possessing such power, surprised the three to Subai, the owner of the interstellar repair shop. Hearing this, Subai smiled and gestured towards the interstellar repair shop behind him. Xing Yunlong and his companions then noticed the shop. Momentarily taken aback, the walls of the repair shop seemed to be made of Xinjin. No, wait, you are the owner. So, you are a repair master. They had not anticipated that the individual capable of slaying a treading star mecha master would be a repair master. Moreover, the very walls of his repair shop were crafted from Xinjin. Even Xing Yunlong now held a strong curiosity towards Subai. Huang Lin stepped forward and grasped Subai's hands. Young brother, what is your level of repair mastery? My twin is having a minor issue. Could you take a look? Huang Lin appeared to be somewhat carefree, yet he was shrewd. Upon seeing the exterior of the interstellar repair shop and recalling Subai's strength, He instantly sensed that Subai was extraordinary. Perhaps this young man before him was a stellar repair master. As Huang Lin spoke, Xing Yunlong and In Shui also reacted, looking at Subai with keen interest. Eager to discern whether he was indeed as remarkable as they suspected, Subai gazed at the excited Huang Lin before him, pondering for a moment before responding mildly, "It's adequate, I suppose." Huang Lin, interpreting Subai's words as modesty, unceremoniously pulled him into the interstellar repair shop. Witnessing Huang Lin's enthusiasm, Subai decided he would not return home today and opted to assist him. However, as they entered the repair shop, Subai kindly cautioned, "My services do not come cheaply." "Not a problem. I've got money," Huang Lin exclaimed, believing that the minor issues with his dual mech could be resolved for no more than 1,000,000 star coins. As Huang Lin and Subai entered, Xing Yunlong and In Shui exchanged glances before following suit, curious about the skills of this Subai, the shopkeeper. Zhao Mingyue had intended to accompany them, but with the day drawing to a close, she needed to return to school. Moreover, the personnel assigned to protect her, as arranged by Zhao Tianming, were already waiting outside the repair shop. "Never mind, I'll come back another time," she mused, shaking her head slightly. She approached the woman in uniform, smiling, "Aunt Zhang, I didn't expect it to be you." Aunt Zhang smiled wryly at Zhao Mingyue, gently tapping her smooth forehead. "You have no idea? You just scared your father half to death. He hurriedly contacted me to check on the situation." "I understand," Zhao Mingyue replied with a resigned smile. While her relationship with her father was quite good, being father and daughter, she indeed wished to avoid returning to the Zhao family. Sigh. "Well then, let's get you home. How did you find this repair shop? It looks rather promising." Aunt Zhang, understanding Zhao Mingyue's sentiments, refrained from further probing and instead inquired about the repair shop's details. Upon hearing this question, Zhao Mingyue brightened, eagerly detailing Subai's remarkable skills. Aunt Zhang was taken aback. "Is Subai truly as impressive as you say? I've never seen you so enthusiastic about a man of similar age," she teased. "Absolutely." Zhao Mingyue, oblivious to the underlying humor in Aunt Zhang's words, nodded vigorously, her tone unwavering. "Little Yaya has grown up." Aunt Zhang, witnessing this, sighed, contemplating whether to mention this to Zhao Tianming. But she thought better of it. After all, it is often said that the more a father looks at his son-in-law, the more displeased he becomes. It would be best not to cause trouble for the general. Knowing Zhao Tianming's temperament, if he were to discover that his daughter was being courted, he might well unleash his personal guard upon Subai for severe interrogation. Despite Zhao Tianming's usual nonchalant demeanor, those familiar with him knew he was a devoted father. Let him discover it on his own someday, Aunt Zhang thought, smiling faintly as she changed the subject to mundane family matters while piloting her hover car toward Yundu. Not long after Zhao Mingyue and Aunt Zhang departed the interstellar repair shop, Huang Lin's astonished voice suddenly echoed within. "Wait, how much did you say?" "Ha, Su, little brother, my hearing hasn't been great lately. Could you please repeat that?" Huang Lin's gaze towards Subai became increasingly complex. The quoted price had caught him off guard. "Oh, there are two options. The price for the highest grade option is 180 million star coins." Subai reiterated. This time, not only Huang Lin but even In Shui and Xing Yunlong cast peculiar looks at Subai. "Young man, don't be absurd. From any perspective, this dual mech merely has slight wear and tear. Even with the most expensive materials, it could not possibly exceed 10 million star coins. And you propose 180 million star coins? That's nearly the price of a mech." They were all aware that a dual mech possessed innate abilities. How could mere maintenance warrant such a sum? "What is this? Are you using celestial alloy for the repairs?" Cough, cough. "And what about the other option?" Huang Lin finally swallowed hard, eager to hear the price for the alternative repair method, as it would determine whether he considered Subai a swindler. "The other option is considerably cheaper, at just 1 million star coins." Subai explained that this involved simply repairing the worn areas, a task well within his current abilities, and the necessary metal materials could be conveniently procured through the interstellar network. Upon hearing the second price, Huang Lin exhaled in relief. This was the reasonable price he had anticipated. As he discreetly removed the label of swindler from Subai, he could not help but wonder why there was such a vast disparity between the two prices. Not only Huang Lin, but Xing Yunlong and In Shui also expressed curiosity upon hearing Subai's second quotation. They realized he must be aware of the typical repair costs for minor wear and tear. So why then did he quote 180 million star coins? Was there some hidden implication? Subai, however, Revealed without hesitation, the 180 million can awaken the dual mech's second innate ability and a unique specialization. The 1 million star coin option will merely restore the mech's worn areas. Earlier, while inspecting the dual mech, a system notification had appeared before him. Ding! Detected a star-footing mech. The current mech qualifies for a third-tier enhancement. Upon enhancement, the mech's potential increases, allowing it to acquire an intermediate innate ability and a specialization. Subai had previously contemplated whether a mech with an innate ability could awaken a second one. And now he had his answer. It could indeed. The third-tier interstellar enhancement required 1,000 interstellar points, equivalent to 10 million star coins, so his asking price of 180 million was not unreasonable. He feared that if he set the price too high, few would be able to afford it. Excluding the dual mech, a standard star-footing mech typically cost around 10 million. Multiplying that by 18 would be a stretch for most. Even among mech artisans, the disparity in earnings between those with innate abilities and those without was stark. Subai's words resonated profoundly, leaving the three present momentarily speechless. The spacious repair room fell into a profound silence. Particularly for Huang Lin, upon hearing Subai mention the awakening of a second innate ability and a specialization, he could no longer process anything else Subai said. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the second innate ability and specialization. His gaze growing increasingly fervent while his heartbeat quickened. 180 million star coins. He could manage to scrape together that amount, though it would deplete nearly all his savings from the past few years. However, if it truly could enhance the dual mech to such an extent, he deemed it a worthy investment. With dual innate abilities, he could even challenge Xing Yunlong and become the captain of the Yunlong team. Is that true? The first to break the silence was not Huang Lin, but Xing Yunlong, who interjected eagerly. Subai's proposition was far too tantalizing. Few mech artisans could resist such an allure, a second innate ability. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Only a minuscule fraction of exceptionally powerful mechs had even a 1 in a million chance of possessing a second innate ability. Now this young man claimed that for just 180 million star coins, a mech could gain a second innate ability and a specialization. Xing Yunlong, despite having witnessed many extraordinary sights, had never encountered anything like this. It was simply unfathomable. Of course, he did not fully trust Subai. His eyes still reflecting skepticism. Indeed, we can draft a contract. Subai continued to employ the power of contracts. At this point, the three could no longer remain seated. They understood that the binding nature of a contract was formidable. Should one breach it, they would incur penalties exceeding tenfold. And what if they lacked the means to compensate? Simple. They could either end up in interstellar prison or face modification at the border. Both scenarios they were familiar with. All right, I'll take the 180 million option. I'll sign the contract right now. Huang Lin could no longer contain himself, directly accepting Subai's terms. He was anxious that this opportunity might be snatched away by Xing Yunlong and Shui, leaving him in despair. Indeed, upon hearing Huang Lin's commitment, both Shui and Xing Yunlong sighed. Alas, too late. They had been teammates for many years, and even with such temptation, they could not compete against each other in bidding. Besides, this was Huang Lin's fortune. Yet, they felt a pang of regret, lamenting that they might have missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Very well, just a moment. Given Huang Lin's choice of the first option, Subai was unsurprised. After all, possessing a dual mech like the one he had indicated, and being a member of the most powerful team in Nanjiang, he likely had the means. After tapping a few commands on the central console, a contract materialized in his hands, which he promptly handed to Huang Lin. Huang Lin quickly scanned the contract and, without a moment's hesitation, signed his name. Ding, 180 million star coins have been credited to your account. With the arrival of this 180 million star coins, Subai's account now boasted a staggering 200 million. Even if he were to close the shop and do nothing from this point onward, he could live a life of luxury, acquiring anything he desired. Indeed, mechs are quite costly. After a brief reflection, Subai gestured for the three to leave the repair area. As he looked at the dual mech before him, pondering Huang Lin's innate abilities, Subai stroked his chin. Can it be gold and fire dual attributes? This is the first time I've encountered someone with dual attribute abilities. Indeed, Huang Lin, possessing the rare dual attributes of both metal and fire, is a remarkable individual among countless others. Unfortunately, his proficiency in both elements is rather limited, classified merely as a C-grade talent, culminating in an overall B-grade capability. Nevertheless, such a dual attribute is exceedingly rare. In certain respects, its rarity rivals that of an S-grade talent. The first innate skill is the blade of gunmetal. The second innate skill seems quite fitting as well. With a decision made in his heart, Subai reached out with his right hand to touch the dual attributes before him. Third-level interstellar enhancement commencing. Time passed like a fleeting shadow, and before they knew it, 4 hours had elapsed. Outside, Huang Lin kept peering into the maintenance room, but alas, Subai chose to seal it during the enhancement or repairs, leaving him unable to glimpse the happenings within, no matter how much he strained his eyes. Witnessing Huang Lin's anxious demeanor, and Shui couldn't help but chuckle. You've already paid the money and signed the contract. Your impatience is of no use. Ha ha ha, and Shui, don't just stand there and mock me. If it were you, wouldn't you be excited? Don't you want to see what's happening? Huang Lin shot her a glare, his tone slightly elevated at the thought of soon acquiring a second innate skill. I'm not excited, it's not my mech anyway to tee this, and Shui puffed out her cheeks and shifted her gaze. But Dio, you really believe such a thing is possible? I don't know, but I trust him. Huang Lin replied, pausing for a moment before nodding. For some reason, I feel that this Su boss is incredibly mysterious. Despite his youth, he gives off an aura that is profoundly unfathomable. Your instincts are correct. Even I cannot see through this Su boss, Xing Yunlong interjected. Moreover, he was able to defeat the mutated field tiger and slay Duan Han, which is sufficient proof that his strength is on par with ours. I am quite eager to see if he can truly enable the dual attributes to awaken dual innate skills. We would then be witnesses to history. With that, Xing Yunlong crossed his arms and silently stared in the direction of the maintenance room. And Shui and Huang Lin fell silent as well, eagerly anticipating Su Bai's masterpiece. Boom. At that moment, a deafening explosion echoed, followed by an intense wave of heat surging through the door of the maintenance room towards the three. Chapter 38. Renewed. An excited Huang Lin. The searing heat enveloped them, sending waves of warmth swirling around. In response, Xing Yunlong and the others quickly summoned their star power to shield themselves. Under the influence of their star power, the heat wave veered away from them, crashing against the vibrating golden wall, its temperature so high that it caused the surface to take on a slight crimson hue. What is happening? Huang Lin was the most anxious upon witnessing this unexpected turn of events. After all, his dual attributes were still within the maintenance room. With such explosive sounds and a blast of scorching air emanating from within, he was increasingly worried about the well-being of his dual attributes. Could it have exploded? And Shui, noticing Huang Lin's distress, couldn't help but tease him, although she too felt a twinge of doubt. It's just a maintenance mech. Even if it awakens an innate skill, it shouldn't cause such a commotion. Only Xing Yunlong remained calm, his gaze fixed intently on the maintenance room's door. Crack! Just then, the door of the maintenance room swung open, and Xing Yunlong rushed inside, even before Huang Lin could react. Old Xing, you have no sense of decorum. That is my dual attributes, Huang Lin exclaimed, feeling utterly dismayed that he was not the first to see his own mech, which felt more painful than death. He who told you to be so slow? And Shui seized the moment while Huang Lin was in despair, taking long strides to follow Xing Yunlong into the maintenance room. Huang Lin could no longer contain himself. You too. Don't go too far. Stop right there. It was unbearable that not only was he not the first to see his own mech, but he had also fallen to third place. Summoning his star power, flames engulfed his feet as he propelled himself towards the maintenance room. Bang, however, as soon as he entered, he collided directly with Xing Yunlong, who was clad in armor, making the impact feel akin to hitting a solid wall. Ouch, 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 old Xing. What are you doing? Why don't you step aside? As he spoke, Huang Lin's voice trailed off. He lifted his gaze to behold the dual attributes before him. At that moment, the headscarf of the dual attributes had transformed from a yellow-red pattern to a brilliant golden hue. The entire mech now resembling one adorned in crystalline armor, its quality elevated to an entirely new level. Not only that, but its height had also reached an astonishing 35 meters. Generally, the height of a stepping star mech ranges between 30 to 50 meters, with anything taller classified as a breaking star mech. Originally, the dual attributes were merely a stepping star 1-star mech, standing at 30 meters, yet now it could rival a breaking star 3-star mech in height. The titanium long blade in its left hand had vanished, replaced by a jet black blade. while the beam sword in its right hand had also transformed, now radiating a brilliant white glow. Black gold? A photon sword? And Shui immediately recognized the newly refreshed weaponry before her. As a mech technician specialized in armed mechs, her discernment of weapons and materials far surpassed that of Huang Lin. Consequently, she was even more astonished. She couldn't fathom how Su Bai could achieve such an enhancement to Huang Lin's dual blades in such a short time. Whether it was the black gold or the photon sword, both materials were exceptional within the stepping star category and exceedingly rare. Just the enhancement of these two weapons alone, and Shui estimated, would be worth at least 50 million star coins, in stark contrast. Huang Lin gazed at the dual attributes before him, tears of joy streaming down his cheeks. Not to mention, just based on this appearance, it's worth at least 80 million. At that moment, he was utterly convinced by Su Bai's words. In such a short span, Su Bai had managed to bring about a tremendous transformation in the dual attributes. Su bossed, may I give it a try? Huang Lin was momentarily speechless, forgetting that the mech actually belonged to him. Su Bai smiled and nodded. Of course, this is your mech. With Su Bai's permission, Huang Lin could no longer suppress his excitement and leaped directly into the dual attributes. As the neural link successfully connected, the crystalline armor of the dual attributes shimmered with flames, enhancing its extraordinary appearance. Huang Lin moved his arms and legs, feeling not only unburdened but even more agile than before. He soon discovered the reason. Half star cloud stone, half photon seed. Upon seeing his core power source, Huang Lin couldn't help but exclaim. His astonishment was evident, and it was shared by Xing Yunlong and Shui, whose faces were filled with regret at that moment. Had they known Su Bai's mechanical repair skills were so extraordinary, they would have certainly attempted to seize the opportunity. However, such an enhancement could likely only be performed once, given the scarcity of materials. Huang Lin, you truly hit the jackpot. Xing Yunlong sighed resignedly. An Shui nodded in agreement, her tone tinged with envy. This is truly a case of a fool's luck. How can I not feel envious? Just think about what the dual attributes used to be like. Now look at it. Not to mention the appearance and weaponry, even the core power source has been replaced with half star cloud stone and half photon seed. The star cloud stone is the core power source material for breaking star mechs. Although it's only half, its energy output still far exceeds the limits of stepping star mechs. Even if Su Bai hadn't enabled the dual attributes to awaken an innate skill, Huang Lin would still be in a favorable position. But is that really possible? A top-notch mech technician capable of transforming a mech to such an extent in such a short time? 4 hours. Su Bai accomplished all this in just 4 hours. What could an ordinary star-level mech technician achieve in 4 hours? At most, they could just change the paint job, right? Now, they looked at Su Bai with newfound respect. Not only was he young, but he also possessed combat prowess comparable to theirs. Just his mechanical repair skills alone were enough to make them look up to him. Could it truly be dual innate skills? Soon, Huang Lin's voice rang out again, even though they could hear a slight crack in his tone through the mech. Wait, let's try somewhere else. Su Bai, observing the eager Huang Lin, suggested they head outside to test it. After all, the maintenance room had become a mess after the earlier commotion, so it was best to conduct the test outside. Open the hatch, Su Bai said nonchalantly, and the ceiling of the maintenance room instantly parted to the sides. This was something he discovered after obtaining full permissions. It turned out that every maintenance room could be opened from above, facilitating the departure of mechs. Xing Yunlong and the others were not surprised by this. Many mech repair shops had similar arrangements. Moreover, their focus was entirely on the newly awakened innate skills of the dual attributes. Xing Yunlong and Shui were both curious to see what second innate skill Huang Lin had acquired. After all, this was crafted by Su Bai. Having witnessed his capabilities, they were eager to find out just how powerful this innate skill would be. Chapter 39. Gung Metal Crimson Flame / an earthquake? Buzz? Soon, the dual attributes emerged at the entrance of the maintenance room, and due to the earlier commotion, those who had been waiting in line had already departed. The events of the day had left them shaken, and with the arrival of the Yunlong team, waiting at the entrance no longer held much significance. They would simply wait for the news tomorrow. The exterior of the interstellar repair shop remained in a state of disarray. At first, Xing Yunlong and his companions did not contact logistics. Observing the surrounding scene, Shui lightly tapped her smooth forehead. Oh no, I forgot to inform the Yunhai enforcement team. I should have asked them to send someone to restore order at the site. They had indeed notified the Yunhai enforcement team of their arrival, but the latter would refrain from acting recklessly without a response from the three. However, upon encountering Subai, Huang Lin chose to focus on repairing the mech. And in the back and forth, this matter slipped their minds. No matter. This would allow Huang Lin to unleash his full potential without reservation. Otherwise, they would have to make further adjustments later. Xing Yunlong was indifferent to this. Rather, he thought it would be more convenient for Huang Lin to act freely. Within Shuangren, Huang Lin could no longer contain his excitement. With the black gold blade held high in his left hand, the moonlight cascaded upon it, transforming the originally deep black blade into one seemingly shrouded in a veil of white. The brilliance of gold radiated beyond the veil, enveloping the entire blade in a dazzling glow. Whoosh! At the same moment, the energy sword in his right hand was drawn with a startling swiftness, a pure white beam erupting forth, instantly morphing into patterns resembling a flame wolf, as crimson flames ignited. Surging skyward, almost simultaneously with the ignition of the crimson fire, Shuangren swung his right arm with great force, bringing the energy sword crashing down onto the black gold blade. And Shui couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Has Huang Lin gone mad? Is he trying to damage the energy sword? Having already unleashed the Gungjin blade, why strike the black gold blade with it? In contrast, Xing Yunlong remained silent, merely shifting his gaze with a hint of contemplation. Boom! A resounding blast shattered in Shui's confusion in an instant. As the energy sword made contact with the black gold blade, it astonishingly enveloped it, the crimson flames immediately wrapping around the Gungjin blade. Its golden brilliance intermingling with the fierce red flames, forming a massive cross that soared into the sky. This cross, stretching about 100 meters long, shot straight upward as if to cleave the heavens asunder. The winds whipped chaotically, the surrounding air currents becoming turbulent under the influence of this cross, forming swirling vortices, boom, boom, boom. As the cross ascended, explosions erupted continuously, sending countless air masses bursting into the sky. When the cross reached its zenith, the intense heat evaporated the clouds and mist, the searing flames illuminating the once pitch-black night sky, rendering it as radiant as dawn. A mushroom cloud erupted alarmingly overhead, its shockwaves sweeping across the entire Yunhai, causing the ground to tremble momentarily. Now it was midnight, and many who were lost in slumber were jolted awake by this tremor. Those who had been in a drowsy haze instantly became alert. What is happening? An earthquake? That shouldn't be the case. It has been ages since the advent of the interstellar era without any earthquakes. Could it be that the fleet is testing new weaponry? This weapon seems to rival the scale of a nuclear bomb. Who in their right mind conducts weapon tests in the dead of night? For heaven's sake, have some decency. Thankfully, this tremor was fleeting, and after a long wait with no subsequent shocks, everyone gradually returned to their dreams. Meanwhile, Xing Yunlong and Shui at the scene were utterly stupefied. They felt the tremor acutely, and thus their disbelief deepened. One must understand. Huang Lin's strike was aimed at the heavens, and the explosion occurred at an altitude of over a kilometer. Even so, it wielded such formidable power. It was easy to imagine the destruction it could wreak upon mechs or star beasts. Based on their judgment, this strike was nearly comparable to a full-force assault from a high-tier Star Walker, and they were merely at the first star of their journey. How absurd! Regret filled their hearts. Had they known this talent was so potent, they should never have let Huang Lin have it so easily. Xing Yunlong rubbed his brow vigorously, feeling a headache coming on. Given Huang Lin's temperament, possessing such a lethal technique would undoubtedly lead to constant challenges from him. And Shui puffed out her cheeks. Her strength had previously been on par with Huang Lin's, but now she had been left in the dust. How do you like my Gungjin Qiyin slash? Huang Lin, within Shuangren, raised the dual blades triumphantly, looking down at Xing Yunlong and Shui, his tone dripping with arrogance. He had not anticipated that the second talent skill awakened by Su Bai would be so formidable. More importantly, it harmonized perfectly with his first talent skill. Truly miraculous. The 180 million spent was worth every penny, as it had elevated his strength by several tiers. He chuckled, but this was just the beginning, as if sensing the envy radiating from Xing Yunlong and Shui. Huang Lin's somewhat mischievous voice emerged from Shuangren, and then he brought his hands together. The dual blades on his hands instantaneously fused into one, energy coiled around the black gold blade, enhancing its original sharpness. And coupled with the infusion of energy, it could now deliver an energy impact effect. With this characteristic specialization, the dual blades had merged. This moment, and Shui could no longer contain herself. What on earth? Is this ever going to end? In her eyes, a specialization that could merge weapons and amalgamate the advantages of both was nothing short of a dream come true. After all, she piloted an armed mech, the essence of which lay in having an abundance of weaponry. If only she could acquire such a specialization, she could unleash its full potential. If Huang Lin's second talent skill had already stirred her envy, the emergence of this specialization now invoked sheer, unadulterated jealousy. Even though the three were longtime friends, at this moment, and Shui could hardly suppress the urge to replace Huang Lin. This was infuriating. Upon witnessing this scene, Xing Yunlong's heart sank further. Oh no, it seemed his captaincy was at stake. Swish, swish. The two of them almost simultaneously turned their gazes towards Su Bai. Although they knew the chances were slim, nonetheless, they tentatively inquired, Boss Su, might this enhancement be performed again? This was the first time Xing Yunlong had spoken so politely, but in the face of Su Bai, he had to maintain a respectful demeanor. After all, the man was a remarkably gifted mech technician. Due to his status, Xing Yunlong had encountered many star-level technicians, but could guarantee that none could match Su Bai's ability to elevate a mech to such heights in such a short time. Had Huang Lin not operated so skillfully on the first try, and had there not been some similarities between the two mechs, he would have suspected that Su Bai had simply swapped out the mech. Hearing Xing Yunlong speak, and Shui hurriedly chimed in, rest assured, money is no object. 180 million. We can always take on a few more missions to save up over the years, as long as we can enhance. This is negotiable. The two waited with bated breath, eager for Su Bai's response. Chapter 40. The enforcement team arrives. When did this repair shop exist? Su Bai shook his head at their eagerness. The spark of hope in Shui's eyes extinguished instantly, replaced by a bitter smile. Indeed, such a level of enhancement. How could there be a second occurrence? We were merely overthinking. Xing Yunlong remained silent, shaking his head with a wry smile. Indeed, it was already astounding for such a miracle to happen once. He had been deluding himself into hoping for another miraculous event. One could only say that Huang Lin was exceptionally fortunate. It's getting late. Let's come back tomorrow. However, Su Bai's next words left them once again in a state of shock. Their initially vacant expressions morphed into confusion, then into wild elation. Su boss, you mean, is it possible to perform such an enhancement again? In their excitement, and Shui even bit her tongue, but disregarding the pain, she hurriedly asked. Of course, Su Bai cast a puzzled glance at the two, as he believed he had been quite clear. All right, no problem. We'll come early tomorrow. No, wait. We will wait right here tonight. Xing Yunlong, shedding his usual composure, exclaimed fervently. Having missed the first opportunity, he was determined not to let the second slip away. Huang Lin had already exited Shuang Rainan, watching the two with genuine happiness, realized that although his dream of captaincy had been shattered after this enhancement, they were still a team, a collective. The overall strength boost would enable them to tackle higher difficulty missions, thus accumulating more funds for the next enhancement. After this enhancement, Huang Lin had been thoroughly impressed by Su Bai. He could hardly fathom how he would cope without Su Bai's enhancements. You all carry on. I need some rest. Ignoring the trio, Su Bai returned to the interstellar repair shop, as it was nearly midnight, and he certainly needed to rest. With the doors of the interstellar repair shop closing, only Xing Yunlong and his two companions remained stationed outside. Who could have imagined that the Yunlong team, hailed as the strongest squad in Nanjing, would willingly stand guard outside a repair shop, all for the chance to enhance with money? Beep beep beep. Shortly after Su Bai closed the shop, several floating vehicles appeared outside the interstellar repair shop. They were the Yunhai enforcement team, who had been monitoring the shop closely. Upon witnessing the Gengjin Qian slash, they could no longer wait and had come to investigate the situation. These floating vehicles were equipped with a plethora of fine gear, ready to engage in battle at a moment's notice. Among them, a middle-aged man stepped down slowly, his gaze falling upon the three standing at the entrance with a hint of surprise. Yunlong, you all are unharmed? Why didn't you notify us? Xing Yunlong forced a smile as he looked at him. Captain Zhang, weren't we just about to notify you when you arrived? Zhang Lei, the captain of the Yunhai enforcement team, scrutinized the three with a furrowed brow, sensing that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. Do you know what that previous attack was about? Oh, that was my new skill. I just recently mastered it and thought I'd give it a try. My apologies, Huang Lin directly admitted, as the truth could not be concealed. By the way, Captain Zhang, when did Yunhai acquire such a repair shop? The chief negotiator of the Yunlong team, and Shui, revealed a sweet smile, hoping to extract some information from Zhang Lei. Their irritation stemmed from the fact that they were all from Nanjing. Despite the differences in their institutions and cities, the interstellar repair shop should be a treasure for all of Nanjing. Or rather, for the entire Star Alliance. How could they choose not to disclose it? What? Are you referring to the one behind you? Only then did Zhang Lei turn his gaze toward the interstellar repair shop behind them. Even someone as seasoned as he was astonished by the shop, crafted entirely from vibrating gold. What on earth? When did we in Yunhai acquire such a repair shop? Seeing his expression devoid of deceit, the anger in Xing Yunlong and his companions gradually dissipated, though they felt some disdain. Zhang Lei truly was incompetent. He'll have such a valuable location within his jurisdiction and remain oblivious was a grave dereliction of duty. Especially allowing the scum of the cult to launch an attack. Zhang Lei, too, was in a foul mood. While he was unaware of Su Bai's repair skills, the mere existence of such a shop in his territory without his knowledge was unacceptable. This was certainly a high-standard repair shop. Was it not worth reporting? Xiao Li, this is your responsibility. Explain yourself. Zhang Lei's tone was icy, causing Xiao Li, summoned forth, to instinctively shrink his neck. He cautiously stepped out of line. Well, Captain Zhang, this was an abandoned warehouse just a few days ago. They mentioned opening a repair shop. I had no idea that IT transformed in just a few days. Useless. How often have I told you that one must be hands-on and verify matters personally before reporting truthfully? You operate solely on your instincts? Zhang Lei was evidently enraged. Their enforcement team's principle had always been to adhere to facts. Regardless of others, things must be conducted this way within his jurisdiction. Xiao Li had clearly crossed a line in haste. Xiao Li bowed in apology. I apologize, Captain. This was indeed my oversight, and I am willing to accept punishment, 2-month salary deduction. Do you have any objections? Zhang Lei immediately decided on Xiao Li's punishment. Although Xiao Li felt a pang of regret, he had no retort, merely replying hastily. I have no objections. He understood that were it not for the presence of the Yunlong team, he would likely only face a half-month's wage deduction for such a mistake. However, with the Yunlong team present, he had tarnished the reputation of the Yunhai enforcement team. A severe penalty was justified. He could only resign himself to misfortune and resolve to conduct personal inspections in the future. Well then, the assailants have been dealt with, but the surrounding damage is considerable. You may proceed with repairs. Xing Yunlong quietly observed Zhang Lei's performance before allowing the matter to be put aside. It was as it should be. Zhang Lei surveyed the surrounding wreckage, alarmed by the earlier battle. Fortunately, this was not the heart of Yunhai City. Otherwise, the losses would be incalculable. Although the ground had suffered significant damage, at least there were no casualties. Repairs of this nature could be accomplished swiftly, a benefit of entering the interstellar age, where the timelines for ground or structural repairs had been drastically shortened. The days of failing to meet deadlines were over. Without delay, Zhang Lei arranged for repairs to commence. By the way, let the area within 100 meters of the repair shop be transformed into training ground materials. Xing Yunlong suddenly interjected, leaving Zhang Lei somewhat perplexed. What is the reasoning behind this? Chapter 41. Extreme Tug of War. Transforming the Cult of Reconstruction. Yu Ming. Zhang Lei truly did not grasp Xing Yunlong's intentions. To construct a training ground outside the repair shop? Was there a need to test the mechs after repairs? That could simply be done upon completion. Why construct a 100-meter training ground? He was bewildered. Utterly perplexed. In truth, Xing Yunlong had his own motives. Once the surroundings were completed, it would not be as convenient for him to test his skills tomorrow. This is the price of your negligence. Of course, the specifics of compensation must be discussed with the shopkeeper. Xing Yunlong articulated the most suitable rationale, one that could not be faulted. Indeed, after he spoke, Zhang Lei fell into contemplation. Regardless, Su Bai was the victim in this situation. To be targeted by the cult of reconstruction was a fate that would doom any ordinary individual. Moreover, it was his negligence that allowed the scoundrels of the cult to launch this attack. Offering some compensation was only reasonable. First, restoring the area outside would express his apologies, making it easier to discuss compensation later. It seems acceptable. Ultimately, Zhang Lei chose to acquiesce, deciding that transforming the area outside the interstellar repair shop into a training ground would not be too costly, and would serve as a fitting apology. With a decision made, the Yunhai enforcement team immediately commenced construction. An hour later, the area outside the interstellar repair shop was restored to its former glory. Or rather, it was now even more exquisite. The entire expanse extending 100 meters from the shop's entrance had been uniformly transformed with training ground materials, consisting of a thermal sensing metal capable of generating defensive barriers around it, boasting formidable protective capabilities. With this enhancement, one could fully unleash the power of their mechas. Observing the scene before him, Xing Yunlong nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Lei regarded the trio still standing in place with some suspicion. Are you three not leaving? Logically, the Yunlong team should be quite busy, yet they appeared unperturbed, taking the time to watch as everything was restored. This left Zhang Lei bewildered. An Shui chuckled in response. No worries, we intend to wait here for another night to prevent the scum of the cult of reconstruction from seizing an opportunity. That is unnecessary. We will station personnel here. You three are usually busy. It would be best to rest properly today, as this calamity has befallen Yunhai, and it would not be right to trouble you further. Zhang Lei detected an undercurrent of conspiracy in Shui's words. He did not believe they would remain stationed outside a mere repair shop without ulterior motives, and no worries, we are all part of the Huaxia Enforcement Department. And being from Nanjing, we should not be divided. It is no trouble for us. Huang Lin interjected at that moment, stating, Want to send us away? No way. In that case, I shall not persuade you further. However, since you are so dedicated, we cannot lag behind either. I will also remain stationed here today. Zhang Lei ultimately revealed a meaningful smile, opting not to engage in their tug-of-war. Regardless of their intentions, he would remain. The other enforcement team members felt their faces darken upon hearing this. They were being forced to work overtime for no reason, truly exhausting. However, Zhang Lei's presence deterred them from leaving. As for Xing Yunlong, he had no objections. It was impossible to send them away. After all, the interstellar repair shop was in Yunhai, and they were colleagues, so if they wished to wait, let them wait. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded outside the interstellar repair shop, where 4-star mecha masters and 20 members of the Yunhai enforcement team stood vigil at the entrance, remaining there until the break of dawn. Yunhai CF family, bang. Inside the CF family's reception hall, a man in a black robe radiated a malevolent aura, and with a wave of his right hand, he shattered an antique vase placed nearby. Through the black robe and mask, it was evident that he was seething with rage. Useless, truly worthless. He had been instructed not to act impulsively, yet he dared to defy orders. Most infuriating was the fact that he had been counterattacked. When did our cult of reconstruction stoop to recruiting such incompetence? Damned. Absolutely damned. Now, not only the enforcement team but even the Yunlong team had taken notice of the situation in Yunhai. Was he planning to summon the entire interstellar fleet? The man in the black robe continued to breathe heavily. Beside him, Xie Zhihao could only lower his head, as no one dared provoke this individual's wrath. Next to him stood a red-haired woman clad in a black leather corset, her long, fair legs accentuated by black shorts, shaking her head. Mastered IT, seems that Duan Han has lost sight of his identity. He may even be brainwashed by someone else. A closer look would reveal that this red-haired woman differed from Duan Han and the man in the black robe. Her eyes were not slit pupils. She was not a Han Guangxian but rather appeared more like a blue star inhabitant. Is that so? The tone of the man in the black robe revealed no discernible emotion as he gazed thoughtfully at the red-haired woman. Indeed, I am willing to replace him to keep watch over that interstellar repair shop for you, Master, the red-haired woman continued, her gaze fixed on the man in the black robe. Boom. Suddenly, a force yanked her toward the man in the black robe. His fingers closing around her slender neck, in terror, she looked into the eyes of the man in the black robe, which were as deep as an abyss, cold as ice. Humph. You are not in any better position. You still wish to keep watch over that interstellar repair shop. Do you want to draw even more attention to our activities? Do you want us to be completely exposed? You must understand your own identity. As he spoke, the grip of the man in the black robe tightened, causing the red-haired woman to feel suffocated. Bang. Finally, the man in the black robe released his grip, and the red-haired woman fell to the ground. Escaping death, she gasped for breath, filled with trepidation. Hastily, she knelt on the ground, revealing her graceful curves, bowing her head. Master, it was indeed you Meng who acted rashly, but I assure you that everything is for the sake of our master's grand ambitions. With no ulterior motives, please punish me, master. Humph. The man in the black robe coldly snorted at her words. Do not concern yourself with the interstellar repair shop for now. First, go to Yunhai No. One high school and make contact with that girl from the Sun family. If this matter is not handled properly, you understand. The subordinate obeys. Yu Ming hurriedly responded and left the Xia household in a flurry. Upon stepping outside, she touched the claw marks on her neck. Her gaze turned frigid. Still, I have not seen his true appearance. After her departure, the figure in the black robe turned to the silent Xie Zhihao. Go. Send someone to keep an eye on her. Those not of our kind will surely harbor ulterior motives. Even if she has entered the reformed ecclesiastical order, I remain unconvinced of her loyalty. Yes, Xie Zhihao acknowledged and departed, leaving only the solitary figure in black. He glanced at his right hand, a hint of disdain flickering in his vertical pupils, before he forcefully shook it off. Truly filthy. Chapter 42. Captain of the Punishment Squad is confused. The sky was clear, with clouds adorning the horizon. An ray of sunlight unveiled the dawn's curtain. This moment. Outside the interstellar repair shop, 2 rows of law enforcement members were visibly fatigued, sporting dark circles under their eyes and yawning incessantly. It's already 10 o'clock. Why is this repair shop still closed? I truly cannot fathom it. Which reputable establishment opens at 10? It's utterly absurd. Exactly, some shops open as early as 7, while others open by 9. Does this repair shop think it's on a health retreat? If it can open, it should, and if not, just close down. Stop being so capricious. Did they think it was still before the interstellar era? Back then, you could open at 2 in the afternoon without a care. Now, everywhere is filled with repair shops. And yet they still behave so unruly. They were merely ordinary law enforcement members who had not rested the previous day and had now endured a sleepless night, their patience wearing thin. The crux of the matter is that if they were on a mission, it would be somewhat understandable, but they were merely waiting for the store to open. It was simply intolerable. Captain Zhang, if it's too much, just go rest. We can handle things here, Huang Lin said with an awkward smile, knowing that the physical endurance of the Star Treader Mecha Masters was exceptional. They could withstand days and nights without issue. But clearly, the regular members could not. Indeed, these comrades have worked hard. It's unreasonable to have them wait like this. What if an unexpected situation arises and they need to enforce the law? And Xue chimed in, supporting the argument, as the two had been trying to persuade Zhang Lei to leave all night. Their primary concern was that once the store opened, these individuals would monopolize Su Bai's time. And they could not afford to wait even a moment longer. They were desperate for Su Bai to enhance their abilities. Xing Yunlong silently observed the two as they bickered, neither stopping nor assisting them, only mentally applauding their efforts. Well done. Return and treat yourself to a chicken leg. Zhang Lei watched the pair's poor acting, suppressing a laugh. After this night, he was convinced that the interstellar repair shop harbored great secrets. Otherwise, Huang Lin and Xue wouldn't have gone to such lengths to divert him. What a joke. This is my jurisdiction. Even if you are from the Yunlong team, you will not manage to distract me. Do you think I, Zhang Lei, care about my reputation? Initially, Zhang Lei would argue with the two, but now, he could only respond with a smile. I simply want to leave. What can you do about it? Like stubborn gum, Huang Lin and In Ming could only relent. Just then, the doors of the interstellar repair shop finally swung open. As Su Bai opened the door, he was met with an unexpected sight. Su Bai, what is going on? I shouldn't have done anything wrong. Why are there so many law enforcement members guarding my store? Could it be that the old man bought black market assets initially? Are they here to reclaim them? His first instinct was to blame his unreliable father for getting him into trouble. However, the moment he opened the door, and Xue, who had been grappling with Zhang Lei, dashed into the repair shop. Unfortunately, standing in front of her was Xing Yunlong, who had already reached Su Bai. Captain, that's rather unfair. Upon seeing her captain, and Xue's face fell instantly. Despite her efforts to persuade Zhang Lei to leave, her captain stood silently in the first position, as it was agreed. Just wait a bit longer. Xing Yunlong was entirely unconcerned. First come, first served. He didn't use his authority to pressure anyone. It was merely a matter of quick reflexes. This scene left Zhang Lei bewildered. The moment he laid eyes on Su Bai, he felt one overwhelming sensation. Youth. The owner of the interstellar repair shop was astonishingly young. Then came the confusion. How could such a young shopkeeper have made Xing Yunlong and Shui wait an entire night? Moreover, it seemed Shui was quite displeased with Xing Yunlong's precedence. What on earth was going on? Zhang Lei had never witnessed such a situation. He had anticipated that the interstellar repair shop was not simple, but he never imagined it would be so bizarre. What level of repair expertise could a young person possess? Was Xing Yunlong perhaps struck on the head by some scoundrel from the reformed ecclesiastical order? Or did the other party possess some bewitching method, causing Xing Yunlong to perceive Su Bai as a powerful repair master? Not just him, but the law enforcement officers behind him were equally bewildered. No way! The Yunlong team waited an entire night for such a young lad. He looks hardly older than my daughter. Have they lost their minds and made us wait all night too? Insanity. Pure insanity. The already disgruntled officers were now on the verge of a breakdown, unable to accept the situation. Su Bai, I still want the enhancement package we agreed on yesterday. Xing Yunlong had no time to entertain their grievances and directly addressed Su Bai. Su Bai nodded, handing him a contract. Here, sign it. Xing Yunlong took the contract and signed without even glancing at it. This left Zhang Lei stunned. What the heck? Signing without even reading the contract? Is it because it's too cheap? 1.8 billion star coins credited to account. Just then, Su Bai's transfer notification chimed in perfectly. What the heck? How much? Xing Yunlong, have you lost your mind? Signing such a substantial contract without a glance. Are you intending to purchase a mecha here? Captain of the punishment squad is confused. Zhang Lei completely lost it, as everything before him surpassed his comprehension. Unable to restrain himself, he urged Xing Yunlong to reconsider. Whether from the Interstellar Fleet's law enforcement team or the Special Operations team, they were merely Star Treader mecha masters. And saving up money wasn't easy. This could wipe out several years of savings. Unfortunately, Xing Yunlong paid no heed to his words, instead wearing a broad smile. Then can we begin? Come in? But wait, it's too crowded. Let us have only a few people in the hall, Su Bai said, leading Xing Yunlong towards the repair area. Huang Lin and Shui followed suit. Zhang Lei watched the three, gritting his teeth. You all wait here. I'm going in to take a look. Saying that, he entered the interstellar repair shop along with them, leaving behind the many bewildered law enforcement officers. Utterly perplexed. Oh, what does this mean? We still have to wait? This is unbearable. Stepping into the interstellar repair shop, Zhang Lei's eyes lit up upon seeing the facilities within. He never expected such a top-tier repair shop to have quietly opened in his jurisdiction. There were hardly a few of this caliber throughout Huaxia. They were truly impressive. Simultaneously, his curiosity about what Xing Yunlong intended to do with the 1.8 billion star coins grew. I must see what secrets lie within this interstellar repair shop that have led the Yunlong team to behave this way. Chapter 43. The clown turned out to be me? At this moment, Xing Yunlong had entered the repair area, his right hand lightly touching the star ring, and the vortex instantly materialized within the repair chamber. Su Bai, I rely on you. Xing Yunlong clasped his hands in salute to Su Bai before exiting the repair chamber and returning to the hall. After he left, Su Bai stroked his chin thoughtfully. S-class talent? Star Leap? Unexpectedly, the second S-class talent holder I've encountered happens to be the captain of the Yunlong team. It makes sense. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the captain of the strongest team in Nanjiang at such a young age. However, Star Leap is an exceptionally unique talent, a special variant belonging to physical enhancement. It allows for a leap based on one's own star power and is somewhat reminiscent of space-type talents found in certain novels. No wonder the structure of Vortex is so peculiar. The spiral particle thrusters on its limbs must be specially designed to facilitate the mecha's leap action. The primary talent skill of Vortex is quite straightforward. Being the stellar leap, which allows the mecha to perform a leap, this skill can prove extraordinarily effective in combat, albeit lacking direct offensive capabilities. If that's the case, this skill should suit him well. After a moment of contemplation, Su Bai defined the enhancement direction. He lightly touched the Vortex's right leg. Third stage enhancement activated. A soft blue radiance enveloped Vortex, along with the starlight instantly, in the hall. Upon seeing Xing Yunlong return, Zhang Lei could not help but inquire. Aren't you going to supervise personally? This is a contract worth 1.8 billion star coins. You truly are generous. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't be able to part with such a large sum to enhance. That amount could buy another mecha, one with a talent skill at that. Hearing Zhang Lei's words, Xing Yunlong remained silent, leaving Zhang Lei feeling quite helpless. Observing Zhang Lei's stubbornness, Huang Lin patted his shoulder. Captain Zhang, Lao Xing is just like this. Don't take it to heart. We've waited this long. And to be honest, I advise you to prepare the money quickly. Don't let it be too late. Huang Lin's words were met with skepticism from Zhang Lei, as he regarded this man as a notorious bluffer within the Yunlong team. Previously, I went to great lengths to deceive myself into leaving, and now I find myself urging myself to prepare the funds? Zhang Lei even suspects that this is a ruse orchestrated by them and Su Bai, aimed at punishing him for his negligence yesterday. No matter, I'll just observe. Zhang Lei's composed demeanor left Huang Lin exasperated, throwing up his hands in resignation. This person is truly impervious to reason. Let him go. Yet he insists on staying, and after waiting for so long, he is now told to prepare the money. He claims he is merely observing. Pften Shui, unable to contain herself, chimed in, "No worries. You all chat. She certainly does not wish for Zhang Lei to be prepared with funds just yet. Otherwise, what if he gets ahead of her in line? Having the captain reinforced before her is already distressing enough for Shui. Zhang Lei should not even think of imitating that." Seeing Shui smile, Zhang Lei grew increasingly convinced of his suspicions. They must be setting a trap for him. I shall not fall for it. I am merely playing along. They were engaged in discussion in the hall, while the members of the enforcement team outside bore the brunt of their plight. Some had even dozed off while standing. Others silently noted down a grievance against Zhang Lei. Captain Zhang's actions are indeed inconsiderate. I must lodge a complaint when the time comes. Absolutely. He is severely delaying our work. We must demand an explanation. You had better, as I have my eye on you. However, what do you suppose is the magic behind this interstellar repair shop? I observed Captain Xing almost without hesitation transfer 180 million star coins. That is a staggering amount, enough to last a lifetime on my salary. This is indeed a colossal sum for us, but for those star-hopping mecha engineers, it can be earned back in just a few years. In this world, strength is paramount. What can be done at most? We can become sky mecha engineers, but star-hopping mecha engineers are beyond our reach. They may earn more, but the risks are considerable. This recent incident with the transformation of the ecclesiastical order placed them on the front lines, embodying the notion that risk and reward coexist. Indeed, we are doing quite well. At least we are free from worry regarding food and shelter, and our lives are relatively comfortable, of course, except for now. Most of these enforcement team members are mecha engineers of Earth 7 stars, with 1 or 2 being Sky 1-star engineers, their abilities inferior to Zhao Mingyue and Xiao Mingyan. Yet this reflects the status quo of ordinary individuals. Not everyone possesses such high innate talent, nor can everyone become a powerhouse. Those who can awaken E and D class talents and pilot mechas have already surpassed many without any innate gifts. One must consider the matters at their respective stages in life. Only then can one find contentment and joy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as the crowd was engrossed in conversation, a sudden roar erupted from within the repair shop. The booming noise startled many of the enforcement team members who had been standing and dozing off. What is happening? An enemy attack? Is it possible that the captain and his team are engaged in battle? Unlikely, right? What would Captain be fighting with Yunlong's team for? Meanwhile, in the hall, Xing Yunlong was tightly clenching his fists in excitement. The fluctuations emanating from the maintenance room felt incredibly familiar, even evoking a sense of yearning within him. He realized, this is the power of space. It appears that Boss Su has successfully completed the reinforcement. This time, the reinforcement duration surpassed that of Huang Lin's double endurance from yesterday by a noticeable margin. It has been nearly 5 hours now. Yet, Xing Yunlong felt no impatience. He understood the uniqueness of his vortex and recognized that the difficulty of reinforcing it far exceeds that of double endurance. Upon sensing the fluctuation, he felt assured that every moment of waiting was worthwhile. Huang Lin and Meng, having experienced the events of yesterday, also grasped the significance of this moment, casting congratulatory glances at Xing Yunlong. Only Zhang Lei remained utterly bewildered. The power that just seeped from the maintenance room door even caused his heart to race. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the scraps of paper beneath the table twisting under that force. And then the central piece vanished without a trace. This is undoubtedly the power of space. This sudden turn of events left him in a state of perplexity, desperate to understand what had transpired. Crack! At this moment, The door to the maintenance room swung open. Without a moment's hesitation, Xing Yunlong executed a star leap, propelling himself into the maintenance room. An Shui and Huang Lin hurriedly followed suit. Zhang Lei, unwilling to lag behind, joined them as well. Upon entering the maintenance room, Zhang Lei rubbed his eyes in disbelief at the scene before him. How much time has passed? What on earth has this young man accomplished? Is this the reason why Xing Yunlong is willing to part with 180 million? In that instant, Zhang Lei suddenly understood the intentions of the others. Why they had previously gone to such lengths to deceive him into leaving. Why Xing Yunlong had unhesitatingly transferred such a vast sum of money, and why Huang Lin had coaxed him to prepare his funds. The fool is none other than myself. Chapter 44. Zhang Lei. Quickly transfer the funds. What met his gaze was a completely transparent, deep blue light armor adorned with shimmering starry lights, where the particle thrusters at the rear of its legs resembled a river of stars compared to the previous vortex. And the same could be said for its arms. Beyond the starry river extended two transparent blades, bestowing upon the vortex an air of lethal elegance. Zhang Lei stared at the rejuvenated vortex. His eyes widening in astonishment, envy plainly etched upon his features. Just in terms of visual aesthetics, the vortex has undergone a significant enhancement. Is this what 180 million in reinforcement entails? It is indeed something to behold. Zhang Lei could not help but exclaim. But that was not all. Upon hearing Zhang Lei's words, Huang Lin unconsciously chimed in, seizing the opportunity to strike at him since he had failed to heed his advice to prepare the funds in advance. Now, it was the perfect chance to get back at him. Zhang Lei, feeling somewhat puzzled, remarked, "This can't be the end. The overall materials have been upgraded, and even the core has been enhanced. Surely, it should be nearly complete by now, right? Could it be that a talent skill can still be developed?" Zhang Lei, unwilling to back down, shot back at Huang Lin, a smile on his face as he anticipated how the other would respond. "You guessed that too?" Huang Lin replied with a faint smile, his hands clasped behind his back. "Just watch closely, Zhang Lei. Why is he so confident? Surely nah, that can't be possible. Vortex already possesses a talent skill. He has never heard of anyone being able to awaken a second talent skill in a mecha that already has one. Even awakening a single talent skill is an arduous task. Some high-star mecha engineers can indeed facilitate the awakening of a talent skill in a mecha that initially lacks any. This is because the mecha has not previously awakened. They merely assist in completing that awakening process. But how could a mecha that has already awakened give birth to a second talent skill? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Lei was entirely convinced that Huang Lin was pulling his leg, opting not to engage further in the conversation. However, at that moment, the ceiling of the maintenance room suddenly opened in an instant. Xing Yunlong darted into the vortex, completing the neural link, and the vortex gleamed with starry brilliance. Suddenly, the vortex soared upwards, directly departing the maintenance room. Zhang Lei, is it leaving just like that? What is happening? Has Xing Yunlong gone mad? Why is he taking off? This shouldn't be happening. He has already paid. Zhang Lei was left utterly baffled by this turn of events. However, Huang Lin and Shui exchanged glances before striding towards the door, particularly Shui, whose eyes were now filled with anticipation. After all, it would soon be her turn. First, she wished to witness what talent skill the captain had awakened. As the captain, Xing Yunlong relied on the unique skill of starry leaps, enabling him to execute various high-difficulty maneuvers unexpectedly. However, his lack of offensive power had always been a point of criticism directed at him. The spatial fluctuations they had just sensed were palpable. If all went as expected, Xing Yunlong was likely to have awakened an offensive talent skill. This would represent a monumental enhancement for their Yunlong team. What on earth? What is this? The members of the enforcement team outside the interstellar repair shop, engaged in conversation, suddenly beheld the descending vortex, instantly adopting a defensive posture. An enemy attack? Has the ecclesiastical order grown so bold? No way. That appears to be Captain Xing's vortex. How could this be? I've seen Captain Xing's vortex, and it did not look like this. Now that you mention it, while the materials do appear different, the structure seems similar. Enough chatter. Step aside. It's about to land. With that, everyone scattered, clearing the area in front of the interstellar repair shop. Buzz buzz as the crowd dispersed, the vortex descended from the heavens, arriving at the entrance of the repair shop. Observing the sudden arrival of the vortex, everyone exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. At this juncture, Huang Lin and Shui and the trailing Zhang Lei appeared before the crowd. The members of the enforcement team finally found their anchor. Captain Zhang, this mecha of unknown origin has suddenly appeared here. What should we do? Zhang Lei surveyed the crowd. This is Xing Yunlong's vortex. Upon hearing Zhang Lei's words, the first person to recognize the vortex placed their hands on their hips and lifted their chin proudly. See? I told you this is the vortex. What the hell? It really is the vortex? What on earth transpired? I remember the vortex did not look like this. Could it be that this is the 180 million reinforcement? It certainly appears to be the case. Indeed, merely judging by its appearance. It seems rather expensive, but 180 million is still a bit excessive. At this moment, they, like Zhang Lei, no longer believe that Xing Yunlong had overreacted. Just based on the material upgrade and core enhancement, it is worth at least 50 million or more. Considering the aesthetics, it could reach approximately 80 million star coins. However, there is still a slight markup to account for. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the vortex. Belonging to Xing Yunlong, step back. Although the reason for his command remained unclear, the crowd obediently retreated from the training grounds. Once the area was devoid of onlookers, the stars above the vortex began to shimmer. The nebulae enveloping his limbs commenced a slow rotation, resembling a river of stars igniting the training arena. With a thunderous roar, the ground abruptly trembled, stones beneath shattering, and the protective barrier of the training ground rapidly ascended. Xing Yunlong crossed his arms before his chest and forcefully thrust them forward. A tearing sound ensued. An invisible force seemed to rend the surrounding space, dark fissures swirling throughout the training area. This terrifying wave crashed against the barrier, revealing spiderweb-like cracks on the shield, which could withstand the full might of a break-star mech master. The innate skill, Dimension Rupture, harnessed the power of Star Leap to rapidly assault the surrounding space. Causing a cutting effect, at that moment, Zhang Lei's mouth fell agape, as if it could accommodate a fist. The members of the enforcement team thought they were merely fatigued and hallucinating. Am I dreaming? It doesn't hurt, so it must be a dream. Get lost? Of course it doesn't hurt. You're pinching me? No way has the vortex changed its innate skill. I have never heard of an innate skill being subject to change. This was also Zhang Lei's sentiment. He still doubted that vortex had awakened a second innate skill. Is this truly the power of Boss Su? Can he really induce a transformation in innate skills? Zhang Lei tentatively inquired of Huang Lin, who returned a knowing glance. You'll see, soon. The figure of vortex abruptly vanished from before the crowd, instantaneously appearing behind them. Starry Sky Leap? How is this possible? Upon witnessing vortex employs Starry Sky Leap, Zhang Lei could no longer contain himself. He swiftly dialed a number. Wife, quickly, transfer me 180 million. A fierce voice erupted from the other end. Say that again. There's no time to explain. Just do it. 180 million. Not a penny less. Hurry. Chapter 45. Starlight Domain. Utter madness. When Vortex truly manifested a second innate skill, Zhang Lei understood that Huang Lin's words were indeed true. This Boss Su was nothing short of extraordinary. He was certainly not a mere swindler but possessed an exceptional moral compass. A mere 180 million could not only enhance the entire mech and its core, but could also grant a second innate skill. Such an occurrence, if shared, would lead others to believe one had lost their mind. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Moreover, Su Bai was so young. He could scarcely imagine the terrifying entities that lay behind him. Only a legendary mech engineer, renowned throughout the cosmos, could cultivate such an astonishing disciple, right? Have you lost your mind, Zhang Lei? Are you itching for trouble? Zhang Lei was still lost in his reverie when suddenly, a reprimand jolted him from his thoughts. Before he could explain, Vortex moved again, the nebulae on its limbs shifting into beams of starlight, instantly enveloping everything in the arena. Under this starlight shroud, everyone's vision was obscured. A colossal weight bore down on the gathered crowd, rendering their bodies heavier. This was the specialty of Vortex, the Starlight Domain. Within this domain, opponents would endure fivefold gravity, and the visible range would diminish. Coupled with Starry Sky Leap and Dimension Rupture, Xing Yunlong became a veritable god of death within the Starlight Domain. Quick, transfer the money. If you don't, I'll divorce you. Zhang Lei was now genuinely engulfed in madness. The second innate skill was not all, as Xing Yunlong had also acquired a domain-type specialty. Such specialties were exceedingly rare. Even among specialties, he could not afford to miss this opportunity. The wave of regret washed over him. All he felt was remorse. Why had he not contemplated earlier why Xing Yunlong would spend such a fortune on enhancements? Why had he remained unmoved even after Huang Lin's reminder? The tone on the other end of the line grew increasingly frigid. Do you have the audacity to repeat that? I will repeat it. Transfer the money, or else divorce. Zhang Lei, emboldened, confronted his wife assertively for the first time, disregarding the potential repercussions. Fine, just wait for me at home. Atia's words, the voice on the other end scoffed, yet she proceeded to transfer the funds to Zhang Lei. She understood that whatever had so thoroughly excited Zhang Lei must indeed be significant. While she could provide the money, the matter would not be so easily dismissed. Assertiveness would come with a price. Zhang Lei, oblivious to the fallout, hurriedly rushed towards Su Bai after receiving the funds. Unfortunately, a graceful figure obstructed his path. An Shui gazed at Su Bai with eager anticipation. Boss Su, now it's my turn. Right? Her voice dripped with sweetness, sending shivers down the spine. Huang Lin, covered in goosebumps, interjected. And Shui, could you speak properly? Get lost. The response was a resounding roar, as if the soft, adorable girl had never existed. Huang Lin. Oh, after chastising Huang Lin, and Shui reverted to her soft demeanor, fixating her gaze on Su Bai, her alluring curves nearly overwhelming him. No problem. We had agreed on this yesterday, as he spoke. Su Bai retrieved a prepared contract, having arranged for the enhancements of Xing Yunlong and Shui today. Although interstellar enhancements could occur in mere moments, he dared not proceed so hastily. Achieving such a level of enhancement was already astonishing. Should it be completed in an instant, it would be evident that something was amiss. A mech engineer capable of completing the task in a few hours could be labeled as a prodigy. But in mere seconds, that would imply a significant secret. Everyone would undoubtedly wonder if they, too, could replicate such feats upon learning of the secret. At this moment, Zhang Lei remained unaware of Su Bai's intentions. Choosing not to contest with Shui. Once Shui completed her enhancement, he assumed he would be next, content with his thoughts. Stealing a glance at Huang Lin, he realized, wait, there's this kid too. The Yunlong team would surely be prepared for a complete enhancement. He could not allow him to seize the first opportunity in Zhang Lei's mind. Since the Yunlong team had waited all night, each member must undergo enhancement. After all, no one would wish to miss such a chance. However, most of the enforcement team members could only sigh in silence. Alas, if only I had the money. Indeed. But it also depends on strength. Without reaching the break star mech master level, money is useless. I'm so envious. Who could have imagined witnessing such a spectacle today? I wonder, can Boss Su enhance the Sky Mech as well? This question opened a Pandora's box, as some talented Sky Mech masters within the enforcement team began calculating. It should be impossible, right? Exactly. There's no need for the Sky Mecha, right? Each one declared verbally that it was unnecessary, that it was impossible, while secretly preparing to gather their funds. By their estimates, even enhancing the Sky Mech would require at least several million. Better to be prepared than caught off guard. To the center of attention, Xing Yunlong had now retracted Vortex and approached Su Bai, respectfully saluting him. Thank you, Boss Su, for your assistance. This kindness shall be remembered forever. Xing Yunlong was the possessor of an S-level innate talent, specifically within the realm of space. With the aid of Starry Skyleap, he had successfully transformed the Yunlong team into the strongest squad in Nanjiang. However, he had reached a plateau. Lacking a powerful offensive capability would inevitably become a glaring disadvantage, especially when facing opponents of similar strength. Yet now, not only did he possess a formidable offensive capability, but he had also acquired a domain-type specialty, significantly bolstering his weaknesses and effecting an epic enhancement. Coupled with Huang Lin's and soon Shui's enhancements, Xing Yunlong felt confident that he could soon become not just the strongest in Nanjiang, but the strongest in the south, the strongest in Huaxia, the strongest in the Blue Star Alliance. All of this was thanks to the young man before him, who had provided him with the means to pursue his dreams. Su Bai merely waved his hand dismissively. Perhaps to Xing Yunlong and the others, they felt that the assistance they received was of little value. However, in his own affairs, he was well aware. This enhancement had only cost him 10 million star coins, while he had secured a staggering 180 million in return, a fair exchange, with no debts incurred. Captain Xing, you are being overly polite, An Shui. let's go. With that, Su Bai made his way towards the repair area. Yet Zhang Lei, as if possessed, stepped forward to engage Huang Lin in conversation. Brother Huang, you knew about this all along. Why didn't you tell me? I'm so hurt. Observing the tearful expression on Zhang Lei's face, Huang Lin was utterly bewildered. Did I not inform you? Wasn't it your disbelief that led to this? Chapter 46. How could such a significant matter be kept under wraps? Huang Lin was rendered speechless. He had clearly seen Zhang Lei's determination and had even urged him to prepare. Yet now, he was being wrongfully accused. Stepping back cautiously, he sought to distance himself from such a person. Zhang Lei, recognizing Huang Lin's retreat, realized his scheme had succeeded and smirked. Haha, no need for such formality. As if struck by a sudden realization, he turned to the members of the enforcement team. You may return to rest for now. There is nothing more to attend to here. He certainly did not wish to be caught in a moment of weakness by his subordinates. After all, he had a reputation to uphold. The enforcement team collectively understood Zhang Lei's sentiments. Following the earlier excitement, their fatigue had largely dissipated, with only a few Earth mech pilots unable to withstand the strain and departing. Outside the repair shop, more than a dozen enforcement team members awaited. Among those remaining, most were merely spectators. However, a few Sky mech pilots exchanged knowing glances, each perceiving a shared resolve. Given the circumstances, it would be a contest of skill. One of the Sky mech pilots smiled confidently. His spirits soaring. Just moments ago, he had leveraged numerous connections and finally amassed a staggering sum of 50 million star coins. He was determined not to miss this opportunity for enhancement. The sentiment was mutual among the others. Another pilot, not to be outdone, came from a wealthy background and, with a touch of embellishment in his promotion, secured 60 million in startup funds, intent on seizing this chance for enhancement. Yet, it is worth noting that sometimes an abundance of wealth does not guarantee success. I suspect that Boss Su will be discerning in his selection. The third pilot, while not as financially prepared as the first two, boasted a B-grade talent and possessed a mech of superior quality. He believed that even if Su Bai were to opt for mech enhancement, he would undoubtedly choose the more manageable option. Zing! The trio's gazes collided in the air, igniting sparks of competition. The onlookers couldn't help but shake their heads, muttering, just moments ago, they claimed it was impossible. And now they're at odds. Indeed, the allure of competition is a fundamental human instinct. Go be honest, I find myself a tad envious of them. As Sky mech pilots, they still have a glimmer of hope, whereas we Earth mech pilots are rather out of luck. Alas, it is what it is. Witnessing the awakening of a second talent skill today makes this excursion worthwhile. And it is not in vain that we have endured this long night. Moreover, that last moment truly dispelled my drowsiness. It was utterly astonishing. Yet, have we really lingered here so long? Did Zhang report yesterday's intelligence? Well, indeed. After Zhang Lei and the enforcement team were deployed yesterday, they remained at the interstellar repair shop. Though the intelligence has been compiled, without Zhang Lei's command, they dared not report it up the chain. Thus, the information still lies in the hands of the Yunhai enforcement team. The headquarters of the Nanjing fleet. Zhao Tianming was seated at the command console, his right index finger tapping incessantly on the surface. Xiaoping, could you explain what is happening here? When you arrived yesterday, was the battle not already concluded? Zhao Tianming's tone was filled with confusion. Zhang Xiaoping had been dispatched to protect Zhao Mingyue, with instructions to assist the Yunlong squad and Yunhai enforcement team should the battle still be ongoing. However, the response he received clearly indicated that the battle had long since ended. Why, then, had he received no intelligence to date? Setting aside the Yunlong squad, whose primary focus was combat, the enforcement team was tasked with intelligence gathering and was supposed to be professional in this domain. How could such a significant oversight occur in their jurisdiction? With no one reporting back to him? Inquire with Sun Yu. Does he wish to forfeit his position as captain of Yunhai? How does he train his subordinates? If he can't handle it, then replace him. Zhao Tianming was evidently furious. From the intelligence gathered by Zhang Xiaoping from Zhao Mingyue, this matter even implicated military mechs within the fleet. The remnants of the Reformation Church were not merely causing trouble in Yunhai. They had infiltrated their ranks, such a critical issue. How dare they conceal it from him? In his rage, the entirety of Nanjing trembled. Zhang Xiaoping quickly responded, I will inform Captain Sun to address this matter with the utmost seriousness. Please, calm down. With that, She exited the command chamber and swiftly prepared a notice for Sun Yu.in, the captain's office of the Yunhai fleet. Sun Yu was reviewing documents. Recently, Sun Hani's Wanjun Hongyue had been performing exceptionally well, reportedly securing the top position in Yunhai number 1. Beyond feeling gratified, Sun Yu grew increasingly curious about Su Bai. However, visiting such a high-caliber mech repairman uninvited seemed inappropriate. He wondered, could the enigmatic boss Su enhance a mech to the level of a star-breaking mech? Despite the formidable presence of such a skilled repairman right under his nose, Sun Yu found himself unable to approach. Who could comprehend this agony? Suddenly, the screen before him flickered with a crimson glow, indicating an urgent dispatch from above. Instantly, his demeanor shifted to one of anxiety. General Zhao is seeking me. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Yu began perusing the content of the notice. As he delved deeper, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. Bang! He slammed his palm onto the desk, scattering the documents across the surface. Goodness, Zhang Lei, how could you withhold such significant information from me? Are you itching for trouble? Are there members of the Cold Light Star race within the Reformation Church? Is the prior incident involving the Wanjun Hongyue being pierced by C-core radiation somehow linked to them? No, wait, this name of the interstellar repair shop sounds oddly familiar. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, Sun Yu was momentarily taken aback. Upon regaining his composure, he realized that this was indeed the very repair shop where Sun Hani had acquired the Wanjun Hongyue. Contemplating this, Sun Yu's anger intensified. This Zhang Lei will pay for this. I shall dock his salary for a year. Given the implications surrounding the mysterious boss Su, this matter must be taken seriously. The fact that they had discovered the interstellar repair shop and even launched an assault. After a moment's reflection, Sun Yu sent a notice to Zhang Lei. You brat, do you wish to resign? How could you conceal such a significant matter? Have you grown wings? Now, immediately, return to see me. Inside the interstellar repair shop, Zhang Lei was reveling in his perceived success. Ding! You have a new message. Ding! You have a new message. Ding! You have a new message. The successive notifications caused him to furrow his brow. Could it be a message from his wife? No, I cannot look. I shall act as though I am oblivious. Turn off the phone. Turn it off immediately. Chapter 47. And Shui, this is a stroke of luck. After waiting 10 minutes in the office without receiving a reply, Sun Yu grew increasingly impatient, his expression darkening. Oh, so you choose not to respond, do you? This little brat has truly grown bold. He took a deep breath to calm his emotions and dialed Zhang Lei's number. A cold female voice echoed through the receiver. Hello, the number you have dialed is currently switched off. Please try again later. Bang. The desk suffered yet another assault. Sun Yu's lips curled into a sardonic smile, his outward demeanor betraying a simmering rage, as if a tempest threatened to consume everything in its path. He'll be switched off during working hours. Clearly, merely docking a year's salary would be too lenient. 2 years' worth of salary, including performance bonuses, this brat will receive not a single coin. Having made his decision regarding Zhang Lei's punishment, Sun Yu propped his hands on the table, massaging his temples. General Zhao was pressing for updates, and it seemed he had no choice but to pay a visit himself. This thought sparked a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. What a splendid idea. It would also allow him to meet the elusive boss Su. Excellent, that settles it. Xiao Wang, come in and organize these documents. I will review them when I return. Hearing Sun Yu's call, his secretary Xiao Wang entered, glancing around at the disarray within the office, puzzled. Captain? What has happened here? Sun Yu, preoccupied with his plans to meet Su Bai, offered a vague response. It's nothing, just a momentary lapse in mood. Xiao Wang, oh, when did the captain become so impulsive? However, she dared not voice her thoughts and quietly set about tidying up the scattered documents, watching Sun Yu leave. Outside the interstellar repair shop, Zhang Lei had just powered down his phone, his gaze fixated intently on the repair room. Nearly 4 hours had elapsed since Su Bai began enhancing in Shui's mech. They had been waiting from morning until dusk. Why was it still not ready? Zhang Lei's right foot tapped anxiously, clearly revealing his restlessness, and Shui observed Zhang Lei's demeanor with bemusement. If memory serves, the mech currently undergoing enhancement is hers. Yet why was Zhang Lei more anxious than she? Of course, she was eager as well. But she understood that this waiting period was merely a prelude to the forthcoming amazement. The fragrance of plum blossoms emanates from the bitterness of winter. Only by enduring this period of anticipation could one experience something truly extraordinary. Suddenly, the sound of the repair room door swinging open resonated. Tio and Shue's ears, it was like a symphony. Without a moment's hesitation, she took a decisive step forward, heading straight for the repair room. Closely followed by Zhang Lei.as for Huang Lin and Xing Yunlong. Having undergone their enhancements, they had entered a state of contemplation, merely there to observe. They slowly entered the repair room, even after witnessing the scene for the third time. The spectacle before them continued to astonish. Before their eyes stood a snow-white and translucent weapon, shimmering with a silvery glow, resembling a suit of silver armor. The once slender body of the machine was now robust. And most importantly, all the various beam cannons atop it had vanished without a trace. The previous clumsiness had transformed into a sleek and restrained demeanor, casting doubt on whether this was still an armed mech. Although Shue was equally perplexed, she placed her trust in Su Bai and, without a moment's hesitation, stepped directly into the snow cannon. The instant her neural link connected, the mysteries within unfolded before her. An excited voice emanated from the snow cannon. Boss Su Bai, upon witnessing her reaction, offered a calm smile. Don't get too excited, let's go outside and give it a try, Mim. The snow cannon nodded vigorously and then soared out through the open hatch. They arrived at the training ground outside the repair shop. Having learned from previous experiences, the remaining members of the enforcement team had long distanced themselves from the training area. Observing the transformed snow cannon, whispers of astonishment began to circulate. Is this really the snow cannon? How did it change so much? Where are its cannons? Has it flipped? This seems a bit like reverse enhancement, doesn't it? Indeed, the armament of the armed mech is gone. How can it fight now? That 180 million is down the drain. While they felt disappointment upon seeing the snow cannon, they were not particularly surprised. After all, one such enhancement was sufficient. One couldn't expect every instance to be like that. It was merely unfortunate for Shue. Though the snow cannon appeared more impressive than before, it ultimately amounted to little more than a visual spectacle. Without armament, it was nothing. Boom. However, just as this thought crossed their minds, the armor of the snow cannon began to separate, revealing an array of advanced beam cannons hidden beneath. Plasma guns, covering electronic pulse cannons, horizontal energy cannons. As they gazed at these formidable weapons that had suddenly emerged, silence enveloped the crowd. Their eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom how such an arsenal could be concealed within the slender frame of the snow cannon. Who claimed it was a reverse enhancement? Step forward, my goodness. Is it my lack of knowledge, or is it that the slender body of the snow cannon can accommodate such colossal weapons? How foolish of me to question Boss Su's prowess. I was indeed lacking in appreciation. Boss Su? No, we should call him God Su. Great God Su, please accept my humble bow. I am utterly convinced this time. Just this one maneuver is worth a small fortune. And Shue must be overjoyed. Oh, you think there will be a second innate skill this time? Don't ask me. I know nothing. Theoretically, such a thing is impossible, but this is God Su. His abilities are evident with every move he makes. I want to grow stronger. I aspire to be a stellar mech master. I must seek God Su for enhancement. Wake up. Your talent doesn't permit that. If the previous vortex had brought them visceral shock, the current snow cannon delivered a stunning reversal. They had initially thought it had failed, but instead, they were met with such a delightful surprise. Who can withstand this? Not just them. At this moment, Zhang Lei and his companions exiting the repair shop also witnessed the scene. Huang Lin felt a pang of envy. What? It can also transform? That's not fair. So my enhancement is the most mundane. Xing Yunlong's vortex had enhanced spatial powers, a rarity indeed. Now, Shue's snow cannon possessed transformation capabilities. In comparison, his double ninja felt utterly ordinary. Under the weight of this shock, Zhang Lei missed Huang Lin's words, wholly engrossed in the snow cannon, panting heavily. It's almost my turn. I can have it too. I definitely can. Just then, a pair of somewhat large hands clapped on his shoulder. Oh, what can you have? Startled by the sudden touch, Zhang Lei jumped, and in a fit of rage, he didn't even look to see who it was before retorting. Are you trying to get yourself killed? How dare you scare me? Do you know who I am? Silence. As soon as Zhang Lei uttered those words, the atmosphere fell into a hushed stillness. The enforcement team members quietly took 2 steps back, clasping their hands together in front of their chests, making a gesture of prayer towards Zhang Lei. Feeling the strangeness of the situation, he turned to look behind him, instantly petrified. Sun Yu's chilling gaze bore down on Zhang Lei, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Come, tell me who you are? Chapter 48. Shattering Barriers. Stellar Heavy Cannon. Thud. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Zhang Lei's legs turned to jelly, nearly causing him to collapse. He quickly forced a smile and rubbed the back of his head. Captain, what brings you here? I'm your loyal little Karami. I've been your devoted supporter for years, having followed Sun Yu for many years. Zhang Lei immediately resorted to his usual flattery. Sun Yu regarded him with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, his gaze icy. Is that so? I cannot afford a supporter like you. No replies, phone switched off, and even in such significant circumstances, you dare to keep it quiet? Boom. This remark struck Zhang Lei like a bolt from the blue, leaving him dumbfounded. It suddenly dawned on him. He hadn't come to the interstellar repair shop for enhancement. He had come regarding the transformation of the church, yet Su Bai's remarkable skills had made him forget all about it. It's over. All over. The light in Zhang Lei's eyes dimmed instantly. Having followed Sun Yu for many years, he was well aware of the latter's temperament. Given the gravity of his mistake, not being demoted would be a leniency from Sun Yu. Without a doubt, his salary was gone. He was about to spend a fortune enhancing his mech, and now, with no salary, the consequences of returning home were evident. Zhang Lei felt an overwhelming sense of despair, uncertain if he would even see the sun rise again tomorrow. Buzz! Suddenly, the roar of engines broke through the gloom, pulling Zhang Lei back from his dark thoughts as he hurriedly glanced at the snow cannon. However, as he saw all the cannon ports charging up, the light returned to his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he thought, to hell with it. I'll enhance first and talk later. I'm sorry, Captain. This time it's my fault, and I'm willing to accept the consequences, but please wait a moment. Sun Yu. What is this kid saying? Asking me to wait a moment, the enforcement team members. Who is this subordinate? How can he be so bold? You're not the Zhang team we know. Bring back the old Zhang team. In truth, I always knew Zhang team was incredibly brave. The former Zhang team, who had cowered before Captain Sun, now stood tall and demanded the captain to wait, leading to an involuntary admiration for the allure of mechs. Bang! Just as Sun Yu was about to say something, a tremendous noise suddenly caught his attention. At this moment, the snow cannon had completed its charging, and countless particles of light gathered around its cannon ports. Suddenly, these light particles surged forward, coalescing into a massive silhouette of a starry cannon before the snow cannon. The size of this cannon was twice that of the original snow cannon, with a diameter exceeding 60 meters. Innate skill. Stellar Heavy Cannon. Even Sun Yu, upon seeing this colossal weapon, couldn't help but swallow hard. Secretly thinking, no wonder it's Basu. Every time he makes a move, it's astonishing. Recalling the formidable Red Moon and the Thunder Serpent Fong, Sun Yu was not surprised by Su Bai's transformation of the snow cannon into such a formidable weapon, though he was curious about its power. As if to answer his thoughts, the dazzling star cannon began to charge. Boom! A searing beam erupted, sweeping through like a tidal wave, striking the barrier of the training ground. Bang! Finally, the barrier, capable of withstanding the full force of a star-crushing mech, shattered under this cannon fire. The explosion soared skyward, resembling a sword of light crossing the heavens, as if it aimed to tear the very sky asunder. Boom! 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 The cannon fire shot straight towards the heavens, erupting with a series of dazzling lights that cascaded down upon the sky, unleashing colossal force. The shockwave rivaled that of the previous double ninja, releasing the metal flame slash, sending tremors rippling through the clouds once more. Unlike the previous midnight quake, this time it was evening, and everyone in the cloud sea distinctly felt this tremor, sparking panic. What is happening? Another earthquake? Wait, why do I say another? Can I even stay in the cloud sea anymore with these frequent earthquakes? Should I consider moving? This life is too unstable. Fortunately, the tremors, like before, subsided quickly, allowing people to regain their composure. What? Just a little shake and you run? Hey, Dad, I just shook things up for fun. Are we leaving or not? Maybe they're testing weapons. Let us disperse. The same tremors naturally reached the Xie family. The cloaked figure peered through the window of the Xie family home, observing the towering beam of light piercing the sky, his gaze flickering. Is it again from the direction of that interstellar repair shop? Who exactly is this boss Su? He pondered, bewildered by how someone of such caliber could emerge in such a small place as Cloud Sea. And it seemed that this person was destined to thwart his plans repeatedly. Perhaps it was time to pay a visit. Outside the interstellar repair shop, silence reigned. Everyone was left in awe by the impact of the snow cannon. Even the dimensional collapse of Xing Yunlong failed to breach the barrier of the training ground. Yet, here we are, witnessing Shui accomplishing just that. Xing Yunlong now gazes at Shui in astonishment, pondering when the armed mech became so formidable. At this moment, Zhang Lei's eyes are already reddened, his yearning for enhancement reaching an unprecedented peak. I too wish to be enhanced. I am certain I can possess such strength. It's merely a matter of salary, just a matter of money. Once I grow stronger, won't all of this follow? Huang Lin, on the other hand, is on the verge of tears, realizing that his own enhancement is rather ordinary. If this can shatter the energy barrier, what kind of power is that? It's simply unfair. Sun Yu, however, appears contemplative, suddenly unveiling the secret. This must be a charge-up, right? Indeed, Captain Sunday, the voice of Shui resonates from within Snow Cannon, filled with immense joy. Clearly, she is quite pleased with the second innate ability of Snow Cannon. This is my second innate ability, Stellar Heavy Cannon, which harnesses the energy of my fully armed body along with my stellar power, resulting in devastating force as you have just witnessed. However, the drawback is that this strike requires a lengthy charge time, approximately since the moment I arrived at the training ground, Shui explains to the crowd, slightly diminishing the shock. Indeed, this strike has its pros and cons. Gaining immense power comes at the cost of agility. If interrupted mid-charge, it could even lead to backlash, as expected. I always said that a star-treading mech should not possess such abilities. Sun Yu nods, accepting this explanation, but then pauses in realization. Wait, did you just say second innate ability? Snow Cannon nods in affirmation. Exactly. As she speaks, two ethereal pulse guns materialize in her hands. Her talent is an A-grade ability, Armed Etherealization. It allows her to utilize her stellar power to etherealize suitable weapons, which is also why she chose an armed mech. To the onlookers, this scene seems unremarkable, having witnessed it once before. However, for Sun Yu, witnessing a second innate ability for the first time leaves him utterly astounded, abruptly turning to Su Bai. His mind races with excitement. This is a leg to cling onto. Chapter 49. They have returned. All of them have returned. What is your specialty? Xing Yunlong, oblivious to Sun Yu's transformation, inquires about Shui's specialty. By now, no one doubts Su Bai's power, since both he and Huang Lin possess their specialties. And Shui is no exception. Didn't you all witness it earlier? The voice of Shui emanates from Snow Cannon, as she retracts the cannon barrels, reverting Snow Cannon back to its ordinary mech form. This is it. Infinite storage. It allows my Snow Cannon to store its armaments. As for the storage capacity, I cannot say for certain, but I feel it could at least double my firepower. Speaking of this, Shui becomes animated. She is not disheartened by her specialty, on the contrary, she is most satisfied with this ability. Girls tend to appreciate beauty. Previously, all the cannons were directly attached to Snow Cannon, making it look cluttered and unappealing. Yet, for the sake of firepower, there was no choice. This had always left Shui feeling helpless. But now, it's perfect. With this specialty, her Snow Cannon is finally flawless. Not only does it double the firepower, but it also looks splendid. One could only commend Su Bai for his brilliance. Wait, there is another specialty? Sun Yu is utterly bewildered. Even as a star-breaking mech engineer and captain of the Yunhai fleet, he has never encountered such a spectacle. A single enhancement has not only granted the mech a second innate ability but also awakened a specialty. Thump, thump, thump. Sun Yu can even hear his own heartbeat. After so many years, he feels hope once more, a hope that could elevate him to new heights. Just then, a figure darts forward, heading straight for Su Bai. Who else could it be but Zhang Lei? He can no longer wait. It's finally his turn. He too wants enhancement, not a second to spare. However, just as he is about to reach Su Bai, a hand seizes his collar. Go back? Sun Yu tosses him aside. Watching Su Bai retreating further away, Zhang Lei flails his arms in the air. His face etched with despair, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Know this cry, emanating from the depths of his heart, resonates with profound sorrow, leaving others speechless. Thud. After several seconds of flight, Zhang Lei crashes heavily to the ground. Lying sprawled out, unwilling tears trickling down his cheeks, the light in his eyes extinguished once more. Naturally, Sun Yu pays no mind to Zhang Lei, instead approaching Su Bai with a hint of awkwardness. This scene leaves the law enforcement team utterly astounded. This man is the captain of the Yunhai fleet, the foremost figure in Yunhai. Yet here he is, displaying a demeanor of hesitance before a mere youth. Has the world gone mad, or have they? Some even choose to avert their gazes from this scene, fearing retribution from Sun Yu later. Su Bai, Mr. Su, is it? Sun Yu contemplates briefly before opting for this opening line. Su Bai, this uncle, what s with him? Being addressed as or Su by someone of a comparable age to his own father feels rather uncomfortable. He waves his hand dismissively. Captain's son? You re too polite, just call me Su Bai. This man before him is the leader of Yunhai. Even though he feels unrestrained in his interstellar repair shop, there's no need to create an awkward atmosphere. Very well, Su Bai. I actually wish to inquire if you can enhance the star-breaking mech. Sun Yu directly states his request, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Yes, Su Bai nods. However, it will have to wait until tomorrow. Captain Sun, what do you think? The moment Sun Yu hears that it's possible, he is instantly elated, though he feels a tinge of disappointment upon learning it will be tomorrow. Yet, he quickly casts that feeling aside. After all these years of waiting, finally finding hope for advancement. One more day? No problem, I will return tomorrow. Su Bai, you carry on. With that, Sun Yu wastes no time, picking up the despondent Zhang Lei and leaving. At this moment, Zhang Lei appears utterly desolate, mumbling repeatedly, my enhancement, damn my enhancement. Bang. Sun Yu gives him a light shove. Enough of your nonsense. Go back and report yesterday's events. Didn't you hear Su Bai say he's not taking orders today? Glancing at Zhang Lei, Sun Yu feels a twinge of sympathy. After all, he has been his subordinate for so many years. If you perform well, come with me tomorrow, zing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lei springs to life. Instantly revitalized, saluting Sun Yu. Rest assured, Captain, I will ensure the mission is accomplished. The law enforcement team members, they have returned. All of them have returned. This is the Zhang Lei we know. You may escape severe punishment, but you cannot evade lesser charges. Due to negligence, you've lost 2 years' worth of salary and bonuses. After Sun Yu finishes speaking, he departs, leaving Zhang Lei standing there. It's all right. After the enhancement, everything will return. Upon learning that his salary is gone, Zhang Lei forces a boost of morale, turning to the law enforcement team. All right, let us disperse now. The law enforcement team, observing Zhang Lei's demeanor, dare not say much. They silently depart. After all, the interstellar repair shop isn't going anywhere. They can always return for enhancements next time. Unlike Zhang Lei, they are not so overly invested. It's understandable. A middle-aged man's heart often lies with family and mechs, and for Zhang Lei, mechs are everything. The crowd disperses, and the interstellar repair shop finally returns to its previous tranquility. And Shui approaches Su Bai, clasping her hands in gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Su. No problem, Su Bai, already well-versed in this business, casually waves his hand, indicating she need not worry. We will strive to assist you with the compensation. Should you require our services in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Even though Su Bai perceives it as a fair transaction, Xing Yunlong and his companions believe they have struck an exceptional deal. They immediately pledge to assist Su Bai in any way possible. Su Bai nods in acknowledgement, not declining their offer. The Yunlong squad is the strongest in Nanjing. Perhaps there will indeed be times when he needs their help. Seeing Su Bai's acceptance, the three of them beam with joy, bidding farewell before exiting the interstellar repair shop. Once they have left, Su Bai stretches. Finally, they are all gone. These past 2 days have truly worn me out. Indeed, these last 2 days have been the busiest since Su Bai took over the interstellar repair shop. First, he maintained 10 mechs, then constructed chaos. Following that, he dealt with the modifications of the cold light star. And now, he has enhanced the mechs of Xing Yunlong and his team. It has been quite fulfilling. Perhaps it is my own excellence that has led to this workload, one that is not typically borne by someone of my age with a slight touch of narcissism. Su Bai returns to the interstellar repair shop. Looking at the balance in his account, he reveals a warm smile. Chapter 50. A thought shatters the star treading. 543, 800, 000. This is Su Bai's current savings. Such wealth is beyond the reach of the vast majority of star treading mech engineers. Only the elite among them can possess such a sum, of course. When compared to star-breaking mech engineers, it still falls short. But it is worth noting that Subai is merely a sky mech engineer at this point. After running the star whale breathing technique once again yesterday, his stellar power has risen to 6 stars in the sky. Today, he should be able to break through to star treading. First, let us exchange the second layer of the star whale breathing technique. With Subai's current wealth, he hesitated not for a moment and promptly exchanged for the second layer of the star whale breathing technique. After the exchange, he still retained over 490 million star coins. As Subai successfully completed the exchange, the subsequent contents of the star whale breathing technique materialized in his mind. The operation methods of the second layer were fundamentally akin to the first, with the sole distinction being the introduction of several variations in the technique. The original star whale breathing technique utilized oneself as the focal point, gathering the surrounding star energy to absorb it like a tide. However, for the second layer, Subai needed to simultaneously construct 2 eyes of star energy tides, thereby enabling the star energy to converge exponentially. Is this the joy of doubling? After a cursory glance, Subai comprehended that as long as he fixed the tidal eye in the palm of his hand, he could easily achieve dual tides. Alas, his current star energy was insufficient to construct 2 tides. Never mind, let us first maximize the star energy he possesses. With that thought, Subai sat cross-legged on the ground, centering himself as the surrounding star energy rapidly converged towards him. His realm soared alongside. Sky 7 stars, Sky 8 stars, peak of Sky 9 stars. At the pinnacle of Sky 9 stars, Subai finally sensed a slight obstruction. Is this the bottleneck of breakthrough? Since acquiring his talent, Subai's advancement in star energy had been remarkably swift. Yet this was his first encounter with what is termed a bottleneck. This sparked a flicker of curiosity within him as he spread his arms and placed them upon his knees. Inhale, exhale in a single breath. The star radiance emanating from his body surged along his arms towards his palms. Simultaneously, the star energy tide encircling him began to shift, slowly cracking from the center, as if splitting in two. Rise, Subai commanded with authority. The star radiance in his hands surged mightily. The star energy surged forth, akin to a tidal wave, and the tide that was originally halved in star energy content was instantaneously filled to the brim, becoming exceedingly abundant. It was at the moment when the 2 star energy tides formed that the golden patterns on the interstellar repair shop trembled, preventing the escape of this potent aura. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed. Subai's star energy realm shattered through the barriers. He directly transcended the stage of Sky Mecha Master, reaching the level of Star Step Mecha Master. With his breakthrough into Star Step Mecha Master, the amplification of his physical star energy began to taper off. The sensation of swift advancement finally dissipated. It seemed that the star energy required at the Star Step stage was more than tenfold that of the Sky stage. Indeed, upon closely examining the changes within his body, Subai discovered that even with double the efficiency in star energy absorption, the time required for him to elevate a single star had now increased 5-fold. A simple calculation revealed that the star energy needed at the Star Step stage was 10 times that of the Sky stage. No wonder so many people spend their entire lives at the Star Step stage without becoming a break Star Mecha Master. At this moment, Subai understood the arduous nature of cultivation. Even with his S-level talent paired with a truth-level breathing technique, he still had to tread carefully in his breakthroughs. For those lacking such advantages, C-level or D-level talent Mecha Masters, the path to becoming a break Star Master was undoubtedly akin to scaling the heavens. Even B-level talent Mecha Masters could not easily join the ranks of break Star Masters. The Reformation Church and the Cold Light Star people also seemed to be in turmoil. Reflecting on the events of recent days, Subai sighed helplessly. He had hoped to merrily earn enough star coins through interstellar enhancements to bolster his mecha and traverse the stars, only to find trouble following him relentlessly. Never mind, let them worry about these matters. Aiding them with enhancements is already my contribution. Slowly rising, Subai stretched his somewhat stiff neck before making his way to the maintenance room. He activated the virtual repair chamber. Upon entering the maintenance area, Subai issued his command. Almost as soon as his words fell, the central control's voice responded, "Understood, shop owner. Activating virtual maintenance chamber now." Boom! Suddenly, a surge of energy enveloped the first maintenance room. Although the tasks before him had not changed significantly, Subai could distinctly sense the subtle differences. At this moment, everything in the maintenance room, aside from himself, seemed to experience slight distortions. This was the result of accelerating the flow of time to 3 times its normal rate, causing a temporal compression of the objects. However, due to the system's influence, this pressure had been minimized. As the shop owner, Subai felt no sense of temporal strain whatsoever. Is this what a 3-fold time flow feels like? Subai surveyed his surroundings and then retrieved his chaos. After his breakthrough to Star Step, he had not immediately reinforced chaos, and the reason was simple. Yesterday, during his clash with that cold entity, Subai realized that the current chaos still lacked the capacity to fully control its core power source. The concept of 5 cores igniting simultaneously existed only in theory. Even though the system had made it a reality, the external materials could not withstand such shocks. Hence, Subai needed to make slight modifications to certain structures. This was also the reason for his entry into the virtual repair chamber. He aimed to perfect chaos within. The primary concern lay in the joint connections. Previously, in his eagerness for speed, he had invested considerable effort into the skeleton, core, and armor, but the joints remained somewhat rough. After surveying the area, Subai quickly pinpointed the issue. The main problem was that the joint connections struggled to endure the power of 5 cores igniting together. That was the power of 5 seeds of brilliance. In a typical mecha, it would be a miracle if they were not shattered. Fortunately, he had retained several techniques from the star-level mecha repair skills provided by the previous task assistants. Now that the character responsible for constructing mechas had completed their role, the task assistants naturally ceased. Yet, before its disappearance, Subai chose to retain 10 exquisite techniques of the 3-star mecha repair skills, which was the maximum allowed by the system. It was not that he wished to remember more. Northern Source Joint Connection Method was the technique Subai intended to employ. The Northern Source Mecha Repair Master was renowned throughout the Interstellar Alliance. Having reportedly become a 3-star Mecha Repair Master at the tender age of 20 through sheer talent, before turning 30, he shattered the shackles of being a Mecha Repair Master and ascended to the rank of 7-star Mecha Repair Master. Decades have passed since then. Subai could only speculate on the extent of his mastery. However, the legacy technique he had left behind as a 3-star Mecha Repair Master was this Northern Source Joint Connection Method. Drawing upon his memories, Subai gripped the thermal knife in one hand, while employing the principle of universal integration with the other to sense the changes in the surrounding metals. Zzzzz, as the thermal knife made contact with the exterior armor of chaos, sparks flew forth. Timing his movements perfectly, Subai easily detached the outer armor of chaos, revealing its inner skeleton. To his astonishment, the reinforced skeleton had undergone changes as well. Observing the skeleton, which was markedly different from his original design, Subai understood that this was the system's doing. Unfortunately, even the system could overlook certain details. Upon the removal of the outer armor, Subai immediately spotted the peculiar area he had sensed earlier. Indeed. Chapter 51. Further modifications, Inquisition. Following Subai's gaze, a small cavity was located at the joint of chaos. Such a cavity would pose no significant issue on a standard mecha, as their larger overall size often necessitated numerous such cavities to alleviate internal pressure. However, chaos was a mecha weapon. The size of a mecha weapon could not be compared to that of an ordinary mecha. It was merely about 1/10 the size. In this context, internal and external pressures did not require balancing, and the emergence of such a cavity would instead destabilize the interior, leading to energy overload that surpassed the mecha's limits. This was precisely why Subai sensed something amiss. It was indeed a problem. Spotting the issue with a glance, Subai breathed a sigh of relief. This would save him considerable time in maintenance. Replacing the thermal knife in his left hand with a connector, he continued to employ universal integration with his right hand, aiming to instantly bond the surrounding metals to the joint. Simultaneously, he utilized the Northern Source Joint Connection Method to melt the metal with heat, covering it while employing the connection method to reconstruct the joint. This series of actions required utmost precision, and Subai concentrated fully, daring not to slacken in the slightest. Sparks flew, metal enveloped, and joints flowed seamlessly. Within the virtual repair chamber, Subai repeated this process again and again, until he confirmed its accuracy. At University, in the elite student dormitory, Zhao Mingyue had just concluded a day of training. The fragrant sweat clung to her ice-blue hair, causing it to adhere to her back, while her fitted training attire accentuated her figure. though regrettably somewhat flat. Zhao Mingyue gently wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, vividly recalling the pressure she had felt from Duan Han yesterday. She recognized once more her own inadequacies. I am still too weak. I must swiftly master the next technique, and I cannot neglect my training in star energy. She refrained from inquiring about the origins of Zhao Tianming's situation. Even her father, Zhao Tianming, would not divulge everything to her. She could only speculate that the Reformation Church would likely take significant action soon. Should her strength remain insufficient, she could very well become cannon fodder in that impending storm. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, her door was abruptly rapped upon. A somewhat impatient yet sweet voice resonated from outside. Airport. Open the door. Don't hide inside without a sound. I know you're home. You had the audacity to sneak out, so why can't you open the door? Zhao Mingyue had not replied to the message she sent yesterday. And when she later called, the other party had the audacity to turn off her phone. This infuriated Xiao Mingyin. Had it not been for her busy schedule today, she would have certainly come to knock on Zhao Mingyue's door at the crack of dawn. There was no helping it. It was simply too exasperating. You cannot possibly imagine how she spent yesterday, alone, curled up in bed, her mind incessantly replaying the words of Zhao Mingyue. The discomfort was unbearable. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Zhao Mingyue's lips curled into a slight smile as she slowly approached and swung the door open. What's all this noise? Even a little shrimp like you isn't afraid of disturbing the peace. If this gets out, your status as the campus belle might be in jeopardy, however. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Mingyin leapt forward with the ferocity of a tiger, seizing Zhao Mingyue tightly. Thud! Caught off guard, they both fell to the ground. Xiao Mingyin, perched atop Zhao Mingyue, glared fiercely at her. Spill it. What on earth did you do? What happened yesterday? If you try to fool me, hee with that. Xiao Mingyin extended her wicked hands toward Zhao Mingyue's waist. Ah ha ha ha, don't go too far, ha ha ha. I'll tell you. Isn't that enough? Zhao Mingyue, suddenly ambushed, laughed until tears brimmed in her eyes. As her childhood friend, Xiao Mingyin had certainly mastered her vulnerabilities, particularly the ticklish spots. Yet, one was clad in a short skirt while the other wore snug training attire, making their wriggling on the ground quite hard to describe. Suffice it to say, anyone capable of typing with two hands would find the scene rather innocent. After their playful tussle, Xiao Mingyin finally relented and withdrew her mischievous hands. I must say, this airport is rather exquisite. How enviable, she thought to herself. Although her physique was fairly decent, she occasionally had a bit of softness, unlike Zhao Mingyue, who had an exceptional feel from years of rigorous exercise. At that moment, Zhao Mingyue's complexion resembled that of a blooming peach, her eyes shimmering like autumn water, completely sprawled on the ground, her breath quickening. Seeing her like this, Xiao Mingyin revealed a triumphant grin. Now you know how formidable I am. Don't you? Speak up, bang. However, just as she was basking in her triumph, Zhao Mingyue suddenly darted behind her, wrapping her arms around her slender waist, whispering into her ear. Who didn't you want to hear? How about I tell you like this? At that, the previously triumphant Xiao Mingyin shuddered, her legs pressed tightly together, squirming uncomfortably. Don't, just say it nicely. Her ears were her Achilles heel. Whether it was whispering secrets or blowing softly, Xiao Mingyin found it hard to resist. Of course, such vulnerabilities could only be exploited between the two. If it were anyone else, they would simply be obliterated by cosmic energy and talent. Zhao Mingyue, sensing her advantage, would not hold back, continuing, weren't you just feeling so proud? Look at you. Was that really how you were asking? You seem to enjoy it quite a bit. Brace yourself, I'm about to start. No, I was wrong. Ultimately, Xiao Mingyin shed reluctant tears, conceding defeat. Had Zhao Mingyue truly revealed everything, she knew she wouldn't grasp a single word. Though it was somewhat embarrassing, intelligence was far more crucial. She would settle the score with this airport later. Thud. After a few more playful puffs of air, Zhao Mingyue finally released her grip, and Xiao Mingyin slumped to the ground. Fortunately, as a sky mech engineer, she suffered no real harm and quickly recovered. Both of them tacitly agreed to avoid discussing the events that transpired. All right, tell me, what exactly did you experience yesterday? Since Xiao Mingyue sincerely inquired, Zhao Mingyue generously decided to share. So like this, like that, Zhao Mingyue narrated. Xiao Mingyin's mouth remained agape, utterly unable to close. Once Xiao Mingyue finished, it took a moment for her to process. Are you saying Boss Su sought your help because he intends to construct mech armaments? Combat mechs are truly being born. The Transformation Church is making moves. Wait, Boss Su's mech armaments could actually shatter the Starwalker mech? Hold on, let me gather my thoughts. This information is just too overwhelming. Initially, she thought Zhao Mingyue was merely assisting Su Bai with trivial matters, only to realize she had missed so much. They exchanged messages daily, yet such monumental events were never disclosed to her, and he claimed to be her fan? Humph, what a scoundrel. Chapter 52. Decision of the Cloud Sea. A thorough self-examination. In that moment, Xiao Mingyan felt as though the world had lost its worth. Her cheeks puffed up, clearly incensed. Observing her expression, Zhao Mingyue felt a surge of delight, but quickly adopted a serious demeanor. This matter is no jest. You ought to prepare yourself in advance. Although I haven't inquired too deeply into the reasons behind this, the fact that the Transformation Church is taking action and possibly infiltrating the fleet necessitates vigilance. Their intentions likely aren't trivial, and with our current strength, we could easily become cannon fodder. Hearing Zhao Mingyue's words, Xiao Mingyan quelled her indignation, her gaze resolute as she nodded firmly. Indeed. We are still too weak. If first-year students at Star Sea University overheard their conversation, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "How absurd! You two, one ranked first and the other second. If this is considered weak, then what are we? Rubbish?" The two exchanged glances, their earlier playful spirits dissipating. Xiao Mingyan gazed at Zhao Mingyue with a hint of pride. "Airport, I permit you to train with me. With your level, having you as a sparring partner would be quite beneficial." Zhao Mingyue shot her a flat look. How did I wonder who the real sparring partner is? Their strengths were closely matched, and the previous defeat was solely due to the disparity in mechs. Now that they were back on equal footing, Zhao Mingyue was unwilling to concede in an instant. The air thickened with a faint scent of smoke. Their gazes clashed like thunder and lightning. Subtly, the aura emanating from Zhao Mingyue's dormitory caused passers-by to gasp. What is happening? Is Goddess Xiao angry? What a suffocating atmosphere. I think I just saw Goddess Xiao enter. Oh, you think they might start fighting again? Huh. If we're talking mechs, Xiao Mingyan has already proven herself. But in close combat, even with her S-level talent, she might not match Xiao Mingyue, right? Indeed. Never mind. Let us hurry away to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Cloud Sea Fleet Headquarters. Sun Yu scrutinized the intelligence before him. His face darkened as he turned to the disheartened Zhang Lei, his gaze narrowing into a slit. Xiao Zhang, are your days too comfortable? Deprived of enhancement opportunities, Zhang Lei resembled a living corpse. Unable to process Sun Yu's words, he had risked offending his girlfriend to acquire 180 million, only to find it useless now. He couldn't articulate the feeling. Simply put, living felt rather pointless. He could only nod dumbly. Captain? You are correct, Sun Yu. Damn it, bang. Ultimately unable to contain himself, he delivered a punch to Zhang Lei's head, utilizing cosmic energy in the blow. Had he not feared Song Yin would obliterate Zhang Lei, he might have unleashed his own talent. Ouch! The heavy strike caused Zhang Lei's head to feel heavy, finally snapping him back to reality. Clutching his head, he straightened up, looking around. Who ambushed me? Hey, it's me! A cold chuckle echoed. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Zhang Lei shivered. Captain, what brings you here? He gingerly touched the small bump on his head, his expression one of innocence. Seeing the young man's demeanor, Sun Yu nearly lost it again. Thankfully, prioritizing the bigger picture, he managed to maintain his composure. What are your thoughts on this matter? Zhang Lei understood Sun Yu was referring to the Transformation Church incident, shaking off his previous lethargy as he contemplated seriously. I fear we must conduct a thorough reckoning. After all, according to the Yunlong team and Boss Su, the Transformation Church possesses a field tiger. This indicates there are undoubtedly issues within our ranks. What concerns me most is whether this field tiger originates from our Cloud Sea or the Nanjing fleet, or elsewhere. I'm indeed quite troublesome. Zhang Lei's transition into work mode greatly pleased Sun Yu. His words pinpointed the crux of the issue. Given that this involved the fleet's internal dynamics, it extended far beyond just the Transformation Church. This suggested that there were individuals among them who might align with that group of lunatics. And as a fleet mech, the field tiger, even if it were a standard type, would be a Starwalker mech. The number of people capable of deploying such mechs was limited, at least in Cloud Sea. Only he, Zhang Lei, and two other vice-captains had that authority. With this in mind, Sun Yu's gaze deepened, his tone grave. First, We must ascertain that the mech did not originate from our Cloud Sea. Handle this matter discreetly. Regarding the rumors about the interstellar mech repair shop, suppress them for now. I've heard that many young people were present at the scene yesterday. Until the situation is clarified, ensure the news is kept under wraps. Sun Yu swiftly made a decision. The first step was to conduct a self-examination. He and Zhang Lei were undoubtedly in the clear. However, he couldn't guarantee the same for the other two vice-captains, as they were external secondments and not fully known entities. Zhang Lei received the order and promptly saluted. Understood. Upon leaving Sun Yu's office, he hesitantly ventured to the door and inquired, Captain, if everything goes well, may I accompany you tomorrow? What a time to haggle. Sun Yu's tone was stern. The entire Yunhai was potentially mired in crisis, and Zhang Lei dared to bargain with him. However, recalling the information he had gleaned from the law enforcement team and considering Ms. Zhang Yi, Sun Yu found himself empathizing with Zhang Lei and ultimately softened his stance, saying, We'll discuss it once you've accomplished the task. Ensure you complete it. With Sun Yu's consent, Zhang Lei was invigorated, regaining his usual composure and immediately set to work on the matter at hand. After Zhang Lei departed, Sun Yu slowly turned to gaze out the window, observing the bustling streets of Yunhai, his hands clasped behind him. The Xie family. They previously employed nuclear rays. The current aberration transforming the church is likely linked to the Hongguang star people. There must be a connection. The Xie family.it shouldn't be the case. Inside the interstellar repair shop, Su Bai had thoroughly completed the treatment of the chaos joints. After reinstalling the armor, he entered chaos to experience it firsthand. The pressure he had felt before had vanished. Indeed, it was the result of hollowness. Master Bei Yuan was truly remarkable. Using his joint integration method had significantly enhanced the strength and agility of chaos. It appeared that the system was not infallible. Su Bai realized he must swiftly elevate his own repair skills. This experience left Su Bai deeply contemplative. While the system was powerful, it was not omnipotent. As a mechanic, he needed to rapidly improve his abilities with the system's assistance to ensure absolute security. After witnessing the marvel of the Bei Yuan joint integration method, Su Bai's mindset shifted. He hoped that one day, he could create a legacy technique of his own. Chapter 53, Chaos Steps on Stars. A myriad of blossoms and shadows. One must aspire to lofty heights. Even with the system at his side, continuous self-improvement was essential to avoid becoming its subordinate. Forget it. I am thinking too far ahead. After a brief moment of ambitious introspection, Su Bai chuckled to himself. Currently, he was merely a star-stepping mecha master, his repair skills barely qualifying him for the ranks of a stellar mechanic through the inheritance of others. It was imperative to first enhance his strength. That was the right path. Su Bai was uncertain how long he could keep the system's capabilities a secret. However, once his strength reached a level capable of sweeping away all opposition, what would it matter if the system were to be exposed? Setting a modest goal, he aimed to earn 1 trillion, becoming a true mecha master. With that, Su Bai exited chaos, placing a hand upon its frame. Since it was already perfected, it was time to strengthen it further. Third-tier interstellar enhancement. As he expended 10 million star coins, the repair chamber instantly shimmered with starlight. A majestic aura erupted from chaos. This enhancement was akin to a multitude of stars converging into one. The brilliance illuminating the future, while the red and black armor gained an added depth. The starlight adorned the black body like a sky full of stars. The third-tier interstellar enhancement allowed the sky mecha to directly enter the ranks of the star-breaking mecha. The renewed metal fortification rendered it virtually indestructible. Most importantly, a terrifying power surged from within its core. Boom. The explosive energy caused the temperature in the virtual repair chamber to spike dramatically. Fortunately, Su Bai had prepared in advance, enveloping himself in star energy. Even so, the shockwave sent ripples through the star energy surrounding him. The original 5 core seeds had completely transformed, no longer the hybrid vortex of half-star cloud stone and half-core seed. In terms of purity, these 5 core power sources had now entirely transformed into star cloud stones. Coupled with the amplification from their simultaneous ignition, chaos and its core power now surpassed the majority of star-breaking mechas. Beholding the newly revitalized chaos, Su Bai exited the virtual repair chamber and made his way to the training grounds. The moon hung high in the sky. Due to previous upheavals, the interstellar repair shop was nearly sealed off, preventing outsiders from approaching the far end. law enforcement team members were on duty. Creak hearing the door of the interstellar repair shop open, the guards promptly turned their gazes toward the entrance. Isn't that Boss Sue? Where is he off to at this late hour? I don't know, should we remind him to be cautious? Didn't you hear? He took down a star-stepping mecha. Do we really need to remind him? I almost forgot. It's surprising how young Boss Sue is. Not only is his repair skill impressive, but his strength is formidable too. Such is the disparity between individuals. We are but mere fireflies in comparison to him. A brilliant moon. Ahem, that might be a bit too much. Even if you say that, Boss Sue can't hear you. Wait. Boss Sue has entered the training grounds. Is he going to practice? Whoa. P.S. in a mecha. Is this the mecha armament? I've never seen one before. It's so cool. At that moment, Subai had indeed entered chaos, naturally drawing the attention of the crowd. Though the law enforcement team had heard of it, none had witnessed Subai's chaos in person. Having seen it now, they could only say it was far more impressive and striking than they had imagined. But wait, wasn't it said that Boss Sue's mecha was only 3 meters tall? Why does it look nearly 5 meters now? Hey, that seems to be the case. Could it be? The same thought arose simultaneously in the minds of the law enforcement team, and they exchanged glances. The sound of swallowed saliva echoing through the crowd. Has he undergone enhancement? Boss Sue has broken through to become a star-stepping mecha master. Whoa. A star-stepping mecha master at such a young age? And that's not all. When he was a sky mecha master, he could slay star-skipping mecha masters. Now that he has broken through, wouldn't he be invincible? Is the gap between people truly this vast? Boss Sue, please, spare us some grace. You leave no room for others to survive. As the aura emanating from chaos spread, everyone confirmed their suspicions. Amidst their astonishment, they lamented. They had seen their fair share of prodigies with level talent. But someone like Subai was indeed a first. Not to mention his extraordinary repair skills, simply entering the ranks of star-stepping mecha masters at such a young age was enough to astonish the world. Subai, however, was oblivious to their discussions. His reason for coming to the training ground was not to show off, but primarily to test the new skills acquired from the enhancement. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Subai focused intently. The crimson light flickered in the eyes of chaos, and the entire mecha soared into the air, leaving countless afterimages in its wake. Each afterimage appeared indistinguishable from the real chaos. Chaos simultaneously swung its right arm and delivered a powerful punch. Bang, 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 bang. The force of the punches shattered the air like thunder, with numerous afterimages unleashing a torrent of wind that surged forth, swift as the wind and tumultuous as a waterfall. The punch winds alone triggered defensive barriers to rise. Even beneath the punch winds, barriers capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a star-breaking mecha began to show signs of strain, specialty, a myriad of blossoms and shadows. By moving at high speed, it creates seemingly real afterimages. Each afterimage can be real or false. Chaos can strike from the position of any afterimage at will. This resulted in the astonishing sight of countless punches being unleashed simultaneously. This spectacle left the onlookers utterly astounded. They had never witnessed such grandeur before, especially since each afterimage seemed authentic. This was not merely an afterimage. It was akin to a clone. The crowd gasped. Whoa, this is impossible. How could such a technique exist? This is a clone. Boss Sue's mecha can actually create clones. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even a mecha master with cloning talent can at most create 8 clones. How many can Boss Sue produce? At least over 100 clones. This is unthinkable. Even a Hungtian mecha master star energy would be insufficient to sustain this many. Then how do you explain it? The evidence is right before our eyes, I don't know. But it simply can't be possible. This is not even mecha. Alas, it can only be said that Boss Sue has transcended worldly understanding in his presence. Anything is possible. Chapter 54. Stars exploding, reduced to ruins? The sheer impact on their minds caused some law enforcement team members to waver in their resolve. Subai's display was simply too astonishing. However, before they could recover from the shock of the myriad blossoms and shadows, the hundreds of chaos reformed into a single entity. Chaos soared effortlessly, standing tall at a height of 100 meters, like a dark king surveying the world from above. The crowd's attention shifted instantly, gazing up at chaos perched in the heavens. They were puzzled. Why did Boss Sue ascend so high? Was he hoping to enjoy the view of Yunhai? I see your point. Does Boss Su have such leisure time? Then what is he doing? That I don't know. Had they been bold enough to speculate on Su Bai's next move before, now, they dared not guess. It was simply unfathomable. Fortunately, Su Bai did not leave them in suspense for long. The starlight above the chaos flickered momentarily, akin to a brilliant display of celestial luminescence. Terrifying waves of energy erupted from its core, converging instantly above its head as the surrounding stellar forces surged towards its apex, giving birth to a sphere that shimmered with starlight. Upon sensing the power emanating from it, the onlookers collectively held their breath, their eyes fixed unwaveringly upon the firmament. Even at a distance of 100 meters. The residual waves of energy from this orb inflicted palpable pressure upon them. Thud. Under such immense strain, some of the weaker members of the enforcement team fell to one knee, struggling to maintain their composure. Nevertheless, they persisted in looking upwards, fearful of missing the forthcoming spectacle. As the brilliance coalesced, the starlit sphere shot skyward, forming a radiant column that rent the clouds, piercing the heavens. Beyond the light column, countless stars twinkled, creating a multitude of air currents that erupted explosively. An innumerable array of starlight cascaded down like a meteor shower, crashing to the ground with tremendous force. Bang, bang, bang. Countless beams struck the training grounds, rapidly transforming the surface into a series of craters. Until the last star fell, the previously indomitable training area was utterly reduced to a vast pit. Even the surrounding barriers were torn to shreds. Boom! The shockwave of the explosion surged forth, sweeping over the members of the enforcement team and toppling them to the ground. The residual energy continued to propagate outward, striking the edifices of the cloud sea. Regardless of whether they were towering skyscrapers or flat terrain, all trembled under the onslaught of the wave. This was unlike the previous sensation of the starlight bombardment or the impact of the Gongjin Chihua slash. This time, it was a genuine cataclysm. Even those who had already succumbed to slumber were roused by the tremors. What is happening? Is this truly an earthquake? This sensation is far more intense than before. Wait, why do I feel as though the building across is swaying? Run for your lives. Such scenes unfolded in numerous households. Only after they fled their homes and reached the ground did the tremors finally subside. This ignited a wave of public outrage. How long is this going to last? Day after day? When will it end? Don't tell me this is yet another new weapon development. Which good person invents a new weapon every day? Where is the Cloud Sea Fleet? They must provide an explanation. Exactly. Life has become unbearable. Many resorted to action, inundating the hotline of the Cloud Sea Fleet with calls. At this moment, Xiao Wang, serving as Sun Yu's secretary and head of communications, found himself in a state of utter disarray. He rushed into Sun Yu's office. Captain Sun, this is serious. Very well. You first have someone to manage the situation. I am already aware of what transpired. Sun Yu had naturally sensed the recent tremors, even discerning that the epicenter was the interstellar repair shop. After arranging matters with Xiao Wang, he hastily exited the fleet building, making his way directly to the interstellar repair shop. Anxiety etched upon his face. Su Bai must not come to harm. With such a significant disturbance emanating from the interstellar repair shop, his first instinct was that the transformation cult had gone mad. Fully intent on eliminating Su Bai, that last strike had posed a threat even to him, let alone Su Bai. Under no circumstances could Su Bai be allowed to falter. The opponent's repair technology was a treasure of the entire Huaxia. Sun Yu pressed on towards the interstellar repair shop without pause. Meanwhile, within the chaos, Su Bai felt somewhat embarrassed. Observing the completely obliterated training ground below, he sheepishly scratched his head. This was a bit excessive. This was the talent he had acquired after reaching the third awakening stage. The stellar flash, he had initially thought that using it within the confines of the training ground wouldn't cause significant repercussions. Who could have anticipated that the training ground would be utterly destroyed? Hastily descending to the ground, he emerged from chaos to find the enforcement team members lying about, visibly shaken. Su Bai scratched his head. Are you all right? His demeanor prompted the enforcement team members to realize that the individual before them was merely a youth barely past his coming of age. They quickly rose, brushing off the dust. We are fine. However, Su Boss, the commotion you caused was rather overwhelming. Just what was that technique? I've never seen anyone obliterate a training ground before. Truly formidable. Is it possible that mech armaments can be this powerful? After all, it was merely the aftermath. and they had been prepared, with some having already deployed defensive measures, thus only the weaker members sustained minor injuries. Most of the enforcement team merely had their clothes soiled from being toppled. Yet, this did not diminish their respect for Subai. It must be acknowledged that such residual force had emanated after breaching the training grounds barrier. Had that strike truly impacted them directly, the outcome was unthinkable. This is my talent. Feeling a pang of guilt, Subai patiently explained to them, indeed, SU boss possesses 2 talents. The enforcement team members nodded in agreement, and then, as if remembering something, no, it should be 3. There's also that earlier clone technique. According to intelligence, they knew that Subai had employed another sword-type talent when he dispatched Duan Han, and just now, he had showcased the clone technique alongside the stellar fall talent. There should indeed be 3 in total. The clone is not a talent, nor is it truly a clone. It is my specialty, Subai corrected their misunderstanding. However, could it be considered a misunderstanding, after all? He genuinely possessed 3 talents. It was simply that he had yet to demonstrate the dark energy beam cannon in front of others. Upon hearing Subai's clarification, they nodded in understanding. Now it makes sense. At that moment, they felt that Subai was not as distant as they had imagined. He was quite approachable. He even patiently explained so much to them, unlike their previous assumption of him being aloof. This was indeed a misunderstanding. Subai had never been a distant person, especially in a situation where he had nearly harmed others. He had slain Duan Han because the latter deserved it. While these enforcement team members, despite their average strength, were individuals contributing to the defense of the Cloud Sea, he would naturally not regard them with indifference. After a brief exchange, the enforcement team members prepared to report the incident. Considering the magnitude of the disturbance, the fleet would surely be swamped with chaos. Suddenly, a furious shout echoed from afar. Scum of the transformation cult. Prepare to die. Chapter 55. Hard hitting against the stars, astonishment abounds. Captain Sun Yu arrives at the battlefield. Even from a considerable distance, the onlookers could perceive the might of the Zonglong. Concerned for Subai, Sun Yu had little time to spare, piloting the Zonglong with urgency. Upon witnessing the training ground in front of the interstellar repair shop transformed into a massive pit, his fury surged uncontrollably. He let out a roar, preparing to exact vengeance upon the assailants of the transformation cult in honor of Subai's spirit. Seeing the approaching Zonglong, the enforcement team members were taken aback. What has Captain Sun done? Scum of the transformation cult? Where is there any scum of the transformation cult here? Oh no. He is coming straight for us. As the somewhat uncontrollable Zonglong surged forward, the enforcement team members scattered in panic, fearing they would be collateral damage. This was a 5-star mech. If they were struck head-on, they would truly be doomed. Whoosh! At that moment, Subai vanished, and the starlit chaos appeared directly before the Zonglong. Upon encountering the suddenly materialized mech, Sun Yu instinctively threw a punch. Standing at 50 meters tall, the Zonglong's fist dwarfed chaos considerably. Boom! A tremendous explosion ensued. Waves of energy surged forth, and dust billowed, obscuring vision. The enforcement team members thought, oh no, Su Boss has been struck by Captain Sun. It's over. This was the full force strike of the Zonglong. Su Boss is most likely doomed. Alas, Captain Sun has acted rashly. If anyone were to find out, Captain Sun would surely be held accountable. We must find Su Boss. He absolutely cannot be harmed. They all believed that under Captain Sun's wrathful blow, Subai would undoubtedly suffer dire consequences. Even though Chaos had previously demonstrated formidable power. Yet, power is one thing, while defensive capability is another. Not to mention that Chaos was merely an armored mech. Even a standard mech would not be able to withstand a full-force strike from a star-shattering mech. Panic ensued among them, hearts racing. Captain Sunit is all a misunderstanding. Subai's voice suddenly emerged from the smoke, alleviating their anxieties while simultaneously shocking them. In a way, is this real? Su Boss's mech withstood a blow from Captain Sun's Zonglong? Is that even plausible? The fist of Zonglong is surely larger than Su Boss's chaos. One could only say as expected of Su Boss's mech. Everything produced by Su Boss is of exquisite quality, far beyond our capacity for casual judgment. They marveled, but the most astonished was undoubtedly Sun Yu. That punch had been delivered almost reflexively, compounded by his fury, utilizing nearly tenfold of his strength. Aside from the absence of the Zong Yin, it could be considered a full-force strike of the Zonglong. Such a blow was actually blocked by Subai. Subai, are you unscathed? This statement from Sun Yu bore two meanings. One, that Subai had not fallen victim to the transformation cult's persecution, and the other, that he had withstood Sun Yu's punch without harm. It's all a misunderstanding. Realizing the double entendre in Sun Yu's words and recalling the furious shout from earlier, Subai understood that the other party had misinterpreted the situation. After ensuring Subai's safety, the two of them exited the mecha and approached the crowd. Captain Sun. Upon seeing Sun Yu appear, the members of the law enforcement team saluted. Sun Yu waved his hand. Let's hear it. What transpired here? He gestured towards the massive crater in front of the interstellar repair shop. The law enforcement team members were momentarily at a loss for words. Subai shook his head. Allow me to explain. I had just received an enhancement and was preparing to test my talent skill, and this is what happened. As he spoke, he helplessly spread his hands, clearly taken aback by the magnitude of the commotion. This dot was caused by you? Sun Yu looked astonished, his gaze shifting back and forth between Subai and the crater. Even though chaos had blocked one of his punches earlier, it paled in comparison to the utter destruction of the training ground. Especially considering the aftershock that shook the entire Cloud Sea was actually generated after the training ground was obliterated. What level of power is this? At least Sun Yu believed it would be a monumental challenge for him to achieve such a feat. He was a 5-star mecha master after all. Yet, during his earlier confrontation with Subai's chaos, he sensed that the latter was merely a 1-star talent. The disparity between them was not just one major realm. Despite having witnessed Subai's repair techniques, Sun Yu still found it hard to believe. Prior to this, had anyone informed him that someone could exceed mecha performance to such a degree, he would have deemed them delusional. But it was Subai speaking. Moreover, so many members of the law enforcement team were witnesses. They could not be deceiving themselves. His Sun Yu suddenly inhaled sharply, his gaze towards Subai completely transformed. His tone laced with a tentative inquiry. Subai, have you considered developing within the fleet? Of course. The repair costs would still adhere to your regulations. As long as you agree, I will ensure your absolute freedom within my capabilities. Previously, Sun Yu had contemplated recruiting Subai, given that the latter's repair skills were nothing short of miraculous. However, upon considering the price he would have to pay, he ultimately refrained. After all, there was no need for Subai to join the fleet merely for mecha repairs and enhancements. He could simply come to the interstellar repair shop. However, now that he had witnessed Subai's capabilities, he was genuinely determined to spare no effort in bringing him into the Cloud Sea fleet. This was comparable to his own combat strength, and he was so young. Currently, Subai was merely a 1-star mecha master yet possessed such power. What level would he reach once he became a 5-star? Given Subai's displayed potential, achieving star-falling status, perhaps even transcending the heavens, was not out of the question. That would be unnecessary. Unfortunately, Subai immediately rejected Sun Yu's offer. If you need enhancements or repairs, you are always welcome to visit me at the interstellar repair shop. Joining the fleet? Not to mention that Subai had no intention of doing so. Even if he did, it was impossible. The interstellar repair shop was his foundation, and he was well aware of this. If he left the shop, it was uncertain whether the system could still provide assistance. After all, the condition for triggering the system was owning a repair shop. No matter how many promises Sun Yu made, he could not agree. Seeing Subai's firm refusal, Sun Yu understood that the latter genuinely had no intention of joining the fleet. Though a twinge of regret lingered in his heart, he refrained from pressing the matter further, simply sighing. Very well, it seems our fleet and you, Subai, are not destined to be together. Forcing Subai to join? That would be madness. Not to mention the power disparity. He might not even be able to win him over. Furthermore, he would eventually need to seek Subai's enhancements, making it impossible to coerce him. Chapter 56. Have you investigated thoroughly? Just for enhancements. However, the training ground still needs to be rebuilt for you. Sun Yu stroked his chin, realizing that with the training ground gone, he could not afford to lose it before tomorrow's enhancement session. The current basic training ground was no longer suitable for Subai. Given today's events, it was evident that a 5-star level training ground could no longer meet Subai's needs. Sun Yu turned to the law enforcement team members. You are to arrange for the construction of a high-level training ground here, designed according to the scale of a competition arena. The scale of a competition arena is typically utilized by the top talents from various nations on Blue Star for exchanges. As top talents. They include numerous 5-star mecha masters, and thus, a 5-star level training ground would naturally be insufficient to withstand their battles, necessitating a stronger star-falling level barrier. Sun Yu believed this would be foolproof. After all, the Cloud Sea had no star-falling level experts. Not to mention the Cloud Sea, even the entirety of Huaxia had few star-falling level experts. However, upon hearing Sun Yu's words, the law enforcement team members appeared somewhat distressed, as the costs associated with a competition-scale training ground were far beyond those of a basic training ground. The primary defensive barrier alone was worth several hundred million star coins, and constructing it for the interstellar repair shop without justification was inherently unreasonable. However, in light of the recent assault by the modification cult, where Su Bai, disregarding danger, saved the citizens of the Cloud Sea and eliminated the attackers on the spot, this was a compensation he deserved. Sun Yu turned to Su Bai, seeking his opinion. Su Bai, you have no objections, do you? I have no objections, as Sun Yu inquired. Su Bai readily agreed. Su Bai indeed had no objections. Constructing the training ground outside would also benefit him. Had it not been for the existence of the basic training ground, he would not have been able to fully experience the power of his newly acquired talent skill, and using it directly might have resulted in consequences akin to the previous sword incident. It could have led to significant loss, just like the recent celestial explosion. Regarding Sun Yu's mention of compensation, had he not brought it up, Su Bai would have been completely unaware and indifferent. Now, obtaining a training ground worth several hundred million star coins was quite advantageous. He could certainly ask for other forms of compensation, but compared to the training ground, the value of any alternative compensation would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Su Bai's reasoning was indeed sound. Had it been a different form of compensation, without any hint of personal interest, Sun Yu would have compensated at most several tens of millions of star coins, which was already quite generous. Such a price could only be offered due to Su Bai's standing, however. By opting for a high-level training ground as compensation, the value skyrocketed tenfold. After all, while the training ground could be considered compensation, it could also be regarded as a public facility. Merely requiring Su Bai's permission for USAID would benefit every guest visiting the interstellar repair shop. Very well, since you have no objections, let us proceed with the arrangements and get to work. I have other matters to attend to. See you tomorrow. On the way back, Sun Yu did not drive his wolf. Initially, he was anxious to arrive quickly, but now he felt less urgency. Unfortunately for Xiao Wang. In the petition office, Xiao Wang was currently listless, taking calls from the public while urging her subordinates to calm their emotions. Sigh, what on earth is going on? Everything was fine. How did we suddenly have an earthquake? The captain, too, just left without a word. In the end, I'm left to bear the brunt of it all. My skin has become loose, and I have plenty of crow's feet now. Xiao Wang muttered to herself. Having thought that the role of the captain's secretary would be relatively relaxed, with many matters not requiring her attention, who could have anticipated that aside from the things she was prohibited from doing, she would end up handling nearly everything else? Cough coughed, gossiping behind someone's back is not a good habit. Sun Yu just happened to overhear Xiao Wang's mutterings. Though he felt somewhat embarrassed, he maintained a composed exterior. He merely cleared his throat to remind Xiao Wang of his presence. Oh, Captain, you're here. Xiao Wang glanced up at Sun Yu, pretending as though nothing had happened. Having been Sun Yu's secretary for so long, she understood that his lack of a direct reprimand indicated his guilt, and indeed, it was the case. I'm here to inform you to draft a notice to be sent out. It should state that the recent earthquakes were caused by our Cloud Sea fleet developing new weaponry, and there won't be any more in the future. Sun Yu was quite certain of this, as he had even replaced the training ground for Su Bai with a high-level one. Could he possibly shake a star-falling level barrier? That was utterly implausible. Very well. While Xiao Wang found Sun Yu's explanation somewhat tenuous, it was undoubtedly the best way to quell the storm. She promptly set to work. Soon, the announcement was released. They really are developing new weapons. Since the fleet has said so, it must be true, right? So we won't need to relocate? They claim there won't be anymore? I hope that's the case, indeed. If they're developing weapons, why disrupt our peaceful slumber in the middle of the night? Perhaps for confidentiality? However, the power of these weapons is indeed terrifying, causing such a commotion even during testing. All right, we'll take their word for it this time. If there's another incident, we'll complain to the South River Fleet. Support. With the announcement made, the pressure on the petition office significantly eased. Xiao Wang and the staff finally sighed in relief. With nothing further to attend to here, Sun Yu returned to his office. He had already reported in advance that he would not be returning, as so much had transpired. He indeed needed to remain stationed at the fleet. Report to the captain. We have results. Just as Sun Yu settled into his office, Zhang Lei rushed in, his expression grim. Based on preliminary assessments, it seemed that there was an issue stemming from Deputy Captain Ji's end. Zhang Lei lowered his voice, wary of eavesdroppers. Upon hearing that there was indeed a problem within the Cloud Sea Fleet, Sun Yu's brow furrowed, his tone somber. Do we have any evidence? Not at the moment. However, a month ago, Deputy Captain Ji had called for a batch of field tigers, and when they were to be recalled, 3 were reported missing, allegedly due to strategic destruction. This time, that mutated field tiger was almost entirely blown to bits, and we cannot determine if they are indeed from that initial batch. Zhang Lei's assertions are merely his conjectures. Since Su Bai obliterated the mutated field tiger into mere fragments, there are no traces left to pursue. Naturally, even if the field tiger were still extant, its transformation would render it nearly unrecognizable from the original batch. Given that the adversary has undergone modifications, the production sequence has undoubtedly shifted as well. Proceed with your investigation into this matter. Focusing primarily on Vice Captain Ji, I shall handle the specifics at my discretion. Sun Yu clasped his hands tightly on the table, supporting his chin, his gaze flickering as he pondered the intricacies of the situation. The borrowing of the field tiger, the appearance of sea nuclear rays, and the ambush at the interstellar repair shop, could it be mere coincidence? He refrained from directly linking this incident to Vice Captain Ji or Commander Jichangye, as the lead seemed too convenient, likely a deliberate misdirection from the opposing side. Zhang Lei nodded in acknowledgement of Sun Yu's directives but cautiously probed. Captain Sun, might it be possible for you to clarify the investigation tomorrow? Have you gathered sufficient information? Sun Yu narrowed his eyes into slits, staring at Zhang Lei without a flicker of emotion, causing a shiver to run down his spine. The lamentations were incessant. Surely this wouldn't be an issue? How long would a thorough investigation take? He increasingly regretted not heeding Huang Lin's warning. Alas, why had he been so narrow-minded? Upon leaving Sun Yu's office, Zhang Lei found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 57. Zhao Tianming. Has that lad sprouted wings? After Zhang Lei's departure, Sun Yu fell back into contemplation. He meticulously cross-referenced the documents in his possession, attempting to unearth any clues. After a while, he identified an anomaly within the seemingly insignificant sea nuclear rays. The report stated a hired hand from the Xie family had used sea nuclear rays to severely injure the Red Moon, and that member had been executed by the Xie family. This was inconceivable. In Yunhai No. 1, how could the Xie family permit an external contractor to enter the premises? Previously, there had been numerous troubles at Yunhai, and the issues concerning the Xie family had not seemed overly grave, leading Sun Yu to overlook their utilization of sea nuclear rays, a detail the fleet had also neglected. However, when pieced together, the situation appeared far more complex than it initially suggested. It appears an investigation into the Xie family is imperative. Sun Yu resolved in his heart to set out for the Xie family following the enhancement tomorrow. The night passed quietly, yet the Yunhai fleet was busy, whether in suppressing public opinion or conducting secret investigations. Particularly, Zhang Lei found himself in a delicate situation, diligently working while harboring regrets. As for Su Bai, he returned to the interstellar repair shop once the enforcement team commenced their operations. Reclining in his rest chair, he stared at the cold ceiling. It simply wouldn't do. He would have to return home in a couple of days. Remaining here indefinitely was not a viable solution. Initially, he had stayed at the repair shop for safety reasons. Yet now, having broken through to the star-treading realm and even possessing the strength of a Starbreaker mech master for a brief period, he believed such power would enable him to navigate Yunhai with ease. Even if the reformed ecclesiastical faction were to launch another assault, he could rely on the high maneuverability of chaos to escape. Furthermore, after his breakthrough, his star power had been concealed by the system. To the average onlooker, he appeared merely as an ordinary individual, unless he chose to reveal his true capabilities, which could enhance his chances of survival. At the very least, delaying until Sun Yu arrived should not pose a problem. Today's events had demonstrated that the captain of Yunhai was indeed dutiful in the Nanjiang fleet. Zhao Tianming found himself exceedingly occupied due to the recent beast tide incident. Thousands of Taodai beasts had surged forth, marking an unprecedented large-scale beast tide in decades. This calamity coincided with the vicinity of Starry Sky No. 1, for which he was responsible. Even the most sought-after powerhouse in contemporary Huaxia felt an overwhelming headache. Moreover, troubles continued to compound. with the Taotai beast tide preceding the assault by the reformed ecclesiastical faction. Truly vexing. If only that lad Su Nantian were as carefree just then. A knock echoed at the door of Zhao Tianming's office. Entering was Xing Yunlong. Having been preoccupied with his own mech enhancements over the past few days, he had not had the opportunity to report on the ecclesiastical faction's situation, and he felt a tinge of guilt. After all, this was his primary duty. General Zhao, upon seeing Zhao Tianming seated at his desk, Xing Yunlong saluted. I am here to report on the situation at the interstellar repair shop. Good timing. The Yunhai side has also submitted a report. You are among the first to arrive at the scene, so you should verify if there are any discrepancies in their findings. As he spoke, Zhao Tianming projected the report transmitted by Sun Yu onto the luminous screen before them, and Xing Yunlong joined him in reviewing the details. This appears to have some issues. Quickly, Xing Yunlong discerned discrepancies in the report sent by Sun Yu. This battle, to be precise, was solely accomplished through the efforts of the interstellar repair shop's manager. By the time we arrived, the battle had already concluded. He pointed to a line in the report. With the combined efforts of the Yunlong team and the interstellar repair shop's manager Su Bai, the remnants of the reformed ecclesiastical faction were vanquished. This might have been an addition made by the Yunhai fleet to preserve their reputation, but he did not require such accolades. The Yunlong team's prowess was rooted in their pursuit of authenticity. This was evidently Su Bai's achievement, and they had no need to share in the glory. Zhao Tianming raised an eyebrow. Is that so? He had not previously inquired into the matter with much scrutiny, and upon seeing this information, he had assumed the Yunlong team had taken the lead, with Su Bai merely playing a supporting role. He had never anticipated that the remnants of the ecclesiastical faction had been single-handedly dispatched by Su Bai. If memory served him correctly, Su Bai was of the same age as Ye. At such a youthful age, only the most exceptional prodigies could reach the realm of Sky Mech Master. Yet this lad had single-handedly slain a star-treading mech master? Or was he piloting a mutated star-treading mech? In astonishment, Zhao Tianming could not help but voice his skepticism. It was simply too implausible for a youth barely past his teenage years to embody the strength of a star-treading mech master. Such talent, even throughout the annals of Blue Star's history, none could rival him. Of course, Su Bai was indeed a remarkable individual. Though Xing Yunlong was not one to jest, he spoke with utmost precision. What I mentioned is the truth. Zhao Tianming, remarkable individual? What does that mean? Could it be that this lad has indeed sprouted wings? I concede. His father possesses a modicum of strength, yet it is only slightly superior to mine. How could his son be so formidable? Zhao Tianming was perplexed, yet his curiosity was piqued. He regarded Zhao Mingyue's words as mere amusement. After all, it was normal for young people to view matters through tinted lenses. However, given that Xing Yunlong had stated it, he could not afford to dismiss it. Please elaborate. At this moment, Zhao Tianming's interest in Su Bai surged, causing him to set aside the intelligence review. He had perused the information previously and believed it to be largely accurate. Well, this begins with Su Bai's mastery of mech repair. Upon hearing Zhao Tianming inquire about Su Bai, Xing Yunlong's face brimmed with admiration, and even his tone became elevated. You see, he is capable of awakening a mech's second innate ability? Additionally, he can awaken specialized traits. The entire Yunlong team sought his enhancement. Even Zhang Lei from the Yunhai enforcement team went so far as to offend Sun Yu for the sake of enhancing his mech? How could this be? After absorbing Xing Yunlong's account, Zhao Tianming's eyes widened, and he fell into a state of stupor. At that moment, he recalled the earlier encounter when Zhao Mingyue had asked him for money. Could it be that Zhao Tianming yearned to directly confirm this with Zhao Mingyue, but considering it was already late at night, he dispelled that thought. Very well, take this intelligence back with you to review. I require some time to think. The commander of the Nanjiang fleet, now somewhat dazed, needed to collect his thoughts. Understood, Xing Yunlong replied before departing Zhao Tianming's office. He was not surprised by Zhao Tianming's astonishment. After all, it was hard for anyone to believe that such a legendary mech repair master existed within Yunhai. Chapter 58. Sun Yu. Should I cut in line? Creak. The office door closed. Alone in the vast office, Zhao Tianming exhaled a heavy breath, his gaze drifting to an old photograph. Observing the man in the picture, he couldn't help but lament. This shouldn't be. You have no talent for mech repair. Could it be that he inherited Zhou Mayun's abilities? That too seemed unlikely. She was not a mech repair master. Goodness, truly remarkable. Even after years of retreat, you have managed to surprise me. At this moment, Zhao Tianming's heart was a tumult of emotions. Xing Yunlong's character compelled him to believe that what he had said was indeed the truth. Yet he was filled with confusion. If it were merely that Su Bai possessed exceptional combat prowess, capable of contending with a star-treading mech master, he could reluctantly accept that. After all, both of his parents were formidable mech masters. And a slight genetic mutation could indeed yield extraordinary talent. However, to assert that his mech repair aptitude surpasses all of history, this was rather unreasonable. Neither Su Nantian nor Zhou Mayun were mech repair masters, and there had never been any legendary mech repair masters born into their lineage. How could he possess such formidable repair abilities? It was truly perplexing. Although he spoke thus, Zhao Tianming's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. After all, he was the son of an old acquaintance. Even if they had never met before, he was still Zhao Tianming's junior. It was rumored that Ye shared a good rapport with this young man. The incident occurring right at the scene couldn't be more fortuitous. If all else fails, should we rekindle that childhood engagement? How delightful! Our esteemed Zhao has completely forgotten how he once secretly rejoiced that the engagement was never formalized. Now he finds himself contemplating matchmaking. Truly a man of fickle affections. Achu beneath the vast expanse of the starry sky, Su Nantian couldn't help but sneeze. This action elicited considerable concern from Zhou Mayun. What has been troubling you lately? Why are you sneezing so often? I don't know, I just have this feeling that someone is talking about me. Su Nantian hesitated. At his level, a sneeze or two might be attributed to a slight chill. But more than that felt amiss. Could it be that little rascal is cursing me behind my back? Zhou Mayun couldn't contain her laughter. So you are aware that your actions would provoke a scolding from Xiaobai? As she spoke, a hint of longing flickered in her eyes. After all, that was her child born after 10 months of hardship. Though her actions were intended to make him stronger, the prolonged separation inevitably stirred feelings of nostalgia. I told you. Wouldn't it have been better to say a proper goodbye? Why resort to such a melodramatic departure with a letter? And you insisted I delete Xiaobai's contact information, even changing my phone number. Zhou Mayun continued to express her grievances to Su Nantian. Sighed, what choice did we have? You know that boy. He may appear carefree, but deep down, he yearns to become a mecha master more than anyone else. With us around, he would inevitably choose to put on a brave face. What if something went wrong over time? Besides, a proper farewell. Would you truly have been able to leave if it were face-to-face? Su Nantian gently embraced Zhou Mayun, offering comfort. At worst, we can sneak back to check on him after some time. Children grow up, and eventually, they must leave the shelter of their parents. You should trust him. Upon hearing Su Nantian's words, Zhou Mayun felt somewhat reassured, retracting her feelings of longing and softly nodding in agreement. However. We must hasten to establish a secondary account in an instant. Su Nantian's demeanor shifted dramatically, akin to a wolf eyeing a flock of sheep, as he winked at Zhou Mayun. You rascal! Zhou Mayun playfully glared at him, lightly punching his chest, yet she offered little resistance. Deep down, Su Bai felt somewhat relieved. Had these two truly remained at home in such a manner, he would have undoubtedly struggled to cope. Thankfully, they had left at their age. How could they not feel any shame? It's truly hard to bear witness to. On a bright and clear morning, Sun Yu, having gone a night without sleep, stood up to stretch as he beheld the sun rising. At his level, a few days without slumber posed no issue. Stretching was merely a habit. On his desk lay intelligence reports regarding the Xie family from recent years, appearing rather unremarkable. It seemed that a year ago, the head of the Xie family, Xie Zhihao, had left Blue Star for a period of 3 months before returning. That seemed to be the extent of it. A visit to the Xie family was still necessary. However, prioritizing a trip to the interstellar repair shop was of utmost importance. After tidying the documents on his desk, Sun Yu promptly arranged his agenda for the day and made his way to the interstellar repair shop. Yet, he was taken aback to find a considerable crowd already queued outside the shop, nearly filling the entire training ground. Sun Yu, what is happening? Wasn't the opinion suppressed? How could there still be so many people? As he approached, he overheard the crowd's discontent. You got your account banned too? Me too. Sighed, I don't understand their thinking. Mentioning the interstellar repair shop leads to account bans. Exactly. I intended to promote it, but my post simply won't go through. I heard it was due to an attack outside the repair shop a couple of days ago. Is there anyone here who witnessed it? I was there. The attacker was a Star Walker mecha master, but unfortunately, the opponent couldn't withstand Boss Su's single strike. Are you joking? Isn't Boss Su a mechanic? How could a Star Walker Mecha Master not withstand a single blow from him? Have you been reading too many novels? It's true. I was there. We almost didn't make it, but thankfully, Boss Su stepped in and saved us. Boss Su is that brave? Of course. It's likely that the comments about Boss Su were deleted, leading to our account bans. No worries, at least those of us who saw the video can queue up first. That's right. Let those who missed out weep. Upon hearing their words, Sun Yu stood rooted to the spot. The interstellar repair shop had become this popular? Even amid an information blackout, so many people were still interested? To be fair, Sun Yu was technically the second customer to know about the interstellar repair shop, with his daughter being the first. However, he never expected that his desire for a more natural interaction with Boss Su would result in others getting ahead of him. Sometimes overthinking leads to such outcomes. He also failed to consider that since Su-bai had opened such a repair shop, the goal was naturally profit. There wouldn't be so many restrictions. Observing the young individuals before him, Sun Yu felt an unexpected sense of awkwardness. As the captain of the Yunhai, he couldn't just cut in line, could he? The thought of it might invite scorn. Yet if he didn't cut in looking at this line, he might have to wait until tomorrow. Chapter 59. Appointment in Queue. Strengthening Songlong Sun Yu found himself in a dilemma. This was far more exasperating than investigating the reformation of the church. Just as he pondered how to proceed, the door of the interstellar repair shop swung open. Su-bai stepped outside, taken aback by the throngs of people. How'd have they come again? Previously, there had been a wave of customers, but only about 10 truly required maintenance. This time, however, was evidently different. Following the earlier incident, these individuals were likely genuine customers. Su-bai even spotted Zhou Yunjing among them. With so many people, how long would it take? For the first time, a thought of expansion and hiring crossed Su-bai's mind. He couldn't personally attend to every single customer. Not to mention that not everyone could afford the prices. Even if they could, how long would it take him to serve so many? Fortunately, he suddenly noticed Sun Yu at the back of the crowd. Su-bai swiftly waved, "Captain Sun, over here." He then turned to the crowd with a smile. "This gentleman is a client who made an appointment yesterday. Moving forward, our shop will adopt an appointment system for service. I will post the specific arrangements on StarNet. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience." Upon seeing Sun Yu, Su-bai quickly devised a lottery system for repairs or enhancements. This way, he could effectively plan the number of clients he would accommodate each day, preventing anyone from languishing outside as for today. All he could do was apologize. Upon hearing Su-bai's announcement, murmurs of surprise erupted outside the interstellar repair shop. "What? Is that true? We have to make an appointment now? Had I known, I would have checked StarNet first. Boss Su, can you make an exception? We've come all this way." Some members of the crowd implored Su-bai for leniency, but he understood that setting such a precedent was untenable. If he made an exception, what about those who came later? When would it end? He resolutely replied, "Apologies, but there's no way around it. If you wish to come, please return and draw lots." "Very well." Upon hearing Su-bai's words, Zhou Yunjing was the first to accept the conditions and leave the scene. Having tasted the sweetness of Su-bai's enhancements, he understood how rare they were. Since the other party had said so, they would comply. With the first to depart, those who had previously been saved by Su-bai also began to leave. "Boss Su, make sure to draw my name." These individuals were simply unlucky. They had encountered an attack from Duan Han earlier, and now they faced a lottery. However, they bore no ill will. As this group dispersed, the crowd in front of the interstellar repair shop gradually thinned. Seeing this, Sun Yu approached the shop, his expression somewhat complex. "Su-bai, you don't need to sacrifice your clientele to help me with my mecha enhancements. I can wait." Sun Yu believed that Su-bai had orchestrated this situation to facilitate his enhancement, even causing so many customers to leave. This made him feel indebted. Su-bai, however, appeared puzzled. "Not at all. I simply thought that with so many people, I wouldn't get any rest today. Moreover, assisting you with enhancements had already been agreed upon." Sun Yu, "All right, I suppose I was overthinking it. Seems that having strength allows for such liberties. Other repair shops would desire to be overwhelmed with work, yet Su-bai, on the other hand, seems to complain about having too many customers. Indeed, with his level of expertise, ordinary orders would hardly suffice. Regardless of how stringent the conditions, once the news of Su-bai's ability to awaken a mecha's second talent spreads, the interstellar repair shop will remain in high demand, even attracting high-end clientele. This was precisely what Subai had in mind. He had previously contemplated relying on maintenance to sustain his business. But it was clear that such efforts were unnecessary. If he truly needed to provide that level of service, he could simply hire others to handle it. Ding host's inner voice detected. Special task triggered. Expand the interstellar repair shop and recruit a mechanic. Deadline 3 weeks. Requirement. The employee must possess at least 1-star mechanic level. Task reward. Unlock 4-star mechanic inheritance skills, gain weapon enhancement, and starship enhancement branches. Upon witnessing the task issued by the system, Subai was momentarily taken aback. Ever since the completion of Chaos, the system had not assigned him any tasks. Now, was it merely an intention to recruit someone that prompted this? Could it be that this task was issued based on my innermost thoughts? This was something Subai still needed to verify, but the demands of the task were undeniably daunting. A 1-star mechanic is still a star-tier mechanic. Such individuals could command a repair shop wherever they went. How could they be expected to work under him? However, the rewards of this task were too enticing for Subai to decline, not to mention the inheritance skills of a 4-star mechanic. Just the weapon enhancement and starship enhancement branches were opportunities he could not afford to miss. Having tasted the sweetness of interstellar enhancements, Subai understood that any enhancement from the system would surely exceed ordinary expectations. If coupled with weapon and starship enhancements, the speed of his earnings would be incomparable. Yet, regarding the starship, it seemed impossible to accommodate it here. Glancing around the interstellar repair shop, Subai realized that strengthening a starship here was simply unfeasible. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from accepting the task. That moment, Sun Yu had entered the interstellar repair shop and, upon seeing Subai standing in place, couldn't help but feel puzzled. Subai? What's wrong? Subai waved his hand in response. It's nothing, just thinking about some matters. Come on in with that. He stepped into the repair area. This was Sun Yu's first time entering Subai's repair shop, and even he had to admit that it was the most well-equipped facility he had ever seen. The various instruments were also remarkably advanced. Indeed, only such a repair shop was worthy of Subai. Without hesitation, he placed his hand upon his star ring. Song Yin, rise. In an instant, the towering Song Lang, standing at 50 meters, was displayed in the repair shop. Even having seen it once and even having clashed with it, Subai still felt an inevitable sense of pressure from Song Lang. This was a star-breaking mech. Indeed, the previous mech seemed somewhat juvenile in comparison. Looking at Song Lang before him and comparing it to the previous mechs, even Vortex paled in significance. A star-breaking mech is a star-breaking mech, capable of traversing the cosmos and soaring through the universe. Only upon reaching the stage of a star-breaking mech does one truly possess the ability to roam the stars. Possessing the power to cross star systems, in contrast, even the star-treading mechs could only fight in space, maintaining short-distance flights. Prolonged distances would be taxing. Chapter 60. A new experience, showcasing enhancement details. Observing Subai's expression, Sun Yu felt quite pleased. At this moment, Subai finally exhibited a reaction more befitting his age. Previously, his demeanor had seemed almost otherworldly, making it hard to believe he was a youth under the age of 20. So, what do you think of my Song Lang? Seeing Subai like this, Sun Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. His Song Lang was a 5-star star-breaking mech, the most precious possession he had aside from his family. Its maintenance had always been excellent, and he had been reluctant to use it even when initially testing Sun Han's aptitude. Indeed, it is remarkable. It's evident that Captain Sun treasures it greatly. Subai did not refute Sun Yu's words. The fact was that Song Lang was indeed exquisite. Had he not possessed the system, he might not have been qualified to repair and enhance such a high-level mech. However, that was only temporary. Subai's mechanic skills were steadily improving. And now he had nearly mastered 10 3-star mechanic inheritance skills. By the standards of mechanic levels, he could also be considered a 3-star mechanic. The system provided assistance, but more importantly, it was his own diligence. Detected a mech available for enhancement. Current mech level is high. Recommended to use level 4 enhancement. Required 10,000 interstellar points. Level 4 enhancement can elevate the core materials of the mech while granting 1 high-tier innate skill and awakening 2 specialized traits. The cost to enhance Song Lang was 2.5 billion star coins. Upon confirming the effects of the level 4 enhancement, Subai promptly set a price for Song Lang. Even though Sun Yu had anticipated this, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of pain. Even if he could produce 2.5 billion star coins in one go, it still stung slightly. Yet, thinking of the prospect of acquiring a second innate skill and awakening specialized traits, he gritted his teeth. All right. Although previously, Xie Yunlong and the others only needed 180 million star coins for enhancement, Song Lang was, after all, a star-breaking mech, and its intrinsic value was incomparable to star-treading mechs. The difficulty of enhancement was apparent, and Sun Yu did not find any issue with Su Bai's request for 2.5 billion. Seeing Sun Yu's agreement, Su Bai took out a prepared contract template, filling in the price and mech level.as for the awakening of the second specialized trait. He chose not to mention it directly, allowing Sun Yu to experience it himself. After signing the contract, Sun Yu promptly transferred the funds to Su Bai. Starry Treasure received 2.5 billion star coins. With this 2.5 billion credited, Su Bai's star coin balance soared above 2.9 billion. Had he not previously enhanced chaos in exchange for the second layer of the star whale breathing technique, he might have reached 3 billion star coins all at once. A certified minor tycoon. Such wealth could rival that of an average star-breaking mech master. Once Sun Yu exited the repair area, Su Bai approached Song Lang. Gazing at the colossal figure towering before him, Su Bai couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, size does matter for an imposing presence. In comparison to this giant, his own chaos seemed somewhat inconspicuous. No matter, though wanting to grow larger is not out of reach." After a moment of self-reassurance, Su Bai chose to no longer dwell on the issue of size. Level 4 enhancement initiated. As his hand gently touched Song Lang, a brilliant blue light surged upwards. This enhancement was unlike the previous ones. Su Bai could visually observe every alteration on Song Lang. Beneath the blue radiance, the outer armor of Song Lang began to be disassembled, revealing its skeletal structure and joints. Every detail was noted by Su Bai, and he certainly would not miss such an opportunity. So this is the skeletal and joint structure of a star-breaking mech. Indeed different from before, compared to the previous three realms of mechs, earth, sky, and star treading. It belonged to a different tier altogether. If categorized by threes, it could be classified within the mid-tier mech ranks. Typically, builders of such mechs were 4-star mechanics, whose inherited skills were naturally superior to those of 3-star mechanics. Su Bai could discern that even the North Source joint connection technique could not compare. Was magnetic levitation stitching utilized here? Is this the technique of a 4-star mechanic? Now considered a 3-star mechanic himself, Su Bai could not apply it, but he quickly grasped the principle. The joints of Song Lang were secured to the skeletal structure using an electromagnetic attraction method, differing from traditional welding, which increased joint flexibility while maintaining stability. Indeed, a clever approach. Soon, the blue light extended from the joints of Song Lang, spreading through the skeletal structure. The materials of Song Lang's skeleton and joints underwent a complete upgrade, allowing Su Bai to see the skeletal arrangement more clearly. The structure did not resemble traditional bones. It appeared more compact, beast-like skeletal structure. The number of bones did not adhere to the traditional standard of 206 human bones. Clearly, there were more, and they were more densely packed. Additionally, many of the bones exhibited varying degrees of elongation, totaling 397 bones, matching the number found in wolves. I wonder, are all star-breaking mechs constructed in such a beast-like manner? After seeing the skeletal structure of Song Lang, Su Bai inevitably entertained such speculations. However, he could not verify it. He could only compare it when further enhancing the star-breaking mech in the future. In fact, it wasn't only the star-breaking mechs. Even star-treading mechs, and those of the sky and earth, exhibited variations in their skeletal structures, just like the previously encountered Belly King snake and field tiger, whose bone counts differed from traditional mechs. Soon, the blue light continued to spread, traversing the bones and joints, reaching the core power source. Su Bai had already seen the core power source of Song Lang. Thus he was not particularly surprised. Within its core chamber, the star cloud stone was gradually undergoing transformation under the nourishment of the blue light. The energy contained within surged rapidly, quickly exceeding the limits of what the star cloud stone could withstand. Ultimately, it stabilized at 80-star cloud stone and 20-star mint stone. Su Bai was not surprised by this. After all, the star mint stone is a core power source material strictly controlled by the entire Star Alliance. Containing immense energy, even with level 4 enhancement, it could not completely convert the core power source of a star-treading mech into star mint stone. To achieve that, Subai estimated that at least level 5 enhancement would be necessary. That level is specific to enhancements for star-falling mechs. Once the power source enhancement was completed, beneath the blue light, the heavy armor of Tsang Lang gradually enveloped its skeletal structure. The flames that once adorned it were gradually consumed by the blue glow, and the already azure body of the mech now appeared even more profound. If previously it resembled the azure sky, it now leaned towards the deep ocean blue boom with a resounding explosion. A tremendous flame erupted from Tsang Lang, akin to an ancient emperor descending upon the world, reborn in flames. The terrifying wave of energy caused Subai's expression to change, and he hurriedly entered chaos. Chapter 61. A brand new debut. Sun Yu's resolute decision echoed like thunder as flames erupted, engulfing the heavens in an infernal blaze, relentless and seemingly eternal. Confronted by this searing conflagration, Subai could only pilot chaos with all his might to resist, barely withstanding the intense heat thanks to the mech's enhancements and his own stellar energy. While Subai managed to hold his ground, the surrounding machinery was far less fortunate. Under such extreme temperatures, the shell of the electronic platform melted away, its components crackling ominously. Even the thermal blades could not endure the inferno, their tips crumbling and scattering as they neared the ground. Just as they were about to touch the earth, a golden radiance surged forth, triggering the celestial-grade defensive barrier, halting the spread of the flames. Meanwhile, outside the door, Sun Yu's gaze flickered. He had distinctly sensed a familiar yet terrifying aura emanating from the maintenance room. Song Yin? Sun Yu hesitated. His talent was merely B-grade in flame control, and his ability to harness the power of Tsang Yin was largely reliant on the strength of Tsang Wolf. It could be said that becoming a star-breaking mech master was the pinnacle of his capabilities. Thus, he had pinned his hopes on Subai, wishing for the latter's enhancements to elevate Tsang Wolf to a new level, thereby benefiting himself and achieving a breakthrough. However, the current situation exceeded his expectations. The force he had just sensed made his heart race. After all, he was a formidable 5-star starbreaker, yet a mere wisp of energy had left him feeling this way. What had Subai done? Sun Yu was eager to ascertain the circumstances within, and were it not for Subai's rules, he would have rushed in without hesitation. But now, he could only wait. In Yunhai, perhaps only Subai could evoke such restraint in him. Just as Sun Yu was anxiously waiting, the maintenance room's door suddenly swung open with a crash. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Yu entered the room, his eyes nearly popping out as he beheld Tsang Wolf. This was Tsang Wolf? It was no wonder Sun Yu was skeptical. The Tsang Wolf before him bore no resemblance to its former self aside from its wolf-like head. Its entire body, including its color, showed no hint of the original Tsang Wolf. Especially now, as it stood there, it emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure. Without a moment's pause, Sun Yu leapt into Tsang Wolf. The neural link activated, and the mech's azure eyes flickered to life, while flames danced across its form, taking on the appearance of a ferocious wolf. A low roar resonated from deep within, causing the ceiling to part as Tsang Wolf soared into the sky, directly reaching the newly constructed training ground. Sun Yu piloted Tsang Wolf, weaving through the training area until Subai appeared at the rear. His excited voice echoed from within the mech. This point 2 specialized talents, 2 innate abilities. Subai, you are truly remarkable. At that moment, no words of praise could adequately convey Sun Yu's admiration for Subai. He had never anticipated such a grand surprise. In addition to the 1 talent and 1 specialization he had initially expected, there was an additional specialization. Initially, he had felt a twinge of pain at the thought of 5 billion star coins, but now that sentiment was entirely absent. If he were to give a review, it would be that it was worth it. Exceedingly so. This far surpassed his expectations. In fact, under the influence of Tsang Wolf, Sun Yu sensed that his previously stagnant realm was beginning to shift. Given time, he would surely surpass the threshold of 5-star starbreaking and even aspire to become a star-falling mech master. It was worth noting that, prior to this, star-falling mech masters were typically only attainable by A-grade talent pilots. If he were to ascend to the star-falling realm with B-grade talent, it would be an unprecedented feat. He had initially planned to test his innate abilities and specializations, but after a brief experience, he exited Tsang Wolf and approached Subai, cheerfully patting him on the shoulder. Haha, having you in Huaxia is truly a blessing. Well, I want to say much in thanks. If you ever need assistance, Do not hesitate to let me know. As long as it doesn't violate principles, I will certainly lend my full support. Sun Yu's promise carried significant weight. After all, his identity here was not merely that of the Sun family head, but also the captain of the Yunhai fleet. In Yunhai, he was effectively the highest-ranking official. Countless powerful figures sought to meet Sun Yu, hoping to curry favor. Now, he personally pledged that as long as Su Bai did not violate principles, he could seek his help at any time. If this news were to spread, many would be left astonished. After saying this, Sun Yu did not linger. He had important matters to attend to. His visit to the Xie family could not be made known. As he intended to proceed alone, if there was too much commotion, they would be prepared, and he would uncover nothing. His instincts told him that this trip to the Xie family would not be simple. Sensing Sun Yu's troubled demeanor, Su Bai inquired, "Captain Sun, if there's anything you need help with, feel free to share." Sun Yu had always treated him well. Having sensed Su Bai's innate abilities, he had rushed to assist. And even after Su Bai declined to join the Yunhai fleet, Sun Yu had not pressed the matter. This kindness was not lost on Su Bai. Now that Sun Yu seemed to face some trouble, Su Bai would not shy away from offering assistance. It's best if you refrain from getting involved in this matter. I'm merely going to take a look, but perhaps in the future, there may indeed be a need for your help. Sun Yu was somewhat swayed by Su Bai's goodwill, but ultimately declined. Although Su Bai possessed the strength to contend with a star-breaking mech master for a brief period, making him a formidable ally, Sun Yu did not wish to place Su Bai in danger. Moreover, if he could not resolve the issue himself, it would be pointless for Su Bai to intervene. Su Bai was a treasure of Huaxia, and he must be protected at all costs. His mechanical repair skills could elevate the entire Blue Star Alliance to new heights. Very well. Seeing this, Su Bai did not press the matter further. Although he had endured a strike from Sun Yu the previous day, he understood that he was still some distance from matching a star-breaking mech master. Moreover, with Song Wolf now enhanced, the gap in their strengths had widened. If even Sun Yu felt a sense of danger, his involvement would be futile. After bidding farewell to Su Bai, Sun Yu departed. Watching him leave, Su Bai sighed helplessly. "I am still too weak. I won't be taking any clients today. I must focus on my training. By the way, Central Control, please set up the lottery system. Let us have 3 slots for the day." Su Bai returned to the interstellar repair shop and ordered Central Control to begin constructing the lottery system. Initially intending to enhance 2 mechs a day, he ultimately settled on 3 slots. Truly diligent, I am. Chapter 62. The Xie family ambush. Is the culprit him? Back at the interstellar repair shop, Su Bai immediately began his training. With legs crossed and seated on the ground, he placed his palms on his knees, allowing his stellar energy to circulate, using his hands as the core while 2 tides of stellar energy naturally flowed. As the stellar energy surged within him, it bolstered his own, continuously absorbing external stellar energy to strengthen himself. The previously somewhat unstable first star energy of the star treading level rapidly solidified with the influx of external energy, gradually expanding outward as it surged towards the second star level. While Su Bai was engrossed in his training, Sun Yu made his way directly to the Xie family after leaving the interstellar repair shop. Standing before the Xie family mansion, he furrowed his brow. This residence has an air of mystery. As a star-breaking mech master, his perceptive abilities were significantly heightened compared to ordinary individuals. At this moment, the Xie family mansion exuded a sense of ominousness. The surroundings of the estate seemed saturated with an inexplicable malevolence. Initially suspecting a connection between the Xie family and the Modification Church, he now had nearly conclusive evidence. He was prepared to leave and mobilize the fleet for a full assault. Even as a star-breaking mech master, he understood the principle of a gentleman not standing under a dangerous wall. Without knowing the local firepower, he could not act recklessly. This was an ironclad rule of the fleet. It seemed that this was the stronghold of the Modification Church. Sun Yu's tone was devoid of emotion as he gazed at the Xie family mansion, as if he had already sentenced them to death. Collaborating with and endangering the citizens of Huaxia was a grave crime, and such individuals were even more detestable than the Modification Church itself. "First, I will withdraw." Sun Yu's gaze flickered as he prepared to retreat. Captain Sun, since you are here, why not come in for a chat?" Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from behind Sun Yu. He quickly summoned his stellar energy while his right hand brushed against the star ring. The azure light blazed forth, and Song Wolf materialized in the air. Sun Yu leaped into Song Wolf in an instant. They seemed to have been prepared for this. Swish, 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 Soon, 3 mechs encircled Sun Yu, including Xie Zhihao. The mech on the far left was entirely cloaked in bizarre black patterns, obscuring its originally pale yellow chassis. Its head was grotesquely split in half, giving it an eerie appearance. IY-45 speed-type star-treading mech, crowned one, standing at 40 meters tall, with a weight of 1,000 tons, its engine power was 23 million kilowatts, and its thrust reached 2.5 billion kg. This was originally Xie Zhihao's mech, yet now the form of Crowned One was utterly transformed. Once majestic and grand, Crowned One now appeared sinister and eerie, stripped of its former glory. The mech on the far right also bore strange black patterns, its once pristine white body now resembling a soiled garment, caked in grime. The long blades on its arms, which were originally made of titanium, had transformed into a pale purple metallic substance, exuding a faint, foul corrosive aura. IU-48 strength-type star-treading mech, Waveslayer. Standing at a height of 40 meters and weighing 1,100 tons, the engine boasts a staggering power output of 24 million kilowatts, producing a thrust of 2.7 billion kilograms. This formidable machine belongs to Xie Wan, an esteemed mech master from the Xie family, and is regarded as one of the 2 apex paragons of the Xie lineage. Alongside Crown, the most renowned feature of Slashing Wave is its dual blades, which can sever metals like clay. Yet, at this moment, the once pristine blades appeared disheveled, their serrated edges emitting a wispy purple mist. In stark contrast, the central mech is shrouded in darkness, its imposing aura and overall appearance vastly superior to both Crown and Slashing Wave. The oppressive presence emanating from it is suffocating, causing Sun Yu to furrow his brow even within Songlong. The KK-35 balanced Starbreaker mech, named Shadow, stands 48 meters tall, weighs 2,000 tons, and wields an engine with a power of 40 million kilowatts, generating a thrust of 3.2 billion kilograms. The name Shadow signifies its ability to blend into the darkness, rendering it virtually invisible. This variability is why Sun Yu failed to detect its approach in the first instance. However, gazing upon the 3 mechs before him, Sun Yu wore a disdainful expression. The head of Songlong lifted defiantly. "What? Do you truly believe you can detain me?" In response to Sun Yu's words, Xie Zhihao's voice resonated from within Crown. "Captain Sun, you may be overly confident. Your strength is indeed formidable. Yet collectively, the 3 of us ensure that your escape is impossible. I advise you to surrender willingly. It may spare you from physical torment. Indeed, at your age, perhaps it is time for retirement." A weathered voice emerged from within Shadow. Upon hearing this voice, Sun Yu's brow knitted tightly, and a cold laugh escaped from Songlong. "I did not expect to see you, Xue Lin. After all these years since you left the Yunhai fleet, you have chosen to ally with the vile forces of the Reformation Church. Do you not feel remorse for betraying your past beliefs and vows?" Sun Yu's tone was laced with anger. Even though he was aware of the internal issues plaguing the Yunhai fleet, he could not help but feel a sense of desolation upon confronting Xue Lin, who had also been born and raised within Yunhai and had served the fleet for many years, only to resign 8 years prior. The once comrade had now fallen to such depths, even seeking confrontation with him. "Kakik, what do you know? Starforce mechs should be eradicated, just like the obsolete mechs of old. These creations that classify individuals into hierarchies should never have come into existence. Our Lord's divine might has revealed a new path for us. If you abandon the darkness and join us, you may yet preserve your life." Sun Yu scrutinized Shadow, contemplating the weight of its words, before he sighed in resignation. "So, it is indeed because of Xue Bei that you have become this way." "Silence. You are unworthy to speak of Xiao Bei. Had it not been for you so-called gifted chosen ones, would Xiao Bei have embarked on such a path? You are all condemned." At the mention of Xue Bei's name, a fierce glare ignited in Shadow's eyes, causing the entire mech to tremble, revealing Xue Lin's emotional turmoil. Xue Bei was indeed Xue Lin's son, whose lifelong ambition was to become a mech master and join the Yunhai fleet as a formidable warrior. Yet, fate was cruel. Despite having a father who was a Starbreaker mech master, Xue Bei lacked the innate talent for mechs. In despair, he chose a path of no return, uploading his consciousness into a mech, thus becoming a part of the so-called intelligent life faction. The outcome was tragic, the neural pathways overloaded, resulting in his demise. Shortly after this incident, Xue Lin departed from the Yunhai fleet, only to join the Reformation Church. Chapter 63, 3 against 1, a counterattack? Indeed, Lin was a pitiable figure. His son's fate was undeniably tragic. However, Bei's choices were his own, unrelated to the Yunhai fleet or to Huaxia. Those endowed with Star Force talent could become mech masters, enjoying a superior status. Yet, those lacking such gifts still had their own opportunities, whether in the realm of machinery or other fields, shining brightly in their own right. To attribute everything solely to talent is a grave insult to the countless individuals without such gifts who still strive to excel. Sun Yu understood that the moment Lin stepped into the Reformation Church, he was no longer the comrade of old. Now, he was an adversary, an enemy of Huaxia, an enemy of Blue Star. The actions of the Reformation Church were nothing but a catalyst for chaos and bloodshed, rendering them unworthy of sympathy. Haha, it seems we've reminisced enough, Mr. Shui. Do not waste your breath. Eliminating Sun Yu would greatly benefit our plans. Crown advanced towards Shadow, its particle beams flickering ominously, ready to unleash devastation. Slashing Wave mirrored this intent. They could not allow Sun Yu to escape. Should he return, it would spell disaster for the Xie family. Given that he had come alone, it was likely a clandestine operation, and if they properly disposed of his remains, it would likely go unnoticed. Almost as soon as the words left their mouths, a thunderous boom erupted. Shadow sprang into action, its right hand gripping a black-gold long blade, executing a Z-pattern glide that rendered its movements unpredictable. The blade emitted a ripping sound as it swept the ground, rising in a diagonal arc toward Songlong. Crown and Slashing Wave were equally swift. The moment Shadow moved, these two apex mechs flanked Songlong, launching a coordinated assault. Crown raised its fists, which transformed into hammers, crashing down like a mountain's weight. Slashing Wave swung its serrated blades, dark purple energy emanating from them, coalescing into a liquid mist that resembled the jaws of a crocodile, intent on devouring all in its path. The three mechs formed a triangular formation, encircling Songlong. This fundamental tactic, comprising a balanced, a speed-oriented, and a power-based mech, was designed not only to immobilize the opponent's movements, but also to maximize damage with simultaneous strikes. As their combined assault loomed imminent, the trio's attacks would soon descend upon Songlong. Bang! At that moment, an azure barrier materialized, enveloping Songlong with flames igniting upon its surface, exuding an aura of divine wrath. Anything that came into contact with it was incinerated into nothingness. The azure flames blazed, akin to an everlasting flame of hope. A wail echoed. Crown bore the brunt of the impact, its hammer-like arms flung back upon contact with the azure barrier, the flames quickly engulfing them, reducing the once mighty limbs to ash in mere moments. Even the mech's AI could not react in time, forcing Xie Zhihao to experience the excruciating pain firsthand. Meanwhile, Slashing Wave was equally taken aback. Its once corrosive blades now diminished under the azure flames. The purple mist evaporating, its serrated edges turning to charcoal, disintegrating gradually. Shadow, facing Songlong head-on, fared no better. Despite employing advanced maneuvering techniques, the Z-pattern approach failed to create even a ripple against the azure barrier. The backlash rendered its hands numb, causing the black-gold long blade to be flung away, igniting in the azure flames before disintegrating into dust. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Their combined might, once thought to be a guaranteed strike, had resulted in utter failure. To put it humorously, it was as if three had attacked one and ended up being countered. What a farcical turn of events! Lin and his companions could hardly believe their eyes. No, this is impossible. Even if you are a 5-star Starbreaker mech master, you cannot withstand our combined assault. What have you done? The you of before would never have possessed such strength. Lin was well acquainted with Sun Yu's abilities. Having worked alongside him for many years, he had believed their strategy to be flawless, 2 against 1, with the assurance of a third. Yet, they had not only failed to injure Sun Yu but had instead suffered substantial losses themselves. The azure flames appeared to them as if they had originated from the depths of the underworld, a hellfire demanding souls. As they observed the trio's dismay, Songlong raised its head proudly, and Sun Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. Truly, Su Bai's this talent was astonishingly potent in the face of their onslaught. Sun Yu had felt a twinge of anxiety, but there had been no time to evade. Thus, he had unleashed the second talent he had acquired. The azure flame barrier. He had not anticipated its effectiveness to be so transcendent. Were it not for Su Bai, he would have undoubtedly suffered a significant setback. Now, even when confronted by two apex mechs and the nearly equivalent shadow, he still held the upper hand, poised to ensnare them all. Who knows, perhaps absence makes the heart grow fonder. During your years with the Reformation Church, I have not been idle. It seems your so-called master does not regard you highly. Your strength has not seen substantial growth. Sun Yu, emboldened by his advantage, regarded the trio with a mocking demeanor. Though Xue Lin felt an inner bitterness at these words, he could not refute them. What perplexed him was how Sun Yu, with merely a B-rank talent, had attained such extraordinary prowess. The shadow exchanged a glance with Crown and Wavebreaker, swiftly retreating. A withdrawal. Having lost his weapon, he realized that both Crown and Wavebreaker bore varying degrees of injury. Continuing the fierce battle would yield no fruitful outcome. Observing the enemy's intent to flee, Sun Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. Now you wish to escape. It is too late. Upon hearing his words, Xue Lin remained unfazed. Indeed, we are not your match, but do not forget, what is the greatest strength of the shadow? The ability to conceal itself in the darkness and vanish 1,000 miles away is its true strength. Even if his Songlong were to be exceptionally powerful, could it surpass his speed? Oh, is that so? However, the voice that came from behind made Xue Lin's figure tremble, beads of cold sweat cascading down. Shadow slowly turned around, only to find Songlong had inexplicably appeared behind him. Impossible. How could you possibly detect my presence? At this moment, Xue Lin could no longer maintain his composure. If he could reluctantly accept that Songlong had become absurdly strong due to years of training, the fact that the opponent could not only pinpoint his location but also instantaneously appear behind him sent chills down his spine. This utterly defied the nature of Songlong as a power-type mech. Answering him was a punch imbued with azure flames. Songlong raised his right fist, azure flame surging, carrying the power of destruction as it struck Shadow with explosive force. Chapter 64. Xie Zhihao's last words? Is it truly over? Boom! The force was overwhelming, akin to thunder, with a scorching wind accompanying the azure flames, incinerating all in its path. This punch instantly pierced through Shadow, the azure flames spreading from the inky void, engulfing Shadow entirely. The illustrious Breakstar 3-star mech was reduced to ashes beneath this blow. Even the core power source, the nebulous stone, completely dissipated, leaving not a trace of energy behind. The murderous intent tracked its target. This was one of the two specialized abilities acquired by Songlong. Once a target was locked, he could instantly appear behind it, rendering even those with stealth-like talents utterly helpless. Only a path to death remained. What a pity it was my first time using it, and I still could not control the force perfectly. Songlong shook his hand, and Sun Yu's voice echoed, tinged with regret. However, there was no hesitation regarding the matter of killing Xue Lin. It was as he had stated. From the moment he entered the Reformation Tribunal, he was no longer one of his kin. He was even more detestable than those who were originally part of the Reformation Tribunal. The fate of a traitor is only death, as for capturing him alive. Sun Yu did not waste his energy. Once captured, those from the Reformation Tribunal would self-detonate, which was a significant reason they were labeled a cult. No, it is impossible. Flee, quickly escape. The scene of Songlong effortlessly slaying Shadow was witnessed by Crown and Wavebreaker, fear instantly engulfing their hearts. They looked at Songlong, resembling a war god, with no intention of resistance. In the end, had their deadly scheme become a trap for themselves? This left the two in disbelief. How could he have suddenly grown so powerful? The intelligence was flawed. If the Yunhai fleet, or rather, the entire Nanjiang fleet, were concealing their true strength as Crown hastily fled, Xie Zhihao was also analyzing the reasons for their failure. The thought that perhaps the entire Nanjiang fleet was hiding its capabilities plunged his spirits into despair. However, before he could devise a solution, whoosh! Songlong had already arrived, the azure flames atop his right fist being the last glimmer of light in Xie Zhihao's life. Boom! The azure flames scorched, enduring the pain of annihilation. His previously vacant gaze seemed to regain a semblance of awareness, filled with relief and gratitude. In the moments before his impending demise, he exerted his final strength to utter two words: great. Examination. Upon hearing these two words, Sun Yu's pupils constricted in an instant, and through the void, he detected Xie Zhihao's anomaly. Unlike Xue Lin, the former seemed to have been controlled. only regaining consciousness at the very end. At this moment, Sun Yu understood why Wood Crown, known for his integrity, and Xie Zhihao, renowned for his forthrightness, joined the Reformation Tribunal. None of this was by their own volition. With these thoughts, an overwhelming fury ignited within him, causing his heart to burn with rage as he gritted his teeth. The scum of the Reformation Tribunal. His gaze shifted to the not-so-far wavebreaker. Sun Yu hesitated, uncertain whether Xie Wan was like Xie Zhihao, also under control. Witnessing Songlong slay Crown and then direct his gaze toward himself, Xie Wan felt beads of sweat trickling down his forehead as he raised his hands in surrender while piloting Wavebreaker. Please, do not kill me. I was merely under control, is that so? At these words, Sun Yu scoffed coldly, showing no hesitation as he unleashed a punch. Bang! A burst of flames erupted, and as he gazed at the overwhelming darkness, Xie Wan wore a perplexed expression. He could not comprehend why, despite declaring he was under control, Sun Yu would still resort to such brutality. Unfortunately, this question would forever remain unanswered. The flames consumed him, plunging his consciousness into the abyss. Wavebreaker ultimately faded into nothingness. Whoosh! After slaying Wavebreaker, Sun Yu exhaled a breath of relief. His previous compassion had been misplaced. Xie Wan was clearly different from Xie Zhihao. He had willingly joined the Reformation Tribunal, eager to be manipulated and harm the innocent. Anyone whose mind was controlled would never utter the words under control. With the battle concluded, Sun Yu did not depart from Songlong, instead surveying his surroundings to ensure there were no hidden ambushes before dialing Zhang Lei's number. Beep beep beep. After several dozen minutes, Zhang Lei arrived with the enforcement team. Upon witnessing the devastation surrounding him and the transformed Songlong, Zhang Lei felt a pang of sorrow. It seems the captain has undergone enhancement. How infuriating that I should have been able to enhance as well. Suppressing the bitterness within, Zhang Lei approached Sun Yu, who had distanced himself from Songlong. Captain, what has occurred? The Xie family has been corrupted by the Reformation Tribunal. Everything related to the Xie family must be thoroughly investigated, leaving no stone unturned. Then, have the battlefield cleaned up. At this moment, Sun Yu had resumed his role as the strategic captain, orchestrating the situation with authority. He directly instructed Zhang Lei and the enforcement team to seal off the Xie family. It was now evident that the Reformation Tribunal had a significant connection with the Xie family. Thus, every individual associated with them must be thoroughly examined. It was likely that Changhu was under Xuelin's manipulation, but one must still keep an eye on Deputy Captain Ji. After the earlier battle, Sun Yu suspected that Changhu was most likely in cahoots with Xuelin. Yet he still needed to be cautious. Xuelin? He is actually connected to the Reformation Tribunal? Upon hearing the long-unheard name of Xuelin, Zhang Lei was taken aback. However, upon seeing Sun Yu's expression, he chose to remain silent. This matter was likely more complicated than it appeared. I should focus on my duties and strive for enhancement as soon as possible. With thoughts of his own enhancement fueling his motivation, Zhang Lei promptly began directing the enforcement team to surround the Xie family, initiating the charge. Just as the enforcement team was clearing the Xie family, atop a distant peak, a figure in a black cloak billowed in the wind. A look of indifference upon his face as he observed the bustling enforcement team and the broken Xie family. Behind him, a burly man stepped forward, a puzzled expression on his face. Master, why allow Sun Yu to handle the Xie family? If we united our strength, he would surely be unable to escape. If we do not offer him some benefits, how would Sun Yu ever lower his guard? Moreover, are you certain our intervention would guarantee success? Do you truly believe you can shatter that Azure flame power and the Azure barrier? Not knowing where Sun Yu acquired such power at this point, the figure in the black cloak shook his head, his gaze momentarily drifting toward the interstellar repair shop. Could it be him? No, after all, he is merely a youth, incapable of breathing new life into the break star mech. With the Xie family annihilated, their leads are severed, and it will not affect our grand scheme. After a brief pause, the cloaked figure cast a casual glance at the burly man. Zhou Wan? The matter regarding Yunhai is temporarily entrusted to you. I shall return shortly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wan hurriedly knelt on one knee, lowering his head in acknowledgement. Master, please rest assured. I shall fulfill your command. Chapter 65. The Elder Fails. The younger one does too? As the cloaked figure departed, Zhou Wan slowly rose, his vertical pupils gleaming with excitement. He never anticipated that the master would entrust him with such a crucial location as Yunhai. I must strive to meet his expectations. With the CF family stronghold lost, I must seek another base. The cold wind howled, and the dim lights flickered. Within the CF family, screams and explosions echoed intermittently. 2 hours later, Zhang Lei approached Sun Yu with a troubled expression, shaking his head. Not a single one survived. They were all members of the Reformation Tribunal. Attempting to interrogate, as he spoke, Zhang Lei hesitated. As the scene inside was somewhat gruesome, even having experienced interstellar wars and narrowly escaping from beam fire, he felt a tightness in his chest, and no matter. Since they are all members of the Reformation Tribunal, there is nothing to be learned. Have the scene cleaned up, and let the young ones handle it. Sun Yu understood that extracting information from the Reformation Tribunal members was utterly impossible. Even the weakest among them would have explosives implanted upon joining the tribunal. Unsurprisingly, the interior would likely be a horrific sight of the CF family's self-detonation aftermath. Let the newcomers take over? Might it be a bit? Zhang Lei, upon hearing Sun Yu's intention to have the newcomers clean up the site, couldn't help but feel a twinge of compassion. After all, it was a scene he himself found difficult to adapt to, and he worried that those fresh faces would be unable to withstand the pressure. It was better to let them confront the harsh realities now rather than face the possibility of their legs turning to jelly when their turn came, potentially leading to dire consequences. Sun Yu's tone was grave. They were the Yunhai fleet. While this might have been manageable in peacetime, the current circumstances were anything but ordinary. A star war could erupt at any moment, and should that fateful day arrive, these inexperienced newcomers would undoubtedly pay a heavy price. A lesson learned from experience. If it were possible, he would wish for a world of peace and tranquility. Alas, there were always those who sought to shatter such serenity. Hearing this, Zhang Lei ceased his protests. He understood Sun Yu's perspective. Compared to the cost they would have to bear in the future, feeling a bit nauseous now was a trivial matter. He promptly arranged for the newcomers to assist the CF family in cleaning up the aftermath. After assigning the new recruits, Zhang Lei quietly approached Sun Yu. Captain, how do you think I've been performing lately? Sun Yu cast him a sidelong glance. Not bad, Zhang Lei, if that's the case. How about my request to enhance my skills? Zhang Lei looked at Sun Yu with eager anticipation, blinking rapidly with an ingratiating expression. Sun Yu, winky face, I knew you had an ulterior motive. But your recent performance has indeed been commendable, and given the current situation, every bit of improvement counts. Fine, you can go tomorrow. Sun Yu replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lei felt as if he had received divine favor. Leaping with joy, thank you, Captain. You're a great guy, Sun Yu sighed. How did I end up with such an unreliable right-hand man? The thought of relying on this young man for the future of Yunhai made him shake his head in resignation. Ugh, this is utterly nauseating. Hurry, save me. Save me. I'm at my wit's end. Ugh, as the two conversed, sounds of retching emerged from the Sierra residence, clearly indicating that the enforcement team had been thoroughly unsettled by the scene inside. Sun Yu remarked, the old guard can't handle it, and neither can the young ones. At that moment, he couldn't help but think of Subai. If only Subai were willing to join the fleet. Sigh. Meanwhile, Subai was engrossed in his training. As the last remnants of star energy surged into him, the shackles of his realm shattered, propelling him into the second tier of the Star Treader realm. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Subai felt the strain of the star whale breathing technique. While powerful, it came with significant pressure. He clenched his right fist, acutely aware of his fatigue. It was true that he had absorbed a multitude of star energy. Yet the corresponding pressure was equally staggering. His burden was far greater than that of others. Were it not for his exceptional talent, he might not have been able to endure it. It seemed that the breathing technique was not universally superior. One must find what suited them best. Stretching to relieve his muscles, Subai logged onto the Star Network to check comments and the lottery results for the following day. He noted that the reviews for the Interstellar Repair Shop had surpassed 10,000 Subai felt a rush of embarrassment. Why are there so many comments? With 3 draws daily, was this not excessive? Curiously, he opened the comment section. I would trade 10 years of my roommate's single life for a chance to win. The above is not enough. I would trade his entire life of singleness for a chance to win. Haha, you all still don't measure up. I would shorten Chikuin's height by 10 centimeters for a chance to win. Wow, bro, are you serious? If there isn't a deep-seated grudge, I wouldn't believe it. You better be careful. Don't get knifed at midnight. Reading these comments, Subai couldn't help but sport 2 dark lines on his forehead. Were these customers for real? While he was pleased with the business, this constant dangling of hopes was not a viable strategy. It was clear he needed to recruit an assistant quickly. Su by resolved to do so. Just then, his attention was caught by a pinned comment. Hee da. What interstellar repair shop? I don't believe it. If this Subai shopkeeper is so remarkable, let us see him compete against me. Subai quickly clicked on the comment to view the user's information. Chu Ran, female, 20 years old, the youngest level 1 repair technician in Huaxia, officially certified by the Huaxia Repair Association. Upon reading this, a glimmer sparked in Subai's eyes. Could this be my lucky break? A level 1 repair technician just presented to me. The most challenging task had been finding a star-level technician, as they were typically treasured by their own shops. How could he entice someone of that caliber to work for him? It seemed a prime candidate had just appeared. A slight smile crept onto Subai's lips as he swiftly sent a message to her. In the Cloud City. A short-haired girl with a delicate face was meticulously watching a video on her phone. The video showcased Subai simultaneously operating 10 threads to maintain mechs for Zhou Yunzheng and others. When the video reached the moment Subai was removing the abdominal king snake armor with a mechanical arm, she hit pause. Humphrey knew something was off. This video must be fake. Chu Ran noticed that Subai's right hand was not resting on the control panel, indicating he was merely pretending. Fabricating the truth tarnishes the reputation of repair technicians. Such a person should not achieve fame. Seeing Subai's actions ignited her frustration. She loved repair work. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become a level 1 technician at such a young age. Naturally, she could not allow anyone to stain the profession's reputation. In her view, Subai was clearly using hype to gain popularity and then charging exorbitant repair fees. Such individuals were the lowest in her eyes. Suddenly, her phone rang. Chapter 66. Will you accept or not? Chu Ran, who had been engrossed in the video, frowned slightly as the pop-up interrupted her search for Subai's flaws. Who is it? Annoyed, she opened her star network. Anonymous repair technician. Hello, I am Subai. Chu Ran. Subai? Which Subai? Her expression shifted to one of incredulity. Could it be that fraud? After pondering for a moment, she replied directly. Repair technician. Are you that fraud from the interstellar repair shop? Inside the interstellar repair shop, Subai, comfortably reclining with his legs crossed, was momentarily stunned upon reading Chu Ran's response. A smirk played on his lips, and his eyes sparkled. Fraud? That essay term I haven't heard in quite some time. Indeed, there may have been a time when some considered him a fraud. However, after enhancing numerous mechas and the maintenance videos circulating, his reputation had soared. The sheer number of participants in the lottery on Star Network spoke volumes. To his surprise, someone still regarded him as a fraud. This was perfect. Initially, he had intended to lure Chu Ran to work at the interstellar repair shop, but now it seemed there was a better approach. Anonymous repair technician. I'm not a fraud. I heard you wanted to compete with me in repair skills, which is why I came to accept your challenge. Chu Ran was instantly infuriated upon seeing Subai's message, her long fingers rapidly tapping on her phone screen. Repair technician. Who's a lady? You're the lady. Your whole family are ladies. After sending that, she puffed up her cheeks in anger. Seeing that Subai was ready to accept her challenge, she raised an eyebrow. Is this fraud trying to ride the coattails of my fame? To be fair, Chu Ran was also being unreasonable. It was her who proposed the competition, yet somehow it had turned into Subai riding her coattails. After a moment's thought, she finally nodded and replied, Fine. But if you lose, you must close your repair shop and publicly apologize on the internet. You must admit to fabricating the truth. I will not allow a fraud like you to tarnish the reputation of repair technicians. Just as Subai was about to propose some stakes, he noticed Chu Ran's message. Subai, what fabricated video? When did I ever fabricate anything? Tarnish the reputation of repair technicians? She has quite the grudge. After seeing Chu Ran's demands, Subai quietly deleted his previous message. He had initially thought that if she worked for him for 3 months, that would suffice. Now, anonymous repair technician. All right, I can agree to your conditions, but I have a condition of my own. If you lose, you must work in the interstellar repair shop for 10 years. Seeing that Subai had taken a long time to respond, Chu Ran had concluded that he was intimidated. Suddenly, she saw his reply, which sent her into a rage. 10 years? This person is simply Chu Ran, having become a level 1 repair technician at the age of 20, had unparalleled talent in repair work. Under normal circumstances, in 10 years, She could even aspire to the level of a level 4 technician. Su-bai actually wanted to exploit this opportunity to have a level 4 technician work for him. Anonymous repair technician. So, will you accept or not? Of course not if you're afraid. Just pretend I never asked. As Chu Ran hesitated, she saw Su-bai's message, which ignited her fury. Clenching her teeth, she was on the verge of breaking them. Do you know who you're speaking to? Without a moment's hesitation, she quickly typed furiously on her phone screen, nearly shattering it. Repair technician. I accept. You choose the time and place. Just don't back down when the time comes. Su-bai initially intended to stoke the flames a bit more, but unexpectedly, Chu Ran took the bait. He hesitated momentarily, pondering the apparent lack of intellect in this individual. Is she truly the youngest one-star mechanic? As a mechanic, remaining calm, composed, and meticulous is the most fundamental trait. Each mechanic must possess the ability to remain unfazed even when faced with overwhelming challenges. After all, mechanical work is a delicate task. Sometimes, a mere misalignment of a component or an excessive gap between armor plates can lead to catastrophic failures. This girl seems to ignite easily. I can't shake the feeling that she is somewhat unreliable. Su-bai was mistaken in his assessment of Chu Ran. Her prowess as a mechanic is beyond question. Every certified mechanic has undergone rigorous testing, and at the very least, Chu Ran can guarantee absolute focus during her work. However, at this time, it seems she has indeed acted rather impulsively. Tomorrow afternoon, let us meet at the Interstellar Repair Shop. Upon reading Su-bai's message, Chu Ran donned an expression of triumph. He truly wishes to bask in the limelight. The venue he chose is his own repair shop. Very well, by tomorrow, your establishment will cease to exist. After some contemplation, Chu Ran promptly announced her wager with Su-bai on the Star Network to prevent any subsequent denial from him. The moment it was published, it stirred a significant uproar. Chu Ran emerged as a rising star in the mechanical world, garnering widespread attention. Although the Interstellar Repair Shop was somewhat obscure in the realm of mechanics, it was still highly sought after in Yunhai. This incident swiftly ascended to the top of the trending topics in the Yunhai region of the Star Network, with countless individuals engaging in discussions. Chu Ran is challenging the owner of the Interstellar Repair Shop to a mechanics duel. If she loses, she must work for them for a decade. I wonder, what is this so-called Interstellar Repair Shop? Hey, how can you speak so dismissively? I acknowledge Chu Ran's talent, but she pales in comparison to Boss Su. Have you ever witnessed 10-thread operations? 10-thread? What on earth is that? Click the link and you shall see. After all this talk, isn't it merely a video? Chu Ran is recognized as the youngest one-star mechanic by the Huaxia Mechanics Association. Can Boss Su possibly rival her? Indeed, could this be a ploy to gain publicity? To elevate the reputation of his repair shop? Isn't it obvious? That is certainly the case. I can't believe Chu Ran fell for it so easily. I can already imagine Su-bai's smirk behind the screen, having effortlessly secured an opportunity for advertisement. But that's not to say it's without consequence. If he loses, he must shut down his shop and apologize. What of it? He can always reopen after the closure and apology. He has already gained notoriety. I see this sort of situation common nowadays? Well then, we'll find out if he is a horse or a mule tomorrow. By the way, where is this Interstellar Repair Shop? I want to witness it live. You're heading to Yunhai. Excuse me, by the time I arrive, there won't even be a place to stand. This is going to be entertaining. Can we consider this a contest for the title of the foremost young mechanic? Perhaps not. While Chu Ran possesses remarkable talent, she does not represent the entire younger generation. There are indeed many mechanics more skilled than her. And as for Su-bai, his true capabilities remain unclear, so I shall withhold judgment. Chapter 67. I suspect a CPU malfunction, but there is no evidence. Naturally, Su-bai was unaware of the escalating situation online. He merely posted a statement on his official website. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the event will be postponed by one day. Though he felt a twinge of guilt for those who had won the lottery, there was little he could do. After all, when Chu Ran comes to work, he can always take on a few more orders. After posting the announcement, Su-bai retired for a rest. During his respite, the repercussions of this incident continued to grow. Within just a few hours, the topic reached a heat level in the hundreds of thousands. There were tens of thousands of replies, and the post was incessantly shared. At Shanghai University, in the training grounds, the Platinum Valkyrie unfurled its wings, flames flickering, bathed in golden light. The golden flames soared, the long spear of flames thrusting forward, a series of fiery projectiles slicing through the air, rushing toward the Winter Swordmaster. Just as it was about to strike the Winter Swordmaster, its blue eyes flared with intensity, swiftly sidestepping the flames while firmly gripping the broad sword, slightly bending forward, the roar of engines resonating as it exerted force. Delivering a powerful horizontal slash, the icy blue sword energy erupted, slicing through the air, trailing a white mist behind, causing the water droplets in the air to freeze and fall. The ice particles that touched the golden flames were instantly vaporized. Boom! Steam billowed, enveloping the vast training ground, creating an ethereal ambience. Whoosh! The Platinum Valkyrie flickered, its particle accelerator igniting, reaching full power, almost instantaneously arriving behind the Winter Swordmaster. Inside, Xiao Mingyan smirked, confident of victory. Raising the golden spear, she lunged toward the Winter Swordmaster, the spear striking with the force of a dragon. Utilizing the boost from the instant step, her strategy was to catch her opponent off guard. Just as the golden spear was about to make contact with the Winter Swordmaster, the latter leaned back slightly, attempting to extend the distance between itself and the spear. Buzz, a sound of the blade echoed. The previously launched Winter Sword energy, like a boomerang, twisted in the air, swiftly returning to the back of the Platinum Valkyrie. At this moment, Xiao Mingyan's attention was solely on the Winter Swordmaster, leaving her completely unguarded against the incoming sword energy. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the wings behind the Platinum Valkyrie instantaneously solidified, the essence of winter enveloping it completely. The victor has been determined. The winner is Xiao Mingyue, pilot of the Winter Swordmaster. After the battle, both parties exited their mechs. Xiao Mingyue approached Xiao Mingyan, slightly raising her head, now standing at 110 matches. With 26 wins, 58 draws, and 26 losses, Xiao Mingyan, somewhat disgruntled, gritted her teeth. What a sham! What sort of dirty trick was that? Who has sword energy that can turn corners? There was no denying it. This defeat was indeed vexing. She had felt assured of victory, with success within her grasp. Yet the sword energy had unexpectedly turned back and defeated her. Who could accept such a thing? Xiao Mingyue, upon hearing this, displayed a disdainful expression. Ha, shorty, your tactics are clean, creating a visual blind spot before using instant step to launch a sneak attack on me. Xiao Mingyue was somewhat surprised at Xiao Mingyan's use of instant step. However, this revelation clarified why her initial assault had missed its target. It must be her unique specialty. The two stood at odds, neither willing to concede, ultimately letting out a synchronized cold snort, turning their gazes elsewhere. Suddenly, Xiao Mingyan's phone rang. Little assistant, Sister Mingyan, it's bad that our star network has been exploded. The live stream has been flooded. Xiao Mingyan, ever since she had advertised Su Bai's interstellar repair shop, she had hardly streamed. Being engrossed in training, could it be that fans were growing restless due to her prolonged absence? That shouldn't be the case. After all, this wasn't her first time. Indeed, Xiao Mingyan's streaming schedule could be described as fishing for 3 days and sifting through nets for 30. It was not uncommon for her to go a month without a stream. Initially, fans had voiced their complaints, but eventually, they grew accustomed to it. After pondering for quite some time without arriving at a conclusion, Xiao Mingyan directly inquired the little assistant. She appeared like a goddess. What is going on? Aren't our fans supposed to be laid back, little assistant? It's not about the fans. Sister Mingyan, didn't you advertise for that interstellar repair shop last time? There has been an issue with the interstellar repair shop. At this revelation, Xiao Mingyan was utterly bewildered. An issue with the interstellar repair shop? Could it be that Su Bai's skills would falter? Hadn't she seen the opposing mech's capabilities skyrocket after enhancements? She appeared like a goddess. What exactly happened? The little assistant then explained the wager between Su Bai and Chu ran to her. Upon understanding the entire situation, Xiao Mingyan subtly cast a glance at Xiao Mingyue. Last time, you stealthily went to Su Bai's place and caused quite a stir. Now it's finally my turn. Fortune turns as time passes. This is not something I purposely concealed from you. At that moment, Xiao Mingyue happened to meet Xiao Mingyan's gaze, wearing a gentle smile. Shorty, do you harbor some secret that you're not sharing with me? Why are you looking at me so suspiciously? Xiao Mingyan, hastily waving her hands. No, how could I hide anything from you? We are childhood friends, allies. I could never keep something from you, could I? Xiao Mingyue, spare me. If you weren't feeling guilty, why would you be so polite? Speak the truth. Zhao Mingyue saw through Xiao Mingyin's intentions at a glance. Her unusually courteous demeanor indicated something amiss. With that, she quietly approached Xiao Mingyin's side. "If you don't speak up, I'll—" Whoosh, as Zhao Mingyue whispered close to her ear. Xiao Mingyin felt a shiver run down her spine. Reluctantly divulging the situation to Zhao Mingyue, "That's how it is. Chu Ran has crossed paths with Boss Su." After receiving the answer, Zhao Mingyue felt satisfied, then thoughtfully stroked her chin. This little girl seems to have never faced the harsh realities of society. Truly unaware of her own limitations, Su Bai's mechanical prowess is not something she can question. "Let us go. Tomorrow, we shall observe lest she refuses to acknowledge her defeat." Xiao Mingyin. Oh, this was supposed to be my solo venture. Next time, you should try to act a bit more natural. Well then, let us meet tomorrow at noon. I shall see if that scoundrel, Su Bai, has anything to say upon seeing me. Reflecting on how I have incessantly messaged Su Bai these past few days, only to receive replies of "oh, and okay," Xiao Mingyin felt her frustration boiling over. After all, she is Xiao Mingyin. She is quite the sensation. Yet, look at Su Bai's attitude. It seems she has been reduced from a goddess adored by thousands to a mere admirer of a certain someone. She began to doubt her own confidence, suspecting she had been relegated to a mere CPU, but without any evidence. The whole situation left her feeling insecure. Chapter 68. To completely silence Su Bai? The two concluded their training session for the day, tidied up, and then drifted into slumber. The following morning, in Yundu at the Mechanic Research Society, an elderly gentleman with graying hair was leisurely sipping tea in his office. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed through the room, causing him to frown. He set down his teacup and resumed a more formal posture. "Come in." Quick footsteps approached, and a rather unremarkable-looking young man burst in. His face etched with urgency. "President, something terrible has happened." The old man, upon hearing this, felt a vain throb on his forehead. "I am perfectly fine." Ming, flustered, quickly clarified. "No, that's not what I meant. I meant that the president is in trouble." The old man's expression darkened. Ming, realizing his blunder, swiftly amended. "Not that it's Chu Ran who is in trouble." Bang. Upon hearing Chu Ran's name, Chen Yu shot up from his seat, an aura of menace radiating from him. Who dares to lay a hand on Chu Ran? They must be courting death. Chu Ran is the pride of their Southern Jiang Mechanic Research Society, a prodigy recognized throughout Huaxia and even across the Blue Star. He typically treats her with utmost care, fearing even the slightest mishap. How could someone dare to harm her? Truly, it's a reckless act of self-destruction. Ming gulped nervously, feeling the weight of the old man's presence. This man was the president of their Southern Jiang Mechanic Research Society. Not only did he have numerous disciples, but he was also a 5-star mechanic. If he were to become enraged, the entire mechanic community would be thrown into chaos. Moreover, although he lacked the physical prowess to pilot a mech, his mere word could command the respect of even the most renowned mech engineers. However, strictly speaking, it should have been Chu Ran who proposed a duel to test her skills. Ming wiped the sweat from his brow, fearing that any delay in his explanation could lead to irreparable consequences. Is that all? Why the fuss? Chen Yu shot him a cold glance, pondering if Ming had too much time on his hands. Isn't it quite normal for mechanics to challenge each other to skill contests? Especially since Chu Ran is young and full of vigor. Seeking a sparring partner is merely routine. No, this time it's different. Ming, aware of the misunderstanding, hastily corrected himself. This time, she even made a wager. If she loses, she has to work in the opponent's mechanic shop for 10 years. What? Upon hearing this, Chen Yu sprang to his feet, his white beard fluttering with the force of his breath. Is this an attempt to undermine our own talent, and it's targeting our star performer? Speak clearly. Intrigued, Chen Yu leaned in, eager to learn more about the audacious individual daring to undermine his esteemed Chu Ran. "President, look here," the young man said, producing his phone to show Chen Yu the message Chu Ran had sent. "Su Bai, an interstellar mechanic shop. When did Yunhai acquire such a place?" After reading, Chen Yu's expression turned peculiar. He had never heard of an interstellar mechanic shop, nor of Su Bai. Logically, he should be familiar with any renowned star mechanic in Southern Jiang. Was this an attempt to capitalize on Chu Ran's fame to promote his shop? Due to his age, Chen Yu rarely engaged with technology, and Ming recognized this, promptly handing over a video of Su Bai working at his shop. At first, Qianyu raised an eyebrow in surprise as he watched Su-bai skillfully operate 10 threads simultaneously. However, his expression quickly soured, and he frowned. What a charade. Clearly, he is attempting to deceive. It was evident he noticed how Su-bai's right hand was not on the control panel during the operation. One-handed 10-thread operation? Utterly impossible. Most likely a synthetic video. His interest waned rapidly. This brat is just putting on a show, ruining the reputation of us genuine mechanics. Qianyu, now seated back at his desk, took a sip of his tea, his demeanor calm and unhurried. Bring that girl Chu ran to me. Shi Ming, without further inquiry, complied immediately. Minutes later, Chu ran entered Qianyu's office under Shi Ming's guidance. Teacher, did you call for me? Chu Ran asked, puzzled as to why her instructor sought her so early. She had plans to confront Su-bai later, and any delay could be detrimental. I've heard you are to challenge someone to a duel? Qianyu inquired, a broad smile stretching across his face, his wrinkles crinkling with delight. Chu Ran's heart sank. Her teacher, who seldom engaged with the internet, how could he possibly know? She shot an accusatory glance at Shi Ming. Shi Ming, sensing the danger, quickly looked away. Don't look at me. I know nothing. Chu Ran thought to herself. Aha! It's you who spilled the beans. Meanwhile, she was contemplating how to persuade her teacher. Enough with the pretense. I'm accompanying you to this duel, Qianyu declared, his keen eyes piercing through Chu Ran's feigned innocence. Teacher, you wish to join me? Chu Ran exclaimed, astonished. President, you are going to Yunhai? Both Chu Ran and Shi Ming were bewildered. In Shi Ming's mind, once he informed the president, he would likely prevent this farce from taking place. Surely, they could not let that interstellar mechanic shop gain an advantage without reason. Yet now, Qianyu was personally attending. Wasn't he that merely amplifying their opponent's notoriety? Chu Ran mirrored this sentiment. She had already felt somewhat impulsive in accepting the challenge. Now, with her teacher accompanying her. Wouldn't he that only escalate the situation? If Su-bai were to learn of this, he would likely be grinning from ear to ear. Well, if I don't go, who will judge? Qianyu cast a dispassionate glance at the two. His tone laced with seriousness. If he bribes a few people to judge your match and unfairly declare you the loser, you will truly be bound to work for him for 10 years. At this moment, Qianyu's impression of Su-bai plummeted. If he was willing to resort to deceit to gain fame, surely he would employ other underhanded tactics. Although Chu Ran possessed exceptional mechanical talent and should ordinarily not lose, she was still inexperienced and could easily fall victim to trickery. I understand now. Being slightly older, Shi Ming quickly grasped Qianyu's intentions. The president aims to ensure Su-bai cannot escape this predicament. Very well, it is settled then. You are scheduled for the afternoon. We should prepare to depart. Qianyu made a resolute decision. His intention in attending was as Shi Ming had surmised, to ensure Su-bai would find it impossible to recover from this challenge. Even if the opponent did not employ any foul play, losing would still tarnish his reputation. Yet, with Qianyu's presence, the situation would be entirely different. As the president of the Southern Jiang Mechanic Research Society, he commanded a level of respect that would make it difficult for any mechanic or mech engineer to disregard his influence. A mechanic he deemed without future prospects, regardless of their renown, would struggle to make waves in Southern Jiang. The thought of Su-bai winning, that had not even crossed Qianyu's mind. If he truly possessed skill, why resort to such deceitful tactics to mislead others? Chapter 69. No way? Seeking external help. While Chu Ran and the others set off, Su-bai had just awoken. He stretched lazily and prepared to open the door. The timing seemed just right to his surprise. The task had been completed much quicker than he anticipated. A hint of delight crossed Su-bai's face. He felt fortunate lately. Click, however, the moment he opened the door, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The training ground was once again teeming with a crowd. Su-bai, didn't I say I wouldn't be taking customers today? Besides, didn't we switch to a lottery system, judging by the atmosphere? There appeared to be even more people than before. As soon as Su-bai stepped out, the crowd outside spotted him, and an uproar ensued. Oh, the boss is out. Haha, look at Su-bai's expression. Even just waking up, he still looks impressive. I'm dead. How can the boss look so adorable? Haha, he must be completely bewildered to see so many of us here. Isn't it true that those who have nothing to hide fear no scrutiny? The boss must feel guilty for standing us up, which is why he looks like that. Who stood you up? It was me. I finally got a slot. Sob, boss. We're not here for repairs this time. Didn't you have a wager with Chu Ran? We're here to witness the spectacle." Upon hearing this, Subai's face darkened. What did they mean by adorable? I, Subai, am a robust man of stature and should not be referred to as such. And as for standing anyone up, didn't I promise to make it up later? How petty. At least in the end, they finally revealed their purpose. Yet, this left Subai feeling somewhat perplexed. How did you all find out about my wager with Chu Ran? Subai gazed with a puzzled expression at the individuals at the forefront. He had not disclosed anything about the gambling duel. He merely sought a job and saw no need for it to become common knowledge. It was Chu Ran who remarked, "Boss Su, you've kept this from us quite skillfully." Another chimed in, "Indeed, your lips are sealed too tightly. We are all on the same side. Couldn't you have given us a heads up?" Tight-lipped? I'd love to test that. It seemed as if he had inadvertently stepped into something rather peculiar. You can check Chu Ran's Starnet. She has already made it public. Moreover, her fans are claiming that Boss Su is riding her coattails. The matter was clearly disclosed by Chu Ran. What does it have to do with Boss Su? Our Boss Su possesses genuine skill. Does he truly need to ride the wave of popularity? I acknowledge that Chu Ran is an exceptional mechanic, but when compared to Boss Su, she pales significantly. Subai automatically disregarded some of the bizarre remarks. Was Chu Ran losing her mind? He had intended to shield her from embarrassment. Considering that she would soon be an employee of his, naturally, he, as the boss, should be mindful of his employee sentiments. Yet, there she was, insisting on escalating the situation. Alas, very well. However, with so many of you, my shop cannot accommodate all of you. Subai had resigned himself to their presence, but with such a crowd, even if his repair shop were 10 times larger, it would still be insufficient. Were they merely to wait around? You needn't worry about that. I'll just enter when the time comes. And I'll stream it for them. A melodious voice emerged from the throng as Xiao Mingyan and Zhao Mingyue gradually made their way forward. The crowd, showing remarkable coordination, parted to create a passage for the two. Xiao Mingyan approached Subai with a cheerful smile. Hee Boss Su, long time no see. Have you missed me? I certainly miss you. As she spoke, she made a playful gesture of blowing a kiss. Bang! Zhao Mingyue, unable to tolerate it any longer, delivered a playful punch to her head. Stop it with the nonsense. Speak properly. My apologies, Boss Su. We saw the update from Chu Ran and couldn't resist coming. I hope you don't mind, Zhao Mingyue said, one hand pressing down on Xiao Mingyan's flailing arms, casting an apologetic glance at Subai. It's fine. Rather, you've been a tremendous help. Since Xiao Mingyan would assist with the live streaming, perhaps their journey would not be in vain after all. Wait, they could probably watch from home too. Boss Su, I'm quite thoughtful, aren't I? Now about the discount. After finally wriggling free from Zhao Mingyue's grasp, Xiao Mingyan leaned in towards Subai, immediately broaching the subject of discounts. Oh, that's out of the question. Subai promptly rejected her without a second thought. I've mentioned this before. It's a matter of principle. Xiao Mingyan fell silent, realizing it was indeed Boss Su's stance. She had merely mentioned it offhandedly. Who could blame her for wanting to tease him, given how slowly he responded to her messages? Unfortunately, this fellow was impervious to such tactics. Following this exchange, the crowd appeared somewhat taken aback, with many exchanging glances and whispering. Is there something more between Boss Su and Xiao Mingyan? Oh, is this scandalous? I thought it was odd that Xiao Mingyan would promote someone without reason. Turns out they're practically family. Sigh, if it were Boss Su, I'd willingly step aside. Come on, if it weren't for Boss Su, you wouldn't even stand a chance. Among them were quite a few of Xiao Mingyan's fans, as they had initially come due to her advertisement. Subsequently, they were captivated by Subai's craftsmanship. Although most had merely observed without first-hand experience, that did not hinder their trust in Subai. They were all from Yunhai, and with such a remarkable mechanic emerging from their midst, their support was unwavering. Furthermore, he had saved their lives. Such a debt of gratitude could never be repaid. And for just a competition, he had gathered such a crowd, yet claimed he was not seeking attention to that moment. A clear and melodious voice rang out from the crowd. Chu Ran felt quite distressed upon seeing such a large gathering outside the interstellar repair shop. She had never anticipated that Subai would go to such lengths for publicity. How much would it cost to assemble all these people? Little did she know. She was the sole one to have disclosed the details of the wager from start to finish. Qin Yu and Ming, walking ahead, also expressed their dissatisfaction. President, I told you we shouldn't have come. Look, we're just giving him free advertising. Ming leaned closer to Qin Yu, still unyielding to Qin Yu's decision. They should have simply backed out, allowing Su Bai to waste his resources. Are you trying to teach me how to do my job? Qin Yu shot him a sidelong glance. Ming promptly raised his right hand to his mouth. Mimicking a zipper motion, he realized he had overstepped, daring to question this individual's judgment. As the crowd noticed Chu Ran's arrival, they parted to create a path, but many were puzzled upon seeing Ming and Qin Yu. Who are these two? Could they be helpers that Chu Ran brought along? Is she afraid she might lose and sought outside assistance? That can't be. After all, she is a one-star mechanic. They were merely ordinary individuals. Even those who had become Earth Mecha Masters were still students and thus did not recognize Qin Yu. Chapter 70. Who is this old man? Endorsing Boss Su. However, their ignorance did not imply that no one recognized him. As the three approached Su Bai, Zhao Mingyue and Xiao Mingyan both bowed to Qin Yu. Elder Qian. They were quite unsettled internally. They had not anticipated that a mere duel among the younger generation would draw such a prominent figure. What was Chu Ran trying to achieve? Qin Yu regarded the two with a hint of confusion. Xiao girl, what brings you here? As the president of the Nanjiang Mechanics Research Association, he naturally recognized Zhao Tianming, and he was somewhat acquainted with Xiao Ming and S father. He had seen the two before. Yet, he could not comprehend why they were here. Were they friends of this young man? Upon approaching, Qin Yu began to assess Su Bai, and he had to admit that Su Bai's appearance was indeed remarkable. Moreover, he displayed no signs of panic upon their arrival, even revealing a hint of anticipation. At that moment, Qin Yu's mind wandered back to details from the previous video, leading him to question whether he had misjudged the situation. We are here to watch the duel between Chu Ran and Su Bai. Zhao Mingyue replied politely to Qin Yu's inquiry. I'm responsible for the live streaming. Xiao Mingyan waved her phone in the AIR.SO. You're involved in this matter as well? Qin Yu's brow furrowed. Their identities were not ordinary. If they were friends with Su Bai, perhaps this young man truly possessed exceptional abilities. Others might be swayed by appearances, but although the two girls were young, they were not lacking in experience. Not at all. This is merely a duel between Su Bai and Chu Ran. We're just here for the spectacle. Zhao Mingyue smiled, although uncertain of their motives. It was evident that they were there to support Chu Ran. However, this is their matter. Elder Qian 1T intervened. Will you? She did not believe that Su Bai would lose to Chu Ran. But should Qin Yu attempt to back out later, she would not allow it. In that case, I shall inform my father about this. Even if Qin Yu is a 5-star mechanic in Zhao Mingwe's eyes, Su Bai's mechanical skills are not inferior. At the very least, Qin Yu could not enhance his Winter Blade Master such an extent. Indeed, Elder Qian, surely wouldn't he interfere with the duel of the youth? Would he? That would sound quite unfavorable if word got out. Xiao Mingyan also expressed her stance. They had faith in Su Bai and certainly could not allow him to be bullied without cause. Qin Yu. Oh. Why do these two young ladies seem to think of me as the villain? Am I the type to impose my authority on others? Certainly not that I am here to serve as a judge. Of course, the duel among the youth can proceed, but if anyone attempts to deceive, I will not be lenient. Though his tone was light, the gravity of his words was unmistakable. While speaking, he cast a casual glance at Su Bai. Before continuing, however, if this young friend truly possesses skill, I, Qin Yu, would be willing to endorse him. This was also his principle. If Su Bai sought to gain attention through deceit and tarnish the reputation of mechanics, he would not be lenient. Yet, if Su Bai truly had the talent and triumphed over Chu Ran, he would gladly endorse him. Even in defeat, he would not pursue the matter excessively. Upon hearing this, both Zhao Mingyue and Xiao Mingyan were taken aback. This was Qin Yu, a venerable figure in the Nanjiang mechanics community. With his endorsement, the interstellar repair shop would undoubtedly gain immense popularity in Nanjiang. It was clear that Qin Yu was not here to fabricate results for Chu Ran. After all, with Elder Qian's stature, why would he need to stoop to such deception? I apologize, Elder Qian, for any offense caused. Zhao Mingyue clasped her hands together in a gesture of respect, bowing slightly before stepping aside. In her eagerness to protect Su Bai, she had indeed overstepped. After all, he was an elder, and her tone had been somewhat disrespectful. Xiao Mingyan likewise placed her hands together in front of her chest, smiling as she offered her apologies. It's all a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. With that, they were thoroughly reassured. When it came to mechanical skills, even 10 Chu Rans could not match Su Bai. Indeed, they were that confident. Su Bai. After the exchange among the three, Su Bai finally recognized this somewhat familiar old man. Qianyu was willing to endorse him? Wouldn't he be overwhelmed? Oh wait, he would soon have employees. For any matters, he could seek assistance from them, essentially from this day forth, unless it was a custom order. He would rely on his staff. However, Qianyu's declaration sparked considerable discontent among the crowd. Who was this old man? Such audacity, claiming he would endorse Boss Su. Does Boss Su even need his endorsement? I don't know, but if I don't recognize him, he shouldn't to be someone of great significance. Indeed, individuals such as Captain Sun, General Zhao, and even Captain Zhang Lei are well known to us. This old man's rank is probably even lower than that of Captain Zhang Lei. This endorsement is hardly worth pursuing. Qianyu. His deeply wrinkled fist had silently clenched. You ignorant children. What do you mean by Captain Zhang Lei? Even such a minor figure dares to provoke. As for Sun Yu and Zhao Tianming, it is quite natural for someone of their stature to be recognized as the fleet commanders. Just as Qianyu was subtly signaling Ming, an exclamation finally erupted from the crowd. Qianyu. He is the president of the South River Mechanical Repair Society, Qianyu. This is a significant figure in our South River mechanical industry. Who would have thought he would actually be here? Qianyu. Oh, well done, young man. Oh, is this old man quite famous? Indeed, quite renowned. I just took the liberty to check. He seems to be regarded as a master in our South River mechanical realm. Then his endorsement of Boss Su does lend him some credibility. No, the draw is already challenging enough. If it becomes any more heated, which year and month would we be drawing from? Haha, can you draw now? Upon hearing the discussions among the crowd, Qianyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Primarily, these individuals did not appear to have been invited by Su Bai. Did Su Bai even organize a draw? Were these people complaining about the difficulty of the draw? Could it be that he truly misjudged the situation? Indeed, to hastily conclude that the other party might be deceiving, perhaps I have been somewhat rash. Gradually, a glimmer of anticipation began to surface in Qianyu's eyes. He was eager to see what surprises Su Bai could bring. After the clamor subsided, Chu Ran was also somewhat taken aback by her teacher's decision. To endorse him? Oh, wait, that is contingent upon him defeating me. There is simply no possibility of that occurring. She was proud, and rightfully so, having always been the exemplary child of others. Moreover, she had shattered the record for the youngest one-star mechanical engineer in Huaxia, raising the age benchmark by 6 years. The previous record holder had successfully broken through at the age of 26. Such achievements had somewhat blinded her with the glow of honor. Wherever she went, she received accolades. Witnessing Su Bai's operation of 10 threads, she initially approached it with a learning mindset. Astonished that someone her age could accomplish such a feat, unfortunately, upon closer inspection, she was left sorely disappointed. Not only did the video fail to reveal Su Bai's mechanical skills, but even the 10 threads seemed rather ludicrous. This prompted her to unleash her frustration, even accepting Su Bai's challenge. Chapter 71 Qianyu. Such diligence? Could it be that I have misjudged? Taking a deep breath, Chu Ran cast aside distracting thoughts. Regardless, this time, she absolutely cannot afford to lose the challenge. Otherwise, would she truly be working for him for a decade without compensation? Enough of the small talk. Let us begin. Chu Ran fixed her gaze upon Su Bai, her eyes ablaze with determination. Very well, Su Bai responded calmly, his gaze unwavering. For Chu Ran, this was a contest. For Su Bai, it was merely an interview. If her skills were too lacking, then after signing the contract and completing the task, she could simply be relegated to a menial position. If she proved competent, then he would entrust her with some straightforward orders. Perfect. Before long, Xiao Mingyan, along with the trio of Qianyu, followed Su Bai into the interstellar repair shop. Even Qianyu was somewhat taken aback upon seeing the equipment and decor within the shop. Not only was the exterior clad in vibranium, but the interior employed the same material, quite extravagant indeed. Suddenly, his gaze darted towards a nearby sleeping area. His expression froze. This young man actually lives and works in the repair shop? Merely this level of dedication does not seem characteristic of a fraud. It seems I have been hasty in my judgment. He was uncertain whether Su Bai genuinely possessed the level of a star-grade mechanical engineer. But his attitude was beyond reproach. That video, perhaps it was not fabricated? At the very least, it should not have been his doing. Qianyu's gaze towards Su Bai now held a hint of contrition. Had he not come personally, upon learning of this matter later, he might have made a regrettable decision. Now, Even if Subai were to lose, he had dismissed the thought of blacklisting him. He was even contemplating whether to persuade Chu Ran to forego the wager. Just as Qin Yu pondered, Subai spoke with a casual demeanor, seemingly unconcerned about the stakes involved in this contest that could determine the fate of his repair shop. How can you be so relaxed? My friend? Chu Ran stepped forward, just about to say something when Qin Yu interjected. Since this is a competition of mechanical skills, let us begin with the most fundamental test of observation. Conveniently, I have two small objects here. You both will observe them simultaneously and report the issues you identify. What do you think, young man? Qin Yu addressed Subai, now with a newfound respect, eager to ascertain Subai's mechanical prowess. Rest assured that these items were just acquired, and Chu Ran has not seen them in advance. Seemingly concerned that Subai might think he was favoring Chu Ran, Qin Yu elaborated. Elder Qin, you jest. I have no doubt in your integrity. Subai replied with a faint smile, not believing that the other would show bias towards Chu Ran. Otherwise, there are still others broadcasting live. Upon seeing Subai look in her direction, Xiao Mingyan raised her right hand and waved, her left hand clutching her phone, capturing the unfolding scene. At this moment, her live stream had already attracted 1 million viewers, in addition to those outside drawn by the commotion. Oh, isn't this Xiao Yinzi? Has she finally remembered her duties as a streamer? Sister Yin? Sister Pai, you are the real star of the stream. Finally, you've started broadcasting. I must say, can we change the habit of streaming for 3 days and slacking for 30? Look at the lady next door. She stays up every night, her focus solely on companionship. Wait, where is Xiao Yinzi? Who is that handsome guy in front? Wow! Spread the word quickly. Xiao Yinzi has made an announcement. What? Xiao Yinzi is getting married. Spread the word. What? Xiao Yinzi is having a baby. I cannot accept this. Witnessing the rampant speculations of her viewers, Xiao Mingyan could only shake her head in exasperation but continued to explain. Ahem. Enough of your antics, my little black fans. Today's protagonists are not me, but rather those two over there. You should thank me. You are about to witness a battle of star-grade mechanical engineers. And without needing a ticket, of course. If my dear friends wish to send some gifts, feel free to do so. Xiao Mingyan had risen to internet fame largely due to her cheerful disposition and her unique streaming style. Despite being a beauty, she chose to adopt a comedic persona. Naturally, this interaction proved effective, and gifts began to flood in the live stream. Yinzi, at 1.50 meters, sends a super battleship. I am the comedic Yin. Sending 10 long-range ships. Not sending coins means you are just here for the companionship. Here's a little star. The live stream was bustling with excitement. Inside the repair shop, Subai and Chu Ran had already entered the maintenance area, and this time, Subai did not close the glass to the live stream. The scene in the maintenance area was visible to the audience outside, who marveled at the equipment displayed. Many knowledgeable viewers expressed their admiration. This boss is truly wealthy. All the equipment is top-notch. Where is this repair shop? I haven't seen anything like it in South Zhou. Alas, the repair shop at my doorstep suddenly seems lackluster. In my imperial capital, I must say, the equipment at the repair shops here pales in comparison. Seeing that both competitors were ready, Qin Yu retrieved 2 metallic blocks resembling mechanical skeletons from the star ring and handed them to Shi Ming for distribution. Your first challenge is to identify which type of mecha skeleton this belongs to among the 4 basic categories, and to state what issues it possesses. Upon receiving the metallic blocks, Qin Yu continued, the time limit is 10 minutes. Since this is a competition, there must be a time constraint. He could not allow them to observe endlessly. They were limited to 10 minutes to articulate their findings. This task served as the fundamental requirement for any mecha engineer. If one cannot identify the issues within a mecha at a glance, how can they expect to make repairs? As Shi Ming distributed the metallic blocks to both competitors, the timer officially commenced. Chu Ran examined the metallic block before her, her earlier composure evaporating, her brow furrowed in concentration. This piece of metal was somewhat peculiar. She could deduce from its material that this was a skeleton of an earth mecha. Generally speaking, the skeletons of armed and power-type earth mechas differ in size depending on the part, but they typically range from 1 to 1.2 meters in diameter, whereas those of speed and balance types are usually between 0.5 to 0.7 meters. However, the piece before her was precisely caught between the two. Approximately 0.85 meters in diameter. Compared to speed and balance types, its diameter was too large, yet it fell short for armed and power types. While she was lost in thought, in another maintenance area, Subai had already provided his answer. This is a speed-type mechaskeleton. Based on my assessment, it seems to have suffered from thermal expansion followed by rapid cooling, resulting in structural degradation. Chapter 72, Is it necessary to be so swift? As Subai's words echoed, the entire venue fell silent. All eyes, including Chu Rant's, turned towards Qianyu, who was also not at ease. He gazed at Subai with a look of astonishment in his eyes. How did you manage to identify the issue with this skeletal structure in such a short span of time? Upon entering the interstellar repair shop, he had sensed that Subai was not one to engage in deception. The other party must possess some real skill. Yet this was astonishingly swift. It was worth noting that even he, when he first acquired these two skeletal pieces, had taken a full minute to deduce the outcome. But Subai? 10 seconds? What caliber of insight is this? As Qian Yu's words echoed, everyone understood that Subai had indeed spoken correctly. However, judging by Qian Yu's tone, it was evident that Subai had been a tad too quick. As the crowd's gaze converged on Subai, the live stream audience was equally fixated on him. It was quite simple. A brief examination would suffice. Subai shrugged his shoulders. This should be the most fundamental form of copper gold. Yet its weight is utterly distinct from normal copper gold, thus leading to the conclusion that it has undergone thermal expansion and contraction, subsequently damaging its internal structure. Upon hearing this, Qianyu was struck with sudden clarity. He had indeed not examined it himself, but this also proved that Subai was not only extraordinarily perceptive, but also quite adaptable. When he looked towards Subai, his eyes gleamed with anticipation. In the first round, Subai triumphs, first blood. Upon hearing Subai's response, Chu Ran bit her lip in disbelief. She had never expected to be so thoroughly defeated. She hadn't even had the chance to discern the metal's composition as copper gold before Subai had already provided the answer. For the first time, her confidence wavered. Was the gap truly this vast? Thankfully, this was merely the first round. Chu Ran forced herself to muster some encouragement. It was all right. There would be other chances at this moment. She would no longer utter accusations of Subai being a fraud. That would simply be an insult to herself. Go be outdone by a mere fraud. What audacity it would be to claim she was the youngest one-star mechanic. This handsome guy is formidable. Whether he is strong or not, I can't say, but his speed is undeniably impressive. I just wonder if he is equally swift in other aspects. Hee. Outside, the crowd erupted in cheers. I always knew that Boss Su was the best. Look how frightened that old man is. Hold on, something about the way that old man looks at Boss Su seems a bit off. How to describe it? Perhaps a bit covetous. Oh dear, the scene is too beautiful for me to imagine. As the first round concluded, Qianyu turned his attention to the two, primarily focusing on Subai. For the second round, we shall test your concentration. I have 2 sets of basic electronic gun components. You are required to assemble them under external interference, with a time limit of 1 hour. For the second round, Qianyu decided to increase the intensity. He deliberately turned to Xiao Mingyan and Zhao Mingyue. Xiao girl, we will need your assistance for this round. Please enter the maintenance room and pilot the mechs. Maximizing their power. As mechanics, they all harbored a fondness for mechs to some extent. Maintaining focus in the presence of something they adored was, after all, a fundamental quality of a mechanic. Zhao Mingyue and Xiao Mingyan nodded in agreement. No problem. Xiao Mingyan promptly propped her phone up with a stand, positioning it to capture both sides. Airport. I'm heading to Boss Su's side. Taking the initiative, Xiao Mingyan set her phone and dashed towards the first maintenance room where Subai was. Zhao Mingyue did not expect this sudden move and could only proceed to the maintenance room occupied by Chu Ran. Upon entering the maintenance room, the two placed their hands on the star ring. The Platinum Valkyrian Winter Swordmaster made a stunning entrance, not to mention the audience in the live stream. Even Qianyu was momentarily dazzled upon seeing the two mechs. Such exquisite sky mechs. The materials used are at least a level above typical sky mechs. However, when the engines of the two mechs roared to life, vroom vroom vroom, Qianyu was utterly dumbfounded. This core power source is abnormal. Sky mechs cannot possibly possess such immense power. Mangzhong, after all. As a 5-star mechanic, Qianyu could roughly deduce the core power source upon hearing the engine roar. Yet this revelation left him in utter turmoil. Which kind-hearted individual would equip a sky mech with Mangzhong? This was the first time he had seen the two mechs, so he was unaware that they had been enhanced by Subai. He assumed they were a trump card prepared for them by Zhao Tianming and the Xiao family. While Qianyu sighed in admiration, Chu Ran was completely entranced. The icy blue body of the Winter Swordmaster and its lifelike snowflake patterns captivated her immensely. Lacking the talent of a mech master was her greatest regret in life. She adored mechs and mechanics, yet being unable to pilot a mech she had crafted was a pain every mechanic would inevitably face. It felt as if heaven had confined her. Most individuals with mechanic talent could not cultivate star power and could only elevate their knowledge theoretically. So beautiful that I wonder whose masterpiece this is. Chu Ran gazed longingly at the Winter Swordmaster and posed the question everyone was curious about, that it's from next door. Zhao Mingyue did not conceal the truth, and a voice tinged with mechanical sounds emanated from the Winter Swordmaster. Chu Ran. Shi Ming. Qian Yu. Did I mishear? From next door? Chu Ran felt as though she had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in place, her eyes seemingly devoid of light. Zhao girl, are you saying that this mech was crafted by Su Bai? Qian Yu instantly leapt to his feet, his tone infused with uncontainable excitement. He had assumed it was the work of a master, but it turned out to be this young lad before him. To be able to apply Mengzhong to a sky mech, just how elevated was the other party's mechanic skill? Of course, the original body was the Ice Swordmaster, which Su Bai had helped me enhance into the current Winter Swordmaster. The Winter Swordmaster nodded in affirmation. Oh, by the way, my Platinum Valkyrie was also enhanced by Su Bai from the Golden Valkyrie. Xiao Mingyan chimed in from the other maintenance room. Thud. Upon hearing this, Chu Ran collapsed to the ground. Her pride and confidence were utterly shattered in that moment. Her eyes became vacant as she murmured, "Did I really provoke a master?" Previously, she could still console herself that perhaps Su Bai merely had keen eyesight. But upon learning that these two mechs were crafted by him, she finally realized just how limited her perspective had been. What significance did this competition hold anymore? Not just her. Qian Yu was equally stunned upon discovering that these two mechs had been enhanced from the Ice Swordmaster and Golden Valkyrie. At that moment, he began to question whether he was truly a 5-star mechanic. To be able to enhance an ordinary sky mech to such a degree, this must be at least the realm of 6 stars or above. Su Bai? 6 stars? Am I insane? Or is the world insane? Chapter 73. I still prefer your unrestrained demeanor. Just as they were reeling in shock, Su Bai had already completed the assembly of the electronic gun. He looked towards the dazed Qian Yu and the despondent Chu Ran who had collapsed to the ground. Su Bai. What on earth happened? Wasn't it stated that we were to assemble the firearms in a distracting environment? Why is she kneeling? What is that expression? It's as if she had just won the lottery, only to find out her ticket was accidentally washed and ruined in her pocket. She thought she had found a beautiful love only to discover she was the third party. She believed the readers would adore her, yet no one gave her a 5-star review. What on earth is this expression of being abandoned by the world? Everyone? Su Bai tentatively called out. This finally pulled the crowd from their stunned silence. Qian Yu approached the first maintenance room, not even glancing at the electronic gun in Su Bai's hands, and bowed deeply. I apologize. This time we have overstepped our bounds. Master Su's skills far exceed our expectations. There is no need for this competition to continue. On behalf of my misguided disciple, I humbly apologize and concede. Seeing Qian Yu directly apologize to Su Bai, Shi Ming hastily followed suit. My apologies, Mr. Su, I foolishly underestimated you, presuming that your capabilities were far from my own. How ludicrous it was to think you sought attention by challenging Chu Ran. Nothing could be more persuasive than having enhanced 2 such impressive mechs. Even the earlier revelation of identifying the abnormality in the metallic skeletal structure in 10 seconds, and now assembling the electronic gun in under a minute paled in comparison. For a master capable of enhancing mechs to such an extent, it was merely child's play. There's really no need for that. Su Bai felt a bit embarrassed by their praises. After all, the enhancement of the mechs was accomplished by the system. The 2 mechs were merely a reflection of his current abilities. However, that was only for now. In the future, perhaps he might achieve such feats without the aid of the system. Yet to the viewers in the live stream, this scene was interpreted quite differently. Qian Yu, the president, actually publicly apologized to Su Bai and even admitted he was inferior. Could this be a self-directed performance? Is this it? Refund me. Self-directed? But that Qian Yu, a titan in the Nanjiang mechanic community, would he so carelessly tarnish his reputation to pave the way for a junior? Exactly. And look at Chu Ran, in what a state she is in. If this were a performance, I'd gladly call her the next leading actress. The foolish are still debating whether this is staged. while someone as astute as I have already set off for Yunhai. The flight is about to take off. Haha. Dear brother upstairs, you think you're on the 5th floor, but you're actually on the 1st. The interstellar repair shop has a ticketing system. Surprised, aren't you? It's still not too late to change your reservation. By the way, I checked, and the number of people queued for reservations has already reached 100,000. Best of luck. The shock brought by the Platinum Valkyrie and the Winter Swordmaster paled in comparison to the bowing of Qian Yu. For the identity of the opponent was evident. The two mechas, though undeniably impressive, remained obscured behind a light screen, leaving them unable to discern the intricacies involved. Don't come over. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Qian Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared that the other party might harbor resentment and immediately rebuke the dazed Chu Ran, who was a master of mecha repair, an echelon he had yet to attain. How audacious of her to offer to vouch for Su Bai. It was somewhat beyond her grasp. As for whether Xiao Mingyan and Zhao Mingyue were lying, that was inconceivable. Their status rendered it unnecessary to deceive everyone in plain sight. At the mention of Su Bai, Chu Ran suddenly jolted, her previously vacant eyes regaining a flicker of vitality. With her head bowed, she approached Su Bai, hesitant to meet his gaze. The recollection of her earlier words made her wish to vanish into the ground. How could she have questioned a master of mecha? How could she have dared to engage in a wager with him? Clenching her toes against the ground, she felt an embarrassment profound enough to excavate a 3-bedroom apartment. After a prolonged silence, she timidly spoke. Su. Master, I apologize. I have overstepped. As she spoke, she dared to glance up at Su Bai's expression, only to find him gazing at her with profound meaning. In a flurry, she lowered her head again, resembling a defeated mouse. Su Bai, what is this? I rather preferred your previous carefree demeanor. Don't forget our wager. Su Bai cast a casual glance in her direction before speaking directly. What had initially been a simple recruitment endeavor had spiraled into this complexity. Upon hearing his words, Chu Ran suddenly looked up, astonished, her eyes blinking incessantly in disbelief. Her face lit with joy. She had thought he was merely jesting, intending to impart a lesson on humility, but it turned out he truly wanted her to work for him. No, this was no mere job. This was a fortuitous opportunity, working alongside such a master. Her skills in mecha repair would surely soar to new heights with time. Not only Chu Ran thought this way, even Qian Yu and Shi Ming were somewhat astonished. Qian Yu was the first to react, patting Chu Ran's back. Aren't you going to thank Master Su? At this moment, Chu Ran also emerged from her excitement. Thank you, Master Su. Shi Ming gazed at Chu Ran with envy. Alas, her fortune was indeed remarkable. I wish to learn from Master Su as well. Su Bai, this is the first time I've seen someone so delighted to work for free. Ahem. Well said, well said. Su Bai casually dismissed the matter. He had yet to witness Chu Ran's skills. However, as a 1-star mecha repair technician, his task could be considered accomplished. He produced a contract from behind him and handed it to Chu Ran. The terms clearly stating her employment for 10 years with no salary. Chu Ran accepted the contract, signed it without a second thought, and returned it to Su Bai. Boss, when do I start working? Su Bai, this. He took the contract back and scrutinized it repeatedly, confirming he had indeed stated there would be no salary. Why was she so eager? Haha, all right, just follow Boss Su from now on, and I'll take care of the learning aspect. Seeing that Chu Ran had signed the contract, Qian Yu laughed heartily, quite pleased that I apologize for the disturbance, Master Su. When you have the time, do visit our Mecha Repair Association for discussions. There are many questions I wish to consult you on. The farce concluded, and Qian Yu bid farewell to Su Bai, inviting him to explore mecha knowledge together at the association. After their departure, only Su Bai and the three remained in the interstellar repair shop. Zhao Mingyue and Xiao Mingyan exchanged knowing glances, nodding in unison, eyeing Chu Ran as if she were an adversary. Previously, they had only contemplated how to vindicate Su Bai, forgetting entirely about her wager with him. What now? They were to work together for 10 years. This was an unprecedented predicament. A lone man and 2 women. It felt rather precarious. Chu Ran, do you have a place to stay? Perhaps we should look for an apartment? Xiao Mingyan approached Chu Ran with a friendly demeanor, taking her hand as if entirely oblivious to the fact that she was still live-streaming. What have I just witnessed? Xiao Yin, let go of your pig trotters, allow me to take over. Hee. Day by day you tell us you have no money, yet now you're taking someone to buy a house. Is this using our money to support another little demon? Chapter 74. This starship enhancement is a tad pricey. Oh, as if struck by inspiration, Xiao Mingyin turned to her phone, smiling as she waved her hand. Goodbye. Everyone, that's all for today's stream. Signing off in less than a second, she closed the live stream, achieving a speed that could only be described as lightning fast. The once bright live stream room was now engulfed in darkness, filled with countless question marks. Wait, I paid. Why is there something I can't see? Xiao Yin has grown increasingly audacious. She used to count down before closing the stream, but now she just slips away? Unsubscribe, block. Those above, stop struggling. You can't see her now, just saying QTND. But did anyone record today's events? I feel like it could go viral. It's been 10 minutes since it was posted. Your reaction is too slow, bro. It's all you. Strange as it was, these individuals could chat for ages while staring at a black screen. It only goes to show that a streamer's quality is reflected in their fanbase. After ending her stream, Xiao Mingyin linked arms with Chu Ran. Let us go. We have business to attend to. Chu Ran. She was taken aback by Xiao Mingyin's gesture. To be honest, it was their first meeting. Was this a bit too forward? Before she could voice her thoughts, Zhao Mingyue joined them, standing beside the two with a warm smile. It's all right. We're quite familiar with Yunhai. Let me show you around. It's essential to find a good place to live. With that, the two refused to let Chu Ran decline, dragging her away. Subai, my new employee hasn't even been assessed yet, and you've whisked her away? Oh well, it's this moment. Subai's thoughts were no longer on evaluating Chu Ran's skills. Just earlier, the system notification arrived as scheduled. Congratulations, host, for successfully recruiting a 1-star mecha repair technician. Time taken, 2 days. Now unlocking 4-star mecha repair skills and rewarding the 4-star inherited skill, one-tie weapons forging method, at full proficiency. System has opened weapon enhancement and starship enhancement branches. Here it comes, the rewards he had long awaited. The system panel now displayed several new branches. Weapon enhancement. Enhance weapons according to their level using corresponding interstellar points. With costs of 1 point for Earth level, 10 points for Sky level, and 100 points for Starstep level. SU by raised an eyebrow at the sight. The interstellar points required for weapon enhancement seemed to be about 1/10 that of mechas. Not too bad, not overly expensive. However, when he turned his gaze towards starship enhancement, his expression darkened instantly. SU by starship enhancement. Enhance starships according to their level using corresponding interstellar points, with costs of 1 million interstellar points for break star level, 10 million for starfall level, and 100 million for eternal sky level. How splendid when I could simply seize them, yet I must instead enhance them. Su Bai gritted his teeth in frustration. The interstellar points required for starship enhancement were a staggering 100 times that of mechas. Undoubtedly a money-devouring behemoth. Fine. Let us set aside the starship matters for now. Su Bai helplessly raised his hands. Although starships were predominantly controlled by fleets, and those fleets were indeed affluent, the cost of enhancing an eternal sky starship would amount to trillions of star coins. A burden even for the wealthiest fleets. Mind you, this is merely the cost. Surely, he would need to earn something from it too. It was likely that only the imperial capital's main fleet within the Huaxia Alliance could bear such expenses. But it seemed that only they possessed eternal sky starships. Su Bai took a moment to calm himself, directing his attention to the last branch, the 4-star mecha repair inheritance library. Each entry within the 4-star mecha repair inheritance was priced, and thankfully, they were not overly expensive, approximately 1,000 interstellar points each, translating to around 10 million star coins. This price, once released, would undoubtedly incite a frenzy. For those prominent families, a 4-star mecha repair inheritance could elevate the entire family's mechas, and with a stroke of luck, even cultivate a 4-star technician. Su Bai merely skimmed through the offerings, not rushing to make a purchase. He had just begun to grasp the 10 3-star inheritance skills at his disposal. The 4-star ones could wait a day. Moreover, he still had a fully mastered skill, one-tie weapons forging method. Upon seeing this inherited skill, Subai couldn't help but wonder if the system had deliberately designed it this way, knowing he was unable to enhance starships and thus guiding him towards weapons. As a 4-star mecha repair inheritance, it would naturally be of considerable merit, with 4-star technicians nearly equivalent to break star mecha engineers. Though he knew not who this one-tie technician was, the fact that he was included in the system indicated that he indeed possessed the strength of a 4-star technician. Entering the virtual repair chamber, Subai retrieved the vibranium materials he had previously purchased from the interstellar network. These vibranium materials nearly filled half the repair chamber. He spread them out on the floor, arriving at the forefront of Jinjin. This forging technique primarily targets melee weapons, proving ineffective against energy swords and firearms. Subai drew forth a thermal knife, adjusting its power to the maximum, and with a decisive motion, struck down upon the Jinjin before him. His right hand executed the technique of harmony of all things, continuously sensing the feedback from the Jinjin and making timely adjustments. With both hands working in unison, they danced through the air like a playful dragon, meticulously dismantling, adjusting, and shaping the Jinjin. Once assured of one side's accuracy, he began to move on to the next area for refinement. Sparks reflected the fine beads of sweat on Subai's forehead. His gaze was intense, showing no signs of distraction, as if he were sculpting a masterpiece. Time slipped away gradually. With a forceful slap of his right hand, he struck the weapon's prototype, imprinting a series of handprints at the grip connection. He then replicated this process, ultimately forming an irregular matrix. Once everything was completed, Subai began to arrange sensing components atop each handprint, creating a circuit board, which he then covered with a layer of Jinjin. Gazing at the cold, 15-meter-long blade lying before him, he nodded in satisfaction. This was a broad sword, entirely forged from indestructible Jinjin, and its blade, unlike traditional ones, was nearly uniform in width, making it susceptible to damage. However, the Wontai weapon forging method excelled here, employing a density compression technique to embed substantial amounts of Jinjin, allowing for self-adjustment of sharpness based on the electronic components added last, even transforming a sharp weapon into a blunt one to adapt to various combat scenarios. Indeed, it was quite impressive. Observing the weapon he had crafted by hand, Subai felt a sense of fulfillment, marking his first achievement in creating a weapon of the Breaking Star caliber through his own efforts. Yet, this was not the end. His gaze fell upon the broadsword, a slight smile gracing his lips. Let us test the enhancement effects. Chapter 75. Its name is Nanju. Plans for expansion. Subai placed his right hand upon the grip of the broad blade. Level 4 Weapon Enhancement. Enhance the weapon by 1 level and provide a random attribute bonus. Upon reading this, Subai raised his eyebrows, initially believing weapon enhancement merely improved the materials, only to discover it came with attribute bonuses. Weapons with attribute bonuses were invaluable to mech engineers possessing corresponding attributes. Though their rarity paled in comparison to innate skills and specialized traits, they were still quite scarce. Boom. Unlike the enhancement of mechs, the moment Subai chose weapon enhancement, a deafening explosion echoed, followed by a flash of red light enveloping the broad sword before him. From tip to hilt, visible changes unfolded. The original Jinjin was replaced by a transparent material tinged with a hint of purple, resembling glass, amethyst, a type of 7-colored crystalline material, known for its unparalleled sharpness and remarkable ductility. The 7-colored crystal served as the material for mechs and weapons above Jinjin, typically reserved for star-fallen mechs. In no time, the broadsword lost its original appearance. Boom. Another explosive sound erupted as the blade ignited like fire, a faint black flame swiftly enveloping its surface, as if cloaked in a fiery shroud. Golden patterns on the ground surged, hastily extinguishing the flames, leaving only a trace of black fire retreating to the junction between the grip and the blade. Indeed, gazing at the broad blade, Subai rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment before deciding on a name. I shall call my first weapon Nanju, the deity of Zhongshan. Known as Zhu-In, is said to have flames akin to black fire. Nanju, hailing from the southern river and associated with black flames, is a fitting name. Subai silently commended himself for his naming prowess. After admiring Nanju for a while, he disdainfully clicked his tongue. It's high time to upgrade this repair shop. It's getting cramped even for a weapon. Indeed, Subai had noticed the repair shop size seemed somewhat inadequate when Sun Yu visited earlier. While it barely accommodated the Breaking Star mechs, it felt exceedingly cramped. Now, with a broad blade occupying half the space on the ground, additional equipment would soon prove untenable. With a plan in mind, Subai promptly took action. First, he called Sun Yu. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang, and at that moment, Sun Yu, ensnared in thoughts regarding the Xie family in his office, frowned. Who could be calling at this hour? However, upon realizing the caller was Subai, his expression brightened with surprise. Subai? Without hesitation, he answered, "Hello, Su-bai. What can I do for you?" Having experienced the formidable power of Su-bai's enhancements, Sun Yu was exceedingly pleased. Not only had he escaped danger and turned the tables, but he also glimpsed the hope for breakthroughs. Naturally, he would not decline Su-bai's call, as it aligned with his prior promise. "Captain Sun, I mainly wish to inquire if I could purchase the suburban land surrounding my interstellar repair shop." Su-bai cut straight to the point. The interstellar repair shop was situated in the outskirts of Yunhai City, encompassing an area of approximately 600,000 to 700,000 square meters, comparable to that of an ordinary university. Acquiring the entire area would suffice for the expansion of the repair shop. Sun Yu was momentarily taken aback. "What do you want that land for?" "I plan to expand the shop." Su-bai replied directly. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu leaped to his feet in excitement. "You wish to expand? That's fantastic. Is 700,000 square meters enough? If not, we can add more." Su-bai's intention to expand the interstellar repair shop warranted his full support, as it signified an increase in orders. It also opened up possibilities for other ventures, benefiting everyone and facilitating future enhancements. After all, that area was unoccupied, so why not grant it all to him? "That will suffice. Thank you, Captain Sunday. How many star coins will it cost?" "I will transfer the amount directly to you." With Sun Yu's agreement, Su-bai felt relieved. Without the land, he feared the system would not recognize his expansion. "Let me think. Approximately 1,000 star coins per square meter should suffice," Sun Yu replied without hesitation, quoting the minimum standard. If possible, he would have preferred to gift it to Su-bai, but the land was still under Huaxia's jurisdiction, and he could only sell it at a specified price, with the star coins ultimately submitted. Were it not for the fact that the area was a vacant suburban lot, he could not have pushed the price so low. Upon hearing Sun Yu's quoted price, Su-bai understood he was being accommodating and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you very much, Captain Sunday. I will transfer the funds now." He promptly terminated the call. Beep, beep, beep. 7 billion star coins have been credited. Soon, Sun Yu received the transfer from Su-bai. "Xiao Wang, come in for a moment. Allocate the entire 700,000 square meters around Songhai Road to the interstellar repair shop." Almost simultaneously with the transfer, Sun Yu instructed Xiao Wang to handle the matter. The troubles brought about by the Xie family were significantly alleviated by the news of Su-bai's expansion. Now, as the tides of change surged, Su-bai's expansion would bolster their fleet's strength, thus enhancing their chances in the impending war. Sun Yu let out a slight sigh of relief. Although he had triumphed over Xue Lin and his companions, he understood that much of the credit belonged to Su-bai's enhancements. Had it not been for Su-bai, he might not have fared so well. He wondered if Zhang Lei had gone. He should have, considering he constantly clamored for enhancements and worked diligently. Thinking of Zhang Lei, Sun Yu couldn't help but smile. He was genuinely dedicated to the enhancements. However, Captain Sun seemed to have forgotten. He was the last person exempt from the lottery to undergo enhancements. Did Zhang Lei want enhancements? Of course. He dreamt of it. He had paid a heavy price for enhancements previously. Even now, his knees bore the marks of his struggles. But after finishing work yesterday, wrapping up matters with the Xie family, and instructing a few newcomers, he returned home only to receive devastating news. The interstellar repair shop will adopt a lottery system for appointments, with 3 slots available each day. Having set the interstellar repair shop star network as a special focus, Zhang Lei immediately saw this news. He rushed to participate in the lottery, only to find that it had already concluded. Despair engulfed him. Moments ago, he refreshed the lottery page again. Upon seeing the number of participants, his eyes lost all light. He could only pound his chest in frustration, throwing his head back and exclaiming, "This is an injustice." Chapter 76. New Ventures for the Interstellar Repair Shop. Within the Interstellar Repair Shop, Su-bai's ears were once more filled with a prompt. 70,000 square meters of expandable area detected, requiring 70,000 interstellar points. Do you wish to expand? Another 7 billion. After transferring 7 billion, his remaining balance was merely 2.3 billion star coins. Now, another 7 billion. It seemed fate was toying with him. Goodness. Spending money was indeed easier than earning it. Resigned to this painful reality, Su-bai nevertheless chose to proceed with the expansion. Expansion commencing. Estimated duration, 20 hours. As the system's announcement faded, a massive metallic shell began to spread from the interstellar repair shop, resembling a colossal egg, with the sounds of trees crashing and the ground being excavated echoing within. Fortunately, Sun Yu had already issued a notice regarding the impending construction in the area around the interstellar repair shop, preventing undue attention. Only occasionally do one or two passers-by pause to observe. Is this the latest technology from Yunhai? When did it become so advanced? They are even using metal barriers for construction? I wondered that perhaps it is related to previous weapon research. Maybe the results of our development have gained recognition from Huaxia, leading to a confidential construction? That makes some sense. Should we film a video? I see you are becoming increasingly reckless. I have mentioned that it is a confidential project. Not to mention whether you can even publish that video. Even if you could, can you guess how long you would be provided with food and lodging? Haha, I was just joking. It's all a misunderstanding. The recent earthquakes have led the public to quickly associate this with the appearance of the metal giant egg, and they have all tacitly chosen to conceal it. Only after the return of the trio, Xiao Mingyan, do they look at the scene with astonishment. Su Bai. What is that thing behind us? Xiao Mingyan is utterly bewildered. They merely took Chu Ran out to buy a house, subtly hinting that Su Bai might not appreciate being disturbed and urging her to be cautious. Chu Ran readily acknowledged that. She dared not entertain any disrespectful thoughts. After all, he is a master mechanic and surely does not like to be disturbed. Just being able to work in an interstellar repair shop is already a stroke of luck for her. She intends to cherish this hard-won opportunity. Zhao Mingyue looks at the metal giant egg in front of her with equal peculiarity. Is this under construction? Strange, I haven't heard of any major projects here. Moreover, IT has started so soon. Chu Ran silently stands by, afraid to speak. She fears Su Bai is still in a bad mood, and maintaining silence to refresh goodwill seems the best approach. Oh, this? I am expanding. Su Bai casually glances at the three girls, his expression tranquil. Expanding? Is Boss Su preparing to launch a new venture? Upon hearing this, Xiao Mingyan becomes quite excited. Su Bai would not expand for no reason. So it must indicate plans for a new business. As the second customer of the interstellar repair shop, how could she miss such an opportunity? Zhao Mingyue and Chu Ran also perk up their ears, intently watching Su Bai, their eyes filled with anticipation. I plan to sell some weapons and perhaps auction off some mechas I have crafted. Su Bai directly reveals his recent plans. The main reason for his expansion is indeed to develop new business. His daily task of enhancing mechas will still be 3 orders, and maintenance will be entrusted to Chu R and I in the remaining time. He plans to create more weapons and even mechas for auction. After all, this little money truly does not last long. Initially, he had been quite pleased thinking he was a minor tycoon, only to find, today his assets have halved. It is imperative to generate revenue. Weapons? Mechas? Are you selling them directly? Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Chu Ran can no longer contain herself. She gazes at Su Bai with excitement, never expecting that her first visit to the interstellar repair shop would allow her to witness the weapons and mechas crafted by him. How could a mechanic enthusiast like her not be thrilled? So, Boss Su, do you have any ready for us to see? Xiao Mingyan looks at Su Bai with eager anticipation. Previously, they had only seen their own mechas enhanced, and they all know Su Bai's craftsmanship is extraordinary. Now, being able to see his personally crafted works makes her eager to try. After all, during the chaotic construction, they had only seen that aircraft hangar. This has always been Xiao Mingyan's regret. Zhao Mingyue, however, remains relatively calm. She has already witnessed Su Bai's skills. He can even create combat-class mechas. What is there that he cannot do? Nonetheless, she cannot help but feel excited to see more. Currently, there are no mechas available, but I do have one weapon. Su Bai does not refuse their request. The size of Nanju is designed for standard star-breaking mechas and is not suitable for his own use. Both Xiao Mingyan and Zhao Mingyue are certainly affluent. Perhaps they could help him with some publicity. He leads the 3 girls into the first maintenance room. At that moment, the mechanical arm originally used to secure the mecha is lifting Nanju, presenting it fully before the 3 girls. Upon seeing the appearance of Nanju, the 3 girls gasp. Is this amethyst? As a mechanic, Chu Ran is the first to discern the material used for Nanju. She is now utterly convinced of Su Bai's identity as a master mechanic. Only a master mechanic could forge such a weapon from the amethyst among the 7 colored crystals. Xiao Mingyan is somewhat astonished, as her golden flame reacts upon seeing Nanju, as if facing a formidable enemy. She immediately asks, Boss, is this weapon of yours an elemental weapon? She voices the question Zhao Mingyue wishes to ask. Unlike Xiao Mingyan, she feels a subtle pressure from Nanju, causing her chest to feel somewhat constricted. You could say it has fire properties. Su Bai nods. Fire properties. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mingyin's eyes suddenly sparkle with brilliance. But unfortunately, it quickly dims. What a pity, this is a broadsword, and at least a star-fallen mecha is required to wield it. Although she is indeed a fire element mecha master, the broadsword does not match her platinum Valkyrie, and the weapon forged from 7-colored crystal is currently beyond her ability to use. This is typically the domain of star-fallen equipment. This is a weapon for star-breaking mechas. Bai shakes his head at her words, clarifying that while Nanju is indeed made of amethyst, the circuit components he initially embedded are compatible with star-breaking mechas. In other words, Nanju is undoubtedly a weapon for star-breaking mechas. Chu Ran, Xiao Mingyin, Zhao Mingyue. Who on earth would craft a weapon for star-breaking mechas using amethyst? Chapter 77 Subai. It's just a weapon. This should not be possible. How could the electronic components required for star-breaking mecha weapons be embedded within amethyst? It cannot withstand the strength of amethyst at all. Chu Ran is the first to voice her doubts. Even if Subai is a master mechanic, what she sees before her truly exceeds her understanding. Outsiders watch the excitement. Insiders see the intricacies. After all, she is the youngest star-level mechanic from Huaxia, although that is no longer the case. Still, she is at least a 1-star mechanic. When it comes to material strength, she understands far more than Zhao Mingyue and the others. Hearing Chu Ran's question, Zhao Mingyue and the other two simultaneously turn their gazes towards Subai. Subai's mechanical prowess is evident. Yet they are also curious about the underlying principles. Indeed, this is a weapon for star-breaking mechas. For how it can withstand the strength of amethyst that is currently beyond your reach. Subai glances at Chu Ran with indifference, silently placing his hands behind his back. How can it withstand it? It must be because it wasn't amethyst to begin with, but how should I explain that? Seeing Subai with his hands behind his back, exuding an inscrutable air, Chu Ran is thoroughly awed, her eyes filled with admiration. She feels a renewed sense of shame for her previous ignorance. Simultaneously, a wave of anxiety washes over her. Is the store manager discontent with her low skill level? Wouldn't he regret hiring her, would he? No, she must perform well from now on. She cannot disappoint the manager. Zhao Mingyue and Xiao Mingyin, however, perceive it differently. After all, Chu Ran is at least a 1-star mechanic. If even she cannot comprehend it signifies the technical difficulty is extraordinarily high. It is no wonder it is Subai. By the way, Boss Su, may I ask what price you are selling this broadsword for? Zhao Mingyue, although her talent does not relate to fire, her father is the commander of the Southern River, so perhaps there is a use for it in the fleet. The pricing for Nanju is approximately 800 million star coins. Subai muses before ultimately providing a relatively reasonable price. He spent 1,000 interstellar points, equivalent to 10 million star coins, to enhance Nanju, but the price of the vibrating gold itself is not cheap. Estimated to be around 30 million star coins based on its usage. Originally, he could have sold it for 400 million star coins, but considering that Nanju has now been upgraded to amethyst and employs the one-eye weapon forging method, he finally settles on a price of 800 million star coins. Doubling the price 20-fold should not be excessive, right? This price is not just reasonable, it really that cheap. Chu Ran looks at Subai in astonishment. This is an amethyst weapon that can be used with star-breaking mechas. Although there are no reference objects in the market, the general price for weapons compatible with star-breaking mechas hovers around 40 million star coins. The craftsmanship involved in Nanju is simply unimaginable. The manager is only selling it for 800 million. This is incredibly generous. It makes sense. At such a young age, the manager has already achieved the level of a master mechanic. He must have long since lost any excessive pursuit of wealth. I must remember this. I will strive to become a conscientious mechanic like the manager in the future. Subai's image elevates even further in Chu Ran's mind. By the way, does Basu have more weapons like this? Any ice elemental ones? Upon hearing Subai's quotation, Zhao Mingyue makes a decisive inquiry about the availability of ice elemental weapons. This price is too tempting. If she informs her father, he would likely come to purchase it without hesitation. Wait, Boss Su, I'll take this Nanju, I will call right now. Xiao Mingyin is even more forthright. Upon hearing Subai's quote, she decides to buy Nanju immediately, not even pausing to consider whether it is a broadsword, or if she has no immediate use for it. Once this opportunity passes, there may not be another. Hey, shorty, I inquired about the price first. What are you doing? Zhao Mingyue glared at Xiao Mingyin, her face a picture of indignation. You have no use for it. It was she who had inquired about the price. Yet Xiao insisted on purchasing it. How absurd. I may have no immediate need for it, but you have absolutely no use for it. If I don't buy it, will you? Xiao Mingyan was equally unyielding. After all, she possessed a fire attribute talent, and this Nanju was something she could, albeit barely, make use of. Zhao Mingyue, on the other hand, had an ice attribute talent and would never have any use for Nanju in her lifetime. Just as the two were locked in a heated exchange, Su Bai cleared his throat a few times. Ahem, there's no need for you to compete. Nanju is a weapon for the Broken Star Mecha. It would be of no use to either of you. In due time, I will forge weapons for the Sky Mecha and the Stepping Star Mecha. You can purchase them then. Although Su Bai felt a sense of satisfaction at the prospect of selling Nanju, he had indeed contemplated suitable buyers. Among those he knew, Sun Yu was the most fitting for Nanju, as his talent lay in flame manipulation. While not an extraordinary fire attribute talent, this allowed him to harness various types of flames. With both Zhongyan and Haiyan at his disposal, his strength would undoubtedly increase. Sun Yu had recently assisted him in resolving the expansion issues of the repair shop, so it was only reasonable for Su Bai to repay him. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, the two women ceased their rivalry and turned to him in unison, exclaiming, "Is that true? Are there weapons for the Sky Mecha? However, I already possess the Blade of Winter." Zhao Mingyue bit her lip, feeling quite conflicted. Her Blade of Winter had, in a strict sense, surpassed the level of the Sky Mecha. As a melee weapon, it was no longer a necessity for her. I'm not just selling melee weapons. I also have ranged energy weapons or large-scale ranged weapons available. Su Bai chuckled at her response. The reason he had chosen Nanju as his first crafted weapon was more to experience the one-tie weapon forging technique. However, this did not imply he would refrain from creating firearms and energy cannons. Especially at the level used by the Sky Mecha, it was well within his current capabilities as a mechanic. With a little system enhancement, it would be a cinch. The star points required to enhance the Sky Mecha were virtually negligible. Rather, it was the sale of Earth and Sky Mecha weapons that would be of paramount importance. Given the limited number of strong practitioners. Yet, there were still plenty of Earth and Sky Mecha mechanics. If he could sell them all, the profits would be substantial indeed. After Su Bai finished speaking, Zhao Mingyue's conflict dissipated. And Xiao Mingyan's lips curled into a smile as her eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Zhao Mingyue's remark reminded her that she did not particularly need melee weapons, but she did lack ranged offensive options. While her talent ability could achieve a semblance of ranged attack, it consumed far too much star power. If there was a way to resolve battles more effortlessly, why not? Of course, Su Bai looked at the two women, who were brimming with excitement and couldn't help but feel a tinge of exasperation. It's just a weapon. Why such fervor over it? Chapter 78. Astonishing. The 70-year-old man actually, after agreeing to inform them once he had finished crafting the weapons, Xiao Mingyan and Zhao Mingyue took their leave. Once the two departed, only Su Bai and Chu Ran remained in the interstellar repair shop. With some spare time on his hands, he decided to assess Chu Ran's repair skills and casually glanced at her. Chu Ran, come with me. He then made his way to the repair room. Upon hearing this, Chu Ran felt a surge of tension. She understood that the real test was about to begin. Taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, she hurried to keep pace with Su Bai. This examination was crucial for her, and she could not afford to falter. The two arrived at repair room number 1, and after a moment of contemplation, Su Bai extracted a pile of low-grade materials. These are all materials used for Earth Mecha weapons. Now, I want you to craft a battle blade, a firearm, and a heavy cannon for me to inspect. Su Bai spoke with a hint of anticipation. If Chu Ran could produce weapons that met his standards, he would entrust her with the entire production of Earth Mecha weapons. He could then focus solely on crafting weapons for the Sky Mecha. Perfect. It was no stretch to assume that the number of Earth Mecha was likely greater than the combined total of all Sky Mecha. Given the volume of work needed, Su Bai was naturally unwilling to do it all himself. Upon hearing Su Bai's instructions, Chu Ran did not hesitate and readily replied. No problem. Time was of the essence, and she promptly approached the workbench in the repair room. She examined the materials laid out before her. Primarily copper and iron, along with the energy matrix for the electronic gun. First, she picked up the pulse forging hammer from the side. Bang 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 with repeated strikes, she flattened the copper and iron. This was the first time Su Bai had seen someone use a pulse forging hammer. After all, he had no need for it afterward. Chu Ran took out a thermal knife and began to meticulously thin the edges of the materials. transforming them into small components. She then proceeded to assemble them around the energy matrix point. One could say that Chu Ran had skills. It was no wonder she had become the youngest star mechanic in the former Huaxia. Her technique was adept, and she was highly focused, quite unlike her usual impulsive demeanor. Approximately half an hour later, Chu Ran wiped the perspiration from her forehead and looked at Su Bai with eager anticipation. However, that expectation quickly faded. Chu Ran, winky face beside her, Su Bai had already taken out his phone, his fingers tapping away at the screen. Can you not focus? Why aren't you catching up? Watching Su Bai's demeanor, Chu Ran was at a loss as to whether she should interrupt him. She recalled the words of Zhao Mingyue and the others. Boss Su is incredibly focused on anything he does, so you mustn't disturb him or you'll bear the consequences. Just then, Su Bai suddenly looked up and met Chu Ran's gaze. Casually hiding his phone behind him, he maintained a calm demeanor. Ahem, have you finished? Just leave it there. Next, we'll work on melee weapons, and once you're done, I'll check them together. Chu Ran, winky face. Was that phone stashing gesture serious? It seemed far too practiced. Unable to help it, upon seeing Chu Ran begin her assembly, Su Bai had already gauged her repair level. What followed would be repetitive, intricate work. Given his current expertise, it posed no challenge, and thus he found little interest in watching. He simply hadn't expected Chu Ran to work so swiftly. She had just completed the electronic gun as he had barely started. Chu Ran said nothing more, placing the electronic gun aside and continuing to craft the melee weapon. This time, she chose a battle blade, which, fortunately, for the Earth mecha, did not need to be excessively long. Approximately 3 to 4 meters would suffice. This time, Chu Ran's movements were quicker than before, as Su Bai's earlier actions had made her quite anxious. Worried that her lack of skill had caused him to lose interest in watching, she swung the pulse hammer with determination, striking the metal with fervor, and almost as soon as she finished, she picked up the thermal knife to carve, switching between the two tools with remarkable fluidity. Excellent. After having been caught earlier, Su Bai did not pull out his phone this time. Instead, he watched with keen interest. This time, Chu Ran was truly earnest, employing the one-star mechanic's inherited technique, dual coordination. By rapidly alternating between tools with both hands, she could significantly reduce the time required to forge weapons or mechas. Unfortunately, this technique could only be applied to Earth and Sky mecha. Higher-level constructs required precision that she could not yet achieve. In just 20 minutes, a 4-meter-long battle blade lay quietly on the repair room floor. Su Bai waved his hand. All right, I have a general understanding of your skill level. Not bad, but you're still a bit unrefined. From now on, I want you to craft 8 battle blades and 8 electronic guns for me every day. Su Bai immediately assigned tasks to Chu Ran. And I also plan to assign some maintenance for the Earth mecha to you. If that's all right. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Chu Ran nodded vigorously. Rest assured. I will ensure that I complete the tasks. Su Bai smiled, pleased with her compliance. This would lighten his own burden considerably. All right, there's nothing else for today. Come back tomorrow, he said, heading toward the main hall to store away the folding bed. Today, the repair shop was expanding, and he was preparing to return home. It had been a few days since he last visited. Noticing Su Bai's intention to leave, Chu Ran naturally did not linger and departed first. Chu Ran, you can do it. I believe you will gain Master Su's recognition. She silently encouraged herself, her eyes filled with hope, as if the future was bright. After she left, Su Bai proceeded to close the interstellar repair shop and returned home. Looking at the familiar surroundings, a slight smile graced his lips. This place is still the most comfortable. Although the repair shop was safe, it felt as if something was lacking. Su Bai could not quite articulate it. Perhaps it was this sense of familiarity. Here, he felt grounded, or perhaps it was simply a matter of habit, having spent over a decade in this place. Today, Su Bai refrained from indulgence. After finishing his star power training, his own strength had reached the 3rd level of the stepping star. At this rate, in 6 days, he would break through to the broken star. Then, he could truly roam the seas of clouds with impunity. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Su Bai rose to stretch before heading to wash up and sleep. He felt quite tired today, primarily due to the considerable effort it took to forge Nanju. As he lay down, the tension that had been coiling within him began to ease. However, while he slept, several news articles swiftly ignited the star network. Astonishing! An elderly gentleman in his 70s unexpectedly publicly apologized to a youth barely out of his teens. raising questions about the distortion of human nature. Rumors swirl about a master mechanic emerging from the clouds. Even five-star mechanics bow in deference. The passionate collision between young men and women unexpectedly draws millions of onlookers. Chapter 79. Heaven did not give birth to me. Ouyang Xian. Mechanical mastery is as eternal as the long night. This time, Xiao Mingyan's livestream was public. His fans had eagerly uploaded the video onto the Star Network. Chu Ran, enjoying considerable notoriety on the Star Network, bore the title of the youngest star mechanic, making him quite well known among the younger generation. Meanwhile, Qian Yu, the president of the Nanjiang Mechanic Research Association, was also a figure easily found with a brief search. Soon, this sparked a whirlwind of discussion. What the heck? Is this for real? Did Chu Ran actually lose? Is this really about whether Chu Ran won or lost? That previously unrecognized boss, Su, turned out to be a master mechanic. Even President Qian Yu feels inferior. I'm utterly astonished. He looks no older than 20. How could he possibly be a master mechanic? Speaking of which, are there any master mechanics left among us? There are some, but they are mostly seasoned veterans. The younger ones have likely moved to the Central Star region. Sigh. We are indeed a bit behind, and it's only natural that we cannot meet their demands. Nonsense. Why hasn't this young boss Su, a master mechanic, gone to other star systems? They must have forgotten their roots. All right. The pressing question is the authenticity of this matter. Stop guessing. The Nanjiang Mechanic Research Association hasn't issued any denials, so it must be true. No way. I must investigate who exactly this boss Su is. The Star Network's revelations sent ripples across Huaxia.at, the Mechanic Research Association in the imperial capital. An elderly man, wearing glasses, browsed through after his departure. Zhou helplessly tapped his forehead. The master truly is leaving without a word about when he shall return. Master, please come back soon. I am unable to grasp the situation in Yunhai, he sighed, deciding to maintain the status quo for the time being. If the enemy remains still, so shall he. One can see from Zhou Wen's initial intention to besiege Sun Yu that he is not a particularly astute individual, but rather somewhat dulled, of course. This is precisely why the figure in the black robe entrusted him with overseeing the situation. He desired stability. Should someone as impulsive as Duan Han be assigned to manage the affairs of Yunhai? By the time he returns, all plans would likely be in shambles. At least Zhou Wen understands the importance of obedience. When it comes to this matter, Sun Yu is perhaps the least surprised. Having returned home after several days of busyness, he naturally caught up with the news. He merely curled his lip at the report. How audacious, to dare provoke Su Bai. Not even Qian Lao would stand a chance. After Su Bai enhanced Songlong, he concluded that the opponent must certainly be a master mechanic. Otherwise, it would be impossible to elevate Songlong to such heights. He had encountered Qian Yu years ago and was fortunate enough to witness him enhancing a machine. The mecha produced was indeed formidable, yet it pales in comparison to Su Bai's work. However, with this incident now public, Sun Yu felt a pang of anxiety. The interstellar mechanic shop is bound to become immensely popular, and seeking Su Bai's enhancements will likely not be as easy in the future. His expansion today is probably related to this matter. Connecting this to Su Bai's acquisition of land for expansion, Sun Yu surmised that this was likely the driving force behind it. Never mind, I should check on how Sun Hani has been progressing. The big exam is just over a month away, and there mustn't be any slip-ups. With that thought, he headed towards Sun Hani's room. Sun Hani's talent surpasses his own, and with the Wanjuan Hongwu enhanced by Su Bai, gaining admission to Xinghai University should not be a challenge. However, if given the choice, who wouldn't want their offspring to achieve even greater success? At that moment, Sun Hani, having just finished her star power training for the day, brightened upon seeing her father. Dad? You're back? She hadn't seen Sun Yu for several days, but she heard about the interstellar mechanic shop and was very attentive to that name. Unfortunately, her message to Su Bai had only received a brief response, leaving her puzzled about the unfolding events. Now, finally, she could gain clarity. I heard you've been busy for so many days because of that interstellar mechanic shop. Did something happen with Boss Su? Upon hearing this, Sun Yu's face darkened. After being away for so many days, his daughter was inquiring about another and is this what it feels like when a girl grows up? His little cotton-padded jacket has sprung a leak. He is fine, but since it's Su Bai, I can't just dismiss him. Let us change the topic. How has your training been? Do you feel prepared for the big exam? Sunhani understood that her father was deflecting and simply shrugged. It's all right. I'm currently at Earth 5 stars. I should reach Earth 9 stars by the time of the exam. The Earth phase is merely a transitional stage for an A-grade talent, and progress is relatively swift. However, recalling something, Sunhani appeared a bit troubled. The only issue is that during sparring, I can only engage in hand-to-hand combat and cannot use my talent abilities, which puts me at a disadvantage. I've been thinking of buying a weapon. Indeed, possessing a talent ability at the Earth Mecha level is extraordinary, and Sunhani refrains from revealing it unless absolutely necessary. Keeping it for the exam is sure to be a trump card. This leaves her somewhat hesitant during sparring. How much better it would be if she had a weapon. Sunyu nodded in agreement. That's true. I'll go back and ask around for you. What kind of weapon do you need? Sunhani pondered. A combat dagger, perhaps? Wanjun Hongyue is a speed-type mecha, so a dagger would maximize its advantages. What about an electronic sniper for long range? A sniper? Sunyu was not surprised by her choice of dagger. But he was taken aback by her selection of a long-range weapon. While the power of a sniper is formidable, it's too cumbersome for a speed type. Sunhani quickly explained her reasoning. Precisely because I am a speed type. I thought of using a sniper. Consider it, most mechas equipped with snipers are heavily armed. In a head-on confrontation, they often opt for close combat. At that point, I can strike unexpectedly. Ha ha ha, well said. No wonder you're my daughter. Sunyu. That strategy could indeed be worth trying. Upon hearing this, Sunyu raised his eyebrows, pleasantly surprised that Sunhani had her own ideas. It certainly serves as a means of deception, broadening her offensive capabilities. After agreeing, the two chatted a bit longer before Sunyu went to report his work summary to Lady Zhong-yi. After several days away from home, clarity was essential. Otherwise, life would become quite difficult. In Yunhai, a certain apartment, Zhang Lei gazed at the skyrocketing number of participants on the lottery page, his face ashen. He once had an opportunity for enhancement before him, but he did not cherish it. Now, it was too late for regrets. If only heaven would grant him another chance, he would immediately have his wife transfer the money. Zhang Lei lamented. My enhancement opportunity is lost. Chapter 81. The Expanding Mechanic Shop. The first batch of fortunate customers arrived the next morning. Subai rose from his bed and, after freshening up, hurried to the Interstellar Mechanic Shop. Upon arriving at the entrance, he couldn't help but blink in astonishment. After a night of expansion, the metallic giant egg that had loomed behind him had vanished. In its place stood a colossal structure resembling his mechanic shop. The expansion of the Interstellar Mechanic Shop now encompassed a staggering area of 700,000 square meters, all constructed from vibranium. Although it was only a single story, the height of the shop rivaled that of skyscrapers, soaring to a remarkable 60 or 70 meters, no less impressive than the towering buildings in the city center. In fact, it was even more magnificent. Goodness, this looks almost like an interstellar fortress, Subai remarked, awestruck. The original size of the mechanic shop had not seemed so significant, but with this dramatic increase in scale, the perception was entirely transformed. Upon entering the mechanic shop, the original repair area began to expand sideways, creating a central passageway leading to a series of orderly repair stations with a massive warehouse at the far end. Observing the revitalized repair shop, Subai rested his chin on his hand, contemplating. Let us leave the back area untouched for now and designate it as a starship repair zone. He quickly decided to partition the rear section for starship repairs, estimating that given the size of starships, it would occupy at least 4/5 of the total area of the current mechanic shop. The number of repair stations would increase to 20, with an additional 100 rooms allocated for displaying weapons and mechas. As Subai's words fell, the central control system immediately began to organize the layout of the Interstellar Mechanic Shop. In no time, the 700,000 square meters of the mechanic shop were divided, with 4/5 of the area being cordoned off by metallic barriers and dual entrances. The front 20 rooms transformed into repair stations, while the rear 100 rooms became exhibition areas. After completing all of this, Subai nodded in satisfaction. It was well worth arriving 2 hours early today. The Interstellar Mechanic Shop now resembled the vision he had in mind. Minutes later, a soft gulping sound echoed from behind Subai. Turning around, he saw Chu Ran standing there, her eyes sparkling with amazement, her throat subtly moving, betraying her recent actions. Chu Ran was utterly captivated. The previous Interstellar Mechanic Shop had given her an impression of being advanced and high-end, yet it still felt somewhat modest. But She had only taken a nap, and the entire interstellar mechanic shop had undergone a complete transformation. Not only had the number of repair stations multiplied, but the exhibition area at the back had her itching with anticipation. She couldn't help but glance at Subai. Manager.is that area in the back prepared for auctioning mechas? Subai nodded. Indeed, but it won't just feature mechas. I also plan to display weapons of the caliber above Breaking Star. That's fantastic. Chu Ran couldn't contain her excitement, then quickly hushed herself, cautiously gauging Subai's expression. Seeing that he remained unresponsive, she finally exhaled in relief. So, when shall we commence today's work? Chu Ran, now brimming with enthusiasm, could hardly wait to start building mechas alongside Subai. You can start right away. Do you remember the task I assigned you? The 11th repair station over there is yours. With that, Subai pointed to the 11th repair station across from the first one, indicating that Chu Ran could begin her work. Upon hearing this, Chu Ran nodded and entered the repair station, but soon poked her head back out. Manager, it seems there are no materials here? Subai nodded. Central Control, please prepare 8 blades and the materials needed for 8 electronic guns for the 11th repair station. Understood. The response from Central Control left Chu Ran astounded once more. Is this the setup of a master mechanic? It's astonishingly intelligent. Such Central Control systems she had only heard of. It was said that advanced star systems in the Central Star Domain possessed such technology. To enter the Central Star Domain, one must achieve the level of a master mechanic, which is her aspiration. Although many claim that mechanics who venture to the Central Star Domain forget their roots, most pursue more advanced mechanical skills. The current technological deficiencies of Blue Star cannot be compensated for. Without venturing forth, progression is exceedingly difficult. Yet, many who embark on this journey never return. Some fall into obsession, while others meet their end along the way. Manager Su, I've always wanted to ask, did you come from the Central Star Domain? Chu Ran couldn't help but pose the question. Indeed, Subai is quite young, making it difficult for him to fathom where else, apart from the Central Star region, one could cultivate such a remarkably youthful mechanic. Upon hearing this, Subai chuckled lightly. I suppose so. He seldom elaborated much, finding it quite convenient to let the Central Star region take the blame for the system, thereby sparing himself considerable trouble, as expected. Upon hearing this, Chu Ran's eyes sparkled, and she promptly began to fulfill the tasks assigned by Subai. Observing her diligent demeanor, Subai couldn't help but reflect, this employee is rather commendable. She possesses considerable drive. I too can prepare to commence work. After a day of rest yesterday, today marked the arrival of the first 3 individuals selected in the lottery. He was uncertain of their specific requests. Soon enough, outside the interstellar repair shop, 3 young men gathered. The foremost among them could be considered a regular patron of the shop, Zhou Yunzheng. The 2 individuals behind him appeared to be acquainted as well. The trio stared blankly at the interstellar repair shop before them, exchanging glances filled with profound bewilderment. Is this truly the interstellar repair shop? I distinctly remember it not looking quite like this yesterday. Has it transformed into a fortress? Were it not for the shop's entrance still intact, they might have doubted whether they had taken a wrong turn. However, they quickly suppressed their astonishment, expressing their gratitude to Zhou Yunzheng. Old Zhou? We owe you one this time. Who would have thought we 3 would be selected on our very first try? Yesterday was an eye-opener. I never imagined we would have a master mechanic right here in Yunhai. The first to speak was Du Feng, the chubby fellow who had been lamenting in the crowd yesterday. Following him was a tall, slender youth with a trendy side-swept fringe. Wang Bo. Their simultaneous selection could be seen as a coincidence or not. The reason was straightforward. The rules for the first day's lottery were based on a priority sequence, with Zhou Yunzhang being the first to draw. Following his invitation, Wang Bo and Du Feng logically became the second and third participants. All right, enough of that. Have you made up your minds? Are you here for maintenance or enhancement? Upon hearing the praises from his friends, Zhou Yunzheng smiled lightly and adjusted his glasses. Does it even need to be said? Of course, it's enhancement. Without a moment's hesitation, the 2 responded to Zhou Yunzheng's inquiry. What a joke. Who wouldn't be tempted after witnessing the Platinum Valkyrie and the Winter Swordsman? After finally winning the lottery, merely opting for maintenance would be such a waste. Zhou Yunzheng nodded in agreement. He had come with the intention of enhancement. In fact, he had intended to enhance his equipment previously, but had been unfortunate enough to miss out each time. Finally, today, he could fulfill his wish. Chapter 82. Subai, the mechanic who crafted the abdominal king serpent, is a genius. The trio collected their thoughts and stepped directly into the interstellar repair shop. Click as the door swung open. Zhou Yunzheng couldn't help but adjust his glasses upon witnessing the stark transformation of the interstellar repair shop. When he first arrived, the shop was certainly less than 1/10 the size it is now. This does not even account for the space behind that metallic door. The materials hadn't changed much, and the overall style remained consistent, emphasizing understated opulence. This was not Su Bai's intent. It was all the system's doing. A burden he refused to shoulder. Everyone knew that Su Bai was frugal. Compared to Zhou Yunzheng, Du Feng and Wang Bo were less affected, as they had only previously seen the decor in the livestream. So their impressions were not as profound. Oh, it's you? Su Bai was somewhat surprised to see Zhou Yunzheng, not expecting his first customer after adopting the lottery system to be him. It seemed he had also chosen maintenance back then. Boss Su. Zhou Yunzheng was taken aback that Su Bai remembered him, feeling quite flattered, and hurriedly greeted him. Du Feng and Wang Bo quickly followed suit. Boss Su. In contrast to Zhou Yunzheng, they appeared somewhat awkward. Standing before them was a master mechanic whose skills surpassed even Qian Yu's. Hence, their demeanor was filled with utmost respect. Su Bai, sensing the change in how these customers viewed him, felt a twinge of nostalgia. It was worth noting that when Sun Han and Xiao Mingyan had first visited, they regarded him as a fraud. One could only say that time had indeed changed things, though it hardly felt like a long time ago. Dismissing these thoughts, Su Bai smiled and asked, "Do you have any specific needs today?" He had already decided that if they were there for maintenance, he would assign them to Chu Ran. The maintenance of a ground mech by a first-tier mechanic should be a straightforward task. "I am here for enhancement." Zhou Yunzheng spoke directly, having inquired about the enhancement prices at the interstellar repair shop beforehand. He had initially thought it would take some convincing to persuade his parents to provide the funds for enhancement. However, upon hearing his intention to visit the interstellar repair shop for enhancement, they immediately handed over all their savings from the past 2 years without hesitation. Their family wasn't particularly wealthy, not on par with the likes of Xiao Mingyan or Sun Han. Nor did they possess a source of income like Xing Yunlong. A star mech master. 1.5 million was indeed a considerable sum. "We feel the same way." The two behind him chimed in unison. Their tone resolute. Du Feng and Wang Bo's situations were similar to Zhou Yunzheng's. They had pooled their resources, tightening their belts to gather the necessary funds. Yet, they all believed it to be worthwhile. With Su Bai's enhancement, they hoped to shine brightly in the upcoming major examination, and if they could secure a spot in the top 10 of Nanjiang, the prize money would surely cover this enhancement expense. All right. Realizing he couldn't afford to be lazy, Su Bai felt a hint of disappointment, but maintained a smile in response. He could see the determination in the trio's eyes, reminiscent of his own stubborn desire to awaken his mech talent. "Then you shall go first." Su Bai directed his gaze toward Zhou Yunzheng, a longtime customer deserving of a bit of priority. "The price for enhancing the ground mech is 1.5 million star coins. You are aware of this, correct?" Su Bai merely inquired symbolically, as his enhancement price list had already been posted on the Star Network. Ground mech, 1.5 million star coins. Sky mech, 20 million star coins. Star mech, 180 million star coins. Breaking star mech, 2.5 billion. As for the prices for mechs above the Starfall level, he hadn't posted them, as there were currently not enough Starfall level experts on Blue Star requiring his enhancement assistance. Initially, the price list may have seemed exorbitant, but now, even without a note indicating that there were talent skills available, no one complained about the prices, simply because it was evidently crafted by a master mechanic. It was worth that price. Understood. Zhou Yunzheng nodded. Su Bai then handed him the contract, which Zhou Yunzheng promptly signed without even glancing at it. He then proceeded to transfer the funds. Starry Treasure received 1.5 million star coins. With the payment successful, Su Bai led Zhou Yunzheng to the first repair room. Having gone through the process once, Zhou Yunzheng did not dawdle and immediately retrieved the Abdominal King Serpent before stepping out of the repair room. Even upon seeing the Abdominal King Serpent again, with its unique upper limb structure and framework, Su Bai still felt a sense of novelty. The mechanic who crafted the Abdominal King Serpent was indeed a genius. This time, he did not rush into enhancement, but instead took his time to analyze the structure of the Abdominal King Serpent before proceeding. He had previously disassembled it, but at that time, he lacked the insight he possessed now. It was evident that alloy skeletal components were employed, allowing the framework to maintain such curvature without breaking. The connections were also quite ingenious, utilizing 3 junctions in the upper body to link with the lower body. ensuring it could rotate and strike unexpectedly. However, the technique was still somewhat crude. If an additional junction could be added at the joints, it might allow for a direct downward fold, achieving a 360 ambush without blind spots. Moreover, the light armor's refinement was lacking. It seemed the creator of this mech was merely a first-tier mechanic. Nonetheless, this concept was intriguing, and he would indeed like to meet the creator if given the chance. As Subai examined the abdominal king serpent, he made his assessments. The conclusion was that the mechanic who crafted the abdominal king serpent was undoubtedly a genius. His imaginative ideas surpassed those of many seasoned mechanics. Yet, due to his own limited skills, the abdominal king serpent, while commendable, still had its issues. Subai noted these evaluations quietly, as he intended to auction off the mech later. Gaining knowledge about various types of ground mechs would be beneficial for him in the future. In the imperial capital, at the Mechanic Research Society, Ouyang Xian wielded a thermal cutter in one hand and a pulse hammer in the other, continuously hammering and polishing a metallic skeleton. Achu, suddenly feeling a tickle in his nose, he sneezed, nearly causing the thermal cutter to slice directly into the metal skeleton. Startled, he quickly halted, turning to gaze at the nearly 30-meter mech prototype behind him, filled with pride. It seems wherever I go, I, Ouyang Xian, am in high demand. I suppose another buyer is marveling at my masterpiece. Such is the plight of exceptional individuals. With that, he flicked his braid behind him and returned to his work. Indeed, the abdominal king serpent was of his own creation. However, it was not specifically crafted for Zhou Yunzheng. His original intention was to design a mech with deceptive attack capabilities, which resulted in the exaggerated design of the abdominal king serpent. Upon completion, he was quite satisfied, and on the very day it was listed on the Star Network, Zhou Yunzheng had purchased it. That marked the first mech he had ever crafted. Chapter 83, Purple Flood Dragon. A meat-egg impact, is it? After meticulously recording the strengths and weaknesses of the abdominal king serpent, time passed considerably. Only then did Subai take a step forward and reach out to touch the body of the abdominal king serpent. First-tier enhancement initiated. The familiar brilliance flickered once more. The abdominal king snake was enveloped in a radiant white light, and the entire structure began to swell gradually. To the naked eye, the curvature of its once arching form became increasingly exaggerated, while the paint and armor underwent a transformation. Most notably, the venomous mist injector, resembling a serpent's head, had vanished, replaced instead by a pair of crimson fangs. Outside, Wang Bo and Du Feng, who had been waiting anxiously for quite some time, occasionally peeked towards the direction of the first maintenance chamber. Du Feng patted his belly and glanced at the composed Zhou Yunjing beside him, feeling somewhat puzzled. Old Zhou, they are enhancing your mech? Aren't you the least bit anxious? Indeed. If you're not anxious, then I certainly am. I can't wait for it to be my turn. Wang Bo also marveled at Zhou Yunjing's composure. Is there truly someone who can remain so calm during a mech enhancement? This is the enhancement by a master mechanic, after all. Zhou Yunzheng cast a brief glance at the two through his thin glasses. What good is anxiety? For now, it's essential to maintain calmness. A greater surprise awaits us shortly. If you two remain so restless, won't you just leap at the chance when your turn comes? Zhou Yunzheng spoke in a gentle and steady tone. Were it not for the hands he had discreetly clenched behind his back, his palms turning slightly purple, one might have believed he was entirely unconcerned. Not anxious. How could that be possible? While he indeed possessed a rather stable and composed temperament, this was his own mech, and the contract had stipulated that after this enhancement, the abdominal king snake would awaken its innate abilities. He had been overwhelmed with excitement at that thought. He was merely forcing himself to remain calm. Truly impressive, old Zhou, Du Feng, one hand on his belly, gave Zhou Yunjing a thumbs up. Wang Bo clicked his tongue in wonder. At this rate, I can't help but wonder if your wife will. He did not finish his sentence, for at that moment, with a click, the door of the first maintenance chamber swung open. Before Du Feng and Wang Bo could react, a shadow darted past them like the wind. Wang Bo, Du Feng, well, you've truly outdone us. I thought you were indifferent. The two exchanged glances and hurriedly followed, eager to catch a glimpse of the abdominal king snake. Upon entering the maintenance chamber, the sight of the abdominal king snake took their breath away. The once purple and green armor had transformed entirely into a deep purple hue, imparting an air of majesty and enigma to the abdominal king snake. The The scales on its lower body mirrored this change. The previously rough tail scales now gleamed with a profound metallic luster, almost reflective in nature. The overall curvature of the mech's body had increased, rendering it even more fearsome. The striking feature was the former venom mist injector in its mouth, which had always felt somewhat out of place. But now, with the transformation into fangs, it harmonized perfectly with the serpent's head, resembling a real snake. No, it was more akin to a dragon, for atop its head sprouted a dark purple horn. Is this truly still the abdominal king snake? Du Feng halted his animated gestures, while Wang Bo shook his head. I feel it can no longer be called the abdominal king snake. Just then, Zhou Yunzheng, despite his extreme restraint, could not suppress his excitement as he declared, "From now on, it shall be called Purple Dragon." With that, he leapt forward, directly entering the Purple Dragon. The neural connection was established successfully. A flash of purple light flickered in the Purple Dragon's eyes. And then the skylight of the maintenance chamber swung open. Its tail particle accelerator erupted. It soared straight into the sky, gazing down upon everything below. Whoosh, with a dive, it resembled a dragon descending upon the realm. Crashing toward the training ground, that moment, Wang Bo and Du Feng had already arrived at the training ground. Witnessing the might of the Purple Dragon, they felt an insatiable itch of anticipation. This power must have at least doubled. Right? Is this the enhancement by a master mechanic? However, what astonished them even more was the scene that followed. They beheld the Purple Dragon slightly flicking its fangs. A plume of purple mist erupted forth, which they initially presumed was Zhou Yunzheng testing the effects of his venom. To their astonishment, this cloud of purple mist rapidly expanded, enveloping the training ground in a shroud akin to a sea of purple. The mist thickened and lingered, refusing to dissipate. This evidently surpassed Zhou Yunzheng's capabilities. A startling thought sprang to their minds, escaping their lips. An innate ability, indeed. Zhou Yunzheng's voice resonated from within the Purple Dragon. This was the innate ability he had acquired, mist envelopment. Not only could it significantly amplify the quantity of his venom, but more importantly, it extended its duration. Consequently, he would have greater options in battle, even catching a wide range of enemies off guard. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Wang Bo and Du Feng exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they dashed towards the interstellar mechanic shop. After witnessing the innate ability, they couldn't bear to wait a moment longer. Due to his larger physique, Wang Bo clearly had the advantage in speed. However, Du Feng, without any regard for sportsmanship, suddenly charged. He collided with Wang Bo, sending him sprawling to the ground, then bolted ahead, entering the interstellar mechanic shop first. Wang Bo, sprawled on the ground, glared at the rotund figure slipping inside the shop. Seething, fatty, no sense of sportsmanship, huh? You think you can just use your weight to shove me around? Next came his moment to showcase his verbal prowess. Eventually, Zhou Yunzheng, having left the Purple Dragon, approached him, prompting him to cease his tirade and look up at him with a pitiful expression. Old Zhou, you must help me settle this, Zhou Yunzheng. That matter I cannot arbitrate. Instead, he chuckled lightly. Let it go. It's just a brief wait. Today, only the three of us have successfully booked an appointment. You are next. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo's emotions stabilized slightly. Rising to his feet, he dusted off his trousers, casting a fierce look toward the interstellar mechanic shop. Fatty, just you wait, I will definitely tell Ajun about your bedwetting incident at 8. Zhou Yunzheng. As expected, point one must never offend a good brother. He knows far too much. Inside the interstellar mechanic shop, Du Feng remained unaware of what awaited him. At this moment, he was filled with joy as he signed a contract with Su Bai and proceeded with his class change. Starlight Treasure credited with 1.5 million star coins. After receiving the payment, Su Bai led him into the first maintenance chamber. Without hesitation, Du Feng summoned his mech. Chapter 84. Indeed, the end of brotherhood is always. Before Su Bai's eyes appeared an intriguing mech, its body swollen like a gourd, with long upper limbs and slightly shorter lower limbs, entirely covered in yellow heavy armor. The head of the mech was equally round and bulky, giving it a rather clumsy appearance. BY 256, Strength Type Earth Mech, Yellow Gourd, height 12 meters, weight 25 tons, engine power 340,000 kW, thrust 40 million kg. Indeed. It was a mech perfectly suited for Du Feng. After retrieving the Yellow Gourd, Du Feng waved his hand as he exited the maintenance chamber. Boss Su. Thank you. The moment he stepped outside, he met Wang Bo's gaze, which seemed intent on devouring him whole. Du Feng slightly turned his head, avoiding direct eye contact, and chuckled while patting his belly. Haha. What a lovely day. Wang Bo strode up to him, seizing his collar. Look me in the eye, you brat. Aware of his guilt, Du Feng refrained from engaging further, merely puffing out his belly to bounce Wang Bo away. Thud. Wang Bo staggered back 2 steps, glancing down at his somewhat slender frame, gritting his teeth. Just you wait. From today onward, I'm hitting the gym, and one day, I'll lift you with a single hand. Dangling you like a basketball, huh? You little blackie. Du Feng scoffed. It was Zhou Yunzheng who interrupted the two. So, has your enhancement begun? Of course, I never expected that the contract would include a clause for awakening innate abilities. Boss Su truly deserves the title of Master Mechanic. This is all thanks to old Zhou. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known how long we'd have to wait for our turn. After confirming the contract terms, Du Feng expressed his profound gratitude to Zhou Yunzheng. If it weren't for him thinking of both himself and Wang Bo right away, they likely wouldn't have secured this opportunity. Now the number of people booking appointments at the Interstellar Mechanic shop had surpassed 200,000 and was steadily climbing higher. What? You mean the contract includes a clause about awakening innate abilities? At that moment, Wang Bo, forgetting his grudge against Du Feng, seized upon the key phrase in his words. Wanna know? Call me daddy. Du Feng puffed out his belly, lifting his chin with a teasing expression aimed at Wang Bo. Indeed, the end of brotherhood leads to father-son dynamics. Get lost. If you don't want Ajan to find out about your bedwetting incident at 8, I advise you to confess. Wang Bo unleashed his trump card. Indeed, upon hearing this, Du Feng's previously defiant demeanor vanished, replaced by disbelief. You wouldn't dare go that far? Wait. I'll tell you. All right, I've pursued Ajan for 8 years. How could I possibly live without her? Du Feng immediately shifted to a humble stance. Observing his demeanor, Wang Bo felt a pang of sympathy, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Brother, heed my advice. Women only slow down your sword-drawing speed. What is forced will never bring happiness. You must let her see your true self. Du Feng shook his head vigorously. You don't understand. This is love, Zhou Yunjin. Goodness, we've seamlessly transitioned into discussing the intricacies of life. Haven Tiwi? Why believe in anything at all? Must one truly subscribe to that damned notion of love? Amidst the playful banter among the trio, Su Bai began his own documentation. He first circled around the Huanglu, examining the arrangement of its armor. Indeed, while it appeared somewhat cumbersome, the majority of the armor featured excellent cushioning, seemingly equipped with elastic mechanisms. The choice of such a construction for the upper and lower limbs, while maintaining balance, indicated that the lower limbs possessed an exceptionally high density and remarkable sturdiness. Anyone deceived by its exterior would undoubtedly fall into a trap. The creator of the Huanglu was undoubtedly a person of considerable imagination. Ultimately, Su Bai concluded that this was likely crafted by a seasoned mechanic. Presumably after they had ascended to a high-level mechanic. After all, the small details suggested that the creator was not overly meticulous. Alas, the Huanglu lacked agility. Its seemingly robust upper limbs also compromised coordination. That Du Feng's talent was rather intriguing. Su Bai recalled Du Feng's talent, a B-level talent, hardness enhancement. This talent provided a substantial auxiliary capability for mechs, enabling them to possess superior defensive capabilities, making them well-suited as tanks. After some contemplation, Su Bai envisioned the most fitting talent technique for him. He lightly touched the Huanglu. First-level enhancement activated. A radiant glow flickered, revealing that the initially gourd-shaped form of the Huanglu became increasingly three-dimensional, with the distinction in size between the upper and lower portions becoming more pronounced. The short lower limbs were enveloped in a layer of material resembling soft mud, rendering them appear more fragile. In contrast, the upper limbs gradually became encased in a layer of yellow-brown heavy armor. Exuding immense strength on the characteristically round face, a golden line suddenly connected within the eyes, adding a touch of adorableness. As seconds ticked by, Du Feng paced back and forth, unable to maintain the composure exhibited by Zhou Yunjin. He couldn't even feign calm. Isn't it about time? Is the enhancement nearly complete? Old Zhou, what do you think the Huanglu will transform into? As he paced, Du Feng's mouth was incessantly chattering. Zhou Yunjin, Wang Bo, observing the large mass swaying before him. Wang Bo could not help but interject, "Calm down. It should be soon." And no sooner had he spoken than the door to the maintenance room swung open with a creak. Whoosh! Du Feng and Zhou Yunjin simultaneously turned their gazes towards Wang Bo. "Prophet." "It is done, Wang Bo. That I merely spoke casually. Who knew it would be so fortuitous?" However, it all transpired in an instant, and almost as soon as the door was fully ajar, the three rushed forward. Upon seeing the Huanglu, Du Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. The previous form of the Huanglu, which he found most unsatisfactory due to its gourd-like appearance, now resembled a genuine gourd. Moreover, the armor on its upper body was evidently extraordinary, imparting an air of formidable strength. Du Feng also noted the details of the lower limbs and even approached to test them. Utilizing the hardness enhancement, he delivered a punch. Bang! It was astonishingly hard. Du Feng rubbed his slightly reddened fist. That punch had employed his full strength. While the previous Huanglu would not have sustained damage, it would not have provided such significant feedback either. This seemingly soft lower limb concealed an unimaginable hardness. This revelation only heightened his excitement. Just as he was about to enter the Huanglu for an experience, Wang Bo interrupted, "Fatty, hold on. Let me finish the enhancement first. Shall we have a match afterward?" "Oh?" At Wang Bo's declaration of challenge, Du Feng became intrigued, his gaze darting between the Huanglu and Wang Bo, ultimately gritting his teeth. "Fine." Chapter 85. Why are you so proud? He too was eager to discover the true strength of his Huanglu. However, with Wang Bo's insistence, he could only suppress his restless heart and await the completion of the enhancement before testing it together. With Du Feng's response, Wang Bo's lips curled upwards. "All right, I promise to keep your bedwetting incident from when you were a secret. If one day Ajun finds out, it will certainly not be from me to Du Feng. From the moment you uttered that, I have not trusted a single punctuation mark of yours." He could only inwardly lament, regretting how he had revealed that incident to Wang Bo in the first place. Alas, a single misstep leads to eternal regret. Du Feng irritably patted his belly. Wang Bo, meanwhile, followed Su Bai into the maintenance room with a cheerful demeanor. The familiar process ensued, a seamless flow of signing contracts and transferring funds, before he lightly touched his star ring, an orange-yellow mech, clad in armor resembling an evening gown, topped with a high hat and seemingly adorned with a halo, emerged within the maintenance room. The JK-354 speed-type Earth mech, Orange Duke, standing at 12 meters tall, weighing 24 tons, with an engine power of 350,000 kilowatts and a thrust of 65 million kilograms. After summoning the Orange Duke, Wang Bo exited the maintenance room. Su Bai regarded the Orange Duke with a scrutinizing gaze. "Is this a speed-type mech?" To him, the Orange Duke felt less like a speed type and more akin to a balance type. The proportions and skeletal structure were closely aligned with that of a balance type, yet it was entirely covered in light armor. This left Su Bai somewhat perplexed. It seemed as though the creator of the Orange Duke intended to craft a striking contrast. There was a rebellious essence to it. The mechanic was undoubtedly skilled. It was just a pity. After carefully inspecting the Orange Duke, Su Bai rendered his evaluation. This mechanic was certainly no ordinary craftsman. The Orange Duke was the mech that yielded the most insights for Su Bai. Whether in overall design or the approach of utilizing a balanced skeletal structure to construct a speed mech, it was truly eye-catching. Alas, while the concept was commendable, the final execution fell short. The balanced skeletal structure could not fully realize the speed-type mech's strongest attributes, resulting in insufficient velocity. Moreover, the other advantages of the Orange Duke were not particularly remarkable, preventing it from reaching the pinnacle within the realm of Earth mechs. Nevertheless, this idea sparked significant inspiration for Su Bai. It was indeed suitable for Wang Bo as well. After some contemplation, Su Bai made a decision. B-level talent. For short-term transformation, this would be the talent technique. Wang Bo's talent belonged to a unique category within B-level talents, classified as a transformation talent capable of altering the weapon in hand. Unfortunately, it came with a severe time limitation. Otherwise, the rating for short-term transformation would not be B-level. He could only transform his weapon into another for a mere minute. This minute was exceedingly brief, often concluding before it even began. This was also the reason behind the mixed reviews of short-term transformation. Some praised it, emphasizing quality over duration. However, many held opposing views. What use is such a short duration? One moment, a formidable spear. The next, a fragile short stick. Without concerning himself with whether Wang Bo's talent was strong or weak, Su Bai stepped forward and reached out to touch the Orange Duke. First level enhancement activated. The familiar glow illuminated the space as the Orange Duke's form began to shift. The body, which leaned towards balance type, gradually transformed into a speed type, the boxes at its waist compressing, the boots on its legs turning orange-red, the high hat on its head lowering, and sharp angles extending from the collared eye in the hall. Wang Bo's actions were strikingly similar to Du Feng's earlier, the only distinction being that he did not chatter to distract Du Feng and Zhou Yunjun. Instead, he muttered incessantly, "It must succeed. It should be almost done, right? It will definitely be fine at Du Feng." Zhou Yunjun. Where did that reassuring energy go? Truly a case of none of my business when it comes to others? Yet urgent as an ant on a hot pan when it involves oneself, as the three awaited. The door to the maintenance room creaked open. Wang Bo, who was prepared to charge in, felt disheartened upon realizing that it was the door to maintenance room no. 11. He turned to face Chu Ran, emerging from within, with a grim expression. Chu Ran regarded the trio, and they returned her gaze. An awkward silence enveloped the air. Cough, cough. You are the guests who made an appointment for today? Correct? Chu Ran was the first to break the silence. Now an employee at the interstellar mechanic shop, she was no longer the prodigious girl of yore. Before her stood customers, and she had to be polite. Yes, Zhou Yunjin nodded. Du Feng, casting a glance at her, exclaimed, "Hey, aren't you the proud girl from yesterday? What brings you here to work?" Wang Bo rolled his eyes at this remark. Have you forgotten about her bet with Boss Su? Oh, upon hearing this, Du Feng finally slapped his belly, realizing. Right, you lost, so you have to work for Boss Su for 10 years. If it had been a day prior, Chu Ran would have surely fumed at their words. However, she adapted quickly. Indeed. I am now a member of the interstellar mechanic shop. It is an honor to work for the manager. As she spoke, a smile graced her face, radiating a sense of pride. Zhou Yunjin, Du Feng, Wang Bo. Why are you so proud? Unaware of their expressions, Chu Ran continued. Is the manager assisting you in enhancing your mechs? Her tone was laced with a hint of anticipation. Today, she had exerted herself tremendously, completing her work ahead of schedule with the sole purpose of witnessing Su Bai's enhancement firsthand. It seemed that she had indeed arrived just in time. Yes, it was now my turn. Wang Bo, observing Chu Ran's amiable demeanor, chose not to dwell on the wager between her and Boss Su, for in a strict sense, she had become one of their own, though he could not help but wonder how much longer he would have to wait. Really? Can I join you all to watch? The sparkle in Chu Ran's eyes ignited with hope as she gazed at Wang Bo, eager for his approval. After all, she was not the mechanic enhancing Wang Bo's machine. And according to the conventions of the mechanical engineering community, one could not intrude upon another mechanic's enhancement or construction of a mech without the mech engineer's consent. All right, fine. Wang Bo ultimately acquiesced to Chu Ran's request, reasoning that it was merely a matter of observation, which posed no significant issue. Just then, the door to the maintenance room swung open with a creak. The four of them rushed inside in unison. Chapter 86, Guardian of the Cliff, The Shifting of the Universe, Bonus Chapter. As he beheld the Orange Duke before him, Wang Bo blinked. Inexplicably, he felt that the Orange Duke had lost some of its bulk. However, its overall design exuded an aura of grandeur far surpassing its previous form. The once criticized red box at its waist now resembled two playing cards, quietly nestled there. The tall hat atop its head had transformed into a more modest cap, shedding its former flamboyance. The light armor of the orange-red mech now bore a closer resemblance to the texture of a sunset. Lacking the previous appearance of paint accumulation, overall, it radiated an air of sophistication. Where the former Orange Duke had resembled a bright, sunny young man, the current version appeared more akin to a noble, truly, the handiwork of the store manager. Chu Ran marveled from the sidelines, even though she had previously witnessed Su Bai enhance the Winter Swordmaster and Platinum Valkyrie. Nevertheless, her admiration for the Orange Duke remained undiminished. Indeed, the materials had all been upgraded a tier, and the core power source had also been enhanced. Her gaze roamed over the Orange Duke from top to bottom, a gesture that successfully captured Su Bai's attention. He raised an eyebrow and looked at Chu Ran. Have you completed your task? Upon hearing Su Bai's inquiry, Chu Ran instinctively shrank back, resembling a quail that had erred. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, Wait, why am I feeling guilty? I have completed my task. She lifted her chin and proclaimed confidently, I have done it. A slight smile graced Su Bai's lips, as if he were whispering like a devil. Good. It seems I underestimated you. Tomorrow, you should be able to challenge 10 items, shouldn't you? Su Bai's tone was light. But to Chu Ran, it felt as heavy as a mountain. Chu Ran responded with a forced smile. I will ensure the task is fulfilled. Su Bai nodded approvingly. This employee is quite remarkable. As the two conversed, Wang Bo wasted no time and leaped into the Orange Duke. The neural link established successfully, and the Orange Duke's eyes shimmered with orange light. Wang Bo's voice resonated. Come on, Fatso, it's time for a duel between men. Du Feng replied, Himph, who's afraid of whom? Let us go with that. He strode towards the training ground outside the mech shop. At that moment, the skylight of the maintenance room swung wide open, and the Orange Duke leaped into action, heading straight for the training ground. Upon hearing that a mech battle was about to commence, Chu Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement. Store manager, can I go watch? It had been ages since she had witnessed a mech battle. For months, she had been engrossed in honing her mechanical skills, finally achieving the rank of stellar mechanic. Now, she found herself working for Su Bai again, and the opportunity to watch a mech battle up close, especially one enhanced by Su Bai, was too precious to miss. Of course, Su Bai nodded. This employee had worked diligently, and he felt he could not be overly strict with her. The reward she deserved must be granted. After all, he was also curious to see whether the current Orange Duke boasted greater offensive prowess or if Yellow Lu had superior defensive capabilities. Yun Zhang was equally eager. He had chosen not to battle Du Feng or Wang Bo, as his purple flood dragon inflicted considerable damage on mechs. With an A-class talent, the poisonous heart was no jest. He could not bring himself to harm his good friends. As Su Bai and the others arrived at the training ground, Du Feng had already entered Yellow Lu and faced off against Orange Duke from a distance. Gazing at yet another mech enhanced by Su Bai, Chu Ran felt her excitement surge once more. Is this truly Yellow Lu? It looks like a completely different mech. If her teacher were to learn that his creation had transformed into such perfection, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Chu Ran mused aloud, while Su Bai caught wind of some information. Was Yellow Lu crafted by President Qian? He had suspected that Yellow Lu had emerged from the hands of a high-star mechanic, but he had not anticipated such a coincidence. Indeed, Chu Ran nodded vigorously. Before Su Bai, her greatest admiration was for Qian Yu. And speaking of Yellow Lu brought a tint of reverence to her voice. The Yellow Lu was merely a casual creation of my teacher from a few years back. Yet, even though it is just an Earth mech, its design is incredibly ingenious. However, my teacher ultimately did not place much importance on it, and some details are not quite perfect. Su Bai chuckled. This aligned well with his own assessment. Are you prepared to be hammered? Du Feng's voice echoed from within Yellow Lu, laden with a playful taunt. He initiated the banter, aiming to provoke his opponent into a reckless assault. Unfortunately for him, he was facing Wang Bo, who had grown up alongside him and was well acquainted with Du Feng's tactics. Vroom vroom, the engine of the Orange Duke roared to life, fully unleashed, as the particle accelerator at its rear erupted, propelling it swiftly backward. In doing so, it created a luminous arc in the air while distancing itself from Yellow Lu. Wang Bo deftly maneuvered, his hands touching the playing cards at his side, crossing them before him. With a powerful throw, 2 red cards danced through the air, twirling like neon lights, and shot directly toward the most vulnerable point of Yellow Lu, its head. Du Feng, seated within Yellow Lu, smirked slightly at the sight. With a stomp of his short legs, a massive stone cliff erupted from the ground, standing 20 meters tall and reflecting the sunset's afterglow like metal. Bang, bang! The cards struck the cliff, only to be deflected away. How about that, little Bo? How will you break through my talent technique? The guardian of the cliff. Du Feng's voice, akin to that of a villain, echoed from within Yellow Lu. Defense had always been his forte, though its coverage was somewhat limited. With the guardian of the cliff, he could not only compensate for his shortcomings, but also possess a stronger means of protecting his teammates in battle. After a missed strike, Wang Bo within Orange Duke did not exhibit a semblance of discouragement. Instead, he let out a meaningful sound. Oh, is that so? A trick. Upon hearing Wang Bo's words from behind, Du Feng's heart sank. He quickly turned to look, only to be met with the ominous sight of 2 dark cannon muzzles. Meanwhile, the positions of the 2 playing cards were occupied by the Orange Duke. Talent technique. the shifting of the universe. It allowed Wang Bo to instantaneously swap the positions of the Orange Duke and the two playing cards. Wang Bo's talent was short-term illusion, often met with mixed reviews due to its time limitations. However, when paired with the shifting of the universe, it became an entirely different matter. One might wonder, how could one defend against weapons that were deflected just a moment ago only to appear behind them in the next? Everything transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving no time to ponder whether a minute was sufficient. This moment marked a transformative shift for Wang Bo. Faced with the threat of two electronic cannons, Yellow Lu hastily raised its heavily armored arms in defense.